Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 698, Might. Who was Luo Yunyang? The name was not foreign to everyone aboard the spaceship. Yan Qing considered Luo Yunyang the hero of the human tribe, the person that pushed the human tribe forward incessantly. He was someone she respected wholeheartedly. Most importantly, this person was her only hope. However, the ladies who were imprisoned only knew this name because of one thing. The bounty. Luo Yunyang's bounty was an astronomical sum that allured many people. It was an insane amount that could allow countless inferior tribes to rise to the top instantly. One of the most charming women hurriedly touched a ring on her finger when she heard the Thunder Ray tribesmen greet Luo Yunyang. Even though their communication device access was restricted, they still had ways of sending reports regarding Luo Yunyang to the Divine Union. She would be able to ascend to the top immediately as long as she transmitted the news. Her slave status, her tribe's future and everything else would not be a problem anymore. Sir Supremacy would never lie. However, just as she was about to take action, she felt a light beam enter her mind. She could longer sense anything after that. The woman's body turned into ashes instantly. Luo Yunyang was not addicted to killing. However, at the moment, he was fuming with rage and his mind was engulfed with murderous intent. The leader of the Thunder Ray tribe was silently cursing the woman's stupidity. Why would Luo Yunyang allow her to live and collect the Supremacy's bounty? Emperor Lord Yunyang, I'm not related to her. The Thunder Ray tribe leader begged. Luo Yunyang ignored this person as a communication device fell on his hand with a wave. Despite not knowing the password to the communication device, Luo Yunyang was able to wipe its contents instantly by using his consciousness. This number is invalid. The number you have dialed is invalid. The number you have dialed is unavailable. Luo Yunyang turned to Yan Qing after dialing 10 consecutive invalid numbers. What's going on? Yan Qing was slightly emotional as she replied, I don't know either. It's a terrifying voice. Yan Qing shook uncontrollably and did not complete her sentence. Someone said something. Luo Yunyang waved his arms and the scenes in Yan Qingchao's head appeared in front of everyone. Yan Qingchao, who was wearing a bathrobe, was lazing around and surfing a human tribe website on her communication device. It was a habitual leisure activity that she was accustomed to. Suddenly, a terrifying voice echoed throughout the void she was in. Her body shook uncontrollably when she heard it. Luo, will strip the human tribe of all civilization and return it to nothing. After that, Yan Qing realized that her sturdy, beautiful house had crumbled in an instant. The entire developing, flourishing city had turned into ruins as well. Just as she started feeling extremely terrified, the scary voice rang out again. Luo, will strip the human tribe of their evolution in martial techniques. They shall return to pre-evolution days. Although she wasn't considered an elite martialist, Yan Qing was at least a grandmaster in the human tribe. Unfortunately, after hearing what Luo's Supremacy said, she felt power leaking out from her body rapidly. That's right, it was leaking. Her internal source core had disappeared instantly. Meanwhile, her meridians and all cultivation paths and techniques were wiped out. Yan Qing understood the importance of martial techniques. Thus, she realized that the human tribe had lost an extremely important thing after sensing the emptiness in her head. The voice spoke again while she and the people around her were wailing in sorrow. I took your advancement in knowledge and your ability to resist crisis. Now, I will take away your life after you turn 40. Yan Qing was scared witless when she heard the voice and fell to the ground. She had been hoping to erase this part of her memory for a very long time. After all, it had left a lingering fear in the depths of her heart that she had never dared to remember again. After the mighty voice dissipated, Luo Yunyang turned his attention to the Thunder Ray tribesman. Can you tell me what exactly happened? The Thunder Ray tribesman was frightened when Luo Yunyang asked this question. He was trembling in fear. Despite wanting to say something, he wasn't able to do so. He only managed to sigh in relief when Luo Yunyang looked at him again before speaking timidly. I don't know either. I only know that the Supremacy took matters into his own hands and exterminated the human tribe's elites. Luo Yunyang, who could sense that the intergalactic pirate wasn't lying, breathed coldly. Do not be afraid to be used by others. Only be afraid of being useless. Since you don't know anything, it's useless for you to stay alive. Now die. Luo Yunyang's words sent shivers down the man's spine. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his body was turned to ashes before he could do that. Luo Yunyang ignored the ladies, who were all tormented by fear. His consciousness was searching rapidly for the sky vision, as he hoped to gather some information. However, there wasn't much news regarding the human tribe on the sky vision. Most people were talking about relegating the human tribe from a second-grade tribe to a tribe of slaves. The rest of the news was all wanted posters of Luo Yunyang. In the Divine Union, an extreme wicked role was created to rank the martialists that defied orders or caused catastrophic harm to the Divine Union. Luo Yunyang's name was on the top of the extreme wicked role. There was a 5-page bounty on him. Just the monetary bounty alone was enough to buy an entire star system. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yan Qing and asked, "Do you know anything about the extreme wicked role?" While Yan Qing had almost fully recovered from her shock, she was still frightened when she saw Luo Yunyang's death stare. Before she could speak, Luo Yunyang waved his sleeves and the two of them disappeared from that spaceship. All the intergalactic pirates on the spaceship let out a sigh of relief. Some of them suddenly jumped up as they considered this a great opportunity. Just as they were about to take action, they discovered that their bodies were gradually disappearing. Eventually, the only people left in the huge spaceship were the captives. The captive ladies started crying in joy as they grabbed hold of their communication devices. However, when they were about to call their loved ones, they saw 7 bloody words on the sky vision: "I am back, Luo Yunyang." Luo Yunyang had personally leaked the news of his return. He had not hidden his address. This made the ladies who had originally been miserable feel relieved. "We should return home," one of the ladies, who belonged to the Cloud Sea tribe, said in relief. Yan Qing suddenly shouted at Luo Yunyang, "How could you announce your return on the sky vision? Don't you know that they're looking for you? Do you know that?" Luo Yunyang was nonchalant about it. "It doesn't matter." Suddenly, Yan Qing felt everything before her transform. When she opened her eyes again, she realized that she had arrived on a desolate planet. There were still people on the planet. However, they were wearing animal skins and tree leaves. They were all struggling painfully to survive. Although Yan Qing didn't know where she was, this scenario made her feel like breaking down. "This is where the Blue Rain Empire used to be," Luo Yunyang said coldly. She had never been to the Blue Rain Empire before, but she had heard of it. However, the legendary vast empire had been turned into ruins. Yan Qing's face turned pale. Every well-known place that Yan Qing had heard of had been reduced to a wasteland. When they arrived at the Bloody Massacre Path's Blood Spirit Sky, Yan Qing could even sense the increasing bloodlust coming from Luo Yunyang. She was frightened. Extreme fear welled from the bottom of her heart. She had a feeling that something disastrous was about to happen. Planets shifted and galaxies passed by quickly as they traversed the void. Yan Qing's surroundings changed once again and she arrived at a prosperous, developed star system. "Where are we?" Yan Qing asked curiously. Luo Yunyang's reply was as cold as ever. "This is the Divine Descendant Star Domain. It's a great place." Yan Qing had read about the Divine Descendant Star Domain in a book. It was one of the 46 top star domains the demigod tribe controlled. The presence of the demigod tribe's forces was sizable there. While her mind flooded with thoughts, Luo Yunyang, who was beside her, gently jabbed his finger towards the void. As a result, the prosperous, developed city began to collapse. In the blink of an eye, the entire star domain was reduced to smoke and fire. Countless demigod martialists fled from the destruction. However, this did not prevent their bodies from turning into ashes instantly. This technique is called Shattering Heavens. Luo Yunyang's voice said in Yan Qing's ears again. Chapter 699. Stars fall like rain in the demigod tribe. A teenager was browsing through the sky vision. He had a stunning cultivation base of a star grade, even though he was still very young. Seems that the entry requirements have been lowered greatly. I think I have been admitted too. A piece of news popped out suddenly in his mind as he was muttering to himself. It was a piece of news brought by the people on the sky vision. "I am back, Luo Yunyang." The teenager was stupefied when he saw Luo Yunyang's name. As a demigod tribesman, he knew about the extreme wicked role. "This guy is back. Wait, I think it's just a prank," the teenager concluded after looking at the unfamiliar number. Even so, he still replied to the post arrogantly. "Are you back here to die?" Like the teenager, most people did not really care about the news when they saw it. In a beautiful palace, the brilliant sun sage and the soliciting moon maiden were in the midst of a discussion. However, they looked a little more depressed than they should. Today wasn't a good time for the two of them to meet up, yet the unhappiness in their hearts had brought them together. Supreme Daozi is an *sshole. The brilliant Sun Sage clenched his fists tightly as he continued to snarl. I've spent countless hours and effort in order to find the divine alloy fluid, yet he took it away just because he said he liked it. Unreasonable. What an unreasonable *CK. The soliciting Moon Maiden did not respond to the brilliant Sun Sage's complaints. She pondered for a moment before replying, just endure it in the future. Despite telling the brilliant Sun Sage to calm down and let bygones be bygones, she couldn't contain her anger either as she punched a huge rock. The jade-white rock shattered instantly. When can we stop enduring this? I'd let it slide if Supreme Daozi wanted the cultivation materials for himself, but how could he take away something that our tribe has bestowed on you for that lowly sky-winged tribeswoman? The brilliant Sun Sage shouted out loud. Enough. The soliciting Moon Maiden interrupted him impolitely. I'll smack you if you continue speaking all this nonsense. The brilliant Sun Sage chuckled as he watched the raging soliciting Moon Goddess. I have always thought that you're exceptional in tolerating nonsense. Seems like you aren't as good as I thought. So what about it? The soliciting Moon Maiden took a deep breath and sighed. We can't beat him. The brilliant Sun Sage finally calmed down completely. Although the brilliant Sun Sage was very unwilling to accept this fact, he still knew clearly that what the soliciting Moon Maiden said was true. He was merely complaining a little. Why didn't Luo Yunyang kill him once and for all back then? Damn it, he should have eliminated another scoundrel for us. The brilliant Sun Sage lamented. Just as the soliciting Moon Maiden was about to speak, her communication device suddenly rang. She frowned and exclaimed when she saw the message, "The person you have been looking for has appeared." She tapped on her communication device to enlarge the contents of the message. Then, the sentence was projected onto the palace hall. The brilliant Sun Sage was shocked when he saw the words. However, he immediately grinned disdainfully. Hee, yet another prank, huh? Who knows where Luo Yunyang is hiding? I'm afraid he's not going to come out of hiding before becoming a supremacy first. The brilliant Sun Sage turned gloomy after saying that. All along, he had thought that he was a peerless genius whose cultivation goal had been to become a supremacy. However, he doubted that he could even become a universe-grade saint now. If Luo Yunyang becomes a supremacy, it'll be a huge blow to our tribe. The soliciting Moon Maiden then added, it's a pity that becoming a supremacy isn't an easy task to achieve. Although Luo Yunyang, suddenly, the projected image on the sky vision started shining brightly before she could even finish her sentence. Countless meteors fell like rain amid the bright light. At first glance, one would find the sky insanely beautiful. However, the soliciting Moon Maiden grimaced after studying it carefully. This is the divine descending star domain. It's the divine descending star domain. The soliciting Moon Maiden screamed in fear. The brilliant Sun Sage, who had been preoccupied by his resentment, was staring in disbelief at the shattered sky. His face had turned very ugly as well. Although they hadn't been born in the divine descending star domain, they knew that the divine descending star domain was a vital region of the demigod tribe. It could be said that the divine descending star domain was one of the demigod tribe's foundations. They provided the demigod tribe with superior support annually. Unfortunately, this star domain was currently in flames. Countless planets were burning while space turbulence was surging through the seemingly endless void. How is this possible? The brilliant Sun Sage was shaking as he spoke. We have to report this to the Patriarch. The soliciting Moon Maiden, who was the first to overcome her shock, shouted at the brilliant Sun Sage. The brilliant Sun Sage was still in a daze. After a moment, he suddenly asked, do you think he is really back? If the explosion before them hadn't occurred, the soliciting Moon Maiden would have treated this question as a joke. However, the soliciting Moon Maiden was also thinking about it now. Was he really back? There was a really high probability of this. After thinking for a moment, the soliciting Moon Maiden answered, it is not impossible. What is happening to the divine descending star domain? Dahai Saint roared maniacally. In fact, Dahai Saint had seen the same scene of destruction at the same time as the soliciting Moon Maiden and the brilliant Sun Sage. Patriarch, the divine descending star domain is gone. The man who answered was crouching on the ground, and his voice was shaking tremendously. The entire star domain has collapsed. How is this possible? The old ancestor had thoroughly checked it out. The divine descending star domain was never supposed to collapse. It could go on for countless years. Dahai Saint, who always had a calm demeanor, was screaming frantically now. However, the demigod elite who was crouching on the ground was clueless about what had happened to the star domain. He could only kneel on the ground and remain silent. Patriarch, this must have been done by someone, a universe-grade saint suggested as he entered Dahai Saint's palace hall. In the past, Dahai Saint would have gotten very upset if someone had entered his palace hall without seeking permission. However, he couldn't care less about his subordinate's lack of courtesy now. Say, who do you think it was? Dahai Saint roared angrily. Patriarch, please take a look at this. The saint moved his finger gently and the words left by Luo Yunyang appeared before Dahai Saint. Dahai Saint had already seen the words. However, he had not believed that they were true. Or rather, he had thought that someone was just provoking the demigod tribe. Dahai Saint had never treated such a puny provocation seriously. However, after seeing the shattered star domain, he was totally stunned. Is he really back? Dahai Saint muttered to himself before screaming out loud, "Virtual realm, trace the communication device that sent this message." The virtual realm was of great importance. Although the demigod tribe was always in control of the virtual realm, because of the agreement between the various tribes, only the patriarch of the demigod tribe had the right to use the virtual realm to track someone. If the divine descending star domain hadn't been destroyed, Dahai Saint wouldn't have risked utilizing the sky vision. Originally, Dahai Saint hadn't been confident in this method of tracking someone. After all, most people would discard their communication device after doing an evil deed. This time, after tracking the device for half a minute, the virtual realm displayed an expanse of space on the big screen. It was a massive space filled with an immeasurable amount of spirit energy. Dahai Saint frowned when he saw this space. He frowned because he was very familiar with the expanse of space shown on the screen. It was one of the most important star domains of the demigod tribe, the divine soaring star domain. Compared to the divine descending star domain, the divine soaring star domain was much more important, as it was closer to the demigod tribe's main planet. A premonition started to develop in Dahai Saint's heart as he looked at the divine soaring star domain. He actually felt extremely worried. Contact the sky soaring saint of the divine soaring star domain. Tell him that he must. Two figures appeared in front of Dahai Saint as he was passing down his instructions. Both of them were from the human tribe. There was one man and one woman. Dahai Saint could see that the woman was an ordinary person. However, he was shocked when he saw the man. This man was not an ordinary person. Just as Dahai Saint was deep in thought, the figure seemed to feel something as he turned and looked into the screen. His eyes seemed to cross the endless space. Dahai Saint felt his heart hammering crazily when he saw those eyes. It was Luo Yunyang, the very Luo Yunyang they had wanted to capture so badly. The Luo Yunyang who had become a stray dog when the celestial world supremacy had entered his reincarnation cycle and wouldn't return that easily. Luo Yunyang had returned. Long time no see, Dahai Saint. A faint voice echoed in the void. Dahai Saint felt his heart trembling so hard that he could barely speak when he heard the voice. Luo Yunyang, what do you want? Listen, don't act rashly. This matter. Dahai Saint, who knew what was going to happen, was stuttering. His tone was filled with pleading anguish. Luo Yunyang smiled lightly. He did not shut down the screen observing him. Instead, he slowly extended his finger and pointed at the brilliant sky right in front of Dahai Saint. It was the shattering heavens. Light erupted for thousands of miles while stars fell like rain. Chapter 700. Boundless skies. Luo Supremacy sensed Luo Yunyang's arrival through a trace of consciousness he had left behind in the divine soaring star domain, not through the virtual realm. Luo Supremacy's rise had begun in the divine soaring star domain before he had become a supremacy. Hence, this star domain had been named divine soaring star domain as a result. Luo Supremacy had still left a trace of his consciousness behind, even though he had left this place a long time ago. He finally woke up from his seclusive training when his trace of consciousness was destroyed. In mere seconds, everything that was happening in the divine soaring star domain entered his mind. Luo Supremacy fumed when he saw the ruins of his foundation. However, the anger on his face turned into a smile immediately. Luo Yunyang. He saw Luo Yunyang while the divine soaring star domain was collapsing. Luo Supremacy's scalp itched when he saw Luo Yunyang's figure. Luo Yunyang's refusal to show him face during his 10 reincarnation cycles was like a blade stabbed deep in his heart that made him extremely uncomfortable. However, he had not made his move at the time because he had been concerned about the celestial world supremacy. After confirming that the celestial world's supremacy had entered his reincarnation cycle, the first thing Luo's supremacy had done was take action against Luo Yunyang. However, Luo Yunyang had been missing from his training location. After searching everywhere, he still hadn't been able to find him. This had made Luo's supremacy very upset. However, besides feeling upset, he had been worried too. Worried about Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, that really abominable guy, could suppress all the sacred emperors. However, the main reason he could do this was because of the precious treasures that he possessed. Those treasures allowed him to be just a little weaker than the supremacies. It would be troublesome if Luo Yunyang improved gradually and eventually became a supremacy. Therefore, Luo's supremacy had exhausted all kinds of methods to find Luo Yunyang. He had even contacted the Blood Lotus supremacy and the other supremacies in the purgatory. Unfortunately, no matter what he had done, he just hadn't been able to find any traces of Luo Yunyang. Just as Luo's supremacy had been about to quit searching for Luo Yunyang had actually appeared. While Luo Yunyang had appeared in a rather strange fashion, Luo's supremacy didn't seem to care at all. In Luo's supremacy's opinion, Luo Yunyang was as good as dead now that he had decided to appear. He must have a death wish. Luo's supremacy snorted coldly as he instantly reversed space-time and appeared mysteriously in the divine soaring star domain, which was in the midst of collapsing. The essence of the technique was to utilize the retained images Luo's supremacy had left when he had been in the divine soaring star domain in the past. By reversing the time and space of the retained images, Luo's supremacy was able to arrive as soon as possible in the divine soaring star domain. Luo Yunyang, you are going nowhere. Luo's supremacy conjured a massive palm and tried to grab Luo Yunyang the moment he appeared. Luo Yunyang smirked when he saw Luo's supremacy. He grabbed hold of Yan Chink and disappeared into the void without waiting for Luo's supremacy to make his move. Are you trying to run? Do you think you can do so? Luo's supremacy wasn't angry. In fact, he was sneering. Luo's supremacy tore open the void and entered it instantly. He had absolute confidence in his own speed. He might as well kill himself if he allowed Luo Yunyang to escape this time. The virtual realm had started to broadcast the situation as soon as Luo's supremacy had appeared. However, the broadcast was showing more of Luo's supremacy while he was making his move. Someone on the Sky Vision posted, "He's suicidal. No one can save him." Although the poster did not explicitly state whom he was referring to, everyone knew that he was referring to Luo Yunyang. Supreme Daozi had never accessed the virtual realm before, yet he was also staring ardently at Sky Vision's content now. He smiled upon seeing people say that Luo Yunyang was suicidal. Although he found it inconceivable that Luo Yunyang would actually make such a reckless move, he still believed in Luo's supremacy. There was no way Luo Yunyang would escape this peril once Luo's supremacy made his moves. Luo Yunyang was a fool. If he was in Luo Yunyang's shoes, Supreme Daozi wouldn't appear until he managed to obtain powers equivalent to a supremacy's. After all, it was simply an impossible and deadly attempt to face Luo's supremacy. In the purgatory, Blue Lotus Daozi had also stopped training. He looked at the empty image on the virtual realm and shook his head. Maybe the only image we can see is the moment he gets killed. Although Blue Lotus Daozi did not believe in Luo Yunyang, he respected him. Blue Lotus Daozi, who was less flustered, seemed like a new entity. Before the woman who was waiting on him could speak, he shook his head again and said, "Luo Yunyang is too reckless." Blue Lotus Daozi wasn't the only one who felt that way. Many people who had crossed paths with Luo Yunyang felt the same way. In an unknown star domain, the empty fire saint shook his head while watching the Sky Vision. However, he didn't say anything in the end. In many people's opinion, it should be a piece of cake for Luo's supremacy to kill Luo Yunyang. However, when the image reappeared in the virtual realm, everyone saw Luo Yunyang standing in the middle of a star domain. In order to capture the moment Luo Yunyang got killed by Luo's supremacy, the demigod tribe, which controlled the virtual realm, had already invested more money that would allow the top artifacts that processed the virtual world to operate at maximum output. Therefore, Luo Yunyang's image in the star domain appeared instantly before many people. This is the Divine Field Star Domain. A martialist from the Divine Field Star Domain shouted at the top of his lungs. Some celestial domain-grade emperors were prepared to move in on Luo Yunyang when they saw his figure. Luo Yunyang's finger pointed gently forward, causing a bright beam of light to erupt forth in the divine field star domain. The dazzling meteors, which looked like raindrops, illuminated the entire space in an instant. Luo Supremacy also appeared now. His eyes burned with rage as he observed the broken and tattered divine field star domain. His reputation wasn't on the line, as he hadn't been able to do anything when the previous 2 star domains had been destroyed. However, he was now in pursuit of Luo Yunyang. Not only had he failed to catch up with Luo Yunyang, but this pursuit had also resulted in the destruction of yet another star domain. This was a great shame. The greatest shame of his life. Die, Luo Yunyang. Luo Supremacy's wrath reached its tipping point as he dealt a heavy blow to Luo Yunyang. When the palm strike appeared, the color of the sky surrounding it changed immediately. Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others, who had been watching the situation through the virtual realm, felt momentarily shaken when they saw the palm strike. A supremacy, especially an important one like Luo Supremacy, had executed a move in anger. Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others considered this a very rare opportunity to learn something. Hence, although it was difficult for them to watch, they still persisted. Sacred Emperor Mogo spat out a mouthful of blood as he quickly shut his eyes. What he saw wasn't an attack, but the laws of the heavens formed by the merging of a few origin source laws. It was the laws of heaven, the heavenly laws. No one could defy them. Luo Yunyang was wearing a strange armor. However, even though his cultivation base was better than Sacred Emperor Moguo's, there was no way he could run away from that palm strike. Just as Sacred Emperor Mogo was feeling sorry for Luo Yunyang, a loud roar erupted in his ears again. The roar came from Luo Supremacy. Sacred Emperor Mogo had the urge to spit a mouthful of blood again when he heard it. Boom, boom, boom. Many elite martialists were collapsing throughout the endless void. They had adjusted the clarity of the broadcast to the highest quality so that they could have a clearer view of Luo Supremacy's execution. They had never expected that Luo Supremacy would execute the power of the heavenly laws so overwhelmingly that it would make them collapse. Any martialists below the universe grade should stop watching Luo Supremacy's techniques. The various factions came up with a response. Even though they hoped that their disciples would gain insight by watching the battle, every life mattered. Thus, they did not want to suffer such a huge loss by letting their disciples die while watching the battle. Countless people entered the sky vision, hoping to see the news of Luo Yunyang's death. Meanwhile, some people were hoping to see Luo Yunyang's escape. Luo Yunyang did not pay attention to the things happening in the virtual world. He glanced at Yang Qiang, who was beside him, and said gently, "Leave." Luo Yunyang didn't seem like he cared that this astonishing palm strike was headed his way at all. The earth-shaking palm struck the already shattered void, creating even more cracks. However, Luo Yunyang's figure had vanished long before this started. When Luo Supremacy's consciousness found Luo Yunyang again, he was already in yet another star domain. Luo Yunyang glared at the massive star domain. "Stop, Luo Yunyang." Luo Supremacy bellowed as he observed the massive star domain. While Luo Supremacy was yelling, Luo Supremacy also appeared. "Luo Yunyang, I hope we can talk about this. If you do it again, then..." Luo Supremacy's status was much higher than Luo Supremacy's. His words carried a calm yet mighty awe. However, before he could finish his sentence, Luo Yunyang executed his shattering heavens technique again. In an instant, stars began to fall like rain again. He is a supremacy. Someone on the Sky Vision posted a voice message. Who else but a supremacy could escape a supremacy's attack that easily? The voice message shook the entire virtual realm momentarily. Everyone watching the situation had only one thought at the moment. There was one more supremacy in the realm now. How could that be? Chapter 701. What can you do to me? Supremacy. This word represented a figure admired by countless people. Someone as great as the skies. Many saints remembered that the number of supremacies was small and had remained the same ever since they had started their cultivation journey. Actually, there was one less celestial world supremacy, yet no one had joined the ranks. Had Luo Yunyang really become a supremacy? Many people were shocked when that was mentioned. Of course, some people also questioned the factuality of the statement. Supremacies are ultimate figures and rulers of the void. It is rumored that when one becomes a supremacy, mysterious phenomena take place in the sky. How could Luo Yunyang become a supremacy when nothing happened before? People accepted this argument rather quickly. After all, the statement that Luo Yunyang had become a supremacy was too shocking to accept. If Luo Yunyang isn't a supremacy, then what is he? The person who had suggested that Luo Yunyang had become a supremacy wasn't going to be outdone while he explained his analysis. Even a sacred emperor wouldn't escape that easily when being pursued by a supremacy. This statement also attracted the approval of many people. After all, supremacies possessed the ability to control time and space, and sacred emperors had no means to deal with it. How could he escape the pursuit of a supremacy if he wasn't one himself? While there were a lot of discussions and disputes, Dahai Saint was livid. Or rather, he was cursing furiously. 13 star domains, all of them really important ones. As each of them collapsed, the demigod tribe's losses started piling up. Luo Yunyang, you'll die a horrible death. Hurry up, inform the surrounding star domains and quickly gather all the universe-grade elites on the main planet. Shenluo Supremacy has made his move already. He is going to grab hold of Luo Yunyang and tear him to pieces. The huge palace hall was filled with the saints' loud commands, while Dahai Saint's eyes were bloodshot. Fear had engulfed all the demigod tribe territories, as everyone had their eyes glued on the sky vision. They were all afraid of the impending danger. They were afraid that Luo Yunyang would appear in their own star domain. However, that was something they couldn't control. Momentarily, the demigod tribe plunged into a crisis it had not encountered for many years. After Luo Yunyang destroyed yet another star domain, Shenluo Supremacy appeared out of the void and blocked his way. Shenluo Supremacy was the #1 figure in the demigod tribe. His ever-cold eyes were filled with rage at the moment. Usually, the lives of ordinary people were insignificant to a supremacy, but the destruction of more than a dozen star domains had angered Shenluo Supremacy tremendously. You exude the aura of a supremacy. Shenluo Supremacy stared coldly at Luo Yunyang but did not immediately take action. His expression was fluctuating. At the same time, Weiluo Supremacy arrived. Weiluo Supremacy was livid. The destruction of more than a dozen star domains had happened right before his eyes, which made him feel incredibly frustrated and defeated. Hence, he roared angrily when he saw Luo Yunyang and conjured an omnipresent net formed by countless origin source laws. The net flew over at Luo Yunyang and tried to ensnare him. Luo Yunyang simply snorted when he saw the omnipresent net forming before him. Then, the light that was about to imprison Luo Yunyang suddenly halted in midair. Stop! Shenluo Supremacy yelled. Although Weiluo Supremacy was an arrogant man, he still revered Shenluo Supremacy greatly. While Weiluo Supremacy was unwilling to stop his attack, he eventually gave in when he heard Shenluo Supremacy's voice. Luo Yunyang, I did not expect that you'd step into the realm of a supremacy. Shenluo Supremacy then added in a very stern tone, I'm going to give you a chance. As long as you vow to become a member of the demigod tribe, I'll forget about what just happened. Weiluo Supremacy's expression twitched as he shifted his attention onto Luo Yunyang. He was no fool. In fact, he had already been suspicious of Luo Yunyang when he had not been able to catch up with him. He was able to confirm his suspicions after listening to Shenluo Supremacy. Even so, he was drowned by complex sentiments. Besides jealousy, he also felt great shock. He was shocked that Luo Yunyang had actually become a supremacy. It was true that the destruction of more than a dozen star domains would not be a big issue if Luo Yunyang was to join the demigod tribe. However, Luo Yunyang answered Shenluo Supremacy's question with a cold sneer. He looked at the Shenluo Supremacy and asked, Are you done? Let's continue if you are. Weiluo Supremacy understood Luo Yunyang's attitude. He immediately looked at the Shenluo Supremacy and discovered that a white crown had appeared on Shenluo Supremacy's head. You have sinned and you shall die. Don't blame us for the fact that you have a death wish. Shenluo Supremacy's hands quickly formed hand seals as he spoke. Suddenly, a sky-splitting radiance erupted in the void. A massive palm emerged from the bright light and crashed heavily towards Luo Yunyang. Weiluo Supremacy trembled slightly when he saw the mighty palm attack. He was aware of the power of the palm strike. Hence, he did not make his move. He quietly observed the gathering of hundreds of origin source laws on the palm crashing onto Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang felt the world around him begin to freeze the moment the palm approached. It seemed like Shenluo Supremacy's cultivation base had leveled up when he had executed the palm strike. This wasn't because of Shenluo Supremacy, but because of the small crown on the top of his head. According to the terms of the mysterious Great Sky Cosmos, if Shenluo Supremacy's cultivation base was equivalent to surviving the first level of martial path heavenly tribulation, thanks to the extra boost of the small crown, his power would reach the peak of a level 2 martial path heavenly tribulation. Unfortunately, Shenluo's supremacy was facing Luo Yunyang, who had the attribute regulator. After decreasing Shenluo's supremacy's speed attribute and increasing his own to a bearable limit, Luo Yunyang took a step forward and disappeared into the distance. He had disappeared with one step. Shenluo's supremacy found it hilarious when Luo Yunyang took the step. He wondered why Luo Yunyang was so suspicious of him that he even tried to escape when it came down to a moment like this. However, he finally realized the seriousness of the matter when he saw Luo Yunyang disappear before him along with Yan Qing. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to catch up. His tremendous palm strike missed the target as it crashed into nothingness. This made him incredibly angry. As the master of the entire divine union, when was the last time he had suffered such a humiliating loss? Chase after him, Shenluo's supremacy screamed impatiently at Weiluo's supremacy. Although Weiluo's supremacy wanted to know what had happened, he also understood that he would have to pay a heavy price if he asked while Shenluo's supremacy was raging. The two supremacies tore through the void and rushed in the direction where Luo Yunyang was headed. However, when they arrived at the place Luo Yunyang had escaped to, all they discovered was a ruined star domain. Fury was written all over Weiluo's supremacy's face. He wanted to let out a howl of anguish but he couldn't do so. Go to hell, Luo Yunyang. Shenluo's supremacy's eyes had turned silver and his voice was cold. A silvery light and a shadow began to gather behind him as he cursed Luo Yunyang. This astonishing battle had even attracted the attention of the Purgatory, the Bug Race and the Machine Empire. The Blood, Lotus Supremacy's vision tore through the void and reached the battlefield. When he saw the light and shadow gathering behind Shenluo's supremacy, he sneered, hee hee. The ancient sky celestial true body. That same old trick. Senior brother, can Luo Yunyang still escape? Blue Lotus Daozi, who stood aside, asked softly. The Blood Lotus Supremacy shook his head gently. I don't know. As the Blood Lotus Supremacy completed his sentence, Luo Yunyang once again disappeared into the void. This time, Shenluo's supremacy only formed hand seals rapidly. He did not chase after Luo Yunyang. When the last hand seal was formed, a massive silver palm appeared immediately and grabbed at Luo Yunyang. The palm tore through time and space instantly. Luo Yunyang, who had escaped very far away, suddenly found himself trapped again within the palm. Luo Yunyang was not afraid of that mighty palm. He just transferred most of his power attribute points to his speed attribute. Whenever the mighty palm seemed like it was going to land on Luo Yunyang's body, he appeared in another position. Boom, boom, boom. Yet another star domain was destroyed as he evaded the palm's attack. Shenluo's supremacy, please kill Luo Yunyang. The people of the demigod tribe were praying loudly. Some people were even madly cheering when they saw the massive palm traveling through the void as if it was about to smash Luo Yunyang's body by doing so. It was getting closer and closer. However, every time the palm approached, Luo Yunyang would dash millions of miles away. He had destroyed 6 or 7 star domains in the blink of an eye. FCKU. Shenluo's supremacy was dashing frantically towards Luo Yunyang to intercept him. Besides burning with rage, Shenluo's supremacy also started to panic as he watched Luo Yunyang change direction again. He was heading to the Divine Origin planet, the base of the demigod tribe. Luo Yunyang was currently heading towards the Divine Origin planet. What's wrong? What can you do to me? Chapter 702. 3 Supremacies joining hands. The Divine Origin planet was humongous. Its surface area was equivalent to 10,000 ordinary planets. 18 suns revolved around the Divine Origin planet like satellites. Some of those martialists which had a higher cultivation base could even see the silhouette of all the sky celestials that were standing tall in between the sky and earth. Despite being silhouettes, they could not be underestimated, as they played a vital part in the demigod tribe people's cultivation. Demigod tribe people treated the silhouettes as divine inscriptions. Their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds as long as they were able to comprehend one of the divine inscriptions. Furthermore, this wasn't the most important benefit. The most important benefit was that after comprehending one of the divine inscriptions, the cultivator would have a smooth cultivation journey. Everything would be a piece of cake. Because of that, the Divine Origin planet was vital to the demigod tribe. Luo Yunyang was rushing towards the Divine Origin planet. Although Shenluo's supremacy was very confident in the Divine Origin planet's defense system, he still grimaced after thinking about all the star domains that had been destroyed. While chasing Luo Yunyang, he was also desperately trying to contact another supremacy of his tribe. He asked her to come immediately, no matter what. Right after Shenluo's supremacy contacted his fellow supremacy, Luo Yunyang arrived above the divine origin planet. Fire! A demigod martialist was screaming at the top of his lungs at a control center in the middle of the divine origin planet. Although his cultivation base wasn't too strong, he currently had an important responsibility. The demigod tribe had been based on the divine origin planet for eons. While there weren't any weapons available that could threaten a supremacy, there were many forces that could defend themselves against saints. Tens of thousands of star annihilation cannons were fired frantically. The destructive power of the star annihilation cannons was superb, as they sent out eye-blinding light beams that would destroy anything in their path. The demigod elite was completely drained of his energy after firing the thousands of star annihilation cannons. He felt as if he was going to collapse due to exhaustion. Even so, he still tightened his grip on the cannons, hoping that his attacks would delay Luo Yunyang for a second. It would take 3 seconds for the supremacy's help to arrive. If the star annihilation cannons could delay him for a second, then all the elites who had taken flight into the sky would be able to hold on for 2 more seconds. When the light beam approached Luo Yunyang, it suddenly disappeared completely without a trace. Luo Yunyang's body was like a chaotic whole as it actually devoured the devastating energy coming from the light beam. Luo Yunyang, aren't you afraid that your actions will be punished by heavens? An elite from the demigod tribe burst out through the void when the light beam shot out. His voice was trembling, and his body was shaking in anger. Apart from feeling angry, he was also very afraid of Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang ignored that demigod elite completely. He pointed his finger forward at the 10 demigod saints who were dashing towards him and unleashed 100,000 sword lights at them. The sword lights disintegrated the bodies of the 10 demigod saints instantly. Although they had been prepared to die, they still desperately resisted when Luo Yunyang attacked. However, their bodies and their consciousness were completely obliterated when the sword lights struck them. The individual who had shouted at Luo Yunyang was the last to die. Lines of divine inscriptions were emerging frantically from the void. The 18 suns that revolved around the divine origin planet illuminated it greatly. Luo Yunyang sneered as he looked at the 18 suns. In an instant, he executed the shattering heavens, aiming directly at the suns. Boom, boom, boom. The 18 suns exploded almost at the same time, the explosive energy causing the sky to become a shade darker. The 18 suns weren't very important to Shenluo's supremacy and the others. They could simply gather a few more suns from other places if they wanted to. However, the scene of the destruction was extremely heartbreaking to watch. Luo Yunyang, enough is enough. A woman from the demigod tribe tore apart the void and arrived instantly, lashing out at Luo Yunyang. Her 10-meter-tall physical body was shining brightly, and she was clad in pure white armor. The divine inscriptions reacted instantly when she appeared, forming a large array with the woman in the center. Both Shenluo's supremacy and Weiluo's supremacy were greatly relieved when she appeared. Tianluo, you must stop him. I must arrest this scoundrel today, Shenluo's supremacy said furiously. The woman nodded her head and shot an icy glare at Luo Yunyang. While Luo Yunyang had never seen the woman before, he had heard of the 3 great supremacies of the demigod tribe. The woman in front of him was Tianluo's supremacy, overbearing Shenluo, vicious Weiluo, and gentle Tianluo. The celestial world supremacy had used these names. Although Tianluo never got involved in matters like this, she was the one that the celestial world supremacy had been worried about the most. That's right. The person the celestial world supremacy was worried about the most was the woman in front of Luo Yunyang. Tianluo's supremacy's attributes were not impressive. Actually, they were equivalent to a heavenly venerate who had passed a level 1 martial path heavenly tribulation. However, when Luo Yunyang met her in the void, he felt as if she was a part of the environment of this place. Luo Yunyang made his move after thinking for a moment. He did not utilize his attribute regulator. Instead, he took out his broken blade and cleaved at Tianluo's supremacy. The cleave of the blade exuded impressive, earth-shaking awe. Tianluo's supremacy frowned a little when Luo Yunyang made his move. Momentarily, a white halo appeared at the tip of her finger and sprung forward to meet Luo Yunyang's blade cleave. The chaotic obliteration blade was Luo Yunyang's self-invented blade technique as well as the technique that possessed the most murderous intent. The divine origin planet could turn into dust instantly if this cleave landed on it. However, When Luo Yunyang's attack collided with Tianluo Supremacy's finger, he felt an exceptionally gentle force dragging on his long blade and gradually decreasing the impact of his blade. Luo Yunyang's expression turned grave. At the same time, Shenluo Supremacy and Weiluo Supremacy started coming at him. The crown on Shenluo Supremacy's head blazed brightly as countless origin source laws congregated on the fist he had blasted out. The fist strike wasn't fast, but it was overwhelming. Weiluo Supremacy's figure multiplied into a million countless clones, sealing the space around Luo Yunyang. Those methods would have been useless to Luo Yunyang in a one-on-one battle. However, all three supremacies were besieging Luo Yunyang at the same time. The reason Weiluo Supremacy did that was to create the right conditions so that Luo Yunyang could not avoid the combined attack of Tianluo Supremacy and Shenluo Supremacy. Luo Yunyang looked at the imposing Shenluo Supremacy and made a decision instantly. Although it was easy for him to escape by using his attribute regulator, he was prepared to take Shenluo Supremacy's fist head-on. The attribute regulator had a good read on Shenluo Supremacy's power attribute. Hence, Luo Yunyang did not decrease Shenluo Supremacy's attributes. Instead, he directly increased his own. In an instant, Luo Yunyang retaliated by blasting out a punch towards Shenluo Supremacy. Common origin source laws were no longer capable of improving the strength of individuals like Luo Yunyang and Shenluo Supremacy. Therefore, both Luo Yunyang and Shenluo Supremacy were competing against each other's most basic power. Boom, boom, boom. When the two fists collided, Luo Yunyang felt a burning hot energy rushing into his body. This extremely peculiar energy even made the impact of his power decrease. However, the power was eventually suppressed after Luo Yunyang's internal universe spun rapidly. Shenluo Supremacy himself was in a pretty bad state. Luo Yunyang had transferred the majority of his heavenly venerate true body's attributes into his own power attributes. Hence, the power generated by his fist was 3 times greater than that of Shenluo Supremacy. The impact threw Shenluo Supremacy off his feet as he was flung away. The sound of his bones breaking could even be heard in the void. Shenluo Supremacy, who was flung away at the impact, collided with many stars and planets, causing some stars that were at least hundreds of meters away to turn to dust instantly. Weiluo Supremacy, who had been about to take advantage of the situation to attack Luo Yunyang sneakily, was shocked by the scene. His thousands of clones were blasted out miles away before regrouping. Tianluo Supremacy was similarly appalled by what had happened. She had always thought that the reason Luo Yunyang was able to create such massive destruction was because of his astonishing speed. As long as the three of them could restrict his movements, they would not have a problem dealing with him. However, the collision between the fists had shocked her completely. Not only was Luo Yunyang no weaker than them in terms of power, but he was actually stronger than them by a considerable margin. This was a troublesome situation. Where are you going? Instead of retreating away from Luo Yunyang, Tianluo Supremacy was in fact moving towards him. The divine inscriptions around her transformed into a light chain that snaked towards Luo Yunyang instantly. Why would I leave? Luo Yunyang did not retreat either. Instead, he took a step towards Tianluo Supremacy. When he took this step, his entire body strangely passed over Tianluo Supremacy. Chapter 703. A moment of existence, a moment of eternity. How did Luo Yunyang get so strong? Blue Lotus Daozi exclaimed when he saw Luo Yunyang blast Shenluo Supremacy away. Blue Lotus Daozi had ascended into the universe grade. It hadn't been difficult for him at all. As long as he put his mind to it and received assistance from the Blood Lotus Supremacy, he could immediately become a peak universe grade or even a sacred emperor. However, Blue Lotus Daozi couldn't do so. His goal was to become a supremacy that surpassed the Blood Lotus Supremacy. It would be very difficult for him to do so if he just became a sacred emperor. Therefore, despite the attractiveness of becoming a sacred emperor easily, Blue Lotus Daozi held on to his resolve. The disappearance of the celestial world supremacy was good news for Blue Lotus Daozi. According to the Blood Lotus Supremacy's estimation, the fewer supremacies there were in the realm, the easier it would be for someone to become a supremacy. The disappearance of the celestial world supremacy was a God-sent convenience to those that wanted to become a supremacy. Blue Lotus Daozi had treated this opportunity as his exclusive right. However, Luo Yunyang's performance against the 3 supremacies was impressive. He also exuded the awe of a supremacy. This made him extremely uncomfortable. He was secretly delighted when Luo Yunyang was besieged by the 3 supremacies. It would be lovely news for him if Luo Yunyang died during the assault. However, Luo Yunyang was actually able to make Shenluo supremacy retreat with a single punch. This action destroyed the lovely scene he had been expecting to watch. The Blood Lotus supremacy found it unbelievable. This outcome had totally exceeded his expectations. While Shenluo supremacy might not be a match for him, he could never make Shenluo supremacy retreat as easily as Luo Yunyang had managed with a single punch. The Blood Lotus supremacy wasn't surprised when Luo Yunyang displayed supremacy-level capabilities. After all, it wouldn't matter if the realm found a new supremacy in Luo Yunyang. However, he was stunned by Luo Yunyang's punch. He had been born different and possessed exceptional talent. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang actually surpassed him in this aspect, which did not sit well with the Blood Lotus supremacy. Generational geniuses come one after another. Seems like both of us have to work harder, the Blood Lotus supremacy mumbled. In the Machine Empire, Black Shenzi was standing respectfully beside a massive black metallic figure, watching the battle on a screen. Black Shenzi had also improved his cultivation a lot in the past year while Luo Yunyang had been gone. His body had become dark red, so the name Red Shenzi would suit him more now. However, nobody dared to joke about this in front of Black Shenzi. After all, Black Shenzi was already considered a saint. You improved so much by using just a star origin metal. Take a look at that. While you're improving, he is also improving. The name Ignorant Supremacy sounded rather modest and reserved, but his calculating abilities and attacking prowess were very famous among the other supremacies. I will forever remember your teachings, teacher. Black Shenzi stared at Luo Yunyang, who blasted Shenluo's supremacy away with reverence. He had seen a similar image in his dreams. However, Luo Yunyang had accomplished this while he was still working hard towards achieving it. The tides have changed, the Ignorant Supremacy muttered. The celestial world supremacy disappeared to God knows where and never returned. Instead, it is Luo Yunyang who returned as a supremacy. I guess our good days are finally coming to an end. Black Shenzi would have refuted this claim if any random person had said it. However, the Ignorant Supremacy was no random person. Who was the Ignorant Supremacy? He was the number one figure among the four great factions when it came to calculations. Most of the things he predicted would happen. Teacher, what is going to happen? Black Shenzi asked anxiously. I don't know, the Ignorant Supremacy replied gravely. I didn't even know something like this would happen. Black Shenzi was breaking out in cold sweat. Any events that couldn't be calculated by the Ignorant Supremacy were the scariest events ever. While the two of them were engaged in this conversation, Luo Yunyang arrived outside the Divine Origin planet after stepping through Tianluo's supremacy's obstruction. Black Shenzi stared closely at the step that Luo Yunyang took. However, he still wasn't able to comprehend how Luo Yunyang had evaded Tianluo's supremacy's blockade and arrived outside the Divine Origin planet. Teacher, what's going on? Nothing. Luo Yunyang is just much faster. The Ignorant Supremacy was shaking slightly. I'm afraid we have to reassess Luo Yunyang's strength. Stop at once, Luo Yunyang. I'll decimate every single human on every planet if you destroy the Divine Origin planet. Shenluo's supremacy was losing it as he screamed in madness. The sky and earth trembled as the supremacy raged. As the leader of the demigod tribe, Shenluo's supremacy definitely had the determination and the ability to make his claim a reality. Luo Yunyang did not stop at all. His movements remained as fast as ever, and he did not turn to look at Shenluo's supremacy either. Same here, same here. Luo Yunyang said nonchalantly before the destructive force of the shattering heavens erupted around the Divine Origin planet. Various energies imploded violently. However, when the destruction approached the Divine Origin planet, the divine inscriptions wrapped around the planet transformed instantly into a massive light shield, blocking and trapping the destructive forces tenaciously. The golden radiance emitted by the light shield flashed rapidly as the divine inscriptions transformed in many golden giants, simultaneously supporting the light shield, which was on the verge of collapsing, with their hands. Boom, boom, boom. The shattering heavens were caused by the shattering of all the basic origin source laws. When executed, an insanely destructive force would emerge. All the golden giants supporting the light shield began to collapse when the golden radiance collided with the black destructive light. Luo Yunyang, I'll go all out against you. Weiluo's supremacy was bleeding in his heart. Although those golden giants were actually divine inscriptions, they were too precious to the demigod tribe. Every divine inscription was a foundation of the Divine Origin planet. It was also a foundation of the demigod tribe. Breaking a golden giant was akin to breaking one of the demigod tribe's foundations. Luo Supremacy, who was drowned in madness, took out a blood-stained spear and thrust it towards Luo Yunyang. Luo Supremacy did not attack Luo Yunyang. She was quickly retreating as she allowed herself to merge with the golden light shield. Meanwhile, Luo Supremacy hurriedly conjured the power of his crown again, causing a snow-white longsword with divine inscriptions on it to appear. He brandished it immediately. The combination of the three supremacies and the strong-rooted foundation of the divine origin planet finally suppressed the destructive force of the void. Luo Yunyang snorted when he saw the three supremacies fighting with all their power. He did not dash towards the three supremacies. Instead, he simply took flight again and disappeared into the void. He left. Luo Yunyang had left just like that. The three supremacies did not feel relieved at all. They actually started to feel frightened when they saw Luo Yunyang leave. "Hurry up, chase after him," Luo Supremacy roared. The three of them no longer cared about the divine origin planet as they ripped the void at once and headed towards Luo Yunyang. However, despite their best efforts, they still found a scene of destruction before them when they finally located Luo Yunyang. Heaven and earth had shattered while the stars fell like raindrops. This was another familiar sizable star domain. "Luo Yunyang, you deserve to die." Luo Supremacy lifted his hands angrily. Although they had protected the divine origin planet, their losses had been too big. While the demigod tribe still had the three of them at the helm and wouldn't disappear completely from the divine union if this carried on, the demigod tribe's foundations would be dug out completely by Luo Yunyang. "Really? Well, I'm determined to carry on with this. Ha ha, I'll wait for you to get me." Luo Yunyang laughed at Luo Supremacy before escaping again. "Luo Yunyang, I'll head to the star domain in the Milky Way if you do this again. Luo, will make it happen. I will render the entire star domain barren. I will." Luo Yunyang stared at Luo Supremacy before interrupting him. "Haven't you done it already? What an awe-inspiring great deprivation technique." Luo Supremacy would have gone all out against anyone who used such nasty sarcasm. However, he had to control his internal rage as he glared at Luo Yunyang. "You must have vented your grievances enough already." Luo Supremacy stared at Luo Yunyang and said, "We'll stop here, alright." Luo Supremacy couldn't believe his ears as he turned to look at Luo Supremacy. He wanted very much to object to Luo Supremacy's suggestion, but he remained silent. The demigod tribe had suffered a massive loss, which would only increase if Luo Yunyang continued using these crazy tactics. "Impossible." Luo Yunyang glared at Luo Supremacy and said coldly, "The price you paid is still not enough. Luo Yunyang, don't get ahead of yourself. The demigod tribe didn't rule over the entire divine union just because of the three of us. Don't make any more mistakes." Luo Supremacy drew in a deep breath before adding, "It'll be too late by then." "Are you threatening me?" Luo Yunyang said indifferently. "No, I'm just telling you that the life and death of the human tribe depend on your decision." Luo Supremacy drew in another breath, trying to remain as calm as possible. Chapter 704. Divine Hands. Luo Yunyang smirked when he heard Luo Supremacy's suggestion. He knew that Luo Supremacy was stalling for time, as he was still preparing. What awaited him was a thunderous counterattack when Luo Supremacy was done preparing. Naturally, Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to accept this truce. He stared coldly back at Luo Supremacy and responded, "I'll call a truce and let bygones be bygones if you let me destroy Luo Supremacy's consciousness." Destroying a supremacy's consciousness was akin to a death sentence. Even though Luo Supremacy knew that Luo Yunyang wasn't going to be convinced that easily, he had never expected that this B***** would make such a barbaric demand. He almost imploded from the anger he was trying to contain. However, after learning from previous experience, he turned to Luo Supremacy and said, "I suggest using our forbidden artifact." Luo Supremacy said so very resolutely, yet Luo Supremacy seemed hesitant when he heard this suggestion. Obviously, he didn't want to waste the forbidden artifact on Luo Yunyang. "Luo, what are you hesitating for? Our demigod tribe will cease to exist if this destruction goes on." Luo Supremacy couldn't contain the rage in him as he shouted. Luo Supremacy didn't mind being shouted at. He shifted his attention back to Luo Yunyang and said, "Take your human tribe and leave the divine union's territory. This is my ultimatum." Luo Yunyang could sense the threatening intent behind Luo Supremacy's words. However, he had his own trump card as well. How could Luo Yunyang agree to this, even if he was to bring the entire human tribe into the mysterious great sky cosmos? Furthermore, because of the ruins of the bloody massacre path in the Da Alliance, he was unable to contact all his subordinates. These were cold hard facts. Thinking about all this intensified the murderous intent in Luo Yunyang. Thus, he snapped back coldly. Nonsense. You're courting death. Shenluo's supremacy roared back angrily before the crown on his head shattered. The simple crown transformed into countless light spots. Those light spots were like flowing water as they seeped into the vast sky and earth silently. Luo Yunyang immediately sensed an impending threat when the crown shattered. A threat that came from the mighty sky and earth. His confidence had reached an all-time high after he had obtained his heavenly venerate true body. However, he had maintained a low profile in the mysterious great sky cosmos, as there were 9th-level heavenly venerates and existences greater than 9th-level heavenly venerates at its helm. After returning to the Divine Union's void, Luo Yunyang now felt a sense of loftiness, as if he was looking down on the entire Divine Union. However, the vast and mighty awe of the sky and earth made Luo Yunyang feel threatened like never before. He did not know what sort of energy was going to erupt forth from the vast sky and earth. However, he had a strong premonition that it was going to be insanely strong. Retaliating forcefully was not the choice that Luo Yunyang hoped to make. Not unless he had to do so. He knew that Shenluo's supremacy couldn't maintain this outpouring power for long. Hence, he decided to tear open the void and leave after a moment of thought. Shenluo's supremacy, Tianluo's supremacy, and Weiluo's supremacy did not stop Luo Yunyang. In their opinion, Luo Yunyang's fate had been set in stone when the crown on top of Shenluo's supremacy had cracked. Luo Yunyang would definitely be sealed up and subdued. 5 colors of light emerged from the calm, endless void. When the 5 colors of light converged in the void, a massive palm appeared and headed towards Luo Yunyang. At first, Luo Yunyang broke through the void and left. Hence, even though this was a pursuit through the void, most people would probably see the pursuer cut through the void and then watch the void recover. However, a strange scene unfolded when the 5 colored palms tore open the void. Luo Yunyang was constantly ripping through the void, yet the 5 colored palm was also stretching towards Luo Yunyang relentlessly. It seemed as though the massive palm was controlling the sky and earth, the countless space in the entire universe. It seemed like no one could escape the palm. Luo Yunyang, who also felt that threat, only now realized how extraordinary the demigod tribe was. No wonder the celestial world's supremacy always gave in to Shenluo's supremacy despite being the number 1 among the 5 supremacies. It wasn't because there were 3 supremacies in the demigod tribe, but because of the hidden trump card that the demigod tribe possessed. Luo Yunyang knew that he would never be able to escape this pursuit, as they were going faster than his original speed. However, he had his attribute regulator. He transferred all the attribute points of his heavenly venerate true body to his speed attribute and substituted the rest of the attribute points of his heavenly venerate true body with his and the chaotic 4 origin beasts attribute points. The adjustment resulted in a 4-fold increase of Luo Yunyang's speed. Weiluo's supremacy was very confident while he pursued Luo Yunyang. Do you think it's that easy to escape the divine left hand? Wishful thinking. Weiluo's supremacy exclaimed confidently. As Weiluo's supremacy was thinking highly of himself, all the supremacies in the void of the divine union were staring at the massive palm, which seemed like it could shatter the void. Divine left hand. I think it is stronger than the divine right hand. The Blood Lotus supremacy was laughing at Luo Yunyang's misfortune. Blue Lotus Daozi asked suspiciously, don't tell me that the demigod tribe's legend is true. Yes, of course. While you were deep in slumber, the demigod tribe unleashed the divine right hand and killed a supremacy that had provoked them. The Blood Lotus supremacy shifted his attention to the massive palm and added, this time, they executed the divine left hand. It is said that the founder of the demigod tribe was a true supreme existence known as the Sky Celestial. According to the legend, the entire cosmic void was created by the demigod tribe founder and everything about him was infused into the cosmic void. The Blood Lotus supremacy pondered this for a moment before adding, however, in order to use the founder's power, the demigod tribe had to sacrifice one of the items left behind by their founder. Which means that the number of times they can use these forbidden powers will decrease each time they use them. Blue Lotus Daozi had a grave expression on his face as he watched the palm getting closer to Luo Yunyang. It would be great if that palm destroyed Luo Yunyang. He wasn't the only one that had this sentiment. Black Shenzi and the others felt the same way. However, Supreme Daozi wasn't expecting the same result. He started fuming in anger when he saw the palm try to grab Luo Yunyang. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He cursed out loud without minding his demeanor while he slapped the subordinate beside him a few times. The subordinate did not know why the Supreme Daozi, who always acted in a refined and cultured manner, would hit him. He might be oblivious, but someone else knew why. An old servant who had served many great figures of the demigod tribe lamented. All of you know nothing. Every item left behind by Lord Sky Celestial is invaluable. According to legend, the demigod tribe can have as many supremacies as the amount of inheritance treasure it possesses. Only then did the subordinate who had received the beating understand why Supreme Daozi had acted in such a manner. In the virtual realm, demigod martialists were starting to go berserk. Practically the entire front page of the Sky Vision was filled with comments made by demigod elites. Everyone was commenting that Luo Yunyang was going to die. The divine left hand was the ultimate inheritance left behind by the Sky Celestial for his descendants. How dare you offend the demigod tribe? You'll die without a proper burial. It's hard to imagine what kind of existence our demigod tribe's founding ancestor was. On the contrary, many tribes who disliked the demigod tribe had gone silent. They had been delighted when Luo Yunyang had swept through the demigod tribe's star domains. However, most of them didn't dare to express their happiness. Their happiness suddenly disappeared when they saw that all-sweeping palm and Luo Yunyang, who was frantically traversing through the void. They immediately started to doubt themselves and their ability to resist the demigod tribe. The prowess of the demigod tribe wasn't something they could stand up against. Although the massive palm was close behind Luo Yunyang, he didn't care at all. Faster, faster, faster. His increased attributes seemed to reach their peak. Yet Luo Yunyang still felt that the gap between him and the palm wasn't increasing. He had expanded all means of increasing his speed, so he could only run with all he had now. Fortunately, the palm would need some time before it could reach Luo Yunyang. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Time was ticking by while the gap between Luo Yunyang and the massive palm was shrinking. At least, everyone thought that the distance between them was continuously shrinking. Luo Supremacy, Luo Supremacy, and Luo Supremacy started to hold their breath as they waited for the strike they had been expecting. Chapter 705. Soaring Crane, Nanlai Supremacy. Luo Yunyang's heart was stretched taut. He was ready to unleash a deadly strike at any moment. However, he wasn't very confident that his strongest attack would be able to deal with the divine left hand. The demigod tribe had extraordinary foundations after all. Still, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that the divine left hand was constantly diminishing. He could feel that its power was constantly weakening. He had to push on. He couldn't stop. Luo Yunyang decided to add both attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast in his own body. After completing all this, he unleashed Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's strongest technique, the Soaring Crane. Luo Yunyang's body seemed to stop for a moment when he unleashed the Soaring Crane, making many people think that he was crazy. The divine left hand would immediately hit Luo Yunyang if he stopped moving. Destroy his consciousness. Must destroy his consciousness. Luo Supremacy hated Luo Yunyang to the core. However, he also felt slightly afraid of how crazy Luo Yunyang was. Therefore, he wasn't just determined to catch Luo Yunyang, but to completely eliminate him. Luo Supremacy and Luo Supremacy also felt the same. Both of them were looking forward to the same thing. They were looking forward to Luo Yunyang's death, which they hoped would happen as soon as possible. After all, the relationship between Luo Yunyang and the demigod tribe was too hard to reconcile. They would suffer a huge loss if they didn't manage to kill Luo Yunyang even after using their forbidden artifact. They were really excited when they saw Luo Yunyang stop. However, the happiness in them lasted only for a split moment. Like a giant blue crane, Luo Yunyang took flight and traversed hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. The distance between Luo Yunyang and the divine left hand widened again. It was now as wide as it had been at the beginning. The divine left hand was deteriorating rapidly, yet Luo Yunyang's speed remained as quick as ever. Damn it! Luo Supremacy howled. Although Luo Supremacy had lived for a very long time as a supremacy, the experience he had obtained by living such a long life still wasn't enough to change the fact that he was a living being. How could he accept the fact that he was going to lose everything after he had invested? Everything. Luo Supremacy's beautiful face was also very unsightly. Figures like them understood very well the disparity between them and Luo Yunyang. In the ancestral land of the Electric On tribe, the saint was watching the battle, unable to believe his eyes. He immediately instructed his subordinates, "All of you, go get the human tribe slaves we have captured." It seemed like something triggered the saint when he mentioned the slaves. "I meant the VIPs. Listen up, these people are VIPs protected by the Electric On tribe. All of you must make these VIPs happy, no matter what it takes. Otherwise, you will die." The Electric On martialists were disappointed by the saint's instructions. However, they did not dare to resist. Although the battle was still going on, the outcome had already been decided. The demigod tribe couldn't kill Luo Yunyang. The grudge of a supremacy was too overwhelming. Even though the Electric On tribe was one of the 18 primary tribes, they were still far from being able to handle this sort of situation against Luo Yunyang. The demigod tribe would have no way of dealing with Luo Yunyang, even if Luo Yunyang annihilated the entire Electric On tribe. "Patriarch, what about the human tribe people who are dead?" someone asked awkwardly. The Electric On tribe ancestor gave the man a tight slap across his face. Although he was a trusted aide of the ancestor, he was still flung aside by the impact of the slap. "You fool, arrest those that killed the human tribe people, including their entire families." The Electric On tribe patriarch was pacing anxiously around, feeling extremely frightened and uneasy. The situation in the Thunder Ray tribe was worse. The Thunder Ray tribesmen were a despicable bunch to begin with, as they had even objected to the idea of allowing the human tribe to be promoted to a second-grade tribe by vetoing the decision, thus causing plenty of trouble for Luo Yunyang. After Weiluo's supremacy executed his great deprivation technique, the Thunder Ray tribe hurriedly swallowed one of the star domains that the human tribe had just obtained. Almost all of the human tribe people from that star domain had been turned into slaves by the elites of the Thunder Ray tribe. "What should we do? What should we do now?" The three saints of the Thunder Ray tribe were feeling very anxious and uneasy. They had been calmly awaiting the demigod tribe's victory moments ago. However, they were truly afraid now. "Hurry, get some people to go pacify the remaining human star domains and bring out the essence of the entire Thunder Pool. Send it to the important figures of the human tribe. The essence of Thunder Pool can get rid of the harmful state of their body. Tell them not to complain to Luo Yunyang. Everything is negotiable." The saints made a decision swiftly. However, they turned extremely pale when they calculated the death toll of the human tribe. "If the demigod tribe is truly unable to suppress Luo Yunyang, then I'm afraid," the patriarch of the Thunder Ray mumbled. The third-in-rank universe grade elite gave himself a slap across the face. His face swelled up instantly. "Blame it on me. This is all because of my false step." The universe grade elite added gravely, "Just let that supremacy take my life." The first-in-rank Thunder Ray tribe elite shook his head as he looked at his partner. "I am afraid that will not be enough. We three and those." The number 1 ranking elite did not continue. However, his partners understood what he was trying to imply. "Don't be too pessimistic, you two. The demigod tribe will shelter us even if heaven collapses. I think Luo Yunyang may not be able to escape the pursuit of the demigod tribe." The second-in-rank elite appeared rather calm. However, the instant that he spoke, the divine left hand shone through the screen of the virtual realm crumbled. The earlier colorless radiance returned to the sky and earth. The three elites from the Thunder Ray tribe did not know how the divine left hand worked, but they understood that there was a great price to pay for using such forbidden powers. Otherwise, the demigod tribe would have destroyed the other three factions long ago. How is it possible? How could he escape? On the sky vision, the demigod tribe martialists, who were already going bonkers, reacted like gamblers who had just lost all of their money. However, there were also comments from other people, who were taunting the demigod tribe and asking it to execute the divine left hand again. The atmosphere in the secret space where Dahai Saint and the rest were situated was deadly silent. As the patriarch of the demigod tribe, Dahai Saint knew much more than the ordinary martialists of his tribe. There was a significant price to pay for using the divine left hand. Although the demigod tribe had a deep foundation, Dahai Saint estimated that their tribe could not execute this technique more than 3 times. Moreover, these techniques, which were treated as a way to intimidate others, weren't used in ordinary times. The demigod tribe would suffer an incalculable loss when they finished using such a technique. "Patriarch, what should we do?" another saint asked fearfully. Suddenly, the scene in front of them changed and Luo Yunyang's figure reappeared outside the divine origin planet. He is going to destroy the divine origin planet again. Another saint screamed. Dahai Saint was shaking uncontrollably. While many of the elites of the demigod tribe had been evacuated to unknown small spaces, the divine origin planet was still the most important foundation of the demigod tribe. Do not let him destroy the divine origin planet, someone shouted. However, it was impossible for them to return to the divine origin planet instantly. Luo Yunyang waved the broken blade in his hand and unleashed the chaotic whole obliteration onto the divine origin planet. This cleave, which contained all the power attributes in the attribute regulator, sent forth a deathly black blade light towards the divine origin planet. The golden light shield lit up again, but the insane blade light penetrated it, smashing the golden giants supporting the light shield instantly. Then, the blade light finally crashed on the massive divine origin planet, splitting it into two halves. Luo Yunyang stared at the destruction indifferently. He executed the shattering heavens once again and the helpless divine origin planet shattered once more. Brother Luo, you have destroyed the divine origin planet. That should ease your resentment. Should we end this here? A bright, clear voice echoed in the void before a figure emitting purple radiance appeared outside the divine origin planet. A name popped into Luo Yunyang's mind instantly, Nanlai Supremacy. Although he wasn't from the demigod tribe, he had also managed to become one of the 5 strongest supremacies in the divine union, just like the celestial world supremacy. He had a very small presence, so no one had expected him to appear outside of the divine origin planet. The emergence of Nanlai Supremacy revived the hopes in many people's hearts. Chapter 706. Gathering of Supremacies. Nanlai Supremacy's appearance attracted the attention of many people. He had a tall physique and a single purple horn grew on his head, making him exude a very poised demeanor. Hurry, Brother Nanlai, assist me and arrest this devil who is trying to destroy our divine union. Luo Supremacy's eyes were beaming with redness as the divine inscriptions formed by his murderous intent behind him acted. Like a patch of darkness, the divine origin planet was destroyed. The most important foundation of the demigod tribe was destroyed. Despite his best efforts to prevent this from happening, the divine origin planet was still destroyed by Luo Yunyang. His heart was filled with resentment, madness, and a trace of unspeakable regret. He would have killed Luo Yunyang in the beginning if he had known what was going to happen. Or rather, he wouldn't have touched the human tribe before knowing where Luo Yunyang was. Luo Supremacy's eyes were also scarlet as he glared at Luo Yunyang like a ferocious wolf. A ferocious wolf that was ready to pounce on his opponent and tear him apart. You actually destroyed the divine origin planet, Luo Yunyang. Luo Supremacy said calmly yet coldly. There was a maniacal intent in his words, as if there was a volcano inside him that was on the verge of erupting. Luo Supremacy said nothing, yet she looked extremely gloomy. So many star domains had been destroyed. This would cause the entire demigod tribe to feel extremely heartbroken. However, destroying the divine origin planet would enrage them and send them into a frenzy. The divine origin planet was their tribe's foundation, so its destruction would have a massive impact. Luo Yunyang's eyes were cold and his tone was indifferent. Do you feel sad already? Why didn't you feel sad when you destroyed the Milky Way? Why didn't you feel sad when you deprived the human tribe of their evolution for so many years? Oh, so you finally feel sad now, huh? It's too late, Luo Yunyang said coldly. The divine origin planet isn't the end. Many people trembled within the virtual realm as they listened to Luo Yunyang and Luo Supremacy's conversation. Luo Supremacy, Yunyang Supremacy. Nanlai Supremacy coughed loudly before speaking. Both of you are exceptional figures, but please listen to me for a moment. Luo Yunyang did not respond. Luo Supremacy hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Brother Nanlai, if you have something to say, please go ahead. I shall not comment on who is right or wrong, but I hope that both of you will stop here. Otherwise, the losses incurred by the divine union are going to pile up and maybe the entire divine union will no longer exist. Nanlai Supremacy turned to look at Luo Supremacy and added, Luo, I don't think you want the divine union to break up, right? Luo Supremacy did not answer immediately. Meanwhile, Nanlai Supremacy turned to look at Luo Yunyang and said, Yunyang Supremacy, I know there are too many grievances in your heart. However, you must have vented enough after destroying so many star domains as well as the divine origin planet, the most important foundation of the demigod tribe. Can both of you take a step back for the divine union? Luo Yunyang looked at Nanlai Supremacy and rebutted. How is this enough? The demigod tribe almost forced the human tribe into extinction. The divine union can break up for all I care. Who was there to stand by the human tribe when we were facing a crisis? Luo Yunyang's tone was cold and menacing as he stared at Nanlai Supremacy. Nanlai Supremacy's graceful demeanor suddenly became a bit awkward as Luo Yunyang stared him down. He felt as if Luo Yunyang was referring to him. It was true that Nanlai Supremacy never sided with the human tribe when they were facing a crisis. He did not wish to go against the mighty Luo Supremacy for the human tribe's sake. Now, Luo Yunyang had actually called Nanlai Supremacy out without caring for his reputation. Luo Yunyang is so sickening. Nanlai Supremacy's subordinates were complaining. However, they could only voice their frustration. They could do nothing else. They wouldn't dare provoke Luo Yunyang directly. Many martialists from the demigod tribe were closely watching the scene through the virtual realm. They were looking forward to seeing Luo Supremacy and the rest kill Luo Yunyang. However, the destruction of the divine origin planet had made many of them tremble in fear. All the shaking individuals hoped that Nanlai Supremacy could help settle this dispute. Luo Yunyang's massacre had left a deep scar in their hearts. They simply did not have any way of resisting against Luo Yunyang. Ha ha ha, you heard him, Nanlai. He doesn't give a damn about the divine union breaking up. Luo Supremacy laughed sardonically. Nanlai Supremacy had an ugly expression on his face. However, he had no intention of joining the battle at the moment. Although Luo Yunyang was at a disadvantage because he was dealing with 3 opponents, the wrath of a supremacy was still able to ravage galaxies and destroy planets. His tribe wasn't weak among the 18 primary tribes, but it was unnecessary for him to provoke a dangerous man. Luo Yunyang, you're damn right. The divine union can break up for all I care. Today, the demigod tribe will definitely kill you. Otherwise, how will I face every single one of my demigod tribesmen? Luo Supremacy leaned back and laughed. Blood Lotus Supremacy, I know you can hear me. You and Luo Yunyang are also opponents. His uprising will not benefit the purgatory. I will gift you the triple blood flame spade as long as you hunt down Luo Yunyang with us. The Blood Lotus Supremacy and Luo Supremacy were natural foes who had exchanged blows countless times in the past. While both of them had their fair share of victories, Luo Supremacy was probably the one that had suffered more often than not. Only a handful of people knew what the triple blood flame spade was. However, the Blood Lotus Supremacy's face stiffened when he heard this. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he chose to shut his mouth. After making this promise to the Blood Lotus Supremacy, Luo Supremacy shouted again, Ignorant Supremacy, aren't you looking for the ancient cyan metal? I have a piece here. Help me kill Luo Yunyang and it will be yours. The Ignorant Supremacy was the Machine Empire's supremacy. While he rarely got into action, he was feared by many. Nanlai Supremacy's expression turned grave when he heard Luo Supremacy shouting for the Ignorant Supremacy. He realized that Luo Supremacy was going to fight to his last breath. Supreme Empress Dowager, you heard the promises I made to both of them. I'll give you a divine bone. I'll give you the true divine bone if you assist us this time. All other supremacies of the bug race, I'll give every single one of you a divine bone as long as you assist us as well. Luo Supremacy's promises shook the 9 heavens. Luo Yunyang could sense a murderous intent coming from the depths of the endless void and heading towards him. Luo Yunyang was aware that he couldn't back down from it. Otherwise, he would end up worse off than he had ever intended. Greed enslaves any man. While being rich is certainly attractive, I hope everyone will reconsider this. You might end up losing your life due to a regrettable decision. Luo Yunyang warned them coldly. As he spoke, a bloody light tore through the void, transforming instantly into a huge blood-colored lotus that occupied more than half of the sky. Luo Yunyang, I like your way of handling things, but I'm taking that triple blood flame spade. You must die. The divine radiance coming from the blood-red lotus flower exploded, making the Blood Lotus Supremacy, who was bathed in the light, appear awe-inspiring. The Ignorant Supremacy appeared right after the Blood Lotus Supremacy and looked at Luo Yunyang coldly without any intention of speaking. Subsequently, 3 huge hives appeared in the void almost at the same time. These hives were as huge as 3 divine origin planets and expended countless bug soldiers rapidly. Meanwhile, 3 faces emerged on the nests. The 3 beautiful faces smirked at Luo Yunyang with murderous intent. 6, 7, 8. The sky seemed to freeze when the 8th Supremacy appeared. The Supremacies stared at Luo Yunyang together, their imposing manners feeling like 8 blazing suns in the void. Shenluo Supremacy was expressionless as he looked at Nanlai Supremacy. Nanlai, what is your choice? Nanlai Supremacy never liked to choose sides. However, he simply had no choice after seeing all the supremacies that had gathered. I'm on Brother Shenluo's side, of course. Nanlai Supremacy hesitated for a moment before eventually voicing his decision. When Nanlai Supremacy joined the fray, there were basically 12 supremacies gathered there. The power wielded by them was enough to sweep anything before their path and upturn heaven. Luo Yunyang frowned when he looked at the 12 supremacies. In fact, he had already made up his mind the moment the 12 of them had appeared. You have made your choice now. Don't regret it, Luo Yunyang muttered, his tone filled with frightening energy. Die, Weiluo Supremacy, who was delighted about the gathering of the supremacies, brandished his weapon and made a mad dash towards Luo Yunyang. Chapter 707. Number 1 Supremacy. Luo Yunyang believed that he could suppress Weiluo Supremacy and take him on with his attribute regulator. While most people thought that Luo Yunyang was going to play hide and seek with everyone by using his supreme speed, he actually attacked. He executed the life-death resounding fate instantly. Although there were only 2 life and death tones, the switching of the tones had a very great effect. He executed the switching of the tones 4 times in an instant. This could cause an opponent to switch back and forth between life and death 4 times in a split moment. Not only was this sort of switching mysterious and profound, but it actually carried destructive energy. Any universe-grade martialist would be destroyed instantly if Luo Yunyang executed the life-death resounding fate with his heavenly venerate true body's power. While he couldn't kill Weiluo Supremacy instantly, it was enough to halt Weiluo Supremacy's attack momentarily. Weiluo Supremacy was determined to kill Luo Yunyang. His insatiable desire to kill Luo Yunyang was caused by the humiliation he had suffered and could only be washed off by killing Luo Yunyang. Not only would he become a laughing stock in the entire divine union, but the entire demigod tribe would resent him if he failed to do so. He was too prideful to accept the resentment of his fellow tribesmen. He did not want to be labeled as the willful person that had caused the downfall of the entire demigod tribe. Hence, he was the first to strike. He reckoned that the only way Luo Yunyang could react was by escaping immediately. After all, Luo Yunyang possessed frightening speed. That bastard would definitely make use of his advantage if he didn't want to die while facing 12 equally matched opponents. Weiluo Supremacy, who had been thinking of how to deal with Luo Yunyang, had never expected Luo Yunyang to attack him first. Weiluo Supremacy felt the energy in his body churn 2 times after receiving Luo Yunyang's attack, which caused his imposing awe to be reduced by half instantly. Weiluo Supremacy felt a premonition developing. Before he could evade it, Luo Yunyang's palm came crashing at him. Weiluo Supremacy's longsword flew away upon colliding with Luo Yunyang's palm. Weiluo Supremacy was also sent flying by the impact, which caused him to start bleeding from his mouth as well. He had been defeated. Weiluo Supremacy had lost badly. Shenluo Supremacy and the rest were watching in disbelief. They had sealed up the void around them as soon as Weiluo Supremacy had made his move. The power of 11 supremacies was too overbearing, so not even a supremacy would be able to break through this blockade. Most of them had been hoping that Weiluo Supremacy would lead the charge while they would just benefit from the outcome. However, this turn of events was largely unexpected. There would be no benefits from this outcome. Luo Yunyang had actually sent Weiluo Supremacy flying with a single palm strike. While this wasn't exactly enough to say anything about Luo Yunyang's power, he had indeed crushed Weiluo Supremacy. It was a cold hard fact that there was a sizable gap between their strengths. The elites of the Thunder Ray tribe, who had gathered in their ancestral lands, were clenching their fists tightly. The Thunder Ray tribe revered the demigod tribe greatly, and Weiluo Supremacy was a divine entity in their opinion. Seeing Luo Yunyang smack Weiluo Supremacy away affected the Thunder Ray tribe greatly. In particular, the proposal made by Nanlai Supremacy had caused the Thunder Ray tribesmen to feel that they were going to face a disaster. It was only natural that they would become cannon fodder for Luo Yunyang's rage after the supremacies reached an agreement. The saints of the Thunder Ray tribe even made arrangements for their own funerals. However, just as they'd thought that Luo Yunyang was going to agree to the proposal, he had actually rejected Nanlai Supremacy's suggestion. It could be said that Luo Yunyang had stifled the last chance of negotiation at that moment. When Shenluo Supremacy had requested assistance from the other supremacies, the Thunder Ray tribe had cheered in joy. They had been so excited that they had gone crazy. Even their patriarch had cheered loudly when the Supreme Empress Dowager had appeared. The Thunder Ray tribesmen had been jubilant, as they'd thought that they had escaped a death sentence. Luo Yunyang had made a wrong decision, so he was bound to die a horrible death. As many people had the same thought, Luo Yunyang and Luo Supremacy had started to exchange blows. "That is Luo Supremacy," someone shouted in dissatisfaction. However, another voice replied, "That is Luo Yunyang." This sort of conversation was occurring everywhere throughout the galaxies. Meanwhile, many posts began to appear on the sky vision again. Someone even posted an image of Luo Yunyang unleashing his palm. Number 1 Supremacy. This was an honor that nobody in the Divine Union's void held. Not even the Celestial World Supremacy or the Blood Lotus Supremacy. However, no one dared to contest this claim. Not even the people from the Purgatory or the Machine Empire. Although most of them would not pay homage to Luo Yunyang's current performance was difficult for them to scrutinize. However, some people were sour as they sneered, "Luo Yunyang is definitely going to die when the 11 Supremacies attack at once." Although some people disliked this statement, no one refuted it. Luo Yunyang did not care about the discussions going on. He was in the midst of receiving a deadly attack as the Blood Lotus Supremacy sent a bloodied blade light toward him that transformed into a sea of lotuses. The Lotus Sea did not seem formidable as an offensive attack. However, it was very effective in ensnaring one's opponent. Luo Yunyang's astonishing speed was reduced by half when he was ensnared by the Lotus Sea. While Luo Yunyang's speed was drastically reduced, Tianluo Supremacy and the rest hurriedly occupied important positions in the void around the Blood Lotus Supremacy, and continuously attacked Luo Yunyang. Each attempt Luo Yunyang made to dash out of the bloodied Lotus Sea by using his attribute regulator was stopped. Luo Yunyang was worried about the bug soldiers conjured by the 3 bug queens the most. Although his attribute regulator was effective when dealing with bug soldiers, there were simply too many of them. The ever-changing tactics of the 3 bug queens were too much to handle as well. Luo Yunyang felt increasingly astonished by the means of the 11 Supremacies. He managed to break through the Blood Lotus Supremacy's bloodied Lotus Sea 3 times, yet every time he did so, he would encounter other Supremacies and fail to break free. Similarly, Luo Yunyang was injured more than once during the battle. While his heavenly venerate true body's indestructible characteristics allowed him to recover rapidly, the injuries still put immense pressure on him. It's been a year, yet they are still fighting. The martialists in the virtual world who had been watching the fight all along had started feeling fatigued. Despite the ecstasy of viewing a battle between the Supremacies, it was pretty unbearable to watch for such a long time. The martialists with weaker cultivation bases found it even harder. Not only were they unable to improve, but their cultivation bases were also rapidly degrading. I think it will not end for another 10 years. This is indeed a battle between the Supremacies. Someone said with determination. Although Luo Yunyang is bound to lose, I think that he can endure for 10 more years. He is now trapped in the endless Lotus Sea conjured by the Blood Lotus Supremacy. The only way out of this situation is for him to break that Lotus Sea. The Lotus Sea is a double-edged sword. While it did trap Luo Yunyang, it also hinders the attacks of the other Supremacies. Shenluo Supremacy had to retract his mystic ability because of the Lotus Sea. Luo Yunyang would have disappeared completely without the Lotus Sea. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. The battle of the Supremacies went on. Even though it was still a hot topic in the Divine Union, the viewership had dropped drastically, as most people would simply take a look at it when they were free. Luo Yunyang is not going to make it. He has endured for 3 years and his heavenly venerate true body still looks formidable, but he lacks the strength to endure another regroup of the other Supremacies. Sacred Emperor Mogo finally made a professional analysis on the Sky Visions discussion forum. After Sacred Emperor Moguo's analysis, the other Sacred Emperors also voiced their opinions. The common consensus was that Luo Yunyang wouldn't be able to endure for even 3 more days. Luo Yunyang was going to be killed in the next 3 days. This analysis caused an uproar in the realm. However, some people were still skeptical about this analysis. Hence, Luo Supremacy, who was engaged in the battle, left a comment on the Sky Vision. The criminal will be executed in 3 days. This sentence was burning with murderous intent. Criminal was the term that Luo Supremacy had used to label Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, all the martialists in the Divine Union acknowledged the tactics employed by the 12 Supremacies. They would exhaust him and kill him. Luo Yunyang, who was being attacked by the 12 supremacies, did not see the comment posted by Luo Supremacy and ignored the discussion taking place on the Sky Vision. His body felt extremely exhausted, but his mind had already entered a state of extreme excitement. He could sense that his chaotic 4-origin beast was about to complete its advancement. Chapter 708. Divine Martial Technique, Strongest Fist in a nameless space situated in the depths of an endless galaxy. Thousands of people from the human tribe had gathered on top of a mountain. They were waiting worriedly. In the middle of the group were Xianxia and Luo Yunyang. The light breeze was blowing gently on their clothes, making them look like goddesses. However, both Xianxia and Luo Yunyang were upset and very anxious. "Xianxia, has it arrived?" Shen Yunyang asked. She seemed to have aged greatly all of a sudden. Shen Yunyang, whose hair had turned white, looked as though she had experienced many vicissitudes in life. Hiding in such a small space that lacked spirit energy and worrying endlessly about her son, Luo Yunyang, had withered her spirits rapidly. "Any news?" Shen Yunyang asked the servants beside her. Although she was aware that everyone knew exactly the same information, she still couldn't help but ask again. After all, Luo Yunyang was her beloved son. The servant beside Shen Yunyang was a clever, bright young lady. Although she was young, she was incredibly sensible. Thus, she replied gently, "Not yet, Matriarch Shen. Rest assured, Matriarch, the heavens help those that are worthy. Furthermore, considering Patriarch Luo's exceptional capabilities, he will be fine." The young lady's consolation eased Shen Yunyang's anxiousness. She gently caressed the young lady's hand and sighed. "I hope so." Everyone had heard their conversation, even though it had barely been loud enough. Some people appeared slightly relaxed, but most people had grave expressions on their faces. All the people who had gathered here were elites among elites. Hence, the battle they had witnessed previously made them think that Luo Yunyang was in a very disadvantageous position. He was one person against 12, and he was also trapped. The chances of him winning were almost zero if this went on. A figure zoomed in from afar while the group was engaged in its own thoughts. In the blink of an eye, the figure landed in front of the group. "Bloody Blade Monarch, how's the situation?" Everyone asked right away. The Bloody Blade Monarch wasn't from the human tribe, but he was Luo Yunyang's most loyal subordinate. Thus, he had been tasked to scout Luo Yunyang's location and discover his state. Someone discovered a wound on the Bloody Blade Monarch's rib when he appeared. In the past, the Bloody Blade Monarch had never gotten injured. However, this time, the injury he had received seemed very serious. "Bloody Blade Monarch, you are wounded. What's going on?" Xianxia asked anxiously. The Bloody Blade Monarch's cultivation base was considered the best amongst this group. However, he appeared rather fatigued. I didn't manage to get any news. The people from Xianxia City betrayed us," the Bloody Blade Monarch said coldly. The people from Xianxia City had always been friendly to the human tribe and even offered great assistance to them before. However, as soon as Luo Yunyang had been surrounded by the supremacies, they had started to turn hostile. No one would have ever thought that they would turn their backs on the human tribe so soon. Could it be? Lu Qubing sounded worried. As the ruler of the Da Alliance, he had seen it all and experienced all sorts of dark, despicable behavior. Thus, he was very worried at the moment. Although nobody spoke, silence was the best way of explaining this situation. "I killed 3 of the Xianxia City's galaxy-grade rulers and captured a star-grade martialist." The Blood Blade Monarch coughed gently. "If we want to find out anything, we have to access the virtual realm by using his communication device." Although the Blood Blade Monarch's suggestion was easily achievable, everyone present knew that the possibility of their location being compromised would increase tenfold if they used the communication device. Still, practically everyone agreed right away. "Use it, we want to know what's happening." Xianxia and Lu Qubing were the most rational people in the group, so they were the only ones that remained silent. However, they did not stop them after seeing their worried looks. The martialist that the Bloody Blade Monarch had caught had a towering figure and was shrouded in green dragon scales. According to their tribe's calculations, this martialist was probably a teenager. However, his star-grade cultivation was considered very ordinary in Xianxia City. The captive, who had been fearing for his life ever since he had been captured, pleaded respectfully. "Please have mercy on me, my lord, please. It wasn't my intention to attack you. I was following the orders of the elders." The Bloody Blade Monarch snorted. "All right, I won't take it to heart. Now switch on your communication device. Switch on my communication device. The martialist was stunned. People will be able to locate this place if I switch on my communication device. FCK it. Just do it and stop being pesky. The Flame Emperor's foul mood had been getting worse ever since he had heard that Xianxia City had betrayed them. The Star-grade martialist didn't dare speak anymore. He just hurriedly whipped out his communication device and entered the forum where people were discussing this astonishing battle. Ha ha, he is no longer able to hold on. Ha ha, we win. The demigod tribe wins. Yay, yay, the monster is going to die. No one will beat the demigod tribe. He's honorable even in defeat. He is indeed the best in the world. Someone commented about Luo Yunyang. Some people were also saying that Luo Yunyang didn't know his limits and had hence landed himself in such dire states. Turn on the battle broadcast. Yunxi demanded after quickly glancing through the posts. The star-grade martialist hesitated. Sirs and madams, it'll be very easy for us to be traced if we connect directly to the broadcast. We will not be able to escape extinction if he loses. If he wins, do you think your stupid Xianxia City will dare capture us? Yunxi snapped at the star-grade martialist resolutely. The star-grade martialist still wanted to persuade them, not because he was concerned about Yunxi and the others, but because he was afraid that he would die during the battle between his city and his kidnappers. All right then, I'll accede to your request since you're so determined. The star-grade martialist entered directly the battle broadcast on the virtual realm. An endless sea of blood lotuses filled the screen like tiny spots. The ignorant supremacy took flight into the air when these lotuses appeared and a huge metal fort that looked like a giant fish appeared before Luo Yunyang. The fort was so massive that it occupied half of the void. A loud booming sound echoed when it appeared. This is the Machine Empire's cosmic cannon. The star-grade martialist said while trembling. The reason he knew about it was because he had seen it previously when he had watched the broadcast. The cannon's impact on a supremacy wasn't too great, but it could destroy a universe-grade elite instantly. The cannon had been suppressing Luo Yunyang ever since the start of the battle. Even though the cannon did not have much of an impact on Luo Yunyang, the damage sustained over time would eventually be fatal. Every shot fired by the cosmic cannon required the wealth of an entire star domain. Because of the ignorant supremacy's considerable strength, he was able to fire the cannon continuously. Luo Yunyang, who was entangled with the Blood Lotus supremacy, also had to evade Tianluo supremacy's cold arrows. His mind power clashed constantly with the three Supreme Empress Dowagers like a howling gale. Hence, he did not manage to evade the blast of the cannon. Many cracks started to develop on Luo Yunyang's body when the cannon blast struck him. The human tribe martialists were watching the battle silently. Although they had not had much news about Luo Yunyang in the past, they had somehow been able to guess some of it. However, they were now watching everything in front of them resolutely. Luo Yunyang, you're going to die today. Shenluo supremacy conjured a jade-white radiance that illuminated the endless void. As a shadow walked out of that inexhaustible radiance, everything suddenly seemed to become still. A palm emerged from the shadow and pressed against Luo Yunyang immediately. While the palm appeared calm, it was actually tyrannically destructive. It was the demigod tribe's heavenly destruction hand. Shenluo supremacy had to pay a hefty price in order to execute this move. He had considered it thoroughly before and decided that he would do so just to kill Luo Yunyang. The demigod tribe's honor could not be tarnished by him. Luo Yunyang smirked when the palm landed. His smile was full of relief. Shenluo supremacy's face went rigid when he saw the smirk on Luo Yunyang's face. He realized that something was amiss right away, even though he did not know why Luo Yunyang was smirking. Just as Shenluo supremacy wondered what it was, Luo Yunyang blasted out a punch that Shenluo supremacy was very familiar with. It was the divine martial technique. Luo Yunyang had executed it many times before. However, this time, Shenluo supremacy's expression changed suddenly when Luo Yunyang executed his divine martial technique. Its power exceeded what he used to muster up in the past. What is this? Is it his last gasp before he dies? These thoughts flooded Shenluo supremacy's mind. Chapter 709. Breaking attacks one after the other. The Blood Lotus supremacy, Tianluo supremacy, the ignorant supremacy and each of the other supremacies were seasoned martialists. Their keen senses were extraordinary. They could sense the tremendous might coming from Luo Yunyang's punch the moment he unleashed it. Careful, Tianluo supremacy warned Shenluo supremacy when she felt the impending danger. Shenluo supremacy did not respond to her, but he did become more alert. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang's divine martial technique had collided with the heavenly destruction hand. Time froze when the collision happened, freezing all the supremacies in the void. Everyone's attention shifted onto Luo Yunyang, and many people estimated that Luo Yunyang should not have much energy left. However, Luo Yunyang, who had initially also frozen in time, suddenly moved. His speed was so astonishing that he arrived in front of the Blood Lotus Supremacy in mere moments. The grayish palm, which seemed like it contained the endless samsara power, struck the Blood Lotus Supremacy's body heavily. Blood light transformed instantly into lotus petals, wrapping around the Blood Lotus Supremacy. However, blood still gushed out of the Blood Lotus Supremacy's body when the samsara palm landed on him. The Blood Lotus Supremacy's body shattered into pieces. It took him a split moment to recompose himself in the void, but he was still traumatized by the samsara palm that had just struck him. Blood Lotus Supremacy, your endless lotus pond seems pretty strong, but I'm going to break it today. Luo Yunyang yelled at the Blood Lotus Supremacy. He disappeared into the void right after saying that. Most supremacies who were at a similar level tended to have the same level of speed. Luo Yunyang had been utilizing his attribute regulator to defend himself against the 12 supremacies for 3 years. While the entire process was exceptionally dangerous, he was able to escape this peril by relying on his speed. However, because he was surrounded and attacked by 12 supremacies, he couldn't manage to escape all the time, as there were simply too many opponents. Now, things had changed. The chaotic 4-origin beast had experienced a major attribute upgrade. Although it wasn't at the celestial domain grade, its power attributes had started to use a new unit of calculation. Power: 0.7 speed, 0.5 mind, 0.4 constitution, 0.9. The chaotic 4-origin beast's attributes were inferior to the attributes of Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate true body. In fact, its power attribute was only half of what the heavenly venerate true body possessed. Thus, it wouldn't play a big role if it was used to fight against the 12 supremacies. After all, the strength of Luo Yunyang's chaotic 4-origin beast clone was only slightly comparable to a heavenly venerate existence's. Nevertheless, if Luo Yunyang utilized half of the power attributes and transferred them to his other attributes, he would have a much better time. He would be able to take down the heavenly destruction hand and even attack the blood supremacy before quickly disappearing. Luo Yunyang was gone. The 12 supremacies were stupefied when they lost Luo Yunyang. Boom! A thunder-like roar echoed throughout the void when the heavenly destruction hand crumbled after its collision with the divine martial technique. Shenluo's supremacy spat out a mouthful of blood immediately as a result. He had originally thought that he was definitely going to win. He had never expected that things would turn out this way. He even shivered when he saw Luo Yunyang's impossible improvement. Get to the endless lotus pool quickly. The Blood Lotus Supremacy yelled hysterically as he tore open the void and dashed towards the endless lotus pool. Blue Lotus Daozi was watching the battle from the endless lotus pool. Although he had given up on beating Luo Yunyang, his jealousy was intensifying. Hence, he had been watching the battle closely all this while as the 12 supremacies had fought with Luo Yunyang. Initially, he had wanted to learn some techniques by watching the battle. However, towards the end, he had become much more eager to see Luo Yunyang die in battle. Blue Lotus Daozi had gotten extremely excited when Shenluo's supremacy had unleashed the heavenly destruction hand, as seeing Luo Yunyang dead would make him very happy. However, the quick turnaround of events stunned Blue Lotus Daozi. Blue Lotus Daozi became aware of the danger when he heard the Blood Lotus Supremacy's roar. Without hesitation, he took flight immediately. However, when he ripped open the void and entered it, a palm appeared behind him and grabbed him. Even though Blue Lotus Daozi possessed all sorts of techniques and mystic abilities, he was still totally helpless when that palm attacked him. Blue Lotus Daozi saw Luo Yunyang's face in an instant. Although Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate true body looked exactly like him, Blue Lotus Daozi could still detect some differences. However, he was certain that the one who had caught him was Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, what do you want? Blue Lotus Daozi tried to keep calm as he drew a deep breath. Luo Yunyang had never liked Blue Lotus Daozi, so he would never be kind to him. He smirked when Blue Lotus Daozi asked him this question. Hee, what do you think? Blue Lotus Daozi grimaced when he heard his reply. He pondered for a moment before replying, Yunyang Supremacy, you must be aware of my relationship with my senior brother. My senior brother will hunt you down until you die if you hurt me. Until I die, hee, I like that. Luo Yunyang sent the Shattering Heavens technique straight towards Blue Lotus Daozi. While Blue Lotus Daozi had an above-average cultivation, he still collapsed when he was hit by Luo Yunyang's Shattering Heavens. He was far too inferior compared to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, what are you doing? The Blood Lotus Supremacy finally rushed over when Luo Yunyang grabbed hold of a Blue Lotus seed. The Endless Lotus Pool was extremely important to the Blood Lotus Supremacy. It was one of his foundations. However, compared to Blue Lotus Daozi, his junior brother held greater importance. Unfortunately, his brother was already dead. The Blue Lotus seed still had Blue Lotus Daozi's aura, but the Blood Lotus Supremacy knew that the consciousness belonging to Blue Lotus Daozi had been completely destroyed. I merely killed someone that deserved to die. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Blood Lotus Supremacy and said, this is just the beginning. The Blood Lotus Supremacy had an incredible relationship with Blue Lotus Daozi. The aura exuded from his body turned scarlet immediately when he saw the Blue Lotus seed land on Luo Yunyang's hand. The Blood Lotus Supremacy let out an anguished howl as he brandished his arms maniacally, conjuring a blood-red light chain in the void. The blood-red light chain gathered and transformed into the illusion of a huge bloodied sea that gushed at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was not afraid of the Blood Lotus Supremacy. His speed far exceeded the Blood Lotus Supremacy's, so he had disappeared completely by the time the attack arrived. Seems like we're not late. Luo Supremacy said enviously when he saw the intact Endless Lotus Pool. After all, the Divine Origin planet had already been destroyed by Luo Yunyang. However, his words enraged the Blood Lotus Supremacy, who glared at Luo Supremacy and yelled, "Scram! Leave immediately." The Ignorant Supremacy, Shenluo Supremacy, and Tianluo Supremacy had just arrived. All of them appeared solemn when they heard what the Blood Lotus Supremacy had said. Suddenly, one of the Supremacies seemed to guess something and asked, what happened to Blue Lotus Daozi? Dead. The Blood Lotus Supremacy was enraged. Luo Yunyang, I'll kill you even if it costs me my life. Something struck the Ignorant Supremacy suddenly while he was listening to the Blood Lotus Supremacy. He grabbed hold of the Blood Lotus Supremacy and asked worriedly, where did Luo Yunyang go? Before the Blood Lotus Supremacy could reply, a loud warning tone was heard from the Ignorant Supremacy's body. Without any hesitation, the Ignorant Supremacy tore open the void and rushed towards the central planet of the Machine Empire. He actually saw Luo Yunyang when he arrived. Unfortunately, by this time, the surroundings had already been turned into a wasteland. Luo Yunyang, you destroyed the Machine Empire's foundation. I'll make you pay for it. The Ignorant Supremacy was livid, but Luo Yunyang's response was yet another smirk. In half a day, the four great factions had found themselves in a state of emergency. All 12 supremacies who had attacked Luo Yunyang fumed as they went back to their tribe's most vital spots, not daring to leave. While they were unreconciled, the death of Blue Lotus Daozi and the destruction of the Machine Empire's sacred city had made them cower back to the important locations of their tribes. Shenluo Supremacy's attempt to kill Luo Yunyang by expending a vast amount of resources had actually failed. Chapter 710. Killing till the heavens wail. Blue Lotus Daozi had been killed, the bug race had lost 3 queen nests, and the Machine Empire had lost hundreds of sacred cities. All this had been done single-handedly by Luo Yunyang. The damages caused sent a shockwave across all 4 factions. The Blood Lotus Supremacy was still in a frenzy as he chased after Luo Yunyang. However, he couldn't even sense any trace of Luo Yunyang after rampaging through the void, let alone deal any damage to him. What do you want, devil? The Blood Lotus Supremacy was very upset about Blue Lotus Daozi's death. He wouldn't have picked up the call if it hadn't been a supremacy. Blood Lotus, return and guard your Endless Lotus Pool already. The Devil Supremacy sounded rather harsh. What did you just say? The Blood Lotus Supremacy had never expected his comrade to say something like that to him. This made him even more upset. Blood Lotus Supremacy, I respect your brotherly relationship with Blue Lotus Daozi, but he is already dead. The Devil Supremacy then added, we can't afford to lose any more purgatory foundations to Luo Yunyang. Your rashness will only make you lose more things in the future. For your sake and ours, you have to return and protect the purgatory's foundations. The Blood Lotus Supremacy finally calmed down. He drew a deep breath and asked, Devil, do you know what it will mean if I return? Yes, I do. I wouldn't ask you to return if you could kill Luo Yunyang. However, you must know by now that Luo Yunyang's speed is out of this world. We can't take him on even if we act together. Opponents like him are the most fearsome kind. We cannot live on the edge forever, even if he doesn't kill us. The Blood Lotus Supremacy clenched his fists tightly, as he was unreconciled with this situation. However, there was nothing he could do. He had no choices left after all. Blood Lotus Supremacy, do not feel ashamed of yourself. As far as I know, the other factions have begun to negotiate with Luo Yunyang. The Devil Supremacy sounded very serious when he mentioned the negotiations. All the parties who attacked Luo Yunyang are trying to compensate. A wise man knows when to submit. Luo Yunyang is nearly unkillable and incredibly hard to deal with. The best course of action is peaceful conversation. The Blood Lotus Supremacy felt a lot of unwillingness that he wished to express. However, he still swallowed his anger and said nothing. Although he was unwilling to stop, it would be futile for him if he continued to chase after Luo Yunyang. While he had never entered a struggle to the death with him before, he knew clearly how strong Luo Yunyang was. After drawing another deep breath, he agreed. I'll return, but I'll never compensate him. The Devil Supremacy heaved a sigh of relief when the Blood Lotus Supremacy agreed to his request. He intended to end the Blood Lotus Supremacy's pursuit so that it would be easier for them to negotiate with Luo Yunyang. The Bug race has announced that they will not participate in any matters pertaining to Luo Yunyang in the future. The Machine Empire has announced that they will retreat and cultivate in seclusion. They will not participate in any events in the near future. The Blood Lotus Supremacy has returned to the Endless Lotus Pool and will not appear in the near future. The Devil Supremacy of the Purgatory has been engaged in talks with Luo Yunyang for half an hour. News was emerging all around the Divine Union. Or rather, this news had been gathered by Shenluo Supremacy and the others. Weiluo Supremacy chastised the Bug race's queens fiercely after hearing the news of the Bug race. However, Weiluo Supremacy went silent when they received the news that the Blood Lotus Supremacy had returned. The Blood Lotus Supremacy was the only one left apart from the demigod tribe that harbored a deep enmity for Luo Yunyang. After all, they knew about Blue Lotus Daozi and the Blood Lotus Supremacy's strong relationship. His resolution to give up on the idea of taking revenge was unimaginable. This news also implied that the demigod tribe would be the only one left to face Luo Yunyang. What could the 4 supremacies of the Divine Union do when 12 supremacies couldn't handle the job? It would be possible for 4 of them to guard a star domain and prevent it from being destroyed. However, that also meant that they would need to give up the entire Divine Union and the rest of the demigod tribe. Nanai was the calmest of the 4. While he had a tribe of his own, it was very small compared to the demigod tribe and would never attract any attention. Naturally, he also hadn't incurred Luo Yunyang's wrath. What should we do? Shenluo Supremacy glanced at both Tianluo Supremacy and Weiluo Supremacy. In the past, Shenluo Supremacy had always been the one to make decisions, but now, he was hoping that someone would make a decision on his behalf. We cannot give up all the territories of the Divine Union and most of our tribesmen. Tianluo Supremacy hesitated for a moment before speaking with difficulty. We're in the wrong, so we can only sue for peace. Sue for peace. This made Weiluo Supremacy's face turn scarlet. Anyone that knew Weiluo Supremacy would be very afraid if they saw this situation. Weiluo Supremacy's state implied that he was definitely going to kill someone. I agree with suing for peace. Shenluo Supremacy spoke before Weiluo Supremacy could and said decisively, I'll have to trouble you, Nanlai Supremacy. Please make a trip and tell Luo Yunyang that the demigod tribe is willing to share the Divine Union with the human tribe. There was a cold look in Nanlai Supremacy's eyes. He had followed Shenluo Supremacy for many years, but he had never heard Shenluo Supremacy mention anything about sharing the Divine Union with him before. While he cursed inwardly, he still agreed to Shenluo Supremacy's request. Since Brother Shenluo thinks highly of me, I'll make a trip down there. Nanlai Supremacy left quickly while Shenluo Supremacy, Weiluo Supremacy, and Tianluo Supremacy looked at each other. After remaining silent for a long while, Shenluo Supremacy finally muttered, "This incident taught us a very important lesson. From now on, we cannot act so rashly anymore." Weiluo Supremacy knew that Shenluo Supremacy was making an insinuation about him. However, he had nothing to object to. Although Weiluo Supremacy hated Luo Yunyang to the core, he still looked forward to making peace with him. Unfortunately, Nanlai Supremacy returned very quickly. He nodded at Shenluo's supremacy out of courtesy and said gravely. Luo Yunyang said no. Tianluo's supremacy, who had remained silent for the most part, suddenly got really angry when she heard the news. What the FCK does he want? We've offered our limits, yet he still wants more. Does he think that he can eliminate our demigod tribe? He better not piss me off. If he does, I'll just kill every last member of the human tribe. Then, we can all die together. It was hard to believe that the usually calm and elegant Tianluo's supremacy would have such an outburst. However, Nanlai's supremacy understood Tianluo's supremacy's sentiments. Anyone who had always been threatened by stronger beings would find it hard to maintain their composure. Shenluo's supremacy did not respond. Weiluo's supremacy cast a glance at Shenluo's supremacy and Tianluo's supremacy before laughing out loud. I guess he wants my life. Both Shenluo's supremacy and Tianluo's supremacy remained silent. In the past, Weiluo's supremacy had been an indispensable member of the demigod tribe. The three supremacies had helmed the demigod tribe and elevated it to a higher status than the rest. Now, not only was Weiluo's supremacy unable to assist the demigod tribe, but he had even implicated his tribe because of his folly. Shenluo's supremacy's tolerance for Weiluo's supremacy had reached its limit already. Shenluo's supremacy did not try to talk Weiluo's supremacy out of his decision. He simply sat still and said nothing. Weiluo's supremacy's heart felt cold. He knew that his relationship with Shenluo's supremacy had been mutually exploitative. However, he still felt some resentment for Shenluo's supremacy. After pondering this for a bit, Weiluo's supremacy turned to look at Nanlai's supremacy and said, Nanlai, help me arrange a battle with Luo Yunyang on the Supreme Twin Star. I'll have a match to the death with him there. Weiluo's supremacy disappeared after instructing Nanlai's supremacy. It was obvious that he was utterly disappointed in Shenluo's supremacy and Tianluo's supremacy. Brother Nanlai, I'll have to trouble you to make another trip. Shenluo's supremacy turned to look at Nanlai's supremacy as he spoke. While Nanlai's supremacy did sympathize a little with Weiluo's supremacy's predicament, he felt a great sense of relief. He was also a victim of this entire saga. Luo Yunyang would continue his rampage if he didn't vent his seemingly endless anger. Once he got involved in this dispute, or his tribe got involved in it, it would be too late for Nanlai's supremacy to cry. Hence, Nanlai's supremacy immediately contacted Luo Yunyang to convey Weiluo's supremacy's message. Shortly afterward, the news about the deathmatch between Luo Yunyang and Weiluo's supremacy on the Supreme Twin Star spread across the entire Divine Union through the virtual realm. Many people were shaken by the news. However, many people were also relieved. The demigod tribesmen on the Sky Vision, who were usually rowdy and loud, suddenly fell silent. They knew that, even though the deathmatch had yet to begin, it had actually already ended. Chapter 711. Returning the land the Da Alliance was located at was still barren. A goshawk with a wingspan of over 100 meters extended its wings and soared to the sky. As the hegemon of this barren land, the goshawk, which had a planet-grade cultivation base, was much more intelligent than normal humans. It looked down at the humans who were scrambling to hide while smiling to itself. It would never forget that it had been just a small hawk struggling to survive in the wild, while the human tribe had been the rulers of this land just a year ago. Just when it had thought that it would only live under the thumb of the human tribe for the rest of its life, a loud and mighty voice had echoed from the sky. It had never heard of this language before, but it had somehow understood what the voice was saying. Deprive, deprive, deprive. The mighty, awe-inspiring city that belonged to the human tribe had disappeared without a trace, and the super-strong humans who had undergone evolution had suddenly become as weak as ants. Meanwhile, the goshawk had felt energy surging into his body as the humans had been deprived of theirs. Its cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds overnight before it had finally become the ultimate existence of this land. The goshawk opened its mouth and sent a wave of suctioning force towards the humans below. Although the human tribe had lost its strength, the humans' bones still contained large amounts of essence, which was the goshawk's favorite food. Actually, the goshawk could be considered the dictator of this land now. Hundreds of humans were sucked up into its beak. The goshawk was very excited as it watched its squealing food. The people who saw their friends being sucked up felt pain. An utterly painful feeling welled from the depths of their hearts. A youth called Lin who was almost sucked up by the goshawk. If his sister, who stood in front of him, had not shielded him, he would have been sucked up instead. Sister, sister. Lin Hu's voice was filled with sadness and indignation. However, there was nothing he could do. He missed the days of the past, when the human tribe had been so powerful. He hated the person who had done this to them. He vowed to take revenge one day. While he knew that it was almost impossible for him to accomplish this, the thought still flooded his mind. As he was running away frantically, a voice rang out in his ear. Do you want to kill that goshawk? Just jump up, you can do it. The voice was very strange, yet Lin Hu somehow believed its words. He felt extremely convinced when he heard the voice. While soaring in the air, Lin Hu realized that his body was actually flying. He was getting closer to the goshawk. When he got very close, he noticed that the goshawk was shocked to see him. Without any hesitation, he directly swung his hand at the goshawk's neck. It was a move he had learned since a young age called the wind-splitting cleave. Unfortunately, when he had been deprived of all power by an unknown force, this move had become useless. Years of cultivation had made him depend on such skills greatly. Hence, he executed the wind-splitting cleave instinctively. He realized that he had made the wrong choice the moment he executed the move. He might have missed his only chance to save his sister. Just as he started feeling regret, he saw the mighty goshawk get split into two. Everyone, including his sister, fell from the goshawk's beak instantly. They were heading towards the ground at a very slow speed as if something was supporting them. It was at that moment that Lin Hu saw a figure he would never forget. A figure with a broken blade on his back. The figure was like a mighty being as he stood in the void overlooking the land. Lin Hu knew who had saved his sister almost instantly. He had no words to describe his gratitude. What do you think about returning this land to its glory days? The figure said with a smile. Lin Hu hesitated for a second before replying, that would be awesome. The figure waved his hands as soon as Lin Hu finished his sentence. Let's restore it then. Lin Hu felt a surge of energy enter his body. In the blink of an eye, he had recovered all the power he had lost. However, what surprised Lin Hu the most was that he saw his uncle, who had a severed arm, recovering. He even saw his comrade, who was almost at his last breath, fly over to meet them. Lin Hu wasn't very familiar with that comrade. However, many people said that he had been very strong in the past. It was because he used to be very strong that he had suffered this serious injury. He had always stuck out for his comrades and taken on huge risks by himself. Hence, greetings, Chief. The man knelt respectfully on the ground as he greeted him emotionally. Luo Yunyang looked at the man and said, "You're from the Rising Dragon Army. Your subordinate is from the Rising Dragon Army's Black Dragon Squad. I've seen you in the past, Chief." The man was nervous as he introduced himself. "Since you've returned, do you know what happened to Commander?" The only commander of the Rising Dragon Army was Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had not contacted Luo Yunyang, so he wasn't aware of his situation. He pondered for a moment before saying, "He should be fine." The warrior was curious as he asked eagerly, "Chief, our cultivation has been restored now that you returned. Does this mean that this will never happen again?" Luo Yunyang replied without hesitation, "Yes, it's all over." Then, he looked towards the entire region the Da Alliance was based at and commanded, "I've returned. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust." The soldiers from the Xinlong army suddenly felt a strange energy spread in every direction from where Luo Yunyang was standing. Although they couldn't see anything, they could sense that the sky and earth had been restored. Martialists from the Thunder Ray tribe and many others were gathering outside the human tribe's territory. After hearing Luo Yunyang say, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust," 3 universe-grade martialists from the Thunder Ray tribe said together, "The Thunder Ray tribe is here to escort our honored guests back to the human tribe. We would also like to beg for Yunyang Supremacy's forgiveness." Thousands of massive spaceships emerged from the void when the 3 of them spoke. The captured human tribe elites were on board, and so were huge amounts of resources. All the Thunder Ray tribe martialists were looking as sullen as sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Their fate depended on Luo Yunyang's mood. Just as they were awaiting the verdict, another voice echoed throughout the void. "The Electric On tribe is here to seek forgiveness." The Thunder Ray tribe and the Electric On tribe had a pretty good relationship and were both primary tribes. However, they had not planned on surrendering together. They knew that Luo Yunyang would never take this lying down after what had happened to the human tribe. Although he wouldn't exactly decimate everyone who had tried to kick the human tribe while it was down, he would at least select a few people to act as scapegoats. Hence, if one tribe died, the other would survive. Both sides understood their intentions and thus did not say anything when they met. Xianxia City is here to seek Yunyang Supremacy's forgiveness. The Divine Snake Tribe congratulates Yunyang Supremacy on his return. Greetings were heard one after another. After a quarter of an hour, all the 18 primary tribes had gathered. While most of the tribes had not participated in the battle against the human tribe, they still came immediately when they heard about Luo Yunyang's return. The entire place went deadly silent when the last tribe greeted Luo Yunyang. Dahai from the demigod tribe is here to escort our honored guests back. Everyone was shocked to hear Dahai Saint's name. Dahai Saint was the leader of the entire divine union, yet he was also here. He actually acted extremely modest and respectful towards Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang appeared in the void when Dahai Saint spoke. Although Luo Yunyang held an immense grudge against the demigod tribe, almost all the demigod martialists bowed respectfully along with Dahai Saint before Luo Yunyang at the same time. As Dahai Saint was about to say something, Luo Yunyang suddenly appeared beside Xianxia City's spaceship. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of people appeared. Luo Donger and Yunshi couldn't control their emotions when they saw Luo Yunyang. They had yearned for this day and waited for so long. Yunshi looked at Luo Yunyang emotionally. She couldn't believe that the man she had been deeply worried about had finally returned. She had originally wanted to contact Luo Yunyang after he had defeated the 12 supremacies. However, Luo Yunyang's communication device wasn't working. In order to keep variables to a minimum, they had even hidden the identity of Yunshi and the others from Xianxia City. They only dared to relax completely after seeing Luo Yunyang. It's okay, it's all in the past now. Chapter 712. The God-slaying demon sword. Luo Yunyang must be very proud of himself, huh? Weiluo Supremacy said sarcastically. Standing opposite Weiluo Supremacy was Dahai Saint and Supreme Daozi. Dahai Saint had never been indecisive. In fact, he made most of his decisions very briefly. However, now, he was in a predicament. He did not want or dare to irritate Weiluo Supremacy. Weiluo Supremacy could easily kill him if he wanted and no one would make a fuss about it. Just as he was pondering how he should phrase his thoughts in response to Weiluo Supremacy, Supreme Daozi interrupted him. Why make things difficult for Dahai when you knew this was going to happen? Supreme Daozi had a rather special status. Although his cultivation base was lower than Weiluo Supremacy's, his status wasn't much lower. Therefore, he was the most suitable person to speak at this moment. Weiluo Supremacy looked sternly at Supreme Daozi and lamented. Supreme, do you really think that I can't kill you? Hee, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Dahai Saint grimaced when he heard that. Although his cultivation was higher than Supreme Daozi's, he still treated Supreme Daozi very respectfully. He suddenly thought of retaliating when he heard Weiluo Supremacy chastising Supreme Daozi. However, Supreme Daozi saw through his intention quickly. Before he could speak, Supreme Daozi interrupted him again. You may be very confident in killing me, but what about Luo Yunyang? Weiluo Supremacy wasn't confident at all about dealing with Luo Yunyang. He wouldn't be so decadent if he had that kind of confidence. I can't deal with Luo Yunyang. Even though it was extremely hard for Weiluo Supremacy to admit this, he still said it. While looking at the defeated Weiluo Supremacy, Supreme Daozi asked, then why do you want to challenge him on the Supreme Twin Star? Are you going to shame yourself and the demigod tribe there? What about it? Weiluo Supremacy muttered after holding back for a long while. While I can't deal with Luo Yunyang, it is also impossible for him to kill me. I'll just lose some pride and reputation so that he can vent his anger. Weiluo Supremacy appeared gloomy. After all, becoming someone else's punching bag wasn't a very enjoyable activity. Then have you ever thought of killing Luo Yunyang? Have you ever thought of washing away the humiliation of the demigod tribe? Supreme Daozi's voice got louder as he spoke. A sneer appeared on Weiluo Supremacy's face as he looked at Supreme Daozi. Are you trying to goad me on with your influence? Dahai Saint suddenly felt a scheming plot developing before him, making him feel regret. He should not have brought Supreme Daozi along to visit Weiluo Supremacy. Dahai Saint believed that he would end up being the scapegoat. Helpless, he realized that things had gone south. There was no way he could retreat now. Therefore, he needed to persist. That's right, I'm prodding you. You shouldn't need to be prodded, though. You're a supremacy of the demigod tribe. You should take the initiative and step forward. Supreme Daozi did not hide his intentions at all. Although he was grinning, his grin looked eerily spooky. Weiluo Supremacy had an extreme personality to begin with. Hence, he responded bluntly after seeing that Supreme Daozi wasn't mincing his words. It seems that you have a solution. Well, tell me about it. As long as I don't have to give up my life, I'll do it. Disappointment filled Supreme Daozi's face. However, in an instant, he disguised this disappointment with a fake smile. Of course, I won't let you sacrifice your life, Supremacy. Supreme Daozi was forming hand seals quickly as he spoke. A few moments later, trails of seals began to lock up the space around them, making it impenetrable. Luo Supremacy, who could somehow guess what Supreme Daozi was going to suggest, didn't stop Supreme Daozi at all. Are you planning to use the Sky Celestial True Body? You should know what the Sky Celestial True Body means to the demigod tribe. We'll end our discussion now if you're going to use the Sky Celestial True Body. Luo Supremacy was very determined. I won't do it, no matter the circumstances. Supreme Daozi shook his head. The Sky Celestial True Body must only be used to intimidate others. The demigod tribe's days would be limited if we really used it. I'm no fool, I won't do such a stupid thing. My suggestion would be the god-slaying demon sword. Luo Supremacy and Dahai Saint's faces stiffened. They knew very well what the god-slaying demon sword signified. If the sword was used, the consequences would be unimaginable. You want to use the god-slaying demon sword, huh? Let's not talk about using it, shall we? I'm afraid I can't even hold the sword without dying immediately. Luo Supremacy lamented. Are you so eager to see me die without a proper funeral? Although the emergence of Luo Yunyang had caused the status of Luo Supremacy to drop a lot, he was still a supremacy. His murderous intent made Dahai Saint shiver instantly. Supreme Daozi was unfazed as he replied calmly, what benefits would I receive if you died? Nothing. Why would I let you die? It would be useless for me anyway. Although the god-slaying demon sword is horrifying, I have a secret technique here with me that has been passed down since ancient times. It's an incomplete technique left behind by the Sky Celestial. The Sky Celestial was viewed as a supreme existence in the demigod tribe. Luo Supremacy was astonished to find out that this was a technique left behind by the Sky Celestial. Really? Of course, but there's also a hefty price to pay for using such a technique. Apart from having their cultivation base reduced by half, the supremacy who executes the technique will also fall into a deep slumber for 3,000 years. Their cultivation will not improve from then on. Supreme Daozi added, that's why no one wants to use it. However, things are different now. Our tribe needs a huge victory to recover its reputation. Luo Supremacy pondered hard. That huge price made him very hesitant. Luo Yunyang couldn't kill him because he was a supremacy. However, he really did not want to endure such humiliation. A quarter of an hour passed, yet Luo Supremacy still had no intention of speaking. Dahai Saint, who stood next to Luo Supremacy, was extremely apprehensive. Meanwhile, Supreme Daozi was very calm, as if he wasn't the one who had suggested this. After an hour, Luo Supremacy finally agreed. Okay. The battle on the Supreme Twin Star interested many people. Although a lot of people knew that it would be difficult to see the battle even if they got close to the Supreme Twin Star, there were still countless people who gathered around it. A huge spaceship that looked like a fortress shot through space rampantly. Wherever it went, many small planets were destroyed. Almost everyone who encountered this spacecraft chose to avoid it immediately. The reason they did that was to prevent getting into trouble. Ha, everyone. Today's sky is so vast that it is the right time for us to exhibit our talents. The man who spoke looked like a demigod tribesman but did not have wings. Instead, he had dragon scales on his arms. The Dragon Shadow tribe was a primary tribe also helmed by a saint. Yin Tianfeng, who was speaking, was the youngest son of the saint that led the tribe. The reason he was so flamboyant was because the woman he fancied was right before him. As he was talking excitedly, the spacecraft slowed down and Yin Tianfeng got upset. He huffed and looked at the huge virtual reality screen of the spacecraft immediately. He saw an old shabby spaceship flying in front of his. This spaceship was blocking his way. It was disgraceful to be blocked by such a tattered spaceship. Yin Tianfeng, who was enraged, acted without thinking. Crush that ship up ahead. On his spaceship, what he said was the law. However, this time, the responsible pilot refused in front of all his friends. No, what did you say? Yin Tianfeng was like a proud peacock getting ready to show off in front of his friends. He had not expected that his subordinate would actually dismiss him, so he got very angry. Although this subordinate was a peak universe grade, he still decided that he would deal with him if he didn't get a satisfactory answer. The ship in front belongs to the human tribe, the subordinate said quietly. By now, the detection system on Yin Tianfeng had discovered that most of the martialists on the spacecraft in front of them were nebula grades. In Yin Tianfeng's opinion, nebula grades were inferior beings that didn't deserve his time. However, after hearing that they were from the human tribe, his face went rigid. You are right, let's not provoke the human tribe. Slow down and let them go first. Yin Tianfeng pondered for a moment before instructing his subordinate. The subordinate was not surprised. He knew that although Yin Tianfeng was in a somewhat awkward position, he would still be able to keep a clear head and make the right decision. Yes, young master, we shall make a detour, the subordinate said respectfully. Yes, make a big detour. Yin Tianfeng instructed him again. While Yin Tianfeng and his spaceship were making a large detour, Luo Yunyang, who was standing on top of the spaceship, was smiling. Yin Tianfeng's spaceship hadn't managed to discover Luo Yunyang. Their detection results had been the results that Luo Yunyang wanted them to see. Luo Yunyang was very satisfied with how Yin Tianfeng had reacted. After his battle with the 12 supremacies, the status of the human tribe had finally been fully established. However, this wasn't enough. He believed that the battle on the Supreme Twin Star would shake the hearts of even more people. As he watched the Supreme Twin Star approaching, Luo Yunyang's eyes burned with eagerness. Chapter 713. Battle atop the Supreme Twin Peaks. The Twin Star wasn't much smaller than the demigod tribe's divine origin planet. The reason behind its name was a mountain. One of the highest mountains in the entire Divine Union. With a height of 36,000 feet, these were the tallest twin peaks on the Supreme Twin Star. Anyone that saw this huge mountain would sense its unparalleled status. Thus, it was called the Supreme Twin Star. The Supreme Twin Star had originally been a territory of a small sub-race of the demigod tribe. However, they had since moved out of it due to the impending battle. Therefore, there were no longer any intelligent living things on the Supreme Twin Star. There was a smaller planet about 3 million miles away from the Supreme Twin Star. This was the Supreme Twin Star's satellite, so almost all of the spectators had gathered on it. The planet appeared much stronger due to the presence of the array formation set by the spectators. Thus, there wouldn't be much damage even if they faced any spillover impact during the Battle of the Supremacies. Apart from those formidable figures from the 18 primary tribes, anyone who was allowed on the planet was a top figure of a smaller tribe. Dahai Saint came on behalf of the demigod tribe. Although the reputation of the demigod tribe had been swept away by Luo Yunyang, there were no other tribes or people in the entire Divine Union that could challenge the demigod tribe. Almost all the spectators still greeted Dahai Saint respectfully when they saw him. However, Dahai Saint was not interested in these people. Look, it's a human tribe spaceship. Someone shouted out loud when more than 20 spaceships descended from the sky. Dahai Saint saw more than 20 outdated ships slowly approaching them. Bringing out such outdated spaceships for an important meeting would surely have been considered a joke in the past. However, everyone now watched the approaching spaceships respectfully. The rise of the human tribe was ongoing. Go get some good spots for the human tribe. Dahai Saint instructed his subordinates despite the displeasure he felt. Dahai Saint knew about the arrangement Luo's supremacy had made for Luo Yunyang. However, he would never offend the human tribe before confirming that Luo Yunyang was dead. Furthermore, he would be considered a sinner by the entire demigod tribe if his attitude attracted Luo Yunyang's suspicions. A figure flew straight out of the spaceship as soon as it landed. Although it didn't appear to move that fast, it reached the Supreme Twin Star immediately. It is Yunyang's supremacy, someone shouted deferentially. Every single one of the 18 primary tribes had been bullied by the demigod tribe before. There was no shortage of hot-blooded youths in every tribe that dreamed about defeating the demigod tribe one day and getting revenge. However, this was just a dream. Right now, this impossible dream was about to be fulfilled by someone. As a result, most of them admired this person. In the past, the virtual realm would have been bustling with commotion as people talked about the battle. However, no discussions were going on in the virtual realm about the battle between the supremacies. Meanwhile, on the Sky Vision, an anonymous person posted a lot of comments. The one that received the most attention was a comment referring to delivering vegetables to the chopping board. This was actually a figure of speech that meant that Luo's supremacy was going to offer himself up like food. This comment caused an uproar in the entire virtual realm. While many demigod tribesmen were unhappy with the post and bombarded it with dislikes, many more supportively smashed the like button. Luo Yunyang, you're my idol. Someone posted a picture of Luo Yunyang landing on the Supreme Twin Star. The post instantly reached the top of the sky vision. Luo Yunyang did not care much about the things that happened in the virtual realm. He overlooked everyone below him while standing tall on the Supreme Twin Peak and pondering. What was his future going to be like? Luo supremacy was no longer a huge problem, so Luo Yunyang was now thinking of the next step of his cultivation. With the strength of the heavenly venerate true body, he could definitely cultivate into a supremacy in the divine union's void. However, the supremacies in the divine union were obviously much weaker than the heavenly verenates in the mysterious sky great cosmos. While the martialists did not have to undergo the martial path heavenly tribulation or face any dangers, they were also much weaker. The reason Luo supremacy and the other supremacies were similar to the first-level heavenly venerates in the mysterious sky great cosmos was not because of their lack of talent, but because they took too long to become supremacies. The time they spent should be enough for their cultivation bases to become third-level heavenly venerate cultivation bases. However, they couldn't improve at all while staying in the divine union's void. One couldn't train in the divine union's void and advance from a celestial domain grade to a universe grade. The mysterious sky great cosmos was a good choice, but Luo Yunyang had made a name for himself after obtaining the heavenly venerate true body. It would be somewhat dangerous if he continued to enter the mysterious sky great cosmos. Almighties and 9th level heavenly venerates wouldn't be suspicious of ordinary heavenly venerates after all. As Luo Yunyang was pondering hard, he sensed a dangerous intent. This mysterious feeling had become much more apparent ever since Luo Yunyang had reached the supremacy level. The battle was going to be dangerous. Luo Yunyang tensed up. At first, he had thought that although it would be hard to kill Luo supremacy, this person had to pay a hefty price for what he had done. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, this wasn't a battle, but torture. He was going to torture Luo supremacy. However, the feeling that welled in his heart made him realize that he had underestimated the battle. Luo supremacy would have some hidden tricks up his sleeves that might even destroy his heavenly venerate true body. Luo Yunyang formed hand seals right away without hesitating, conjuring layers of blood mist that shrouded his entire body instantly. The blood mist dissipated very quickly after shrouding him. No one saw Luo Yunyang's actions clearly. In fact, even if someone managed to see, they wouldn't think that there was anything wrong with what Luo Yunyang was doing. Luo Yunyang. A hateful voice was heard from afar as a figure cut through the void and dashed towards him. Luo supremacy, who was dressed in black, gave off a formidable aura. Many divine inscriptions that were filled with murderous intent flashed around him. The surrounding atmosphere began to fill up with murderous intent when Luo supremacy arrived. Even the spectators, who were 3 million miles away, couldn't help but shiver when they experienced this pressure. That is Luo supremacy indeed, someone said in a shaky voice. In many people's opinion, Luo supremacy was only a title. Most people were afraid when they saw the sky shaking. However, this time, the reason Luo supremacy had come to the Supreme Twin Star was purely to placate Luo Yunyang's anger. Therefore, many people felt that Luo supremacy was being ridiculous. That's right, ridiculous. To be specific, some younger materialists who did not know about Luo supremacy's past achievements even belittled him. Unfortunately, the extraordinary and terrifying aura exuded by Luo supremacy suddenly made these young martialists feel the massive gap between them. Luo Yunyang, very well. Luo supremacy started at Luo Yunyang with endless hatred. Then, a huge golden sword appeared in his hands. The huge golden sword slashed at Luo Yunyang straightaway. While the cleave seemed rather average, as if it had been executed by an ordinary martialist, it had in fact gathered a large amount of changing origin source laws. It was as simple as could be. The martialists below the universe grade did not think much when they saw this slash. However, they believed that they could not evade it. Meanwhile, the martialists that are above the celestial domain grade were staring closely at the sword slash. They felt an extreme mystery emanating from it and thought that they would be able to benefit endlessly if they could just comprehend it a little. Luo Yunyang wasn't impressed by the sword slash. Luo supremacy's move was still a lot weaker compared to the heavenly venerates in the mysterious sky great cosmos. Although Luo supremacy's slash was ferocious, it wasn't threatening. Luo Yunyang executed the divine martial technique and blasted a punch towards the huge golden sword. With the help of the attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang's strength exceeded Weiluo's supremacy's by far. Furthermore, the divine martial technique was also stronger than Weiluo's supremacy's sword slash. The mighty wave of energy dispersed in every direction after the collision of the fist and the sword. Everything the ripples of the power touched was turned to powder. The supreme twin star cracked instantly into 10 pieces under that enormous force as well. Weiluo's supremacy was thrown off his feet by the collision and a crack appeared on the golden sword in his hand. Weiluo's supremacy couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood that vanished completely in the void. Die! After shouting again, Weiluo's supremacy rushed over at Luo Yunyang. When the huge golden sword clashed with Luo Yunyang's fist 100 times, Weiluo's supremacy spat out 100 more mouthfuls of blood. Luo Yunyang realized that something was amiss when Weiluo's supremacy spat out his 10th mouthful of blood. However, it was difficult for him to stop Weiluo's supremacy's actions. Hence, he could only remain vigilant. Go to hell, Luo Yunyang! Weiluo's supremacy yelled after spitting out his 100th mouthful of blood. The sword is coming. Chapter 714. Demon sword gathering in the void high above in the sky. Tianluo's supremacy and Shenluo's supremacy stood quietly watching the battle between the supremacies from high above. While they didn't show themselves publicly, they were actually very concerned about the battle. Weiluo's supremacy had to be full of grievances after being forced by them to battle against Luo Yunyang on the supreme twin star. However, both Shenluo's supremacy and Tianluo's supremacy had no other choice. If Luo Yunyang was allowed to continue killing, even though they could retaliate against the human tribe, the demigod tribe and the human tribe would eventually disappear from the entire divine union. They found it unbearable to experience such a huge loss. Hence, in the end, they had decided that the one who had caused all this should bear the consequences. Both of them felt very uncomfortable while watching Weiluo's supremacy's reckless, maniacal actions. However, they also realized that something was wrong, especially after Weiluo's supremacy spit out over 30 mouthfuls of blood in a row. What on earth was Weiluo's supremacy up to? Even though Shenluo's supremacy and Tianluo's supremacy knew Weiluo's supremacy extremely well, both of them still had no idea what he was trying to do. Does he think that we haven't lost enough face? Does he want to make us lose more by doing this? Shenluo's supremacy was clearly displeased. It had actually been his decision to make Weiluo's supremacy face Luo Yunyang and suffer this disgrace himself. However, Weiluo's supremacy's action was a blatant protest against his decision. No, it wasn't just a protest. It was clearly revenge against him. While Tianluo's supremacy felt the same way, she still whispered softly in order to prevent the relationship between Weiluo's supremacy and Shenluo's supremacy from deteriorating any further. I don't think there's a big possibility of this. Weiluo's supremacy isn't that kind of person. As they were talking, Weiluo's supremacy's shout interrupted and alerted them. Both of them grimaced when they saw those jet-black sword lights heading toward Yunyang's supremacy. 498,000 swords. A total of 498,000 sword lights were shot at Luo Yunyang from all directions. The sword lights were extremely scattered but appeared really thick. The moment they appeared, the world and origin source laws around started retreating frantically. It is the god-slaying demon sword. The Blood Lotus Supremacy, who was also watching the battle from a distance, exclaimed. He had always wanted to possess the god-slaying demon sword. Unfortunately, the god-slaying demon sword was scattered between heaven and earth, so it was difficult to gather all of it. In the end, the Blood Lotus Supremacy had given up on the idea of obtaining the sword after repeated failures. He hadn't expected that Weiluo's supremacy would actually be capable of summoning the sword. The demonic aura that shrouded the entire battlefield both scared and excited the Blood Lotus Supremacy. He watched the sword in Weiluo's supremacy's hands, which seemed like it contained an infinite amount of power, and lamented. It seems that fables aren't baseless after all. Fabled items are indeed real. Luo Yunyang tensed up when he saw the god-slaying demon sword. Although he did not recognize the sword, his body experienced tremendous pressure when it appeared. The power that had been working smoothly in his body was oppressed by the strange pressure coming from the god-slaying demon sword. To add insult to injury, Luo Yunyang felt that he had nowhere to run when the sword was pointed at him. This was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Weiluo's supremacy felt extremely powerful when he held the god-slaying demon sword in his hand. As a supremacy, he had the power to control the entire universe. However, when he held the god-slaying demon sword in his hands, he finally felt that he was truly the strongest. He felt like he had reached another level with the help of the god-slaying demon sword's power. However, before he could comprehend it, a surge of vital energy moved from his body and flowed into the god-slaying demon sword. Luo Supremacy unleashed the sword, which could kill celestial beings, toward Luo Yunyang. The longer the god-slaying demon sword was held up, the more damage he would receive. Thus, Luo Supremacy knew he couldn't delay this execution. This sword attack seized the opportunity to shoot at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang felt a huge looming fear in his heart as the sword lights approached. He had executed many different types of techniques before, and Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's soaring crane had even allowed him to escape the pursuit of 12 supremacies. However, when Luo Yunyang executed soaring crane this time, he realized that the distance between him and the god-slaying demon sword wasn't wide at all. In the blink of an eye, the jet black sword light appeared in front of Luo Yunyang. Upon seeing that the sword light was about to hit him, Luo Yunyang struck at it. He had no other choice. At the moment, all he could do was strike back. All his energy gathered momentarily and the Samsara Palm was released toward the god-slaying demon sword. The Samsara Palm was Luo Yunyang's secret technique after completing the reincarnation cycles, so it could be comparable to the divine martial technique. It could even be said that the Samsara Palm was more brilliant than the divine martial technique. However, when Luo Yunyang's Samsara Palm and the god-slaying demon sword collided in the void, the black light on the sword sliced the boundless energy of the Samsara Palm into two. It seemed as though things had been supposed to turn out this way. Luo Yunyang's attack seemed rather weak while he faced the sword light. Dahai Saint, who was watching the battle through the satellite, was elated. Even though he saw Luo Supremacy's body turn demonic, he still felt delighted deep down. While Luo Supremacy had paid a hefty price for it, it was still none of his business. The reputation of the entire demigod tribe would improve so long as Luo Supremacy struck down Luo Yunyang with the god-slaying demon sword. In the Divine Union, all the people who were watching the commotion happening in the demigod tribe and wanted to compete against them were shocked by the demigod tribe's might. This was a good thing for the demigod tribe. The humans watching the battle stiffened. They were able to see the scene very clearly, as they had very good seats. Thus, they were feeling much more empathetic toward Luo Yunyang's crisis. Luo Donger felt her heart sink when she saw the jet black sword light. She was unable to speak as she stared closely at the sword, hoping that her beloved brother could create a miracle for himself. Yunxi was much more nervous than Luo Donger. Her keen senses far exceeded her cultivation. Hence, she immediately felt an ominous premonition when this sword strike was unleashed. That feeling made her extremely uneasy. As this feeling became more and more intense, the black sword light also got closer to Luo Yunyang. No, Yunxi and Luo Donger shouted at practically the same time. However, their shouts wouldn't change anything. The human tribe martialists who had come to watch the battle were stunned. They didn't know how to describe their emotions. Why was this happening? Weren't they here to witness the human tribe's victory? However, what they saw was Luo Yunyang's impending crisis, which also meant that there was a possibility that the human tribe would fall into an infinite abyss again. They were extremely nervous, as their fates were in Luo Yunyang's hands now. Without Luo Yunyang, the human tribe would simply have no way of fighting against others, let alone against the demigod tribe. The demigod tribe would never let the human tribe off if they didn't have Luo Yunyang. Just as they were looking down, the jet black sword light struck Luo Yunyang's body. In an instant, Luo Yunyang's body was cut in two by that terrifying sword. How is this possible? A young martialist squealed in fear. He was a saint of a certain tribe, so he was there to try and learn something. His initial prediction had been that Luo Yunyang would completely abuse Luo Supremacy. However, the current situation was completely different. Luo Supremacy had split Luo Yunyang's body into two. Don't be afraid, a supremacy wouldn't die, even if their body was destroyed, someone said softly to the young martialist. Keep watching. The young martialist nodded as he silently thought of a saying that his tribe had firmly believed in for many years. One should never give up until the end. Luo Supremacy had performed exactly as this saying implied. Black light shrouded Luo Yunyang's broken body. Luo Yunyang's face turned extremely scared as he seemed like he was trying to break free from something but was unable to do so. Forget it, he's dead. Luo Supremacy is using the god-slaying demon sword. Even a god would get killed by that sword, let alone Luo Yunyang, who is only a supremacy. Supreme Daozi walked out unhurriedly as he glared at Yunshi and Luo Donger like a monster greedily staring at the food it was about to gobble up. His expression was sinister and crazy, and a faint hint of delight was visible in his eyes. This delight came from eliminating his greatest opponent. Although he hadn't killed Luo Yunyang with his bare hands, there was basically no difference. After all, Luo Yunyang was still dead. He had died thanks to his plan, so he believed that many people would like to hear it. Ha ha ha. Luo Supremacy leaned back and laughed hysterically as the sky shook. Luo Yunyang's body turned to ashes as this laughter echoed throughout the void. Chapter 715. Complacency. Luo Yunyang was actually dead. Even if the body of a martialist above the universe grade was shattered and their bones crushed, they could still regenerate by using their universe flower. However, everyone knew that Luo Yunyang had already died upon seeing his body crumbling and getting shrouded by that strange demonic black glow. That strange demon sword had already exterminated Luo Yunyang's body. How is that possible? Black Shenzi said in disbelief as he watched Luo Yunyang get sliced in two through the virtual realm. Luo Yunyang was like a godly opponent that was extremely unbearable. However, at his most glorious moment, this opponent had actually died. This reversal seemed inconceivable. Actually, Black Shenzi wasn't the only one who felt this way. The demigod tribe soliciting Moon Maiden couldn't believe this either. Although Luo Supremacy's humiliation hadn't made her feel good, Luo Yunyang's death was even more unimaginable. Such an individual had actually been obliterated by this sort of method. She just couldn't believe it. The Blood Lotus Supremacy felt a little bitter. He had been racking his brains trying to think of a way to avenge Blue Lotus Daozi, but he had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually be cut down. While he was troubled by this, Luo Supremacy was laughing maliciously while his somewhat roundish face was changing. He appeared even more demonic right now. The Blood Lotus Supremacy, who could see the cause of this change, quickly increased his distance from Luo Supremacy. Although he was quite sure that there was a low possibility that Luo Supremacy would continue using the god-slaying demon sword, he didn't dare take the risk. The ones who were the most rueful were Shenluo Supremacy and Tianluo Supremacy. These two had just hung Luo Supremacy out to dry for the entire demigod tribe's benefit. They had never imagined that Luo Supremacy, whom they had abandoned, would actually bounce back like this. This newly ascended supremacy was dead, but Luo Supremacy, who had used the god-slaying demon sword, was still here. Although Luo Supremacy's state wasn't good, if he went crazy. Although the two of them were confident about controlling that god-slaying demon sword, the price they would have to pay was too hefty. Ha ha ha, I really never imagined. Some demigod tribe powerhouses who couldn't hide their glee expressed their delight. The demigod tribe had been stifled by Luo Yunyang, so they currently felt like a huge burden had been lifted off their shoulders. The demigod tribe was still number one. Anyone that dared offend the demigod tribe would suffer their full wrath, be it Luo Yunyang or anyone else. Even though they could see Luo Supremacy's situation, they felt that this wouldn't trouble Luo Supremacy. Many tribes in the Divine Union had fallen silent. However, several tribes heaved sighs of relief. For example, the Thunder Ray tribe, the Electric On tribe. Sis Yunshi, how is this possible? How could Big Bro die at Luo Supremacy's hands? Tears were forming in Luo Donger's eyes. She didn't dare believe that her brother, whom she had always relied on, had just died like this. Her brother had brought the entire human tribe to the summit of the Divine Union. Her brother had taught a huge lesson to Luo Supremacy, who had bullied the human tribe. However, just as everything had been going according to plan and they had been on the verge of reaching the peak, her brother had fallen in a strange fashion. This was impossible. Luo Donger didn't dare believe that all this had really happened. Yunshi didn't dare believe her own eyes either. Her keen senses couldn't sense any trace of Luo Yunyang's aura. Her heart was hurting as she watched Luo Donger cry non-stop. She knew that she had to be strong at the moment. However, as she considered all this, she felt gazes start to gather on her and Luo Donger. She sensed some unsavory looks. Yunshi could guess what these people were up to. She tried hard to calm herself down. She needed to come up with a good plan next. Although she was an intelligent lady, in the face of absolute power, she wouldn't be of any use. As she looked at Luo Donger once more, Yunshi had already made a decision. Everyone, let's go congratulate Luo Supremacy. Dahai Saint gazed all around as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. The powerhouses from all the various tribes fell silent. Although many of them were unhappy with the demigod tribe, they didn't dare show this. Dahai Saint is right, the Thunder Ray tribe shall be the first to congratulate Luo's supremacy. The Thunder Ray tribe's special envoy was the first to step forward. When the Thunder Ray tribe took the lead, the other tribes also followed and expressed their congratulations. While Dahai Saint took charge, they all bowed respectfully before Luo's supremacy. Congratulations on your triumph, supremacy. Deep down, Luo's supremacy actually opposed this victory. He actually believed that the consumption of origin source laws was really great. Even though he had already thrown the god-slaying demon sword aside, he still felt as though this demon sword had seeped into his bones like maggots sucking away at his vital energy. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. However, he was the victor, so he smiled faintly as he was congratulated. His smile was indifferent. He showed the indifference of a higher being looking down on the ants beneath his feet. What he wanted was for Luo's supremacy and Luo's supremacy to congratulate him. He wanted these two to show some sort of remorse while facing him. However, deep down, he knew that his body could no longer keep up with these two. Thus, he turned his attention to Luo Donger and Yunxi. I don't like these humans. I will allow anyone to kill them in the most vicious way. Luo's supremacy pointed at Yunxi and the others. The words of a supremacy were like the law of the 9 heavens. Becoming a disciple of a supremacy was something many people dreamed of. Although many people didn't really like Luo's supremacy, his words stirred them up. Yunxi and Luo Donger both felt an immense fear gripping their hearts. The two of them didn't have the slightest ability to struggle. The only thing Luo Donger could do was grab Yunxi's hand tightly. Yunxi eyed the martialists casting malicious glances at them and realized that there was nothing she could say that would be of any use. Just as she was about to use her self-killing method to absolve Luo Donger and herself from this situation, a pressure originating from Luo's supremacy enveloped her and made it very difficult for her to move. Don't try anything funny. Yunyang supremacy won't let any of you off. A human tribe martialist shouted at the people closing in. The mention of Yunyang supremacy made the people trying to rush over halt for a moment. However, someone roared with laughter. Yunyang supremacy, how scary. I am right here, why don't you get Yunyang supremacy to kill me? Said a sinister-looking tri-horned man. His murderous intent was seeping all around him. Right now, he was just like a cat playing with a trapped mouse. He looked delighted, as though everything was under control. Luo's supremacy looked at the speaker and said gently, good. The tri-horned man's body started swaying before he transformed into a humongous beast more than 100 meters long. A surging red glow of cold energy flashed all around the man's body. Just as he was about to take a step forward, an arm suddenly grabbed hold of the god-slaying demon sword that had been tossed aside by Luo's supremacy. Luo's supremacy didn't dare wield the god-slaying demon sword anymore, as he wanted to prevent any more damage to himself. Thus, he had tossed the sword into the air, letting it disperse into the void and incorporate itself into the world. Everything was going according to his wishes, so Luo's supremacy had already found a place to cultivate after this demon sword dispersed completely. He had never imagined that someone would actually dare take this demon sword. Furthermore, that person didn't even seem to be aware of the circumstances. While he was feeling astonished, the demon sword had already landed in that person's hands. In an instant, he could clearly see the appearance of the person holding the demon sword. It was Luo Yunyang. Luo's supremacy felt extremely frightened and shocked when he saw that familiar yet unfamiliar figure. He practically wailed, "Didn't you?" He had yet to finish his sentence when Luo Yunyang swung the god-slaying demon sword straight at him. The slash was quick as lightning and seemed to carry a power that could break the void, as well as time and space. Everything that the sword light passed through turned into emptiness. Luo's supremacy wanted to hide, but in the face of this slash, he simply didn't have any space he could escape to. When the sword light swept past, Luo's supremacy's body was cut into two. Luo's supremacy had been using the god-slaying demon sword a while ago, so a great deal of his essence blood had been absorbed by the sword. Now, as this sword light swept past, his entire body rapidly withered just like a flower that couldn't stop itself from withering. How? Luo's supremacy's voice, which was filled with anguish, reverberated. How could you have evaded my strike? How could you have evaded my strike? Chapter 716. Luo dead, supremacy obliterated. Luo Yunyang wasn't dead. Luo Yunyang hadn't actually died. Luo Yunyang, who was wielding the demon sword, had slain Luo's supremacy. How was this possible? Was this real, or was it a hallucination? Countless martialists had the same thoughts. The abrupt changes made it difficult to believe that what they were seeing was real. At first, they had been half in disbelief that Luo's supremacy had been able to win. However, now, they were witnessing a whole different scenario. Luo Yunyang, who was wielding the god-slaying demon sword, was cutting Luo's supremacy down. Although they knew that a supremacy wouldn't be killed that easily, they had believed that Luo Yunyang had already died when they had witnessed his body get cut in two and wither soundlessly. However, just as they'd thought that Luo Yunyang was already dead, Luo Yunyang had actually picked up the god-slaying demon sword chucked aside by Luo's supremacy and cleaved at him. What exactly was going on? Take a guess. Luo Yunyang smirked at Luo's supremacy's disbelief. Luo's supremacy's eyes were wide. Although he was powerless to turn this situation around, his supremacy cultivation base still prevented him from dying right away. He really wished to know the answer, yet Luo Yunyang's reply made him feel like crumbling. He actually felt that he would die with a grievance. Guess, what could he, Luo's supremacy, guess? If I could guess whatever strange tricks Luo Yunyang has used, would I, Luo's supremacy, be in these dire straits? Feeling thoroughly annoyed, Luo's supremacy turned his gaze towards Supreme Daozi. He was filled with hate. If it had not been for Supreme Daozi's goading, he wouldn't have made such a stupid choice. Furthermore, if the god-slaying demon sword hadn't been used, he wouldn't be dying because of this strange demon sword either. Although Luo Yunyang would definitely leave this battle unscathed, what use was that compared to Luo's supremacy's life? Supreme Daozi, this was your idea. This was your great idea. Luo spoke in a maniacal, venomous tone. Supreme Daozi was also dumbfounded. He had sobered up from his original ecstasy. He had never imagined that things would actually turn out like this. Luo Yunyang hadn't died, and the damage the god-slaying demon sword had done to Luo's supremacy had exceeded his expectations. This frightened him tremendously. The god-slaying demon sword, which was the stuff of legends in his own tribe, had also been useless against Luo Yunyang. How would Supreme Daozi ever get the chance to kill him? Supreme Daozi had never expected that Luo's supremacy would actually point the finger at him right now. Luo's supremacy's words turned everyone's attention to Supreme Daozi. There were looks of shock, doubt and Supreme Daozi was in a really bad mood. He could see the disdain in the eyes of the people looking at him. They acted as if he, Supreme Daozi, was a despicable, shameless being. Supreme Daozi felt really uncomfortable under all these hostile glances. However, even so, what could he do? He had no time to deal with these people. He was looking towards the distant horizon, not because he wanted to flee but because he was asking for help. Shenluo's supremacy and Tianluo's supremacy stood in the distant horizon. Shenluo's supremacy and Tianluo's supremacy's delight had turned to shock and dread. They had never imagined that Supreme Daozi would be such a driving force in this matter. Right now, the two of them felt an impulse to beat up Supreme Daozi viciously. Luo's supremacy hadn't needed to die to begin with. Even though Luo Yunyang was very strong, he would lack the power to kill a supremacy. However, by using the god-slaying demon sword, he would be able to bury Luo's supremacy here. Luo's supremacy might have lost face, but he was still a supremacy after all. Therefore, he was still a force to be reckoned with within the divine union. Now, the demigod tribe, which had lost Luo's supremacy, would become more passive. The looks the two supremacies were shooting at Supreme Daozi were somewhat cold. However, this wasn't the time to criticize Supreme Daozi. There was a more important matter that the two of them needed to handle. The god-slaying demon sword was still in Luo Yunyang's hand. With the god-slaying demon sword in hand, Luo Yunyang really looked like a celestial being. He glanced at Luo's supremacy, who had started to dissipate into the void, and said indifferently, "Don't keep too much resentment in your heart. Supreme Daozi will be joining you shortly." As he said that, Luo Yunyang took a step towards Supreme Daozi and blocked the direction that Supreme Daozi was intending to flee towards. After obtaining the heavenly venerate true body, Supreme Daozi was no longer an existence he needed to bother about. Perhaps, in the past, Supreme Daozi would still have been considered an adversary equal to Luo Yunyang. However, now, Supreme Daozi was someone Luo Yunyang didn't care about. Supreme Daozi's plot had nearly resulted in Luo Yunyang losing his life. Naturally, Luo Yunyang wouldn't let something like this slide. He glared icily at Supreme Daozi. Luo Yunyang, what are you trying to do? Supreme Daozi knew very well what Luo Yunyang wanted to do. In the past, he would definitely have left immediately. Unfortunately, he didn't dare act hastily now. He was afraid of provoking the vicious, merciless Luo Yunyang. What am I trying to do? I'm naturally trying to kill you. Luo Yunyang raised the god-slaying demon sword as he spoke frostily. You can't kill me. Supreme Daozi shouted loudly. I am the Daozi of the demigod tribe. I am bound to become a supremacy. I am destined to lead the demigod tribe to splendid glory. Many people felt pity for Supreme Daozi as they watched this scene. They had some faint idea of what would happen to Supreme Daozi the moment Luo Yunyang blocked his path. Supreme Daozi shouted hysterically as if this was his final struggle. However, all this struggling was useless. Shenluo Supremacy and Tianluo Supremacy looked at Supreme Daozi coldly. The two of them hadn't objected much to Supreme Daozi's suggestion to get Weiluo Supremacy to use the god-slaying demon sword. If Weiluo Supremacy had been able to kill Luo Yunyang, the two of them would definitely have been very pleased. What annoyed them was that Supreme Daozi had actually acted on his own initiative without discussing with them. This was something unforgivable. However, as Supreme Daozi shouted, the two supremacies felt a little hesitant. After all, Supreme Daozi's status was different. Shenluo, Supreme Daozi doesn't have an ordinary status. Now that Weiluo Supremacy is dead, he is the member of the demigod tribe who is most likely to become a supremacy, Tianluo Supremacy said gravely. If it were possible, Shenluo Supremacy would naturally try to save Supreme Daozi. After all, Supreme Daozi was connected to the reputation of the demigod tribe. However, while Luo Yunyang was wielding the god-slaying demon sword, he was the most ferocious fiend in this world. He wasn't willing to have any conflict with Luo Yunyang right now. As he was filled with indecision, Luo Yunyang stopped acting and said coldly. Really? Then I guess I will wait for someone to save you. Supreme Daozi exhaled sharply. He had been afraid that Luo Yunyang would cut him down without saying anything. He had witnessed the might of the god-slaying demon sword. If Luo Yunyang swung it at him, Supreme Daozi would just die. However, before he could even think about how he would be saved, Supreme Daozi heard Luo Yunyang counting down. 10, 9, 8. Supreme Daozi's heart shuddered as this string of numbers was said. Right now, he could anticipate what Luo Yunyang was going to do. Thus, he felt really afraid. Shenluo Supremacy, save me. Tianluo Supremacy, save me. In the future, I will definitely listen to your instructions. Supreme Daozi shouted. He really didn't wish to die. His status gave him about an 80% probability of ascending to the peak of a supremacy, yet he was actually going to fall now. He was extremely frightened and unwilling. He actually felt like he was going crazy. What face? What dignity? These things were no longer important to Supreme Daozi. Right now, nothing was more important than being able to survive. 6, 5, 4. Luo Yunyang's voice echoed all around. Supreme Daozi's handsome face turned malevolent as he listened to it. He had been an unparalleled genius valued by the entire demigod tribe ever since he had been born. Practically every resource had been offered to him. This treatment had made him feel high and mighty. He didn't know what setbacks even were. Sealing his body in order to wait for the samsara wheel was probably the greatest setback he had experienced in his life. However, the tremendous setback that was about to occur made him feel like crumbling. Right now, Supreme Daozi was at death's door. Shenluo and Tianluo actually remained indifferent and unmoving. This made Supreme Daozi feel great grief. No matter what he had done wrong, he had acted for the entire demigod tribe. Shouldn't these two spare no effort to save him? Luo Yunyang didn't show the slightest bit of mercy on Supreme Daozi. Not only was he going to slay him, but he also wanted to crush his consciousness and let him die in great fear. This situation had been extremely dangerous for Luo Yunyang. If it had not been for the ability of the chaotic four-origin beast and his attribute regulator, he would have definitely fallen here. 2, 1. As Luo Yunyang said the last number, he swung the god-slaying demon sword at Supreme Daozi. Although Supreme Daozi instantly tried many methods to evade it, his body and everything else were sliced apart as the sword fell. Supreme Daozi was dead. Chapter 717. A trace of demonic intent. A supremacy had fallen. Everything turned dark as the galaxies grieved. The death of Weiluo Supremacy was a major event in the entire realm. After all, it was the first time a supremacy had died in many years, even though there had been countless battles and fights. 20 years might seem short to most martialists, as it would usually be the equivalent of a short secluded training session. However, 20 years had turned the entire situation in the Divine Union upside down. The demigod tribe's unshakable position in the Divine Union had changed tremendously. While the demigod tribe was still exceptionally powerful, it was no longer the sole tribe that was stronger than the 18 primary tribes. There were 3 other tribes stronger than the 18 primary tribes. This group of 3 was led by the demigod tribe and followed by the human tribe and Qingliao tribe. The demigod tribe was helmed by Shenluo's supremacy and Tianluo's supremacy, the human tribe had Luo Yunyang, and the Qingliao tribe was helmed by Nanlai's supremacy. The reason the human tribe ranked second was because Luo Yunyang had a much greater reputation than Nanlai's supremacy. After all, Luo Yunyang had managed to fend off 12 other supremacies and was considered the number 1 supremacy in the entire Divine Union. Describing Luo Yunyang as menacing would not be an exaggeration. On the main planet of the Dongyan star domain, youngster Liu Bei punched a test machine hard. When his punch landed, the test machine shook for a moment before displaying a string of digits. The value of the data represented Liu Bei's power. At the age of 15, his cultivation had reached the early stage of the star grade. This sort of achievement was considered pretty good among the younger generation of the Divine Union tribes. However, Liu Bei was shaking his head profusely. "Brother Liu, how's your cultivation going?" A teenager who was about the same age as Liu Bei asked as he walked towards him. "Small progress." Liu Bei shook his head disappointedly. "Still not broken through to the second-level star grade." Liu Bei sounded very dissatisfied with himself. The other youth frowned. "Brother Liu, if that's the case, then should I just go smash my head against the wall and die? We're both the same age, yet you are already at the star grade, while I am still lazing around at the planet grade. I'm just trash compared to people like you." His friend's compliment did not make Liu Bei happy at all. He looked at his friend and shook his head in disagreement. "Your goal is to become a Nebula grade elite to inherit your family's power. My goal, however, is to obtain a chance to enter the Yunyang Shrine to further my studies." Liu Bei had a frenzied glint in his eyes when he mentioned the Yunyang Shrine. He looked respectful and reverent as he said in fascination, "You can get the best form of training and careful nurturing only by entering the Yunyang Shrine. You may even get the chance to become Yunyang Supremacy's direct disciple. Do you know that almost all the human elites who rose up in the past 10 years were disciples from the Yunyang Shrine?" His friend immediately put his hand on Liu Bei's forehead when he heard Liu Bei talking about the Yunyang Shrine. He wanted to check if he had gone mad because of a high fever. "Brother Liu, you shouldn't be daydreaming here. The human tribe now has 3,000 star domains and countless people. Due to the evolution of our genes, many people are born with a star-grade cultivation base. Damn it, you must know that the Yunyang Shrine only accepts 30 disciples every time they recruit. You only rank 10th in our star domain. Entering the Yunyang Shrine would be a difficult task for you." Liu Bei smiled bitterly before clenching his fist and yelling, "If you have aspirations, you will succeed. Didn't Yunyang Supremacy rise to the top from nothing back then? I believe I could become 1/10 of what he is if I learned from him." The other youth palmed his own face. How could Liu Bei be so stubborn? "Alright, I'll never try to talk you out of this. Let's go out for a walk. I heard that the most popular singer of the human tribe, Miss Yunfailuo, is coming to perform here. We should go see if we can get some tickets." Liu Bei looked at his friend and shook his head again. "Can't we see Yunfailuo's concert through the virtual realm? Besides, we would be able to purchase tickets through the virtual realm. Come on now, watching through the virtual realm is like scratching an itch from the outside of your boots. You gotta watch it live to enjoy it." The teenager slapped his hands repeatedly onto Liu Bei's shoulder. Let's go, let's go. Just treat this as a relaxing trip with me." An hour later, the 2 teenagers walked out of the ticket office in disappointment. Liu Bei looked rather normal, while his friend seemed really annoyed. "What in the world is going on? Are they trying to kill me? What are those guys doing here when Miss Yunfailuo is obviously holding a concert on our planet? They even queued for 3 whole days. Damn it," Liu Bei chuckled, as he was used to his friend's complaints. "Alright, just stop dreaming about Miss Yunfailuo. If she were to choose someone she likes, she'd definitely pick someone from the human tribe's top 10 celestial domain grade martialists that rose to power recently. Stop living in your fantasy world." His friend did not respond. Instead, he seemed somewhat unconvinced as he asked, is it fair for Yunyang supremacy to become a supremacy just because of his exceptional martial techniques? How is it unfair? Do you think the human tribe would be in such a great position if Yunyang supremacy hadn't fended off the joint attack of 12 other supremacies and killed Luo supremacy? Liu Bei was getting agitated as he added, "We do have 10 universe-grade martialists now, but you have to know that these elites are mostly Yunyang supremacy's personal guards. Their cultivation improvement relies heavily on Yunyang supremacy's accumulated resources. However, in terms of celestial domain grade and universe grade martialists, we still have a considerable gap to close to catch up to the demigod tribe. In other words, the human tribe's status still relies on Yunyang supremacy's prestige. The human tribe's days will fall into darkness again if Yunyang supremacy is no longer around one day." Liu Bei, you keep repeating yourself. How could Yunyang supremacy no longer be around? This is just a groundless fear. Liu Bei's friend, who was also a smooth talker, rebutted Liu Bei's arguments. Liu Bei was indeed stunned by his friend's rebuttal. Although he believed that he wasn't wrong, he still couldn't help but question whether there was a need to be so hardworking if Yunyang supremacy was around. While he was pondering this, a young man who seemed to be of a similar age staggered and almost fell nearby. Liu Bei instinctively rushed over to help the young man up. The young man who had almost fallen to the ground opened his eyes the moment Liu Bei helped him up. Although his eyes were lifeless, when he stared at Liu Bei, he felt as if everything had vanished from his thoughts. Liu Bei wanted to say something but didn't know how. "Thank you, little brother. I would have made a fool of myself if it hadn't been for you. What you said just now was totally right. Relying on others is unreliable. Relying on yourself is the path a true elite should walk." The young man looked at Liu Bei as he spoke solemnly. Liu Bei nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Thank you, big brother, for pointing it out. I will definitely work hard in the future." Then, Liu Bei asked if the young man needed help. "Big brother, do you need to go to the hospital for an exam? Our medical skills are highly advanced due to Yunyang supremacy's guidance, so it wouldn't be a problem even if you had some hard-to-treat disease." The young man laughed at himself and patted Liu Bei's shoulder. "It's just an old problem of mine. I've gotten it checked out long ago. Since fate brought us together, I will give you a gift. You'll be able to train in a training facility with it." The young man took out an ordinary small stone and handed it to Liu Bei. Liu Bei was stunned by the young man's action. What was a training facility? He couldn't react momentarily. As he was dumbfounded, his friend chuckled and said, "Oh big brother, you're so kind and generous. Why not give me something too? I'm not greedy, I just want to take a look at Miss Yunfailuo." Liu Bei found it very inappropriate of his friend to tease the young man. He wanted to stop his friend from causing trouble, yet the young man unexpectedly smiled and replied, "That isn't too difficult. Just bring the small stone in Liu Bei's hand and both of you will be able to attend the concert." The young man then glanced in the distance and said, "I still have something to attend to. I'll take my leave now." The young man walked away. Liu Bei and his friend did not notice that a black chi had started to appear on the young man's face. Just as Liu Bei was about to stop the young man, he realized that the young man had already disappeared completely. Brother Liu, I didn't expect that we would encounter such a funny liar. Fortunately, he didn't cheat us out of anything. Come on, throw that broken stone away and let's go." Liu Bei looked at the stone in his hand and shook his head. "Huang Yi, I don't think that man was a liar." Huang Yi laughed out loud and sneered, "Oh my god, you really don't want to drop this matter, huh? Alright then, we'll just wait for Yunfailuo's concert and see if we can enter with that stupid stone. You can keep the stone and enter that weird training facility if we are able to attend the concert. You really refuse to give up until all hope is gone." Chapter 718. Entering Pure Sun a million miles above the main star of Dongyan, a small planet was revolving slowly. Luo Yunyang was sitting in a lotus position on the minor planet. His faint air of tranquility and calmness resembled a Buddha that bore no sorrow or worry. Luo Yunyang, whose eyes were shut, sighed softly. His gaze carried a trace of abstruseness as he gazed at the void. It had been 100 days since Liu Bei had come across him. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, Liu Bei was lucky to have encountered him. Luo Yunyang had blessed Liu Bei with opportunities. However, whether Liu Bei would amount to something would depend entirely on his efforts. The stuff that Luo Yunyang had to deal with in his body was more important than Liu Bei. Many people believed that the god-slaying demon sword, which could kill a supremacy easily, was a supreme weapon. Everyone thought that the mysterious sword had disappeared completely after Luo's supremacy's death. Only Luo Yunyang knew that the sword that had disappeared into the void had only been the physical body of the sword. The spirit of the god-slaying demon sword, which was also the sword spirit that devoured the god-slaying demon sword, had entered his body. Or rather, it had entered his consciousness. Luo Yunyang had not paid much attention to that initially. He had thought that he would only need to train in seclusion for a while to resolve the pressure that the god-slaying demon sword was applying on him. However, things weren't as simple as Luo Yunyang had thought. In the beginning, the sword spirit had been turned into ashes when Luo Yunyang had executed the shattering heavens to deal with it. However, Luo Yunyang had not felt reassured. Hence, he had executed various techniques to bombard the sword spirit. Only after completing all this did Luo Yunyang start to feel that everything was safe. Unfortunately, he had never expected that the sword spirit, which seemed to have disappeared, would still linger stubbornly in his consciousness after a month. It had returned twice as powerful as before. After half a month of careful research, Luo Yunyang continued to adopt the strongest means of suppression. Because of his previous experience, Luo Yunyang decided to be much more ruthless with his execution. However, Luo Yunyang's seemingly flawless suppression was once again proven useless. After a month, the black sword spirit of the god-slaying demon sword returned more powerful than before. Third try, fourth try, fifth try. Thanks to this repeated destruction, Luo Yunyang also started to develop a profound understanding of the sword spirit. However, with each attempt, the sword spirit also got increasingly more powerful than before. Luo Yunyang nearly fainted during his most recent attempt. Although feeling dizzy for a short time had done nothing to Luo Yunyang's cultivation base, this was a bad omen. Many thoughts were buzzing in Luo Yunyang's mind. Although he actually had a way to completely eliminate the sword spirit this time, the price he would have to pay was too hefty to shoulder. The main reason the sword spirit was able to return perpetually to Luo Yunyang's consciousness was because of the chaotic four-origin beast in the heavenly venerate true body. The god-slaying demon sword seemed to possess an incredibly unique ability that made it difficult to destroy it once it attached itself to something. The chaotic four-origin beast clone and the heavenly venerate true body were stained with the aura of the god-slaying demon sword. The reason the chaotic four-origin beast clone was stained by the aura of the god-slaying demon sword was because Luo's supremacy had managed to destroy the primeval underworld monarch's bloody sea clone with the sword. However, even so, it still affected the chaotic four-origin beast clone. The heavenly venerate true body had been the one to kill Luo's supremacy with the god-slaying demon sword. Luo Yunyang would not have to worry about the god-slaying demon sword if he could forsake the two great powers he had. However, abandoning his two most powerful means would reduce his combat abilities by 90%. Luo Yunyang would just be an above-average celestial domain grade martialist without the assistance of those two means. Although there would be no issues while dealing with ordinary universe-grade martialists, he would face huge problems if he were to face a saint. Therefore, Luo Yunyang could not give up the two bodies. He could only find a solution that did not include that option. Luo Yunyang believed that 9th-level heavenly venerates and figures greater than those in the mysterious sky great cosmos would definitely have ways of helping him solve this tricky situation. However, he did not dare to take any risks with such high-level existences. He knew that there was a great possibility that he and the god-slaying demon sword might become part of an Almighty's collection in the end. After completing the seal on the sword spirit, Luo Yunyang made the decision to enter the pure sun great cosmos to find a way to suppress the sword spirit. His repeated analysis of the sword spirit had led him to discover that the god-slaying demon sword might come from a place called pure sun. Although pure sun and the pure sun great cosmos might not be the same place, Luo Yunyang still decided to enter it. His first reason for doing so was because the pure sun great cosmos ranked much higher than the mysterious sky great cosmos. According to his estimations, the things that appeared in the mysterious sky great cosmos should appear in the pure sun great cosmos as well. The second reason, which was the most important one, was that Luo Yunyang had more enemies in the mysterious sky great cosmos despite already establishing a foundation for himself. Luo Yunyang would not have been very concerned about those enemies if his heavenly venerate true body had been working fine. However, now that his heavenly venerate true body and the chaotic four-origin clone were acting up, the possibility of him getting injured while being surrounded by equal opponents was very big. The pure sun place, where the god-slaying demon sword came from, was also part of the reason. After making his decision, Luo Yunyang immediately contacted Lu Qubing, who was in charge of the human tribe's affairs now. Lu Qubing's cultivation base had improved in a similar way that Luo Yunyang's had in the mysterious sky great cosmos. In fact, Luo Yunyang did not have to do anything when the human tribe faced issues now. His biggest role was to intimidate the four great factions. Lu Qubing and the others had gotten used to Luo Yunyang training in seclusion and hence did not comment. Lu Qubing had also made the most rigorous safety arrangements for his mother, sister and Yunshi. After completing all this, Luo Yunyang went ahead and took a mission to the pure sun great cosmos through the small silvery tower. He had to obtain the feather of the divine five fowl. According to the explanation of the small silvery tower, a huge reward would be available upon the completion of the mission. Of course, there wouldn't be a severe penalty if the mission was not completed. The duration of this mission was 100 years. Luo Yunyang did not really pay attention to the mission as he entered the pure sun great cosmos with the help of the small silvery tower. He had made a lot of preparations before entering the pure sun great cosmos because of his previous experience in the mysterious sky great cosmos. He was even prepared to change his physical form. However, after entering the pure sun great cosmos, Luo Yunyang discovered that the ruler of this cosmos was actually a human. The Milky Way's human tribe had a miserable time in the small divine union. If it had not been for Luo Yunyang, it would have taken them many years to become a second-grade tribe. However, the people that ruled the pure sun great cosmos were actually humans. Luo Yunyang found this discovery rather unexpected. He knew that the human tribe had once been very powerful after receiving the small silver tower-shaped training facility. However, after seeing the broken, tattered silver tower and the lowly status of the Milky Way's human tribe, Luo Yunyang thought that the human tribe must have gone through a calamity or a disaster. He had not expected to find such a place while looking for a solution to the sword spirit in his own body. What was the origin of the ruling human tribe in the pure sun great cosmos? Were they the descendants of those humans or were they? While Luo Yunyang was glad that the rulers of the pure sun great cosmos were humans, he wouldn't get ahead of himself and view them as relatives. There was no way of knowing a man's heart. Two families might not even recognize one another after years of separation, let alone two human tribes from two different cosmos. More importantly, the sky books in the Milky Way's human tribe documented the various conflicts that had existed among the human tribe before. Besides, the pure sun great cosmos was so much bigger than the mysterious sky great cosmos. 10 years was enough to turn a teenager into a young man. 10 years was also enough to allow Luo Yunyang to become an inner disciple of a third-class sect in the pure sun great cosmos called the Glazed Titan sect. The sect master of the Glazed Titan sect, Yu Luli, was a universe-grade elite. It was precisely because of her that the Glazed Titan sect was able to possess a mountainous range that stretched for 100,000 miles. However, after joining the Glazed Titan sect, Luo Yunyang discovered that the reason the Glazed Titan sect was able to maintain a strong foothold in the pure sun great cosmos wasn't because of Yu Luli, but because the Glazed Titan sect was a subsidiary sect of one of the great sects of the pure sun great cosmos, the Three-Era Supreme sect. It was rumored that the Three-Era Supreme sect had 3 supreme techniques in one would become a 9th-level heavenly venerate existence after successfully cultivating one of the 3 supreme techniques. If one was able to combine the 3 supreme techniques, they would break through the heavenly venerate cultivation base and become an all-ruling supreme almighty. Junior brother, although your senior brother doesn't like to reprimand you, you should remain realistic and not aim too high in your cultivation. What's the use of aiming so high? You're just wasting your time. The pure glass flame technique isn't something ordinary people like us can cultivate. An honest-looking middle-aged man was trying to persuade Luo Yunyang. Listen to my advice and you'll live well. If you go the wrong way when you start, stopping is as good as moving forward. Go and seek advice from the elder. Let him alter your cultivation technique and, who knows, maybe you'll advance your current cultivation base. Chapter 719. Sound of Thunder, Thank You, Senior Brother. Junior brother experienced a lucky enlightenment and does not wish to give it up. It'll be better for me to continue cultivating. Luo Yunyang still had a pretty good impression of his senior brother, yet he wouldn't change just because his senior brother told him to. The flame glass technique was one of the 108 secret techniques of the Three-Era Supreme sect. It was rumored that one would be able to reach the flame glass realm and become a universe-grade celestial etheric existence upon its successful cultivation. While the meaning of Yu Luli's name was glass, she didn't cultivate the flame glass technique. Luo Yunyang's rejection didn't sit well with Yu Kaming. How could it? He was advising Luo Yunyang out of kind will, yet Luo Yunyang did not appreciate his kind intentions. Forget it, this junior brother was just a stubborn fellow, he thought before shaking his head and leaving. Luo Yunyang turned and left as well after Yu Kaming. However, as he turned to leave, he heard gossip behind his back. The people behind him were commenting on how impudent he was. They were saying that he did not know his limits and had unrealistic goals. Luo Yunyang merely smirked. He was only an inner disciple of the Glazed Titan sect now, so his cultivation base was limited to the nebula grade. Originally, Luo Yunyang had wanted to maintain his galaxy-grade cultivation base. However, in this cosmos, many sons of universe-grade elites were born with a nebula-grade cultivation base. Because of that, Luo Yunyang had to go easy on his control over his cultivation base. Entering the Glazed Titan sect was a scheme. In the pure Sun Great Cosmos, almost everyone would be thoroughly inspected by the sect's elites before they could enter the sect. For example, the Glazed Titan sect's parent sect, the Three-Era Supreme sect, would inspect their potential disciples thoroughly by making 9th-level heavenly venerates create illusions for the disciples and examine each disciple's entire life. The purpose of this sort of investigation was simply to prevent people with ill intentions from sneaking into the Three-Era Supreme sect. Luo Yunyang wasn't sure if he could deceive the illusions conjured by those 9th-level heavenly venerates. Hence, he had decided to enter a smaller sect. Ultimately, the Glazed Titan sect, which possessed the flame glass technique that was purported to be able to eliminate all sordidness, had become his first choice. Although Luo Yunyang was sitting in a lotus position in his quiet room, he wasn't cultivating his techniques. He sensed that his body and the surrounding world were in a state of incomparable harmony. The surrounding vitality of the world was desperately approaching Luo Yunyang, but he did not absorb those energies quickly. He began to enjoy this state quietly, after adjusting his body and the surrounding environment to the most harmonious state possible. Although this process was very slow, it could allow Luo Yunyang to be quickly accepted by the pure Sun Great Cosmos. After an hour, Luo Yunyang opened his eyes. He felt very comfortable as he took out a scripture slowly. It was the glass flame cleansing technique. Supreme cleansing flame born from chaos. When heaven and earth split open and the moon and the sun gather. Luo Yunyang already knew the 300 verses by heart. However, he still glanced through the copy of the scripture thoroughly before practicing it. This scripture was merely a copy bestowed by a 9th-level heavenly venerate unto the Glazed Titan sect's ancestral master after leaving the Three-Era Supreme sect. However, despite this, Luo Yunyang could still feel the blazing flames rising in the void after reading more than 300 words of scriptures. Luo Yunyang could sense a destructive power coming from within the extremely clean flames. Whenever the flames appeared, the worry Luo Yunyang felt about the sword spirit of the god-slaying demon sword would quieten down. Obviously, the flames of the cleansing glass flame technique were very effective against the sword spirit. Thanks to Luo Yunyang's talent, he actually developed a perception upon seeing the cleansing glass flame technique for the first time. However, Luo Yunyang did not immediately cultivate the cleansing glass flame technique after studying it. He slowly adjusted his body before preparing to cultivate this technique. It was just like brewing wine. Luo Yunyang actively stimulated the image when the flames appeared over and over again so that he was prepared to obtain a trace of pure comprehension from the glass flame. Luo Yunyang decided to continue doing this because of his initial enlightenment. Although it was still impossible to eliminate the sword spirit, the threat of the sword spirit did not become stronger. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang had already been in the Glazed Titan sect for 90 years. 90 years was a very passionate, competitive period of time for the disciples of the Glazed Titan sect, as they were all actively competing against one another in order to seal their fates. During the past 90 years, some people had skyrocketed, surpassing ordinary people by far. Meanwhile, others had progressed from fast to slow. Some originally exceptional geniuses, who had once been considered the next big thing, had turned into ordinary beings. A few people had risen to an unbelievable status, while others had fallen to the depths of the abyss in the process. Luo Yunyang, who had not made any progress in the past 90 years, had been ridiculed by others and regarded as a stupidly stubborn role model before eventually becoming a forgotten existence. The disciples that were in charge of distributing resources in the Glazed Titan sect had almost forgotten that Luo Yunyang was one of them. Luo Yunyang's appearance had remained exactly the same for the last 90 years. Luo Yunyang, who had already understood the entire Pure Sun Great Cosmos, seemed no different from the ordinary beings in the Pure Sun Great Cosmos. The Pure Sun Great Cosmos is a place full of danger. This was the overall feeling that Luo Yunyang had harbored about the Pure Sun Great Cosmos for the past few decades. The reason he felt this way wasn't because he had used any means to comprehend the inside story of the Pure Sun Great Cosmos. Instead, he had summed up the information on the events that had happened for the past 90 years in the Pure Sun Great Cosmos. While this summary seemed rather unnecessary, it was in fact a very deep analysis of the situation in the Pure Sun Great Cosmos. The sense of danger was everywhere. It was felt by everyone, including the almighties that did not appear much in the realm and lower-tier sects like the Glazed Titan sect. However, all this had nothing to do with Luo Yunyang. What he had to do now was form the trace of the cleansing glass flame that he had repeatedly conjured and destroyed for umpteen times. Then, he would use it to eliminate the sword spirit of the god-slaying demon sword. However, he did not need to spend all his time cultivating the cleansing glass flame technique. Hence, he was pretty idle sometimes. Luo Yunyang was sitting on a lounge chair, casually reading a book under a tree. He suddenly thought of moving his home from the Divine Union here. However, he never did this because the elites here were simply too strong and he wasn't very confident about dealing with a lot of things. Junior brother, it's not good for you to act like this. The honest-looking senior brother Yu Kaming said resentfully. Luo Yunyang flashed Yu Kaming a candid smile. Although the two of them had not had too many interactions, Luo Yunyang still respected his senior brother a lot. Yu Kaming was a truly honest person. During the past few decades, especially during the past 30 years, many new disciples who had been recruited into the Glazed Titan sect had been very angry with Luo Yunyang, who occupied one of the sect's most treasured lands. The Glazed Titan sect did not prohibit their disciples from engaging in battles among themselves, so many people yearned to fight against Luo Yunyang over the residence that he was occupying. Although Luo Yunyang paid no attention to the people that tried to provoke him, they were generally annoying and pesky, so they were still a form of distraction that disturbed him from time to time. Thank you, senior brother, but I already have insight into the glass flame technique. I believe that it won't take long for me to achieve it. Luo Yunyang smiled as he spoke to Yu Kaming. Yu Kaming was still as resentful as ever. Luo Yunyang's qualifications were the best among the disciples who had entered the Glazed Titan sect. It was a pity that this junior brother of his had gone astray. No matter how patiently he tried to persuade him, he still insisted on cultivating the cleansing glass flame technique. The starting point of this technique was very high, and it was also extremely hard to cultivate. Many people had been practicing for years but had still not achieved anything of significance. Junior brother, I will give you one last chance. If you don't achieve this in 10 years, then I will get the elder to force a new set of techniques upon you, Yu Kaming said firmly. Luo Yunyang chuckled but did not respond. Yu Kaming could only shake his head and leave helplessly. Suddenly, Yu Kaming, who had walked to the door, stopped in his tracks. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "The sacred flame heavenly venerate has died." Yu Kaming's footsteps clearly became much heavier after he said that. Luo Yunyang was quite familiar with the sacred flame heavenly venerate. He was a 5th level heavenly venerate and the Glazed Titan sect's greatest supporter in the 3-era supreme sect. While Luo Yunyang did not pay any attention to the Glazed Titan sect, he understood that the death of the sacred flame heavenly venerate would cause a large impact on the Glazed Titan sect. He did not know why the heavenly venerate had died, but he knew that grave repercussions would ensue. He watched Yu Kaming leave before shaking his head gently. Luo Yunyang did have a good feeling about the Glazed Titan sect. However, he wasn't willing to put his life on the line for them. 9 months had passed, and Luo Yunyang felt that the glass flame that he had tempered kept becoming more powerful. The flame glass would really explode if he continued to suppress himself. The time had finally come. Just as Luo Yunyang looked towards the sky, the crisp sound of drums suddenly echoed. Amid this sound, mighty troops descended from the skies and headed towards the Glazed Titan sect. Chapter 720. When the rock flies, hee hee. Junior sister Luli, long time no see. Ear-piercing laughter was heard as a gorgeous woman got out of a bright sedan chair. She was escorted by hundreds of universe-grade martialists. The woman had an alluring demeanor and her pair of gentle yet enchanting eyes exuded a grace that was unlike anything else. All the disciples of the Glazed Titan sect were mesmerized by her unique charm as she exited her sedan chair. Yu Luli, who was wearing a white robe, looked as cold as stone. The woman was just a tad better looking than Yu Luli, but her seductive figure and tender expression immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yu Luli wasn't pleased. She was actually disgusted with this uninvited guest. Fu Niehua, you flatter me by calling me junior sister. I'm not even close to you. Yu Luli immediately stretched out her hands and gestured for the uninvited guest to leave. You are not welcome here. Go back to where you came from. Fu Niehua simply laughed off Yu Luli's rude, blunt rejection. Her curvaceous figure moved gently forward while she laughed. Everyone present nearly went crazy because of her alluring behavior. A few disciples of the Glazed Titan sect even looked hungrily at Fu Niehua with lustful bloodshot eyes, as if they were ready to swallow her. Ha ha ha, junior sister, your disciples are really passionate. Fu Niehua wasn't affected by those lustful stares. She actually appeared proud of herself. Yu Luli snorted coldly but didn't reprimand her disciples. Fu Niehua cultivated one of the 108 secret techniques, the faceless flower blossom charm. Yu Liu knew how strong it was. Even some of her senior brothers who had a better cultivation base than her might have fallen head over heels for Fu Niehua's charm, let alone these disciples. Although she didn't like Fu Niehua, she didn't like to vent her anger on the innocent either. Yu Luli snapped back at Fu Niehua after sobering her disciples up. You have traveled so far to reach our Glazed Titan sect. Just speak your mind. Ha ha, alright then, I shouldn't beat around the bush if you are so straightforward. I'm here because I want your disciples to appreciate my performance. Fu Niehua gently clapped her hands to signal. Then, a lady in white robes who looked almost like a fairy walked out elegantly. The lady's movements were elegant and graceful. As she walked towards the crowd, her seemingly weak and fragile demeanor caused anyone that saw her to yearn to shelter her in their arms. Junior sister Luli, this is my disciple. She has also learned a set of dance performances from me. Why not let her perform for all the disciples of the Glazed Titan sect? If your disciples win, I'll leave immediately without saying a word. Fu Niehua smirked as she spoke. However, if your disciples lose, then I think the land the Glazed Titan sect has occupied for so long will need to change ownership. Yu Luli's face twitched as she heard this challenge. Although she was very confident in her disciples, she also knew that the chances of them beating Fu Niehua were very slim. However, Fu Niehua would pester her constantly if she said no and might even put her in a difficult position. No wonder there's gossip out there that the Glazed Titan sect has become a glass sect ever since you became the sect master, junior sister. Are there really no more worthy males in the Glazed Titan sect? Fu Niehua sneered after seeing that Yu Luli was hesitant. This statement was like a cruel slap across the faces of all the male disciples in the Glazed Titan sect. It immediately made them furious. Nonsense. Shut your mouth. The Glazed Titan sect will not be humiliated by someone like you. Sect master, let me handle this so-called performance. I will not disappoint you. Yu Luli smiled bitterly at her undignified disciples. Merely contending wasn't going to earn back their reputation. Fu Niehua's disciple had a 6th-level galaxy-grade cultivation base that was similar to most of her disciples. However, a performance by the Faceless Flower Blossom sect wasn't easy to deal with. Senior sister, why don't we have a competition between ourselves instead? Yu Luli hesitated for a moment before speaking. The expression of the enchanting Fu Niehua changed instantly when she heard this. She was not only a proud person but also a very smart one. She knew that her techniques were directly countered by the Glazed Titan sects innately. While her cultivation was stellar, it was still somewhat inferior to the cultivation of the woman in front of her. She might lose in the end if both of them were to go all out, and her sect would suffer a crushing defeat. Fortunately, she was prepared for this. Ha ha ha, junior sisters, why do the two of you have to do this? A calm, soothing voice was heard in the void as a towering man with 3 halos appeared in the distance. The 3 halos behind the man seemed to include a sun, a moon, stars, and even mythical creatures. One could feel intoxicated by taking one glance at him. When the middle-aged man walked over, even the core disciples of the Glazed Titan sect couldn't help but fall to their knees and pay their respects to him. Greetings, senior brother Jin. Fu Niehua giggled and threw herself at the middle-aged man. Although Yu Luli appeared pissed, she eventually maintained her composure and greeted the man. Luli pays her respects to senior brother Jin. Is senior brother visiting our lowly glazed titan sect to convey a message from the elders of the Three-Era Supreme sect? Yu Luli sounded polite, but her words were also slightly passive-aggressive. A few days ago, the ancestral master instructed me to take a tour down the realm and inspect the progress of our disciples in every respective sect. Hence, I had to come over by myself even though it is a chore. Senior brother Jin smiled gently as he replied, I have long believed that there are too many subsidiaries in the Three-Era Supreme sect. Although they can provide a lot of help to the Three-Era Supreme sect, their number makes it difficult to form a synergy. Thus, I'll propose to the elders to merge some of the subsidiaries when I head back. Of course, the basis of the merger will be the cultivation level of the disciples of the respective sects. If junior sister Yu can't even cope with a challenge, then I will inevitably think that the Glazed Titan sect is just strong on the outside and does not need to exist. Yu Luli stiffened after hearing what her senior brother had said. However, she was powerless before him. Very well then, I'll see how great senior sister Fu's disciple is. Yu Luli gritted her teeth and accepted the challenge. Of course, we won't disappoint you, junior sister. By the way, I think that it's too wasteful to show my disciple's performance to just one of your disciples. It would be better to let all the disciples of the Glazed Titan sect watch together. I hope you understand, Shaolian's time is precious. I'll admit defeat as long as one member of your sect can withstand it. Yu Luli couldn't accept such a form of challenge by the other party, as it was basically an insult to the whole Glazed Titan sect. However, senior brother Jin interrupted, I don't have enough time to watch you kids bicker. Since junior sister Fu suggested that, we'll just do it. Then, he shifted his attention to Shaolian and said, little girl, Uncle Master thinks highly of you. Do not disappoint me, rest assured, Uncle Master. The little girl's limpid, graceful gaze shifted to the disciples of the Glazed Titan sect as she spoke, causing even some of the female disciples of the Glazed Titan sect to feel their mouths go dry. There was no music or accompaniment. However, when Shaoling began dancing, hundreds of disciples from the Glazed Titan sect felt their hearts get seized and became intoxicated by the beautiful musical notes ringing within their souls. Even Yu Kaming and some others, who had an exceptional state of mind, felt their hearts swaying when they heard these notes. As they continued to watch Shaoling dancing gracefully, she gradually and mysteriously became the girl of their dreams. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. Changes were occurring constantly during the slow, mystifying dance. Many of the Glazed Titan sect disciples had entered a trance. Some of them were blushing, while others had gone crazy. Some people couldn't control themselves and started to howl and roar uncontrollably. Yu Luli bit her lips when she saw her disciples lose control of themselves. Although she was very uncomfortable with this, she was also very helpless. Even though this challenge had been forced upon her by senior brother Jin, it still showed that her disciples were lacking when it came to mind cultivation. After a quarter of an hour, Yu Luli hurriedly executed her moves to put the disciples that had lost control of themselves to sleep so that they would stop disgracing themselves. By the time Shaoling's performance was just halfway through, Yu Kaming was the only Glazed Titan sect disciple left. As the eldest disciple of the Glazed Titan sect, Yu Kaming's state of mind was the most rigorous. However, he was also beginning to feel a little dizzy and confused. Most experienced people would know that he wouldn't be able to withstand this any longer. Senior brother, are all the disciples of the Glazed Titan sect here? Shaoling asked softly. No, a junior brother is still training in seclusion. Yu Kaming, who had been hypnotized, answered instinctively. Chapter 721. Instant enlightenment. The reason Lu Shaolian had asked Yu Kaming was because her master Fu Niehua had instructed her to defeat all her peers in the Glazed Titan sect. Yu Kaming, who was already slightly deranged, had also lost his rationality. He would never spill the beans on Luo Yunyang while he was still sober, as this concerned the reputation of their sect. Luo Yunyang did not conceal his identity in the Glazed Titan sect. After all, there was nothing worth hiding for this time. Furthermore, nobody in the pure Yang Great Cosmos knew him. I still have a junior brother. Junior brother Luo, Yu Kaming replied honestly in full detail as he remained in a daze. Lu Shaolian did not really pay attention to what Yu Kaming had said. After all, the Glazed Titan sect disciples that had stepped forward at this crucial moment were the best of the best. Luo Yunyang had to be a lowly member of their sect if he had not even appeared. This sort of people were unimportant, so whether they were present or not made no difference. Senior brother Luo is not here. Is he away from the sect? No, junior brother isn't awake. Yu Kaming would have avoided this topic if he had been able to think clearly. However, he was still drowned in inexplicable confusion. Enough. Stop asking. The Glazed Titan sect has lost this round. Yu Luli still cared a lot about eldest disciple Yu Kaming. Upon seeing him in this incoherent state, she interrupted them abruptly. Fu Niehua certainly knew when to stop. However, this time, her goal was to drastically beat down the Glazed Titan sect's morale. Therefore, she decided to persist. She wouldn't allow her magnanimous reputation to spoil her great plan. Upon seeing that Yu Luli was getting anxious, she giggled and refused to back off. Junior sister, there's actually one more elite disciple left in the Glazed Titan sect. That is awesome. I always thought that the Glazed Titan sect disciples wouldn't be that weak. Makes me wonder why junior sister decided to hide such an exceptional disciple. Is it because you look down on me or senior brother Jin? I'm puzzled. What was your intention? Senior brother Jin grimaced when he heard that. A white tiger and a Qilin within the three halos roared fiercely as the halos shuddered. Yu Luli cursed silently. Fu Niehua had such a delicate face, yet she had a despicable heart. What kind of problems was that B*TCH trying to create? Yu Luli was extremely helpless when she saw Jin Wuxi getting angry. She really couldn't afford to offend senior brother Jin now. After all, their elder in the Three-Era Supreme sect had just died, so it would be very dangerous for the Glazed Titan sect to have no support. Why would I look down on senior brother Jin? I didn't say anything because this disciple of mine is unworthy. Yu Luli had almost forgotten that Luo Yunyang was her disciple. Although she was the sect master of the Glazed Titan sect, she actually did not offer pointers for her disciples' cultivation. Even Yu Kaming received cultivation techniques from the sect's elders. If the others did not understand anything, they would consult the elders as well. The reason she remembered Luo Yunyang was because Luo Yunyang had always insisted on cultivating the cleansing glass flame technique. Although he had achieved nothing during the past 90 years, he still persisted. The cleaning glass flame technique was inherently difficult to cultivate. If it had not been for the sect's rule that disciples who cultivated the cleansing glass flame technique were not allowed to change their cultivation technique, Yu Luli would have made Luo Yunyang switch to another cultivation technique now. This disciple that she had almost forgotten had actually caused her unexpected trouble. He has to come forward to take on the challenge and determine whether he is worthy or not. Senior brother Jin snapped back. He was obviously upset. Although Yu Luli was reluctant, there was no way she could decline. She could not find any way to do so. Hence, she could only agree. Go get Luo Yunyang. Tell him that I have some matters to discuss with him. Luo Yunyang appeared very shortly when someone went to get him. He was dressed in blue, so he looked exactly like an ordinary disciple. However, Fu Niehua was very surprised when she saw him. Fu Niehua wasn't someone to mess with. She had very good eyes when it came to judging people. She had originally thought that the disciple who had yet to appear was just an ordinary person. However, she began to feel a strange premonition after observing Luo Yunyang, who was dressed in blue and only had a universe-grade cultivation. This premonition, which was very strange, contained a hint of danger. After mulling this over for a moment, she decided to warn her disciple. Be careful. While Lu Shaolian found Luo Yunyang good-looking, she did not really consider him a threat. Yunyang, take a look at this performance. An elder from the Glazed Titan sect instructed Luo Yunyang. The elder wasn't in a good mood. Their defeat was nearly set in stone, so he spoke to Luo Yunyang bluntly. He ignored Luo Yunyang as soon as he said that. Lu Shaolian did not really take her master's words into consideration. However, she didn't relax either while facing Luo Yunyang. Instead, she giggled and said, "Senior brother, please enjoy my performance." Lu Shaolian gently waved her sleeves, conjuring a boundary full of charm in Luo Yunyang's heart instantly. This charming boundary had no effect on Luo Yunyang. After all, his consciousness was already at the heavenly venerate level. Originally, he had been prepared to simply faint for a short while during Lu Shaolian's performance. This way, his act would be complete. Even though the Glazed Titan sect treated him pretty well, he wasn't willing to put himself in danger to help the sect. However, when the charming boundary appeared, Luo Yunyang felt the cleansing glass flame seed that he had already suppressed start to become active. Luo Yunyang suddenly thought of something. He had originally wanted to let the cleansing glass flame seed burst out after continuously suppressing it. However, now, the charm technique Lu Xiaolian executed seemed to be pouring hot oil onto the cleansing glass flame seed. Not only would the cleansing glass flame seed fail to benefit from this continuous suppression, but this might even result in a setback. Luo Yunyang made his decision after mulling this over for a moment. He decided that he would do nothing and let the cleansing glass flame do as it wished. Luo Yunyang sat down in a lotus position. Not many people looked at him. After all, most of them thought that Luo Yunyang was just going to disgrace the Glazed Titan sect like everybody else. The members of the Faceless Flower Blossom sect did not care about Luo Yunyang, as their sect had always prioritized one's strength above all other things. Luo Yunyang's nebula-grade cultivation was akin to an ordinary disciple of the Faceless Flower Blossom sect. The difference between a core disciple and an ordinary disciple was vast. Thus, why would they even care about an ordinary disciple? Some people even thought that making Lu Xiaolian perform the faceless sacred dance was overkill and she was treating Luo Yunyang with too much respect. However, more people started to observe Luo Yunyang when Lu Xiaolian completed the first level of her faceless sacred dance. Even an elite like Yu Kaming hadn't been able to endure past the first level. No one had imagined that Luo Yunyang, who in many people's opinion, should have been driven out of the Glazed Titan sect, would actually be able to withstand the first level. Fire! Fire! He's on fire! Someone suddenly pointed at Luo Yunyang's body and yelled. A white flame had suddenly appeared on Luo Yunyang's chest when Lu Xiaolian had started the second level of the faceless sacred dance. The white flame did not appear to contain any heat, but when it appeared on Luo Yunyang's body, it seemed strangely sacred. The white flame quickly engulfed Luo Yunyang's body as he sat there quietly. The cleansing glass flame, it's the cleansing glass flame, a Glazed Titan sect elder said in a trembling voice. While some disciples had managed to successfully cultivate the cleansing glass flame technique in the past, they had been few and far between. Although the elders still recognized the cleansing glass flame when they saw it, all of them thought that the flames on Luo Yunyang's body were many times stronger than any flames they had ever seen before. What exactly was going on? Lu Xiaolian did not stop performing. The faceless sacred dance is indeed formidable. It actually managed to ignite the fire in his heart and turn it into a cleansing glass flame. It's a pity that the cleansing flame is burning his body. Junior niece, finish the faceless sacred dance and make the flame burn quicker. Send him off to his death. Yu Luli was upset when she heard this as she looked at Luo Yunyang, who was engulfed in the cleansing glass flame. Although he might not be able to achieve the highest level of the cleansing glass flame technique, he would become an elite of the Glazed Titan sect eventually, as he had managed to conjure a cleansing glass flame. Hence, how could she, the sect master, not be angry that her elite disciple was going to die in such an undignified manner in battle? Sect master, it is right to let them send him off, an elder told Yu Luli quietly. Lu Xiaolian's faceless sacred dance got quicker as her surroundings transformed into an independent boundary. In that world, demons were dancing, goddesses were singing. All sorts of images formed an endless bliss. The pure white flame was getting whiter. Eventually, the white flame that was wrapped around Luo Yunyang became the cleanest white light in the world. As Lu Xiaolian was about to finish her faceless sacred dance, the white flame on Luo Yunyang's body quickly gathered and entered his body. When all the cleansing glass flame had disappeared, Luo Yunyang opened his eyes. Two pure beams of white light shot from his eyes towards the sky. Chapter 722. From galaxy to celestial domain. Every disciple that cultivated the cleansing glass flame was of utmost importance to the Glazed Titan sect. When Luo Yunyang was enveloped by the cleansing glass flame, even the sect master of the Glazed Titan sect, Yu Luli, thought that Luo Yunyang would undoubtedly die. No one expected that Luo Yunyang would absorb the cleansing glass flames into his body once again. Furthermore, what was even more inconceivable was that Luo Yunyang opened his eyes and woke up. This sort of outcome was far beyond what they had expected. The instant Luo Yunyang opened his eyes, rays of light shot at him. These lights rapidly gathered onto the flicking white flames within Luo Yunyang's eyes. In just a moment, the center of Luo Yunyang's eyes contained a white glass-like glow that covered Luo Yunyang's body tightly. Luo Yunyang, who looked like an ordinary person, instantly became a spotless white glass god standing loftily in the void. Many people couldn't even envision such changes. However, as these changes appeared, the lights that surged over from every direction became even more intense. 30 meters, 60 meters, 90 meters. As all these energies surged in, the glass true body became even stronger. By the time this was over, it had already become a 480-meter tall giant body. This process had taken 20 hours. 20 hours wasn't a long time for Yu Luli and the others. Of course, Luo Yunyang's advancement wasn't something everyone was willing to wait for. For example, Fu Niehua and Jin Wushui were not happy about it. However, even though they felt annoyed, they didn't dare create a disturbance. After all, disrupting the breakthrough of a disciple with huge potential was an action the Three-Era Supreme sect would not condone. After 20 hours, Luo Yunyang's 480-meter tall cleansing glass flame body slowly started to shrink. In just a breath, the 480-meter tall cleansing glass flame body had become only 4.8 meters tall. This young man is rather decent. He climbed from the nebula grade to the peak galaxy grade in one go. Great. Very good, Jin Wushui lamented, although the sarcasm in his tone was clear to everyone. Yu Luli had a strange expression on her face. This disciple called Luo Yunyang, whom she hadn't had any hopes for, had actually become enlightened and advanced straight from the nebula grade to the peak galaxy grade. This outcome clearly wasn't what she had expected. Of course, this outcome was a really good thing not only for Yu Luli, but for the Glazed Titan sect as a whole. The number of Glazed Titan sect disciples who comprehended the cleansing glass flame decreased over the years, so it felt as though there was a deficit. Yu Luli had wished to change this situation all along. Unfortunately, even though she had tried hard, truly talented disciples really weren't easy to come by. Now, as the sect was facing an impending crisis, this young disciple had experienced some enlightenment. This was a huge present for the Glazed Titan sect. Thus, Yu Luli responded calmly to Jin Wushui's mockery. That is exactly what he did. Jin Wushui nodded and said, yeah, this person could be considered a genius in the small range of the Glazed Titan sect. However, he is still a far cry compared to junior brother Wuxin, who was born a galaxy grade and has now advanced to the celestial domain grade. Even senior brothers like us can't keep up with his combat ability. Meanwhile, Fu Niehua, who had lost face due to Luo Yunyang's advancement, chuckled in reply. You really know how to joke, senior brother. How can small people like us compare to Mr. Wuxin? He is destined to become a heavenly venerate. As the three of them conversed, the white light around Luo Yunyang that had dimmed suddenly burned brightly again. This white light once more surged towards Luo Yunyang like a tide. In just an instant, the white glass around Luo Yunyang became a world filled with white cleansing glass flames. Although this world was faintly discernible at the beginning, white light poured in continuously, making the world of cleansing glass flames even more distinct. It's the cleansing glass flame boundary. This is the celestial domain grade. Yu Luli brandished her arms and utilized a prohibited Glazed Titan sect technique to split apart the void surrounding Luo Yunyang. Jin Wushui had a slightly displeased look on his face as he watched that cleansing glass flame boundary. There was even a hint of jealousy in his eyes. He had just shown disdain for Luo Yunyang's enlightenment and given a sour evaluation, even going so far as to say that Luo Yunyang's final achievements were ordinary. However, when Luo Yunyang broke through again, he could no longer say the same thing. After all, he understood that the one losing face because of his words wasn't Luo Yunyang, but him. Fu Niehua sighed silently. He had really shot himself in the foot this time. A small matter he hadn't needed to bother about had turned everything around. This made her feel rather embarrassed. A nobody had actually destroyed her well-thought-out plan. Even though she was thoroughly displeased deep down, she still put in a great deal of effort to remain calm. This is a joyous occasion for the Glazed Titan sect, which was able to produce such a disciple. He advanced to the galaxy grade at dawn and stepped into the celestial domain grade at dusk. This is indeed a deed that will spread far and wide. Upon hearing Fu Niehua's words, Yu Luli smiled faintly, even though she knew that Fu Niehua wasn't a very good person. Luo Yunyang, who had ascended to the celestial domain grade by using the cleansing glass flame technique, didn't continue rushing towards the peak in a spurt of energy. Instead, he stopped when he reached the third level of the celestial domain grade. This level was similar to his cultivation base in the Divine Union. He had broken through to the celestial domain grade in one shot. Although Luo Yunyang had wished to achieve this, it was his comprehension of the cleansing glass flame that had helped him reach this level. By the time the white glow faded, the cleansing glass flame boundary that had appeared behind Luo Yunyang had already vanished within his body. Just like the internal universe formed when someone in the divine union entered the celestial domain grade, this cleansing glass flame boundary wasn't in any way inferior. In terms of power, the boundary filled with boundless cleansing glass flames was mightier. It could be said that Luo Yunyang had only comprehended a cultivation technique related to his chaotic whole power after many years of comprehension. Even if he could soar to the heavenly venerate grade, Luo Yunyang thought that only a few areas of his cultivation technique needed to be changed. The main aspect was flawless. However, as the power of the cleansing glass flame emerged, Luo Yunyang realized that he had really underestimated the powerhouses of this world. His chaotic whole cultivation technique could not compare to even a tiny bit of power formed from the cleansing glass flame technique. This cleansing glass flame was just a branch technique of the three-era supreme sect. As many thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's mind, an overwhelming power from the skies shrouded around him. The martial path heavenly tribulation had arrived. Luo Yunyang, who had experienced the martial path heavenly tribulation back in the mysterious sky great cosmos, didn't really fear it. He instantly made a decision as he experienced this vast power. Without destruction, there could be no construction. The cleansing glass flame body Luo Yunyang had used to step into the galaxy grade was widely known as a defensive technique. If this cleansing glass flame body was used to forcibly withstand the martial path heavenly tribulation, it could surely bring about many benefits. As soon as he made up his mind, Luo Yunyang accumulated the cleansing glass flames and didn't try to evade as the first white thunder of the heavenly tribulation struck. When the cleansing glass flame was used, Luo Yunyang looked like a pure white glass image. Boom! Cracks appeared on Luo Yunyang's cleansing glass flame body as the thunder descended. Many faceless flower blossom sect disciples grinned as this scenario unfolded. He wants to soar into the sky even though his foundation isn't firm. How funny. Could he not know that soaring up requires a hefty price? A female faceless flower blossom sect disciple took a dig at him. The disciples of the glazed titan sect weren't pleased with these comments. Some of them even glared coldly at this lady. Right now, they all harbored complex sentiments. Under ordinary circumstances, people could get jealous of a stranger's crushing power. However, they were astonished when the people beside them suddenly soared. Someone whom they had looked down upon had risen in prominence all of a sudden. Feeling jealous was normal. Because of the pressure of the external sects, they felt a sense of camaraderie and unity against common foes. Thus, under the circumstances, the disciples glared angrily at the faceless flower blossom sect disciples. Fu Niehua spoke up, "All of you, shut up. Don't blindly judge what you don't understand. Can't you see that he is doing it deliberately?" The faceless flower blossom sect disciples could doubt others, but they couldn't doubt their own sect master. Thus, all of them quietened down in an instant. "He's just doing this in spite of adversity," Jin Wushui told Fu Niehua calmly. Perhaps the theories of those young people might come true. If only. Although Fu Niehua's status wasn't comparable to Jin Wushui's, her perspective was better than his. Luo Yunyang had been enlightened into advancing by leaps and bounds, which wasn't something most people could compare to. Although the martial path heavenly tribulation was very fearsome, she didn't think Luo Yunyang would be unable to cope with it. Streaks of lightning struck from the high heavens. Although everyone present was far away from Luo Yunyang, this terrifying power that came from the sky scared them. Luo Yunyang, who was forcefully taking it on with his glass-like body, was riddled with marks. There were even massive cracks on his skin. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a massive axe fell from the sky. Chapter 723. 6 Sacred Halls re-emerge, the heavenly tribulation formed a divine weapon. Jin Wushui said in astonishment. The person advancing would have to experience every level of the heavenly tribulation, but only an absolute top entity could reach this level and cause heavenly tribulation to form a divine weapon. Luo Yunyang had passed the galaxy grade and entered the celestial domain grade, thus becoming an expert with just one action. However, Jin Wushui believed that he was nothing more than an insignificant young man. Jin Wushui wouldn't even compare him to the top characters of the three-era supreme sect. However, Luo Yunyang's martial path heavenly tribulation had actually formed a massive axe. This thoroughly shocked Jin Wushui, who instantly associated Luo Yunyang with authoritative figures. "Luo Yunyang, don't fight it head-on," Yu Luli shouted. She had considerable knowledge on heavenly tribulation and the formation of divine weapons, so she knew that the power of this heavenly tribulation had increased tenfold. However, even though her shout echoed all around, Luo Yunyang had no intention of budging. That massive axe continued to hurl downwards. This axe, which contained traces of spiritual power, hacked at Luo Yunyang's already battered cleansing glass flame body. This cleave instantly shattered Luo Yunyang's cleansing glass flame body, strewing countless fragments everywhere. Although the momentum of that falling axe was considerably slowed down by the resistance of the cleansing glass flame body, the overbearing might it still contained struck fear in the hearts of many people. The cleansing glass flame boundary all around Luo Yunyang fell apart as the massive axe descended. The cleansing glass flames that seemed full of boundless vitality were rapidly extinguished due to the suppression of this massive axe. The cleansing glass flames that covered the sky and earth had completely disappeared, yet the axe couldn't be stopped. Rather than looking delighted, Lu Xiaolian had a reluctant expression on her face as she watched Luo Yunyang beneath the massive falling axe. Lu Xiaolian was a direct inner disciple of the Faceless Flower Blossom sect. Although she seemed lovable, deep down, she was an extremely prideful lady. She simply hadn't cared about any of these people during this trip to the Glazed Titan sect. She felt that she alone could defeat the entire Glazed Titan sect easily. She had never imagined that an existence like Luo Yunyang would emerge there. Not only had her Wushang faceless sacred dance failed, but it had even caused Luo Yunyang to break out of his cocoon, emerge as a butterfly and soar to the sky. This was a massive blow to Lu Xiaolian. As she was dealt this blow, that young man was deeply etched in her heart. She didn't want Luo Yunyang to die during this heavenly tribulation. As Lu Xiaolian hoped that he wouldn't, Luo Yunyang's figure was split apart while the huge axe fell. Martial path powerhouses could regenerate from a single drop of blood. However, regenerating from a drop of blood during martial path tribulation was extremely difficult, as the boundless intent of the heavenly tribulation would immediately shatter a martialist to pieces. When Luo Yunyang was split apart within the void, Lu Xiaolian wasn't the only person who was dumbfounded. Even Yu Luli and the others were flabbergasted. Even Jin Wushui, who had just been mocking Luo Yunyang, looked in astonishment at Luo Yunyang's shattering body. Not making any moves to counter this is basically suicide. Besides surprise and mockery, there was also an undeniable pity in his voice. The Three-Era Supreme Sect was split into many branches. Although all these branches had intense competition, they would still stand united against common foes. Luo Yunyang's 100 years of accumulation had already demonstrated his tendency to progress rapidly. If such a young and useful disciple were to die, it would be a tremendous loss for the Three-Era Supreme Sect. The sparse blazes within the void started to get extinguished one after the other. Each of these blazes contained Luo Yunyang's intent. As more and more blazes were extinguished, even Yu Luli's face fell. This outstanding disciple would pay a hefty price because of his pride. Fu Niehua sighed softly and told Yu Luli, "My condolences." These two words sounded extremely heartfelt. Yu Luli shook her head and replied, forcefully taking on this danger was his own choice. There is nothing tragic about it. Yu Kaming and the other Glazed Titan sect disciples all looked sorrowful. They feared that if this mighty axe continued to fall, the surging cleansing glass flames would become a spent force due to that insane power. As the overbearing massive axe almost reached the ground, there was only a small ember of the cleansing glass flame left. When that tiny ember that contained Luo Yunyang's will was extinguished, Luo Yunyang would be buried under the heavenly tribulation. Nobody dared to try and save him. Even the top powerhouses in this realm wouldn't dare attempt to save someone amid a heavenly tribulation. Everyone knew very well that trying to save someone undergoing heavenly tribulation would only result in death. The massive axe was like the sky, while the tiny embers were like dirt. That tiny flame would be extinguished in just a moment. As everyone watched reluctantly the blaze that was about to be extinguished, that tiny bit of cleansing glass flame suddenly turned from pure white to violet. This change from white to purple was extremely quick. As that little ember turned violet, a blazing flame wrapped around the huge axe. The spiritual lines around the axe faded and the massive axe was turned to ashes within the violet blaze. The wind fanned the violet flames and a violet figure appeared in the void moments later. The sacred glass flame. Jin Wushui's voice was trembling with shock. When the cleansing glass flame was cultivated to its highest point, it could evolve into the sacred glass flame. This sort of evolution was really difficult. In the history of the Glazed Titan sect, only 3 powerhouses had successfully cultivated the sacred glass flame. The transformation of Luo Yunyang's cleansing glass flame into the sacred glass flame was something unique in the entire Glazed Titan sect. Yu Luli's eyes shone brightly. She gazed at Luo Yunyang with both bewilderment and delight. Ha ha, junior brother Yunyang is safe and sound. Good, good. Yu Qiaming didn't really recognize the sacred glass flame, but he was ecstatic that Luo Yunyang was fine. Although Lu Shaolian was silent, she heaved a huge sigh of relief. Junior sister Yu, I never imagined that your sect would actually contain such talent. The Faceless Flower Blossom sect concedes this time, said Fu Niehua, who was a lady of great stature, while watching the violet glass-like body that flickered with a terrifying aura. Although Yu Luli wasn't so forgiving, she knew that her sect had found someone to rely on now. Under the circumstances, patching things up was perhaps the wisest choice. She wouldn't cause any more trouble if she could avoid it. Besides, Jin Wushui wasn't someone easy to deal with. Being able to have a conflict with the Three-Era Supreme sect would bring the Glazed Titan sect many benefits. If senior sister Fu says so, then I shall let this matter pass. When Luo Yunyang's body formed completely, within the violet blaze, the fearsome heavenly tribulation rapidly dispersed. You were able to cultivate the sacred glass flame. Well done, young man. However, you mustn't always take such risks when it comes to cultivation, Jin Wushui said as Luo Yunyang walked out. Although Luo Yunyang didn't have a favorable opinion of Jin Wushui and didn't wish to listen to his words, he still took this with a pinch of salt. He was unwilling to antagonize any more people. Thus, he answered modestly, "Thank you, Uncle Master." Jin Wushui smiled when he received this polite reply. He couldn't slay Luo Yunyang now that the fellow's cultivation base had skyrocketed. Was there any need to instigate and provoke this guy anymore? With this thought in mind, he now intended to build a friendly relationship with Luo Yunyang. Apprentice nephew Luo, take care of yourself properly. Your prospects are limitless, so don't take unnecessary risks. Jin Wushui then added, you should probably be able to get a place when the Divine Sacred Hall opens. The Divine Sacred Hall would open. Luo Yunyang had never imagined that he would actually hear about the Divine Sacred Hall in the Pure Sun Realm. Ever since he had obtained the Divine Martial Technique, this technique had helped Luo Yunyang considerably. Luo Yunyang hadn't chucked the Divine Martial Technique aside even after he had acquired his Heavenly Venerate true body. However, the Divine Martial Technique couldn't be used as a trump card. Based on this deduction, he felt that the Divine Martial Technique was slightly lacking. Luo Yunyang had inferred a lot, yet he was unable to reach a conclusion. All his ideas added on to the Divine Martial Technique, which hadn't increased its might. Actually, its might had decreased slightly. Thank you, Uncle Master. Luo Yunyang naturally wouldn't reject such a benefit. After talking with Luo Yunyang for a while, Jin Wushui and Fu Niehua bade him farewell and left. As they left, Fu Niehua looked clearly disappointed. When these unsavory guests from the Faceless Flower Blossom sect left, normal order was restored to the Glazed Titan sect. However, many more disciples of the sect entered the secret scripture trove to gain some enlightenment now. Although many of them had given up before and knew the probability of success wasn't high, they were now filled with an ardent drive after seeing the scenes that had unfolded that day. Luo Yunyang, who was a core disciple of the Glazed Titan sect, now had a new status that was equivalent to an elder's. He didn't really care about this. What he was looking forward to was getting a place to enter the hallowed hall. Unfortunately, no news came after Jin Wushui left. Chapter 724. Mahakashapa Titan Mark. During the process of waiting, Luo Yunyang spent most of his time in the Glazed Titan sect secret scripture trove, studying the various martial techniques of the Glazed Titan sect. As a subsidiary sect of the Three-Era Supreme sect, the Glazed Titan sect had inherited a lot of good stuff from the Three-Era Supreme sect, including the Great Titan Mark. The Three-Era Supreme sect also possessed a reputable technique. The extremely firm and powerful Great Titan Mark complemented the cleansing glass flame body made from glass flames and could be considered a great balance of offense and defense that was difficult to break through. For many years, the Glazed Titan sect had relied on these two techniques, especially the Great Titan Mark, to support its huge reputation. After looking through the original copy of the Great Titan Mark, Luo Yunyang put it down. Although the Great Titan Mark was supposed to be easy to learn but hard to master, it didn't pose any difficulty to Luo Yunyang, who possessed the knowledge of a Heavenly Venerate. He looked as though he was comprehending the Great Titan Mark, but he was in fact pondering the problem within his own body. Indeed, the internal universe in Luo Yunyang's body had expanded and gotten slightly out of his control. While he had been cultivating the cleansing glass flame, Luo Yunyang had envisaged that the glass flame boundary formed would not interfere with the chaotic whole universe within his body. However, during Lu Xiaolian's sacred faceless dance, the first strand of the cleansing glass flame had emerged in Luo Yunyang's internal chaotic whole universe. The chaotic whole universe still existed, but it was now one with the glass flame boundary. This fusion was naturally a good thing, as it allowed Luo Yunyang's power to increase considerably. However, after the two of them fused, Luo Yunyang would need much more time to grasp this. "Senior brother, the sect master requests for your presence." A rather pretty lady in a purple dress glided gracefully over to Luo Yunyang and spoke gently. This lady was Yu Luli's personal disciple, Chu Mohan. She was also considered a very reputable disciple within the Glazed Titan sect. Luo Yunyang smiled at Chu Mohan before he stood up and left the secret scripture trove with her. Although the two of them were walking one behind the other, Chu Mohan was secretly observing Luo Yunyang along the way. Good looks normally made most women feel a sense of superiority. Furthermore, considering her status as a personal disciple, how could she look up at Luo Yunyang? However, right now, she felt as though she was looking up at a tall mountain as she faced him. "Senior brother Luo, there are some areas I don't really understand in the process of cultivating the cleansing glass flame technique. I wonder if I could trouble you for some guidance." Chu Mohan felt her face blushing slightly as she said that. Someone as conceited as she was would only say such words if they had already resolved to do this. Of course, she had an ulterior motive for seeking guidance. What sort of person was Luo Yunyang? Thanks to his mind power, he could naturally guess what this lady was up to. However, he wouldn't expose her. Thus, he replied casually, "If you have any problems, you can seek guidance from the sect master. I am rather busy, so that would botch things up." Chu Mohan's face stiffened slightly when she was tactfully rejected by Luo Yunyang. This was the first time she had been treated this way, so she felt really embarrassed. The vibe between the two of them became somewhat awkward. Therefore, they quickened their pace. Luckily, the place where Yu Luli wanted to meet Luo Yunyang wasn't far, and the two of them quickly arrived at a small pavilion. The pavilion was simple and elegant. Yu Luli sat quietly, playing the guqin. As she strummed it, Yu Luli looked like a graceful fairy floating in the air. Jin Wushui has sent a message saying that there are some difficulties with the Divine Sacred Hall. It is difficult for the sects to come to a decision right now. Yu Luli looked at Luo Yunyang and placated him. "There is no need to go if you can't. There are still many opportunities in the Three-Era Supreme Sect. There is also a number of opportunities of a higher level than the Divine Sacred Hall. When the time comes, I can help you fight for them." Being unable to go to the Divine Sacred Hall was a huge loss for Luo Yunyang, who then asked, "Sect Master, did Jin Wushui say why? Your reputation isn't sufficient, and you have a very limited battle record. The elders of the Three-Era Supreme Sect are afraid that you might be too inexperienced and suffer in the Divine Sacred Hall." Yu Luli's fingers lightly caressed the guqin as she spoke softly. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. He didn't say anything else as he left. Chu Mohan felt slightly elated deep down as she watched Luo Yunyang's figure heading away. Luo Yunyang had actually dared brush away her kind intentions. That was really repulsive. Luo Yunyang returned to his room. He had already made up his mind. The Divine Sacred Hall was very important, so he absolutely couldn't let it slip away that easily. Wasn't it said that his reputation was insufficient? Then, he would just have to raise it so the people stopping him would not have anything to say. 10 days later, in a huge city 100,000 miles away from the Glazed Titan sect, Luo Yunyang was walking at a leisurely pace. On the surface, he looked rather carefree, but his mind had already locked onto a man. It was the Sky Rock Sage. The Sky Rock Sage was the top generational genius of the Sky Rock tribe, one of the 8 great tribes beneath the human tribe. He was from the Hengtian sect and ranked among the 8 Hengtian sons. The Hengtian sect and the Three-Era Supreme sect were both top sects in the pure Sun Great Cosmos. The Sky Rock Saint had received the right to enter the Divine Sacred Hall. At the moment, the Sky Rock Sage was attending a banquet for some young elites held in this city. Luo Yunyang entered a paradise-like garden with a single step. His arrival had gone undetected by the martialists responsible for security. The Sky Rock Sage was also oblivious. At the moment, he was deeply engrossed in a conversation with an elegant, beautiful lady. You are the Sky Rock Sage. You don't seem like much. Luo Yunyang approached the Sky Rock Sage and spoke bluntly. The Sky Rock Sage looked up. His expression stiffened when he saw Luo Yunyang. The newcomer actually made him feel threatened. Before he could speak, a young man at the Sky Rock Sage's side criticized him in a stern voice. Who are you? How dare you create a ruckus here? Hurry up and scram. Luo Yunyang simply didn't care about the youngster berating him. He didn't speak either. Instead, he just put up his left hand and a golden palm strike was blasted at this youngster. This young man was also considered someone with a high status in this city. He had just reached a celestial domain grade cultivation base, so even people who were more senior than him would only greet him with a smile when they crossed paths. If he hadn't wanted to get on the Sky Rock Saint's good side, would such a situation have occurred? However, he had never imagined that the other person would make a move so tyrannically just moments after he had spoken. He still wanted to counterattack when Luo Yunyang made his move, but an extremely firm and intense aura stifled him as the golden palm hurtled towards him. The Great Titan Mark, the Sky Rock Sage shouted. Are you someone from the Three-Era Supreme Sect? I shall show you today that, although the Great Titan Mark is really powerful, it isn't of any use in the face of the Hengtian Sect's sky-ripping sword intent. As he spoke, the Sky Rock Sage's arms moved and 3,000 sword lights flew forth from his body, forming a massive sword that shot towards Luo Yunyang. The Sky Rock Sage's cultivation base was at the 5th level of the Celestial Domain grade. It could be considered greater than Luo Yunyang's cultivation base, but unfortunately, he was way inferior both in terms of technique and power. With a mere thought, that golden palm mark turned into a violet palm mark. Furthermore, this palm mark contained an extremely boundless, unyielding power. Anyone who had fought against Luo Yunyang in the past would definitely have been able to sense that this attack contained the power of the divine martial technique. Mahakashapa Titan Mark. Luo Yunyang combined the power of the divine martial technique in the Samsara palm, thus creating an attack many times greater than the Great Titan Mark. This method not only multiplied Luo Yunyang's power over 40 times, but it was also as extensive as the Great Titan Mark in the divine martial technique. This was the first time Luo Yunyang was using it. Boom! The Sky Rock Sage's sword light was immediately shattered. The Sky Rock Sage was absolutely terrified. He wanted to flee, but Luo Yunyang's Mahakashapa Titan Mark totally nullified the speed that he had been so proud of. The Sky Rock Saint couldn't even squeak as he was slammed to the ground. The magnificent garden they were in was turned into ruins during this exchange. Many rare flowers and forms of grass, as well as some sacred fruit-bearing trees, were turned to ashes. Some people were distressed. However, even more people were concerned about the Sky Rock Sage. The Sky Rock Sage had been slapped into the ground. He thought that he was going to die, but fortunately, as he was despairing, the power that terrified him vanished completely. What was going on? The Sky Rock Sage didn't know what had happened, yet being able to escape was the best thing that could have happened to him. Who are you? I don't have any grudges or grievances with you. Why did you attack me? The Sky Rock Sage no longer had his earlier distinguished poise as he clambered up while pointing a finger at Luo Yunyang. I am Luo Yunyang from the Glazed Titan Sect. I attacked you simply because I found you an eyesore. Luo Yunyang eyed the miserable-looking Sky Rock Sage and shook his head. Sky Rock Sage who? You are not a big deal. With that, Luo Yunyang patted the dust off his clothes and swaggered off. Nobody dared to stop him, not just because of Luo Yunyang's strike, but also because of the Glazed Titan Sect's reputation. Although the Glazed Titan Sect had no way of going up against the Hengtian Sect, the Three-Era Supreme Sect still stood behind the Glazed Titan Sect. Even if they really wished to get in the Sky Rock Sage's good books, they wouldn't want to be caught up in a conflict between these two powers. Furthermore, they couldn't get involved in such a conflict, even if they wanted to. The Sky Rock Sage felt wronged. He had gone over there to attend a banquet, yet he had been beaten up for no rhyme or reason. Who had he even offended? Chapter 725. Being crushed. There was a tall, imposing sacred mountain, thousands of fathoms high. The middle of the mountain was already shrouded in clouds and a thick mist spread in every direction. The Three-Era Supreme Sect had great influence and power in the pure sun great cosmos. The area this sacred mountain covered exceeded the size of a planet. This was one of the Three-Era Supreme Sect's three great sacred mountains, the Eternal Sacred Mountain. Eternal, Immeasurable, and Buddha were the Three-Era Supreme Sect's three great sacred mountains. Although all of them seemed to be situated on the pure sun-great land, many people said that these three sacred mountains were actually hidden in different voids. Beneath the main peak of the eternal sacred mountain, a young martialist was currently cultivating. His eyes were closed as he sat in a lotus position on a sparkling jade-like rock. As his aura revolved, a golden dragon and a violet tiger circled around him. When the young martialist opened his eyes, the golden dragon and the purple tiger protecting him roared at the same time and the sky and earth shook. Ha ha ha, congratulations, junior brother Luo. Your vanquishing dragon tiger mystic ability has already reached the mid-stage of the celestial domain grade. The nickname Dragon Tiger Emperor Lord really suits you. Laughter echoed from a distance as a middle-aged man strolled over leisurely. His eyes were bright as he glanced at the young martialist. The middle-aged man was tall and large. Although his cultivation base was also at the celestial domain grade, he gave off a superior vibe. Senior brother Zhao is praising me too highly. How could my limited cultivation base hope to compete with your wise king's wrath? The person known as junior brother Luo said with a chuckle. His words might sound modest, but junior disciple Luo's eyes glowed with a hint of self-satisfaction. Senior brother Zhao could clearly sense his junior brother's state of mind with a mere glance. However, due to his desire to build a good relationship with junior brother Luo, he pretended not to notice his pride. Junior brother, the placings for entering the Divine Sacred Hall are about to be decided. You will probably follow Sky Origin Zongzi into the Divine Sacred Hall for this otherworldly opportunity. Suddenly, Senior brother Zhao said in a fawning tone, if you encounter some useful items, I hope that you will be able to help bring me back some, junior brother. If you got those items, I would definitely never forget that you were my benefactor as long as I live. Junior brother Luo's eyes glowed brightly. Have the placings already been decided? They are about to be. However, you can rest assured. Given your influence in the entire pure sun great cosmos, the various elders will definitely choose you, senior brother Zhao said with a chuckle. Junior brother Luo nodded. This placing was mine to begin with. I don't know how Jin Wushui got his brain damaged and actually opposed me, insisting instead that the placing be given to some unknown kid. Galaxy grade at dawn, celestial grade at dusk. Junior brother Luo subconsciously repeated these words. Is that very difficult? I, Lu Dingshou, would never be that pretentious. If I did, would any other young people stand a chance? Although senior brother Zhao cursed silently while listening to Lu Dingshou's grouses, he still showered Lu Dingshou with more praise. You are an inner sect disciple of the Three-Era Supreme Sect, junior brother. In the future, you will surely become a core disciple. Furthermore, you are among the top 200 of the Pure Sun Outstanding Elites list. I believe that, after coming out of seclusion, you will definitely surpass the Sky Rock Sage from the Hengtian sect and rise by yet another spot. Lu Dingshou frowned when he thought about the Sky Rock Sage. In the Pure Sun Great Cosmos rankings of the youngest generation, he ranked below the Sky Rock Sage. This made him very upset. However, he had challenged the Sky Rock Sage 6 times over the years and been defeated by the Sky Rock Sage each of these times. Although he hadn't lost that miserably, the 6 defeats had left a psychological scar on his heart. He knew that this mental scar would only heal if he beat the Sky Rock Sage. However, defeating the Sky Rock Sage wouldn't be easy. My vanquishing Dragon Tiger mystic ability is already close to being perfected. Amongst the various sects, rankings, the Three-Era Supreme Sect's vanquishing Dragon Tiger mystic ability has placed above the Sky Rock Sage's sky-ripping sword art. Lu Dingshou breathed in and said, I will definitely be victorious the next time I encounter him. Senior brother Zhao chuckled. Junior brother Luo, the sect's roll of honor is already out. Why don't we go over and check it out? Alright, entering the Divine Sacred Hall was extremely important to Lu Dingshou, not only because of the rare opportunities within the Divine Sacred Hall, but also because he would be accompanying Sky Origin Zongzi. As long as his performance was good, he would be valued by Sky Origin Zongzi. Sky Origin Zongzi was set to become one of the 3 big shots controlling the Three-Era Supreme Sect in the future. Thus, having the chance to foster friendly ties with such a person was really alluring to Lu Dingshou. He absolutely couldn't allow such an opportunity to slip by. Atop a huge flight of steps was the impressive Bright Calm Hall. Many disciples on the Eternal Sacred Mountain would frequently gather there. This wasn't Lu Dingshou's first visit. However, he felt that the atmosphere was different this time. He looked forward to the decision that would be released by the Bright Calm Hall. Although he and senior brother had had a very lively chat, there was one thing he hadn't told senior brother Zhao. His master, who was a universe-grade powerhouse, had already told him that the decision to let him enter the divine sacred hall was almost set in stone. The majority of the universe-grade saints were supporting him. Although Jin Wushui's actions annoyed him, he knew that he absolutely couldn't retaliate against Jin Wushui. His goal might be to become a heavenly venerate, but he knew that becoming one was really difficult. In the long history of the Three-Era Supreme Sect, only 9 powerhouses had become heavenly venerates. These 9 heavenly venerate existences had helped the Three-Era Supreme Sect acquire this unshakable position in the pure Sun Great Cosmos. The 9 heavenly venerates were high and mighty. They generally didn't interfere in ordinary matters. The true decision-makers of the Three-Era Supreme Sect were the group of universe-grade Saint Elders. It was still possible for him to become an elder given his cultivation base. However, deep down he knew that becoming a heavenly venerate was merely a dream. As Lu Dingshou was thinking about how he was going to retaliate against that fellow named Luo Yunyang, he suddenly realized that the people all around him were smiling strangely. Their smiles made him feel displeased. However, even Lu Dingshou didn't dare be impudent in front of the bright calm hall. As more and more people smiled at him, he walked over to a junior brother he was on rather good terms with and asked, "What are they all smiling about?" This junior brother's cultivation base was only at the peak galaxy grade. If he left the eternal sacred mountain, he would definitely be able to become the ruler of a planet. However, here, he was just an ordinary disciple. He really didn't wish to speak to Lu Dingshou about this matter, but he was familiar with Lu Dingshou's character. Now that Lu Dingshou had approached him, he had no other choice but to answer. Thus, after hesitating for a bit, he replied honestly, "Senior brother, I heard that Luo Yunyang defeated the Sky Rock Sage a short while ago." "What did you say?" Lu Dingshou was shocked. He grabbed this junior brother as he trembled with rage, forgetting that he was in the bright calm hall. The Sky Rock Sage was a sore point for him. He would even dream of defeating the Sky Rock Sage in his sleep. However, the Sky Rock Sage had now been defeated by his competitor. His heart was riddled with unimaginable shock. Upon seeing that he was in a daze, the junior brother moved away quietly. He didn't dare console Lu Dingshou. If he said the wrong thing, Lu Dingshou would unleash his wrath upon him. "Junior brother Lu, this is no big deal. Although Luo Yunyang defeated the Sky Rock Sage, this doesn't mean that he is stronger than you. After all, you've always cultivated on the eternal sacred mountain and worked with your senior brothers." Senior brother Zhao had seen Lu Dingshou lose his self-control. Despite being apprehensive, he still tried to console him as best as he could. Lu Dingshou nodded. Despite knowing that senior brother Zhao was someone who acted in his best interest and frequently made things up, he was still willing to believe his judgment at this point in time. Furthermore, he couldn't appear too weak before so many people. Just as Lu Dingshou was mulling over how to show that he didn't fear the Sky Rock Sage, someone else came over hurriedly. That person eyed Lu Dingshou strangely before walking to the hall's door. Lu Dingshou had an ominous feeling when he saw that look. He looked at the person walking towards the bright calm hall and realized that he didn't really recognize him. Senior brother Zhao, who was feeling sullen, suddenly said to him, "Junior brother, I still have some matters to attend to. You can wait a while by yourself. I will return shortly." Senior brother Zhao's departure gave Lu Dingshou a feeling that the situation wasn't good. However, he didn't stop the leaving senior brother Zhao. Instead, he walked towards the Pure Sun Merit Hall, which was to the left of the Bright Calm Hall. The Pure Sun Merit Hall didn't just contain the various missions issued by the Three-Era Supreme Sect. It also filed all sorts of news regarding the Pure Sun Great Cosmos. Among these things was the latest iteration of the Pure Sun Outstanding Elites list. Lu Dingshou ranked 199th on the Pure Sun Outstanding list. When he entered the large hall, he immediately looked towards that familiar spot. His name was there. The person at the 199th spot was now the Sky Rock Sage. Above the Sky Rock Sage was a name that had ranked ahead of the Sky Rock Sage in the past. Someone had climbed the rankings. Please do not let this be Luo Yunyang. While he was praying silently to himself, Lu Dingshou quickly looked at the names above the Sky Rock Sage. He went through the names quite quickly and reached the 120th name on the list. Luo Yunyang's name was nowhere to be found. This outcome made Lu Dingshou feel a little relieved. As he heaved a huge sigh, he thought that this didn't make sense. After all, Luo Yunyang's name should have appeared above the Sky Rock Sages. As his eyes continued to move up the list, he suddenly discovered an extremely familiar name. Luo Yunyang, 96th. Combat record. Defeated Sky Rock Sage, defeated Grinding Cloud Dowsy, defeated Hallowed Flower Maiden. Lu Dingshou exhaled sharply when he saw this string of battle records. He now knew why all those people had looked at him with such strange gazes. He had been thoroughly defeated. Chapter 726, Eternal Wisdom. Jin Wushui was holding on to a piece of paper. Its content was Luo Yunyang's recent activity. After looking at these splendid battle records and recalling the difficulties he had encountered when he had recommended Luo Yunyang some time ago, Jin Wushui only had one thought: look at this young man now. Junior brother Jin, you really recommended a decent, talented person. He was able to enter the top 100 of the Pure Sun Outstanding Elites list. Not bad, a wrinkled old man told Jin Shuiwu. However, the way this fellow goes about things is a little brash. Jin Wushui smiled at the old man. When a star is born, it illuminates everything. Certain people are fortunate enough to be illuminated by this starlight. This cannot be blamed on others. The wrinkled old man snorted and turned to leave. He was Lu Dingshou's master, so he had hoped that his own disciple would be the one entering the divine sacred hall. However, the current situation had left him helpless and resentful. As he sighed and thought about Luo Yunyang's actions and methods, the sect master of the Glazed Titan sect, Yu Luli, also heard about the Three-Era Supreme sect's decision. Luo Yunyang would be entering the divine sacred hall. Many thoughts ran through her mind when she saw this message. She really didn't know whether she should congratulate this disciple or whether she should beat some well-meaning advice into him. Master, senior brother Luo's style of handling things will make him many enemies. He really isn't a wise person. Chu Mohan reached Yu Luli's side and spoke softly. Ever since she had been rejected by Luo Yunyang, Chu Mohan had felt a gloom she had been unable to dispel. Luo Yunyang's placing to enter the divine sacred hall and his unique opportunity to rise quickly made Chu Mohan feel a little sour. This intensified her unhappiness. What right do you have to be so haughty? What right do you have to look down on others? Chu Mohan got more and more pissed as she thought about it. She couldn't help grumbling in front of her master. Yu Luli glared at Chu Mohan coldly. Under her icy stare, Chu Mohan felt naked. I hope this is the first and last time you say such things in front of me. Regardless of what Luo Yunyang says or does, you are not allowed to pass judgment. After lecturing her disciple, Yu Luli told her, congratulate Luo Yunyang on my behalf for receiving the placing to enter the divine sacred hall. Actually, Luo Yunyang had already received the news from someone sent by Jin Wushui while Yu Luli found out. The pure sun great cosmos was great, but it didn't have a sky vision. Thus, the communication in the pure sun great cosmos was way more inferior compared to the communication in the divine union. Luo Yunyang appeared happy about finally obtaining a chance to enter the divine sacred hall. He had already received the inherited techniques of the divine martial hall, but he couldn't pass up a chance to gain the divine sacred hall's inherited techniques. 10 days later, Luo Yunyang arrived at a star more than 1,000 light-years away from the pure sun great land. This star was the gathering spot that the Three-Era Supreme sect had informed him about. When Luo Yunyang reached the star, the Three-Era Supreme sect disciples welcomed him to a palace made from divine origin pole jade. You are Luo Yunyang? Someone asked coldly as Luo Yunyang entered the palace. Luo Yunyang ignored this hostile question and meticulously scanned the palace as well as the 3 huge thrones. These thrones weren't decorated, but the black thrones seemed to contain a vast might. Luo Yunyang clearly sensed a restrictive sensation when he looked at those 3 thrones. The throne in the middle, in particular, gave off an unrivaled vibe. Do you have a death wish? The man who had spoken shouted furiously when Luo Yunyang ignored him. Luo Yunyang didn't know who this young man was. However, the fact that he was trying to provoke him in such an overbearing manner right from the get-go pissed Luo Yunyang off. Thus, when that man spoke again, Luo Yunyang didn't reply. Instead, he sent a punch flying at him. Although he wasn't using the Mahakashapa Titan mark, the Great Titan mark was already very powerful. Thanks to the violet sacred glass flames that were combined with it, it seemed like it contained immeasurable power. The young man's face stiffened as he faced that power. He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would attack without warning him, or that the Great Titan mark he was witnessing would actually be this powerful. The man shouted instantly and put his hands in front of him to form golden lotus flowers that gathered before his body. Every single one of these golden lotus flowers contained magnificent power. As the lotus flowers fluttered, they formed a golden lotus boundary. That man was like the ruler and supreme entity of this lotus flower world. The technique used by this man was called the golden lotus omnipresence. It was the most well-known defensive technique of the three-era supreme sect. A celestial domain grade cultivation grade was required to use this sort of technique. Without a celestial domain grade cultivation base to form a boundary, establishing this lotus flower boundary to shield the body would be impossible. Generally speaking, even with a similar cultivation base, it would be difficult for the Great Titan Mark to break Golden Lotus omnipresence. However, as Luo Yunyang's Great Titan Mark descended, violet blazes came into contact with the Golden Lotus flowers that were everywhere. The many Golden Lotus flowers started to burn immediately. In no time, the hallowed world of the Golden Lotus flowers had already turned into a world of violet flames. The other man panicked when he saw this. Although he wanted to suppress the violet blazes, how could Luo Yunyang's sacred glass flames be so easily put out? Enough, stop now, a stern voice rang out in the palace hall. A tall young man with simple features walked out from the back of the huge hall. He snorted coldly as he glanced at the violet sacred glass flames burning the golden lotus flowers and put out his hand and swatted them. His swat seemed really gentle, yet as he moved, Luo Yunyang's sacred glass flames were extinguished and the golden lotus omnipresence boundary turned into nothingness. Luo Yunyang was observing this man as he made his move. After cultivating the techniques of the pure sun great cosmos, Luo Yunyang had already become aware that the cultivation techniques of the pure sun great cosmos far surpassed those of the divine union, where he belonged. Although that man's attack had been very light, it had contained an irreversible force. This force was just like the rules of the universe. It couldn't be reversed. Eternal wisdom mark. 3 words popped up in Luo Yunyang's head. There had been records of the three-era supreme sect's top martial techniques in the Glazed Titan sect's secret scripture trove. Among these records were only 3 first-rate martial techniques that were praised as unbreakable. The Eternal Wisdom Mark was one of them. Luo Yunyang's mind went to work when he saw the Eternal Wisdom Mark. The cultivation base of the person who had walked out was only at the Celestial Domain grade. However, Luo Yunyang believed that he could easily take on a peak universe grade. If he relied on the Eternal Wisdom Mark, even the Sacred Emperors of the Divine Union wouldn't be a match for him. Luo Yunyang had defeated a Sacred Emperor while he had been at the Celestial Domain grade by relying on the Divine Martial Armor and his Attribute Regulator. However, the person before him relied on the strength of his body. Greetings, Sky Origin Zongzi. Practically everyone present greeted that man when he stepped out. Sky Origin Zongzi, who was one of the 3-era Supreme Sect's 3 great Zongzis, was the Zongzi of the Eternal Sacred Mountain. The Glazed Titan sect was actually a branch sect that had originated from the Eternal Sacred Mountain. Sky Origin Zongzi's status was even higher than Yu Luli's. 1 inch no need for formalities. Sky Origin's gaze fell on Luo Yunyang as he spoke. Luo Yunyang, although your cultivation is not too bad, shouldn't Yu Luli have taught you how to behave? If you act so willfully again, then I can only inform Yu Luli that she has to teach you properly. Luo Yunyang didn't have any issues with Sky Origin Zongzi, but Sky Origin Zongzi hadn't determined the truth of the matter, which made things difficult for him. Luo Yunyang, who felt a sudden urge, wondered if he should have a match with this Zongzi. Fortunately, he suppressed this urge. He was here to obtain the Divine Sacred Hall's inheritance. He wasn't willing to give it up over a small trifle. Thus, Luo Yunyang didn't reply. He only met Sky Origin Zongzi's gaze coolly before looking elsewhere. Deep down, Sky Origin Zongzi was displeased. He was one of the 3 great Zongzis of the 3-era Supreme Sect. His status was higher than an ordinary universe-grade powerhouses. However, this person, who came from a small subsidiary, had actually disregarded what he had said. How preposterous. Unfortunately, making a fuss over this wouldn't be beneficial to anyone. After all, there weren't just people from the Eternal Sacred Mountain around. There were also other Zongzis from the 2 other sacred mountains. Ha ha, Sky Origin, you have arrived. Let's talk about tomorrow. A lively man with a gentle face appeared in the sky. He looked at Sky Origin Zongzi and sat on the throne to the right. Sky Origin sat on the throne to the left. As those 2 sat down, a very formidable man of average height walked in. He wasn't moving fast, yet each step he took intimidated everyone. Under normal circumstances, Luo Yunyang could immediately deduce a person's cultivation base and what sort of origin source law constituted their cultivation when he met them for the first time. However, when this person walked out, the pressure formed was so vast that it made one feel hazy. Alright, this is just something trivial. Let's not get too caught up. Although the man didn't speak fast, his tone was resolute. No one will return empty-handed from this trip to the divine sacred hall. However, the objects you obtain will depend on your own combat ability. At this point, the man said calmly, the sect master and the older generation have forcibly managed to find these resources for us. You mustn't waste them. Chapter 727. Sacred Elephants Traversing the Void. Eternal Sacred Mountain Zongzi, Sky Origin, Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Zongzi, Wise Elegance, Buddha Sacred Mountain Zongzi, Profound Calm. Although all three of them had celestial domain grade cultivation bases, their strength had a crushing effect on all the people present. It was crushing indeed. On the Pure Sun Outstanding Elites list, Sky Origin was 11th, Wise Elegance was 9th, and Profound Calm was 3rd. According to some comparisons, the top 20 individuals on the Pure Sun Outstanding Elites list were basically all first-rate entities. Luo Yunyang looked at Profound Calm, who was seated in the center, and his mind went to work. A table showing Profound Calm's various attributes appeared. Power, 0.6 speed, 0.5 mind, 0.8 constitution, 0.4. These four attributes were displayed in dark black digits. These digits implied that Profound Calm's various attributes had already far exceeded the attributes of a sacred emperor of the divine union. He was close to a heavenly venerate. His attributes were already that strong. In combination with the three-era supreme sect's techniques, this person's fighting strength could actually match a newly advanced heavenly venerate. Ever since he had started cultivating, Luo Yunyang had always seemed to be crushing cultivators who were at a similar level. However, in the face of Profound Calm, he actually felt like he was the one being crushed. Luo Yunyang had an ugly look on his face as he checked his own stats. Although there had been considerable changes to his body after cultivating the cleansing glass flame, it was still very lacking compared to Profound Calm's body. Power, 0.1 mind, 0.15 speed, 0.09 constitution, 0.1 origin source law, 0.31 chaotic hole, 0.05 cleansing glass flame, 0.05. The interface had already shown the numbers in terms of the heavenly venerate level, making Luo Yunyang, who was used to seeing digits that were in the thousands, feel a little sad. However, he understood that the fact that those reddish gold digits had turned jet black indicated that each figure that represented 1 yuan had undergone a tremendous upgrade. This upgrade had happened because of the cultivation of the cleansing glass flame, as well as his experience with the martial path heavenly tribulation. In the past, when the various attributes hadn't used yuan as an indicator, Luo Yunyang had believed that his body wouldn't be useful to a heavenly venerate true body, even though he could use the attribute regulator to make adjustments. We will follow senior brother's instructions. Practically everyone shouted respectfully when Profound Calm was done speaking. Luo Yunyang felt very annoyed as he witnessed everyone's attempt to suck up to Profound Calm. However, he looked as calm as ever on the surface. After all, he had already become a disciple of the three-era supreme sect, so he wouldn't expose himself over such a trivial matter. After Luo Yunyang and the others expressed their compliance, Profound Calm turned towards Sky Origin and Wise Elegance. My two junior brothers, the Hengkong sect and the Taiyushuan sect, will require your support this time. Don't worry, senior brother. We will do our utmost. Although the other two had a deferential attitude, they seemed self-confident as they said this. This self-confidence naturally stemmed from their strength. Deep Profound Zongzi nodded and shut his eyes silently. However, as he sat there, he appeared like a celestial being. Anyone who looked at him felt stifled. Deep Profound hadn't used any techniques yet. He was purely relying on the power of his body to create this superior crushing sense. Luo Yunyang thought a lot as he saw those three occupying these high positions. He pondered over the techniques these three cultivated and thought to himself how great it would be if he could get a chance to learn about these top-notch cultivation techniques. It was hard to keep track of time on this star. After an unknown period of time, Deep Profound seemed to experience some kind of revelation. Then, he smiled at Sky Origin and Wise Elegance. Junior brothers, it's time for us to set out. The Divine Sacred Hall is about to open. Very well, now that the Divine Sacred Hall is opening, you will surely gain the highest level of enlightenment and progress even further, senior brother. Bright Elegance smiled widely, Deep Profound smiled, while Sky Origins' gaze fell on Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, you were rather surly while fighting with your own sect mate. You better not disappoint me this time. These words were piercing. Most of the people present looked over at Luo Yunyang. Some people even shot him mocking looks. Although Luo Yunyang was sure that he hadn't offended Sky Origin, he felt really uncomfortable after being targeted. He hadn't offended Sky Origin. Sky Origin was being imperious. Luo Yunyang had kept a low profile ever since he had come to the pure Sun Great Cosmos. However, he couldn't help being somewhat angry now. Hee, little brother's disgraceful behavior isn't a big deal. However, senior brother Sky Origin is one of the 3 xianxias of the 3-era Supreme Sect. It wouldn't be good if you got defeated by someone. Even though Luo Yunyang knew that these words were pointless, he still couldn't help objecting. Sky Origin Zhongzi's face stiffened. He had never imagined that this insignificant person from the Glazed Titan sect would dare bicker instead of treating him with respect. Sky Origin Zhongzi wasn't a stupid person, nor did he want to make things difficult for someone without a reason. The reason he was complaining about Luo Yunyang was because Lu Dingshou had always treated him respectfully. He had wanted to provide a springboard for Lu Dingshou. His original plan had been to bring Lu Dingshou into the Divine Sacred Hall and make Lu Dingshou more devoted to him. This plan had been wrecked by Luo Yunyang. Thus, Sky Origin Zhongzi was naturally displeased. He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually disrespect him so openly. Impudence. The martialist who had tussled with Luo Yunyang and been separated by him shouted loudly. Sky Origin Zhongzi had targeted him twice. Thus, Luo Yunyang knew that there was no way the two of them would get along. As a result, Luo Yunyang felt that there was no need to be accommodating. He smirked as he replied, I was just giving senior brother Sky Origin a reminder. Don't tell me that senior brother Sky Origin doesn't think so. Sky Origin flushed with anger. At first, he hadn't taken an insignificant person like Luo Yunyang seriously. In his opinion, this sort of insignificant individual could be beaten down at any time. He had never thought that this fellow would actually respond so rudely. As he was about to teach Luo Yunyang a lesson, he noticed Wise Elegant glancing at him. Profound calm cleared his throat. All right, important matters take precedence. This isn't a place for petty fights. Although he glared at Luo Yunyang while saying this, he didn't say anything in the end. Luo Yunyang grinned as he watched everyone leave in a line. Although his body's power wasn't equal to Sky Origin's, he still had the attribute regulator and the clones could be utilized as well. Thus, he wasn't really afraid of these 3. A huge flying ship was already waiting outside the large hall. Luo Yunyang felt disappointed when he saw it. Unlike the spacecraft of the Divine Union, the spacecraft here didn't use array formations or crystals to generate motive force. What this spacecraft relied on were actually 36 universe-grade white jade sacred elephants. These white jade sacred elephants were all imposing. It would definitely have been tough to deal with them in the Divine Union. However, in this cosmos, their only job was to pull a flying ship. Luo Yunyang believed that even though these white jade sacred elephants looked menacing, they were in fact rather docile. After Luo Yunyang and the others boarded the flying ship, the 36 white jade elephants pulled the ship and shot towards the void. The white jade sacred elephants looked cumbersome. However, thanks to their cultivation base, each step they took covered more than 10,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, these sacred elephants had brought the delegation to the deep recesses of space. All sorts of strong astral winds surged from all directions. These battering winds made a faint white glow emanate from the bodies of the 36 elephants. When the astral winds struck this white glow, it felt like they smashed into a steel wall. The white jade sacred elephant ride is the top ride in the 3-era Supreme Sect. Only heavenly venerate entities have the right to take this ride. A man approached Luo Yunyang and said softly, one can see how much the sect patriarch values this journey. Luo Yunyang frowned at this unwelcome guest. He didn't believe that this person would come over just to be friendly and make idle chit-chat. While that man was speaking, the flying ship pulled by the 36 white jade sacred elephants stopped. As Luo Yunyang was about to take a look, the docile elephants released a series of long hoots. Luo Yunyang looked over in the direction the sounds of the white jade sacred elephants were coming from and saw a massive luan. The wingspan of this luan seemed able to cover the sky. a bird from Chinese mythology that is similar to a phoenix. When the Luan also saw the white jade sacred elephants, a cold glint appeared in its eyes. Immediately, the massive Luan released a loud squawk. This clear, melodious squawk sounded laced with killing intent when Luo Yunyang heard it. Although there was only one Luan, it appeared as if this Luan didn't fear the 36 white jade sacred elephants. It actually intended to challenge them. I thought that the Eternal Sky sect had come early. I never imagined that the Three-Era Supreme sect would be early too. However, just because you are early, it doesn't mean that this opportunity will be used. This time, everyone has to rely on their true ability. Atop the head of the Luan was a sprightly man. It's Mu Yuanzhang from the Eternal Sky sect. The man beside Luo Yunyang said somewhat fearfully. Mu Yuanzhang ranked 10th on the Pure Sun Outstanding Elites list. Although he wasn't comparable to Profound Calm Zongzi and Wise Elegant Zongzi, he still ranked above Sky Origin Zongzi. As soon as Mu Yuanzhang spoke, Sky Origin replied icily, "We won't know who will get this opportunity yet." Chapter 728. The treasured chain locking the divine sacred hall. Colorful phoenixes danced in the skies, and golden unicorns whistled through the air. Meanwhile, many ancient chariots floated in the void. Following Mu Yuanzhang's arrival, over 10 other powerful elites came over from different directions. Side by side, the three Zongzis of the Three-Era Supreme sect looked imposing. However, Luo Yunyang felt that the Three-Era Supreme sect didn't have a very stable position amongst the rankings of the various great sects. At the very least, Luo Yunyang could sense that although Profound Calm Zongzi was a picture of calmness, he was feeling a little apprehensive. Ha ha ha, Profound Calm, I heard that you have already cultivated the Great Radiance Fist to the peak. Furthermore, you were unconvinced by me, right? A tall man in blood-colored armor appeared in the void. The man had a square face. The first impression he gave was that he was robust and decisive. In his hands was a long red spear that radiated with fighting intent as he spoke. It was the Blood War sect's combat god, Qin Wuliang, who ranked second on the Pure Sun Outstanding Elites list. It was said that after this person had been born, he had been sent by an almighty of the Blood War sect to the deepest recesses of a small cosmos to gain nourishment and cultivate in the primal chaotic energy. This method had not only made Qin Wuliang's constitution unrivaled, but it had also led to Qin Wuliang's outstanding combat strength. Despite having a phenomenal cultivation base, Profound Calm Zongzi had always been inhibited by Qin Wuliang. Thus, these words were clearly intended to provoke him. Profound Calm Zongzi didn't react to Qin Wuliang's provocation. He only smiled faintly. Qin Wuliang's gaze suddenly landed on Luo Yunyang, who was on the flying ship. He wanted to say something, when a mysterious yellow energy split apart the void and a man wrapped in that mysterious yellow energy slowly walked out. He wasn't too tall and he actually seemed a little frail. However, as he walked out of the void, starlight moved all around and gathered towards him. It seemed as though he was a heavenly emperor descending on earth. Even arrogant Qin Wuliang had a look of reverence on his face when he saw this person. He undoubtedly felt reverence. When that man walked out, the mysterious yellow energy gathered rapidly and ultimately formed a black and yellow wristband on the man's arm. Profound Calm Zongzi was the first to speak. Senior brother Taihao has arrived. We can prepare to enter the divine sacred hall. As he said that, a talisman appeared in his hand. Qin Wuliang chuckled and also produced a talisman. The man called Taihao also took out a similar talisman. The three talismans were activated at the same time and vast lights flew out from the void. These lights quickly gathered and formed 4 golden interlocking chains. The starting points of the chains all faced the same direction. As the 4 chains formed, it felt as if 4 formless hands were pulling on them. A loud sound that resembled sonorous thunder echoed and the void all around started to collapse. All sorts of origin source laws became fragments. It was at that moment that Luo Yunyang saw a large hall that looked similar to the divine martial hall being dragged out by the chains. However, this large hall seemed to be even more hallowed. The divine sacred hall was one of the 6 sacred halls. Luo Yunyang had already obtained the title of heavenly martialist from the divine martial hall. Would he be able to gain anything from the divine sacred hall? While Luo Yunyang was thinking to himself, Taihao said sternly, "There is an inheritance within the divine sacred hall that has been sealed up all along. Now, the ancestral masters have decided to release this inheritance. Everyone here will have to rely on their individual ability to try to get it." Profound Calm Zongzi and Qin Wuliang didn't speak. Clearly, They both were aware of the circumstances and were key characters who would vie with Taihao for this inheritance. "Senior brother Taihao, do you know what sort of inheritance it is?" asked a pretty lady. Her voice was gentle and captivating. Taihao glanced at her indifferently and then gazed into the distance. His meaning was obvious. He was telling this lady that this wasn't something she could participate in given her status. The lady's face flushed when she was ignored. She was well aware of Taihao's status, so even though she felt humiliated, she could only swallow her anger and not show that she was unhappy. Profound calm. Zongzi coughed gently. "Since this inheritance was sealed by the various ancestral masters, I believe it won't be too bad. Senior brother has said that everyone has to rely on their own ability, so we should do this according to the usual rules. Let's have a combat to determine the sequence of entering the divine sacred hall." When Profound Calm Zongzi said that, he looked towards the void. "This time, the Three Eras Supreme sect has the right to go first. Is there anyone who wishes to stop our sect from entering the divine sacred hall first?" Profound Calm's voice seemed to be harmless, yet his tone contained a certain assertiveness. His gaze was fixed on Qin Wuliang and Taihao. In Profound Calm Zongzi's opinion, only those two had the power to stop the Three Eras Supreme sect. "Ha ha, I can't match Profound Calm Zongzi's spirit. However, I still have to take on this challenge." A man in golden armor with a giant halberd behind his back strode forward. Profound Calm's expression turned sour when he saw this person step forth. Profound Calm Zongzi recognized this challenger. He was the 15th person on the Pure Sun Outstanding Elites list, Lu Fengji. Profound Calm Zongzi and Lu Fengji had friendly ties, and the sect Lu Fengji belonged to was on good terms with the Three Eras Supreme sect. The young generations of these two sects should be helping each other at this time. However, they were actually facing off right from the start. Qin Wulian flashed a smile that contained a hint of mockery. Meanwhile, Taihao fiddled with the black and yellow wristband as if he didn't care about what was going on around him. "Brother Lu, may I know why?" Although Profound Calm Zongzi was startled, he still maintained his composure. "Why, it is actually very simple. My fiancé's little brother was beaten up viciously. How could I not seek justice for him?" As Lu Fengji said that, he turned his eyes to Luo Yunyang. "Don't you think so, Luo Yunyang?" Luo Yunyang wasn't too sure what Lu Fengji's brother-in-law was called. However, judging by the way Lu Fengji was acting, Luo Yunyang guessed that he was probably one of the people he had defeated. He had never expected that his feats, which had raised his reputation enough for him to enter the divine sacred place, would actually cause him so much trouble. However, Luo Yunyang didn't fear trouble. This was the 15th person on the Pure Sun Outstanding Elite list. Luo Yunyang thought, for a bit before replying nonchalantly, if he was inferior, it was because he lacked skill. "Even so, I still have to seek justice," Lu Fengji said. "Luo Yunyang, would you dare have a match with me today?" Profound Calm Zongzi glared at Luo Yunyang. He was really unhappy right now. Someone who should have been an ally had become an opponent all of a sudden because of this pig of a teammate. Profound Calm Zongzi felt that sacrificing Luo Yunyang wouldn't be a big loss. However, it wouldn't be good for his reputation. Profound Calm Zongzi found it difficult to make a decision. Thus, Sky Origin Zongzi replied, "Each man is responsible for his actions. Luo Yunyang, since you have been challenged, you may as well go ahead." Many of the Three Era Supreme sect geniuses reacted when they heard Sky Origin Zongzi's words. Some of them watched Luo Yunyang in delight, while others sympathized with him. Luo Yunyang wasn't surprised by what Sky Origin Zongzi had said. He didn't even glance at Sky Origin Zongzi before he walked over to the Dragon Phoenix halberd being wielded by Lu Fengji. "If you want a fight, you'll get a fight. You better not regret it." Lu Fengji laughed in reply. "If you can take 3 strikes from me, I will let this matter rest." Luo Yunyang smirked at Lu Fengji but didn't say anything. Lu Fengji had already decided to teach this youngster a good lesson on behalf of his future brother-in-law. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang's haughty attitude, Lu Fengji got even more pissed. His cultivation base was at the peak celestial domain grade, and his cultivation technique was one of the first-rate techniques of the pure sun great cosmos. Although he reckoned that he wasn't better than the 3 great Zongzis of the Three Era Supreme sect, he never gave Luo Yunyang a second thought. Thus, he attacked him viciously. As the Dragon Phoenix halberd was waved, what sounded like both a dragon roar and a phoenix cry was heard. Amidst that sound, the halberd came crashing down. This attack seemed like countless dragons and phoenixes gathering within the halberd while it struck down with great force. Luo Yunyang didn't respond to Lu Fengji's attack. It seemed as though his entire body had shut down in fear at the sight of this attack. There was a flash of faint delight in Sky Origin Zongzi's eyes as he watched Luo Yunyang facing the dragon phoenix halberd. Luo Yunyang was arrogant and obstinate. He had even wrecked his plans. This time, he would enjoy watching Lu Fengji teach him a huge lesson. There were rueful looks, astonished looks and even some smirks amongst the other 3 Era's Supreme Sect disciples. Only profound calm Zongzi had a slightly puzzled expression on his face. What exactly was he up to? Why was he standing there without moving? Suddenly, the dragon phoenix halberd that contained boundless power came crashing down. Chapter 729. I desire a Zongzi position. In the beginning, Lu Fengji didn't really care about Luo Yunyang. In his opinion, he was just an insignificant person trying to make a name for himself. This time, Lu Fengji wanted to smash this fellow, who was trying really hard to climb up from the ground. He wanted to show him that everyone had their own fate. If one was at a certain level, one shouldn't pine for too much but go about things simply and honestly. However, Lu Fengji had not expected that this fellow would actually not move an inch or try to deal with his attack. Lu Fengji believed that only the top 3 ranking individuals could withstand his attack without evading it. You have a death wish. While he contemplated that, the strength of the dragon phoenix halberd in his hands increased by 90%. The halberd blustered and struck Luo Yunyang's body. Crash, amidst sounds of striking metal, cracks started to appear on Luo Yunyang's body, which had already turned into purple glass. However, those violet flames had already traveled along Lu Fengji's halberd and reached his hands. A vast golden light rushed forth from Lu Fengji's hands and met the violet sacred flames. However, as the violet blazes got more and more intense, Luo Yunyang moved. The Mahakashapa Titan mark was blasted out. That attack, on top of the sacred glass flames, left Lu Fengji with no option but to react. His eyes flickered and a golden glow shot out from them. This golden glow formed a pair of halberds in the sky that swathed down at Luo Yunyang. It was the soul-cleaving halberd. Lu Fengji's mystic art, which he never used under ordinary circumstances. The onlookers simply didn't find anything strange about the 2 halberds hidden in his eyes. However, the moment he encountered danger, the 2 halberds in his eyes would immediately become weapons to protect him. Although this wasn't the first time Lu Fengji had used this move, it was the first time he was using it in front of everyone present. The people that he had used this move on were practically all dead. Lu Fengji was unhappy with Luo Yunyang, and vice versa. Everything had gone according to his plans, yet this brainless Lu Fengji had gone and wrecked it. He had to deal with Lu Fengji. Just like before, Luo Yunyang didn't show any signs of resisting the dual halberds. He just quickly transferred the attributes of his heavenly venerate body into his own body. Clang! The soul-cleaving halberds clashed against Luo Yunyang's sacred glass flame body, creating a small gash. Then, the halberds were enveloped by those raging sacred flames. Lu Fengji was astonished. He had never expected that his attack wouldn't stop Luo Yunyang. The circumstances didn't seem too good for him. Lu Fengji didn't have time to overthink. With a loud roar, a boundary with dragon and phoenix symbols appeared around Lu Fengji's surroundings. The instant this boundary appeared, Lu Fengji became an emperor of thousands of beasts. A 5-colored dome appeared above Lu Fengji's head. As that huge barrier appeared, it started to spew out many light rays. Luo Yunyang sensed that this huge dome contained an extremely pure world. Perhaps that huge dome also contained a perfect star system. Breaking the dome was as difficult as breaking an entire star system. His own Mahakashapa Titan mark shouldn't be able to break that dome. Luo Yunyang had reacted to Lu Fengji's challenge for the sake of showing his might. If he had chosen to cower, then all his earlier hard effort would have been for nothing. Immediately, Luo Yunyang used the power of his heavenly venerate true body again. Although the Mahakashapa Titan mark didn't seem to show any variations on the surface, it had doubled in a second. Boom! As the palm strike was blasted out, the golden dome above Lu Fengji's head immediately crumbled. Before he could react, the Mahakashapa Titan mark had struck Lu Fengji and his body had crumbled. As a celestial domain-grade powerhouse, Lu Fengji had techniques he could use to regenerate from a drop of blood. In no time, a new body had formed in the void. However, his body had just formed, when Luo Yunyang appeared strangely before him. His palms were brandished and the Mahakashapa Titan mark was unleashed again. The violet palm contained an immeasurably powerful Titan intent. It was like a massive hammer that could shatter the world, striking down viciously on Lu Fengji's head. Once more, Lu Fengji's body was shattered. Twice, thrice, 4 times. Lu Fengji's body was smashed and reformed 10 times in a row. Although Luo Yunyang did have means of completely obliterating Lu Fengji, he knew he couldn't use them. There would definitely be some peak heavenly venerates watching this trip to the divine sacred hall. Luo Yunyang couldn't explain using some of the heavenly venerate true body's powers, but he could definitely justify killing Lu Fengji. Thus, he only used the Mahakashapa Titan mark repeatedly. Taihao, the top-ranking person on the Pure Sun Outstanding Elites list, had a calm expression on his face. Lu Fengjiao wasn't a big deal to him. Qin Wuliang's eyes seemed to burn with a raging desire to battle. Clearly, he was hoping that something would change. As for the others, wise elegant Zongzi was unperturbed, but there was a cold glint in Sky Origin Zongzi's eyes. Sky Origin had never liked Luo Yunyang. However, Luo Yunyang's display had exceeded his expectations. This made Sky Origin feel a little apprehensive. Stop, I concede. After being smashed into pieces, Lu Fengji no longer cared about his dignity. Thus, he implored loudly. He had to do so. If the fight went on, he would be absolutely disgraced. Rather than being thoroughly suppressed and viciously beaten, it would be better to voluntarily concede. Lu Fengji's experience made the gathered powerhouses inhale sharply. Many of them ranked below Lu Fengji. If even Lu Fengji wasn't a match for Luo Yunyang, how could they have any hope of facing Luo Yunyang? Since he couldn't beat Lu Fengji or gain any benefits, Luo Yunyang didn't have any interest in continuing to waste his time with Lu Fengji. Thus, he didn't attack when Lu Fengji's body reformed in the sky again. Instead, he glared at Lu Fengji icily. Scram. As a disciple of a major sect and the 15th person on the Pure Sun Outstanding Elites list, Lu Fengji had always cared about his reputation. However, after repeatedly being beaten up, his reputation was in tatters. If he couldn't regain the dignity he had lost because of Luo Yunyang, then Lu Fengji would just be a joke in other people's eyes. He really didn't have any intention of provoking the stern-faced Luo Yunyang, not only because he had just admitted defeat, but because Luo Yunyang's cultivation base had crushed his own. You are good. As soon as he said, Lu Fengji turned to leave. Luo Yunyang no longer paid attention to Lu Fengji. Instead, he turned to Sky Origin Zongzi and said provocatively, "Of course I am good. I desire a Zongzi position." Although he seemed to be addressing Lu Fengji, everyone present, especially the elites of the Three-Era Supreme Sect, could understand the hidden meaning behind his words. They had seen the pettiness between Luo Yunyang and Sky Origin. Sky Origin had not lent a hand to help when Lu Fengji had challenged Luo Yunyang. Instead, he had hit him while he was down. Right now, Luo Yunyang's challenge made sense. There was a hint of fury in Sky Origin's eyes. Wise Elegant, who was beside him, smiled slightly. Although the leader of the 3 great Zongzis, Profound Calm, raised an eyebrow, he acted as if nothing had happened. Even though Sky Origin was really furious, he still didn't step out. Luo Yunyang glanced over at Profound Calm. Although Profound Calm seemed to not do anything, Luo Yunyang could sense what he had just said to Sky Origin. Luo Yunyang didn't know what sort of agreement the two of them had come up with, but he knew that it couldn't be anything that he would benefit from. Does anyone else wish to make a move? If not, the Three-Era Supreme Sect shall enter the Divine Sacred Hall first. Profound Calm Zongzi's voice rang out. Taihao looked slightly displeased. He glanced at Luo Yunyang but didn't say anything. Qin Wuliang laughed out loud. "Go ahead, you guys go first." Profound Calm Zongzi, I never imagined that the Three-Era Supreme Sect would still be getting stronger and stronger. 4 great Zongzis have entered the top 15 of the Pure Sun Outstanding Elites list. The Steel Blood Sect can't stop you. There was a hint of mockery in Qin Wuliang's tone. 4 great Zongzis. The Three-Era Supreme Sect had 3 sacred mountains. Each sacred mountain possessed a supreme treasured scripture that was the greatest basis of the Three-Era Supreme Sect. It was because of these 3 supreme treasured scriptures that the Three-Era Supreme Sect had 3 Zongzis. However, Qin Wuliang had clearly said, 4 great Zongzis in a bid to provoke them. This little trick was very effective. Sky Origin couldn't help but feel anger burning in his heart. How could Luo Yunyang be mentioned in the same breath with him? Sky Origin clenched his fists tightly but ultimately didn't say anything. Profound Calm Zongzi responded calmly, since no one has any objections, the Three-Era Supreme Sect shall take the lead. He then turned to Luo Yunyang. Disciple Luo, we are going. With that, Profound Calm soared into the sky and shot towards the Divine Sacred Hall, which was held by 4 massive chains. Chapter 730. Difficulty Reduction. The Divine Sacred Hall was really huge and intimidating. From the outside, the Divine Sacred Hall and the Divine Martial Hall didn't seem to have many differences. Luo Yunyang believed that the procedure after entering it would be similar to the Divine Martial Hall, yet the situation he faced was very different. Although he had thought that it would be just like the Divine Martial Hall, the smart voice that operated the Divine Martial Hall didn't speak. The huge Divine Sacred Palace was devoid of sound. However, Deep Profound Zongzi's expression was calm, as if everything within the Divine Sacred Hall was under his control. Although the opportunity at the Divine Sacred Hall is great, there is also considerable danger. If we aren't careful, we may end up falling here. Deep Profound Zongzi's gaze was on Luo Yunyang when he said that. Disciple Yunyang defeated Lu Fengji, so he is the strongest after the 3 of us. This time, we will have junior brother Yunyang enter the 13th floor first. Sky Origin grinned slightly when he heard Profound Calm's words. He was aware of the situation in the Divine Sacred Hall. Every level would contain a different treasure. The 13th floor was the most dangerous floor, but it was also the place with the most treasures. Although Profound Calm's choice wasn't wrong, normally, the person going in first was used to clear the path. Although those behind would assist him, the person clearing the path would still be in great danger. If the people behind weren't able to save the first person in time, they would fall immediately. Luo Yunyang glanced at the still Profound Calm Zongzi. Although he had entered the Divine Martial Hall, he still understood too little about it and didn't know which path to take. He only knew that the arrangement between Profound Calm Zongzi and Sky Origin Zongzi wouldn't be ordinary. Profound Calm definitely wouldn't try to help him. While he had these thoughts, Luo Yunyang looked at Wise Elegant Zongzi. Although he had never interacted with Wise Elegant Zongzi before, his gut told him that the relationship between Wise Elegant Zongzi and Profound Calm Zongzi wasn't very good. Wise Elegant gave him an unrevealing smile in return. A smile could mean different things in different situations. Now, Wise Elegant Zongzi's smile was telling Luo Yunyang to be careful. Luo Yunyang looked at Profound Calm Zongzi and said with a faint smile, Zongzi, I still don't really understand the situation in the Divine Sacred Hall too well. Shouldn't Zongzi explain a little to help me understand more about the Divine Sacred Hall? That can be arranged. Profound Calm Zongzi didn't have much of a reaction to Luo Yunyang's words. He tapped his finger and a pure white jade piece flew towards Luo Yunyang. Information about the Divine Sacred Hall quickly flooded Luo Yunyang's mind. Luo Yunyang frowned a little when he saw these records. According to the records within the piece of jade, his fate would be rather miserable compared to his fate in the Divine Martial Hall. The Divine Martial Hall had a system that let it operate according to its own will, but the Divine Sacred Hall operated according to the rules set by the Almighties. According to the information Profound Calm Zongzi gave Luo Yunyang, the Divine Sacred Hall hadn't originally been in the pure Sun Great Cosmos. It had been forcibly seized from a smaller cosmos and brought to the pure Sun Great Cosmos by a few top heavenly venerates. For the sake of training their disciples, these heavenly venerates had made the Divine Sacred Hall a training ground. The treasures inside were more than the treasures the Divine Sacred Hall had originally had. However, what attracted people the most was still the inheritance within the Divine Sacred Hall. A few heavenly venerates had originally wanted to forcibly extract this inheritance, but they had discovered that there was a self-destructive function within the Divine Sacred Hall. Once the last inheritance of the Divine Sacred Hall was forcibly taken out, then the Divine Sacred Hall might no longer exist. Therefore, those top heavenly venerates could only give up on the idea of forcibly extracting the inheritance and just amend some small rules. Amongst these amended rules was a 3-person substitution technique. This so-called 3-person substitution meant that 3 people could try and break through the 13th hall of the Divine Sacred Hall. Thus, when a person found it difficult to progress, they could still make a substitution. This method implied that the last person who broke through the Divine Sacred Hall's obstacles would receive the inheritance. Luo Yunyang felt somewhat irritated when he saw this rule. The 3-person substitution technique meant that the third person would gain from the sacrifices of the first 2. Disciple Yunyang, the path to the divine sacred hall's inheritance is extremely arduous. Over 1,000 years have passed since the divine sacred hall was seized by the heavenly venerates, but no one has been able to obtain the inheritance inside. Profound calm Zongzi added, the sect remains of paramount importance during our trip here. We have to make an all-out effort and stay united. Luo Yunyang cursed silently. Although profound calm Zongzi spoke like a wise ruler, his intent was very clear. He could have just said that everyone would be his stepping stone and they should just hurry up and provide for the high and mighty Zongzi. Although Luo Yunyang felt inwardly disdainful, he still smiled mildly. Senior brother, looks like this opportunity will be yours. He then paused for a bit. Could the inheritance of the divine sacred hall be really impressive? Is that why not a single person has managed to get it during all these years? Luo Yunyang had broken through and completed the divine martial hall. Although the divine martial hall had been really sick, he had still completed it in the end. There were many martialists in the pure sun great cosmos with cultivation bases that far surpassed his. How could no one have broken through and completed it? When those heavenly venerates seized the divine sacred hall, they used their own methods to modify the divine sacred hall. However, their methods also increased the difficulty of the various challenges and trials in the divine sacred hall to a disgusting level. Wise elegant Zongzi smiled faintly as he said this. However, this time, the entire three-era Supreme sect will be joining forces. We should be able to break through the very end of the divine sacred hall and obtain the inheritance. Obtaining the divine sacred hall's inheritance was naturally a good thing. However, only a fool would be willing to do all this work to let someone else benefit from it. Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to do so, but if he objected, then his status within the three-era Supreme sect, which he had worked so hard to obtain, would be in danger. With that in mind, Luo Yunyang made a decision. The divine sacred hall's inheritance couldn't fall into someone else's hands. He would even use some of the powers of his heavenly venerate true body to ensure that he obtained it. Although the idea of the three-person substitution technique was good, Luo Yunyang was set on completing this whole thing on his own. Luo Yunyang, you wouldn't be unwilling to go first, would you? Sky Origin Zongzi smirked. If you behave like this, don't blame me for not being nice and using the authority bestowed upon the Zongzis by the elders. Why would I? I'm so stoked that I can't wait. Luo Yunyang chuckled before telling profound calm Zongzi, senior brother profound calm, I will go and try it out first. Just sit tight and wait for the good news. Profound calm Zongzi smiled. Since you have said that, we will just have to trouble you, junior brother. You have to give your all and make the three-era Supreme sect proud. Although he said this rather calmly, there was a slightly sinister hint to his voice. Luo Yunyang detected a thread behind his words. Give your all. Even if profound calm Zongzi hadn't said that, Luo Yunyang would have been prepared to give his all. He immediately chuckled. Rest assured, senior brother. I will strive with the utmost effort. As he said this, a passage appeared in front of Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who had experienced the divine martial hall, took flight and entered this passage. Junior brother Yunyang, according to our sect's predecessors, over 100 powerhouses of a similar rank exist in this hall. You must defeat at least 20, profound calm Zongzi said in an unquestionable tone. Defeat 20? What exactly was going on in the divine sacred hall? With that thought in mind, Luo Yunyang stepped into the last hall of the divine sacred hall. As he walked into the last hall of the divine sacred hall, a voice spoke in his mind. Respected heavenly martialist, welcome to the divine sacred hall. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunyang felt as though he had entered the divine martial hall. While he was surprised, that voice continued speaking. Respected heavenly martialist, you have already obtained the title of heavenly martialist, so the difficulty will be reduced by 30%. The difficulty would be reduced by 30%. Luo Yunyang was delighted. He had been thinking about how to conceal the power of his heavenly venerate true body best, yet he had never imagined that such a thing would actually happen. This really surprised and delighted him. There will be a difficulty reduction of 30% under ordinary circumstances. Then, the voice added, I wish you success, heavenly martialist. According to Luo Yunyang's understanding, the ordinary circumstances there should be similar to the circumstances in the divine martial hall. If there was a difficulty reduction of 30% here, then one could imagine how difficult it would be. As Luo Yunyang entered the last hall, Sky Origin Zongzi nodded at profound calm Zongzi. Profound calm Zongzi smiled. Although he didn't open his mouth to speak, his voice was heard in Sky Origin Zongzi's ear. Sky origin, although this brat will experience considerable shock, the possibility of him dying inside isn't high. You must prepare well. I will let you go through the second stage. Zongzi, I'm afraid there is some. Sky origin Zongzi didn't really want to reply to this request. However, before he was finished, profound calm Zongzi said sternly. Even though you are a Zongzi, you can't relax when it comes to increasing your power. Otherwise, you won't get more challenges like this in the future. I will find it hard to protect you time after time. Chapter 731. Fortunate timing. The first opponent Luo Yunyang encountered in the 13th Hall of the Divine Sacred Hall was the mysterious underworld race. He was very familiar with their fighting style. Although the mysterious underworld race had peculiar techniques, they weren't too difficult for Luo Yunyang to deal with. The mysterious underworld race was turned to dust under the power of the great Titan Mark. Luo Yunyang swiftly defeated more than a dozen of them in a quarter of an hour. Easy. Too easy. So much so that Luo Yunyang felt a little skeptical about his chances of obtaining the inheritance of the Divine Scared Hall that was comparable to the Divine Martial Technique as he breezed through opponents in the 13th Hall. Just as Luo Yunyang was puzzled by this situation, a disciple of the Three-Era Supreme Sect walked quickly towards Profound Calm Zongzi. What is it? Is Luo Yunyang up to some tricks? Profound Calm Zongzi's tone was rather casual as he spoke the disciple, who was his trusted aide. Zongzi, I utilized the observation technique left by Ancestral Master and discovered that Luo Yunyang defeated close to 20 guardians. The disciple said in amazement. Profound Calm Zongzi was stunned when he heard that. He glared icily at his disciple and asked, is it true? Did you perhaps make a mistake? In the past, even powerhouses on the top 10 Pure Sun Outstanding Elites list could only defeat 2 guardians in 15 minutes. The disciple was afraid of Profound Calm Zongzi. Zongzi, do you want to check it out yourself? He trembled while saying that. Normally, given Profound Calm Zongzi's personality, he wouldn't check this sort of thing on his own. As a Zongzi, it would be too tiring to handle everything on his own. However, this matter was too important to him. Wise Elegant Zongzi and Sky Origin Zongzi also glanced at each other quickly before following Profound Calm Zongzi to a mirror-like object. There were no people in the mirror, just some red spots of light. Those red light spots represented the guards on the 13th floor of the Divine Sacred Hall. Every time a light spot disappeared, it meant that the challenger had eliminated a guard. How many light spots were there in the beginning? Profound Calm Zongzi asked in a solemn tone when he saw the small number of light spots. At the beginning, there were 103 red light spots. The disciple sounded very serious. However, now, there are only 65. 64. The disciple wanted to say 65, yet before the words could leave his mouth, the light spots on the mirror decreased to 64. Everyone's expression stiffened when they saw this. However, what happened during the next minute made them feel even more dumbfounded. They realized that the number of light spots had decreased from 64 to 63 in a mere minute. In other words, another guard had been defeated by Luo Yunyang in just under a minute. While Profound Calm Zongzi could defeat a guard in a minute as well, the price he had to pay to accomplish this was too huge. For example, he would have to injure his source core, or... Senior brother, what is going on? Could Luo Yunyang be hiding some sort of trump card? Sky Origin Zongzi was the most suspicious of Luo Yunyang, as he had felt threatened when Luo Yunyang had mentioned the position of a Zongzi. Hence, he felt really afraid right now. If Luo Yunyang managed to obtain the inheritance of the Divine Sacred Hall, then... As he thought about this, Profound Calm Zongzi produced a jade seal. In less than 3 minutes, Taihao and Qin Wuliang walked in quickly. What is it? Taihao looked unperturbed and indifferent. My junior brother has defeated nearly 1/3 of the guards. Profound Calm Zongzi pointed at the mirror as he spoke. Qin Wuliang and Taihao glanced at each other in surprise. They all knew when Luo Yunyang had entered the hall. It had only been 15 minutes, yet he had already defeated 1/3 of the guards. How could it be? You aren't joking, are you? Qin Wuliang glanced at Profound Calm Zongzi and chuckled. Many people would have dashed through the entire Divine Sacred Hall if it had been that easy to do so. Profound Calm Zongzi was very calm when he saw Qin Wuliang's reaction. Brother Qin, you can choose not to believe me, but you can't think that I'm faking the disappearing red spots, right? Qin Wuliang's expression turned ugly when he heard that. He glanced at Taihao before asking, so what's the purpose of you asking both of us to come here? I'm aware that Brother Taihao has a treasured mirror that can show the situation of the battle in the Divine Sacred Hall. I want to see what is going on inside. Profound calm Zongzi asked. All right. After mulling this over for a moment, Taihao nodded his head and agreed. Shortly thereafter, a small jet black mirror appeared in Taihao's hand. Although the mirror looked small, it gave off an enormous pressure. A black light flashed rapidly on the mirror after Taihao conjured it with a series of hand seals. Very quickly, light spots gathered on the mirror. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang's figure appeared in the mirror. He was unleashing his great Titan mark. When his palms landed on an extremely strong fighter, that fighter was floored instantly on impact. How is that possible? Sky Origin Zongzi couldn't help exclaiming in disbelief. Profound calm Zongzi and Taihao were astonished as well. However, they weren't shocked by how strong Luo Yunyang was. Instead, they were surprised by how weak Luo Yunyang's opponents were. They were too damn weak. How could it be? Even the guardians in the first hall of the Divine Sacred Hall would not be so weak. Are you sure that he entered the 13th hall of the Divine Sacred Hall? Did you send him into the first hall instead by accident? Qin Wuliang glanced at Profound Calm Zongzi skeptically. The 13th hall of the Divine Sacred Hall was almost a desolate place. Although the elites of the major sects would choose to enter the 13th hall of the Divine Sacred Hall whenever it opened, hoping that they could obtain the supreme inheritance, they would always return empty-handed and dejected. This was because the 13th hall of the Divine Sacred Hall was simply too strong and difficult for those who wanted to obtain the inheritance. However, Luo Yunyang was actually massacring everyone before him right now. Every opponent he faced didn't seem like they were on his level at all. Everyone present couldn't believe their eyes as they watched the scene. I'm very sure that he entered the 13th hall of the Divine Sacred Hall. Profound Calm Zongzi looked displeased. Upon seeing that Qin Wuliang was about to speak, Taihao interrupted while waving him away. In that case, there's only one explanation. The difficulty level of the Divine Sacred Hall has been reduced. A difficulty reduction at this level of the challenge. Although no one had even dared to think about this situation, it had actually occurred. This was really, according to the Heavenly Venerate who captured the Divine Sacred Hall, the difficulty of the Divine Sacred Hall can be adjusted. However, even the Almighties don't know how to adjust it, Taihao said gravely. According to what you just mentioned, are you saying that Luo Yunyang has adjusted the difficulty level of the Divine Sacred Hall? Sky Origin Zongzi asked impatiently. How is this possible? How could he have this kind of skill? Sky Origin Zongzi's interruption didn't sit well with Qin Wuliang, who glared at Sky Origin Zongzi. Normally, Sky Origin Zongzi would never snatch Profound Calm Zongzi's limelight. However, Luo Yunyang was too important. Hence, he couldn't care less about certain things. He shouldn't have this sort of skill. Taihao then added, there is only one logical explanation. This is luck. He just happened to enter during the period when the Divine Sacred Hall is undergoing a change in difficulty level and hence received this great opportunity. Profound Calm Zongzi and Qin Wuliang looked enlightened when they heard the word, luck. They would never have believed that Luo Yunyang could control the Divine Sacred Hall. Luo Yunyang couldn't control the Divine Sacred Hall. If he did, then he must have gotten lucky and entered it when it was at its easiest. This sort of situation couldn't be forced. However, they still felt unreconciled while they watched the thing they yearned so greatly for land in the hands of someone else so easily. That's right, unreconciled. They couldn't accept the fact that Luo Yunyang was going to obtain what belonged to them that easily. However, they had no other choice. Senior brother, let Luo Yunyang out. This inheritance is yours. We haven't executed our three-man substitution technique yet. Sky Origin Zongzi shouted at Profound Calm Zongzi. Profound Calm Zongzi did not respond. Instead, he shifted his attention towards the other disciples in the Three-Era Supreme sect and Wise Elegant Zongzi. Wise Elegant Zongzi pondered for a moment before revealing his stance. Although he had never had an internal conflict with Profound Calm Zongzi, he knew very well what his choice should be. Therefore, he agreed. Senior brother, Sky Origin is right. We should execute our three-man substitution technique. Senior brother, you're the #1 elite in the Three-Era Supreme sect. The inheritance should be yours. All the disciples of the Three-Era Supreme sect repeated this sincerely in unison. Someone even said straightforwardly, Luo Yunyang should know that it is righteous to let you have it. He will unquestionably offer it up. Momentarily, the atmosphere was bursting with energy. On the other hand, Taihao and Qin Wuliang both merely looked on unenthusiastically. Chapter 732, What did you say? I can't hear you. Sects had internal conflicts when vying for opportunities. Taihao and Qin Wuliang had seen too much of this so they couldn't say anything about profound calm Zongzi. After all, it wasn't like they hadn't also done this sort of thing. In that case, I will ask Sky Origin Zongzi to use the three-person substitution technique and let junior brother Yunyang out. Profound calm Zongzi's voice was like a sonorous bell. As far as compensation is concerned, junior brother Yunyang definitely won't be disappointed. Profound calm Zongzi uttered that last line firmly. It seemed that only by doing things this way would he be able to make others believe his resolution. Sky Origin Zongzi had a look of delight on his face. Although he had already guessed that Profound Calm Zongzi would accept his suggestion, he was rather happy to sabotage the chance Luo Yunyang had been about to get. Alright, Sky Origin Zongzi accepted this readily. His hands rapidly moved and a technique started to form in his hand. Junior brother Yunyang, activate the substitution technique. Your task is already complete. Sky Origin Zongzi's voice was like a wisp passing through the void and speaking to Luo Yunyang within the divine sacred halls. 13th Hall. Naturally, Luo Yunyang was well aware of the current situation in the divine sacred hall. In a spurt of energy, he had already defeated at least half of the guardians. Easy breezy, the challenge had been really easy for Luo Yunyang so far. He felt that he could obtain the divine sacred hall inheritance if he was given 15 more minutes. However, Sky Origin was now trying to get him out. Luo Yunyang didn't care what motive Sky Origin Zongzi had, but he would definitely not toss aside this opportunity. Thus, he simply ignored him. Sky Origin Zongzi had already guessed what was up when there was no reaction from Luo Yunyang. Thus, he raised his voice at once. Luo Yunyang, your task is already complete. Activate the technique. His voice became increasingly stern. I'm telling you, this is an order. Luo Yunyang simply didn't pay any attention to Sky Origin Zongzi's shouts. How could he forgive himself if he gave up on something that was nearly within his grasp? Thus, he persevered and did whatever he had to. Luo Yunyang, I'm telling you, this is Profound Calm Zongzi's order. Sky Origin Zenith Heaven's tone was even higher now. Qin Wuliang and Taihao had unperturbed expressions on their faces, as if they couldn't hear anything. However, Qin Wuliang's smug smile revealed his thoughts. Meanwhile, Profound Calm Zongzi was more concerned about Qin Wuliang's thoughts rather than Taihao's. His rank was close to Qin Wuliang's, so he treated Qin Wuliang as a rival. As a result, Qin Wuliang's mockery made him feel really uncomfortable deep down. Profound Calm Zongzi gritted his teeth and strode over to Sky Origin Zongzi. His tone was stern and cold. Junior brother Yunyang, your task is already complete. You can return now. You have completed your task admirably. I will give you a great gift to express my gratitude when you return to the sect. Profound Calm Zongzi's voice echoed in Luo Yunyang's ears. Luo Yunyang mulled over Profound Calm Zongzi's words and came to a decision. He said nonchalantly, What did you say, senior brother? I can't hear clearly. Profound Calm Zongzi could see Luo Yunyang's current situation through Taihao's treasured mirror. His face was really overcast as he saw Luo Yunyang use the Great Titan Mark and cause an opponent to crumble instantly. Although he had already mastered his sect's greatest inherited technique, he still had great ambitions in regards to the inheritance of the Divine Sacred Hall. One could even say that the Divine Sacred Hall was very important to him. If he obtained the Divine Sacred Hall's inheritance, perhaps he would be on par with Taihao. He intended to do his utmost in the Divine Sacred Hall. However, now that he had come close to this opportunity, his heart was tempted. He felt that the heavens were helping him. He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang, who had entered the Divine Sacred Hall, actually wouldn't want to come out. How could he be so daring? Who gave him the audacity to do that? With these thoughts in mind, Profound Calm Zongzi said frostily, Do you know what you are doing? Luo Yunyang no longer said a word. He definitely knew what he was doing. Profound Calm Zongzi might have an impressive bearing, but he was actually really snobbish. Luo Yunyang couldn't give up on the Divine Sacred Hall inheritance. Even if he used both hands to offer up the Divine Sacred Hall's inheritance to Profound Calm Zongzi, he feared that the final outcome would be a joint attack from Profound Calm Zongzi and Sky Origin Zongzi. Thus, Luo Yunyang just ignored the threatening words of Profound Calm Zongzi. Profound Calm Zongzi was livid, as a fire raged within him. Taihao, who was still fiddling with the yellow and black bracelet, remained silent as usual. However, his lips curled slightly into a grin. Profound calm Zongzi didn't say anything else. He understood clearly that whatever he said now would be of no use. Rather than wasting his breath, he would just wait quietly for Luo Yunyang to come out. Meanwhile, Sky Origin Zongzi looked jealous. There was also a faint hint of delight in his expression. Luo Yunyang already posed a huge threat to Sky Origin Zongzi. If he could get Luo Yunyang and Profound Calm Zongzi to have a fallout, that would be the best solution. However, if the inheritance fell into Luo Yunyang's hands, it would really be. All the red light spots rapidly vanished from the treasured mirror. Then, the image projected by Taihao's treasured mirror started to become really hazy. Taihao pondered for a bit and waved his sleeves. The scene displayed had already vanished completely. He glanced at the huge divine sacred hall and shook his head. There is already no point. After saying that, he turned to leave. This time, Taihao was really leaving. It was evident that Taihao considered the inheritance of the divine sacred hall really important. He didn't really care about all the other treasures. Profound Calm Zongzi watched Taihao leave with a huff. Qin Wuliang was still standing aside with a wide smile. Luo Yunyang didn't take any note of the circumstances outside. After shattering the last guardian, the voice belonging to the divine sacred hall once again rang out. Congratulations, Challenger. Today, you obtained the title of a heavenly saint and gained the qualifications to become a divine master. The instant the mechanical voice spoke, a figure appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. Based on its appearance, this figure didn't seem very different from the figure of the divine marshal. However, the instant he appeared, the figure's finger tapped lightly. This light tap was full of content that rapidly flowed into Luo Yunyang's mind. This content was similar to the divine martial technique. However, compared to the divine martial technique, it was clearly more tremendous. It was the divine sacred technique. Because he had the divine martial technique as a foundation, the information on the divine sacred technique was quickly digested by Luo Yunyang when it flowed into his mind. Some parts of cultivating the divine sacred technique that weren't considered too safe were now coming naturally to him. However, after cultivating the divine sacred technique, the feeling that it was incomplete intensified. Honorable Heavenly Martialist and Heavenly Saint, the 6 sacred halls, selection is now complete. Please prepare to vie for the title of the Divine Master. The mechanical voice spoke once again. This voice was accompanied by a pillar of light that shrouded Luo Yunyang's body. The instant this pillar of light illuminated him, Luo Yunyang discovered that he had actually appeared in a pure white palace. This magnificent palace was hexagonal, so Luo Yunyang found himself near 2 of its corners. At the same time that Luo Yunyang appeared in this large hall, 4 other extremely resplendent glows appeared in the large hall. 4 humans had appeared, 2 males and 2 females. Although it seemed like no one recognized each other, the instant they appeared, everyone took some precautions. However, after putting up their guard, most of them looked at Luo Yunyang. They were each positioned in the corner, whereas Luo Yunyang was between 2 corners. He obtained 2 hall inheritances. How is that possible? A youth in green robes that had a celestial air about him said in an astonished tone. The words of this youth caught the attention of the other 3. In an instant, Luo Yunyang felt 4 hostile gazes on him. He didn't really feel surprised about their hostility. If these things had happened to him, his first thought would have been to be hostile to the person who had conquered 2 halls. Everyone has come for the Divine Master inheritance. This person has obtained 2 hall inheritances by himself. Amongst us, he is the one with the highest chance of getting the Sacred Master inheritance. In my opinion, we should join forces and get rid of him first, said a sprightly lady with beautiful features. However, her tone was cold and filled with killing intent. All right, a tall man who was built like a mountain echoed his approval. There was a strange golden luster on his body. Although he didn't say much, he gave off a steely vibe. Luo Yunyang glanced at the eyes of these 4 and discovered that their cultivation bases were at similar celestial domain grade levels as his. Based on their auras, he felt that these 4 would also have been powerhouses if they had been in the pure sun great cosmos. The Divine Master inheritance would definitely be a supreme inheritance. Luo Yunyang knew that whatever he said now would be of no use. However, his attribute regulator could be used as a trump card, so Luo Yunyang wasn't too worried about a joint attack by these 4. In a moment, he prepared to adjust his attributes. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang suddenly discovered that he couldn't find his chaotic four-origin beast and heavenly venerate figures on the attribute regulator interface. Chapter 733, Divine Master, 6 Divine Fist Techniques. Due to the corruption of the god-slaying demon sword, Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate true body and the chaotic four-origin beast clone had been affected considerably. Thus, Luo Yunyang had no choice but to go to the pure sun great cosmos to find a solution to get rid of this demonic chi. Although the glass flames couldn't get rid of this strange demonic chi, they allowed Luo Yunyang to use these two powers temporarily. Now, Luo Yunyang would naturally need his full power for this divine master fight. Furthermore, before he had even obtained 2 Hall inheritances, he would now have to face the combined alliance of 4 individuals. If Luo Yunyang couldn't count on the chaotic four-origin beast and the heavenly venerate true body, then he would only be able to rely on himself for the upcoming battle. In a moment, his self-confidence and calmness were restored in his eyes. Die. The man who was built like a mountain threw a punch. This punch was firm and it seemed to contain an unyielding power that would only advance forward. It also seemed as if both sides would suffer by this punch. Although this was the first time he was seeing this move, the words, Divine Brave Technique, immediately popped up in his mind. Divine Brave Technique. Although he had only just seen this technique, Luo Yunyang felt a really familiar feeling. He wanted to use the Samsara Palm in response, but the instant he made his move, a will flowed into his mind. Only the Divine Sacred Technique and the Divine Martial Technique can be used. Luo Yunyang didn't really care about the appearance of this will, so he instinctively unleashed the Samsara Palm. Unfortunately, he was halfway through using it when it could no longer be unleashed anymore. The Samsara Palm that he could unleash as easily as drinking water seemed to be forcibly suppressed by something. The fist of the Divine Brave Technique was already right before Luo Yunyang. He immediately unleashed the Divine Martial Technique without hesitation. 2 fists clashed in midair. The aura of this tall martialist didn't seem any weaker than Sky Origin Zongzi's. However, during that collision, the tall young man was pushed back 7 paces. Luo Yunyang was pushed back 5 paces. There wasn't much of a difference in strength between those two. There was only one reason for this outcome. Luo Yunyang had combined the intricacies of the Divine Martial Technique and the Divine Sacred Technique. Meanwhile, the tall martialist had only used the Divine Brave Technique. During this clash, Luo Yunyang came to an understanding deep down. Besides the inheritance of the Divine Martial Technique and the Divine Sacred Technique that he had obtained, Luo Yunyang felt a greater understanding of the Divine Brave Technique he had just faced. Furthermore, the combined attack of the Divine Sacred Technique and the Divine Martial Technique had improved considerably. There was a slight glint in the tall young man's eyes. Clearly, he had also acquired considerable gains from this clash. The inheritance of 2 halls is powerful indeed. The young man who looked like a celestial said as he flew up into the sky and attacked Luo Yunyang. The strike unleashed by this man contained a boundless obliterating intent. The instant his fist was blasted out, Luo Yunyang felt himself get situated within a space that was being obliterated frantically. This is the Divine Obliteration Technique I gained from the Divine Obliteration Hall. The instant that young man attacked, the 2 beautiful ladies unleashed attacks simultaneously. Their target was also Luo Yunyang. Although these 2 were probably top characters in their own world, there was a clear difference in the attacks of the 2 ladies. The attack of the tall slender lady with the icy expression seemed true and lacked many variations. However, the other lady, who appeared lively and expressive, turned into countless silhouettes when she attacked. These silhouettes appeared all around Luo Yunyang. Divine Fantasy Technique, Divine True Technique. By this point, Luo Yunyang had already completely understood the names of the 6 divine halls, as well as gained some insight into the Divine Master's inheritance. Divine Martial, Divine Sacred, Divine True, Divine Fantasy, Divine Brave, Divine Obliteration. When gathered together, the inheritance of the 6 halls would form the Divine Master's inheritance. These techniques could be called the 6 Divine Fist Techniques. Now, they were all gathered together in this fight, even though only the inherited techniques of the 6 divine halls could be used. The objective was to let them learn each other's inheritance through this battle. Whoever could incorporate the 6 techniques together would be the successor of the 6 divine fist techniques. The other 4 also appeared to understand this at the same time as Luo Yunyang. As they continued to attack Luo Yunyang, they started to feel some form of apprehension towards their temporary allies. For example, while the users of the Divine Fantasy technique and the Divine True technique had perfect coordination, some cracks unknowingly started to appear in their teamwork. Although Luo Yunyang couldn't use other techniques, his fusion of the Divine Martial technique and the Divine Sacred technique was stronger than the current attacks of the two ladies. After Luo Yunyang exchanged blows with those two once, he backed off rapidly. At the same time, he replayed the attacks of those two adversaries in his mind quickly. Luo Yunyang once again sensed the deficiencies in his own attack when he received the Divine True technique and the Divine Fantasy technique. However, just as he gained some comprehension, he discovered that the users of the Divine Brave technique and the Divine Obliteration technique also had knowing looks on their faces. The two ladies had also gained quite a bit from this exchange. Luo Yunyang even had a hunch that their gains weren't any lesser than what he had learned. As those five landed on the ground, they didn't continue attacking. They all had cautious looks on their faces. They had learned each other's abilities during this battle and ultimately fully learned the 6 inherited techniques. This sort of situation seemed like a bloody battle, yet Luo Yunyang felt that this seemingly simple fight was much more difficult. There were 5 of them, so there was no telling if their own comrades would learn much more than the individual personally using their attack. "You only have 1 hour. A faint, wise voice echoed in their ears. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunyang and the others didn't hesitate. They once again engaged in furious combat. Although the 4 other humans, whose origins were unknown, no longer continued to interact, the target of their attacks was still Luo Yunyang. Based on their attacks, it was evident that they weren't showing the slightest bit of restraint against Luo Yunyang. They were still firmly following their strategy of getting rid of the strongest. Fighting was very important, but Luo Yunyang also knew that learning the 6 Divine Fist techniques was more important. When the fighting resumed again, he converted a portion of his power and other attributes into mind attribute points. Thus, during this fight, Luo Yunyang started to fall into a somewhat passive state. However, because of his comprehension of the 6 Divine Fist techniques, Luo Yunyang was able to forcibly bear this onslaught. The attacks of the 2 men and the 2 ladies became increasingly incisive. They had also discovered that Luo Yunyang's comprehension speed of the 6 Divine Fist techniques had surpassed their own. Luo Yunyang's understanding of the 6 Divine Fist techniques was becoming quicker. He even started to use the techniques of the others during the exchanges that followed. For example, while dealing with the female user of the Divine Fantasy technique, Luo Yunyang casually unleashed the Divine True technique. Even though his Divine True technique was a little weak, it was still the Divine True technique after all. The 4 other fighters, who had never revealed their names, were also exceptionally talented individuals. During this fight, their comprehension of Luo Yunyang's Divine Martial technique and Divine Sacred technique was also very fast. Although the attacks of the lady with the icy expression were weaker than the attacks of the others, her comprehension of the 6 Divine Fist techniques didn't seem to be slower than Luo Yunyang's. Half an hour passed. Although nobody amongst those 5 had completely combined the 6 techniques, they had already made great progress compared to their ignorance at the beginning. "Die!" The tall young man who had obtained the Divine Brave technique bellowed and attacked Luo Yunyang. Just like before, he unleashed the Divine Brave technique. However, it was a few times stronger than it had been at the beginning. If this level of the Divine Brave technique had been used at the start, Luo Yunyang might have immediately been defeated. The other 3 had also formed a fearsome chemistry with this tall young man. The instant they saw this young man attack, they surrounded and attacked Luo Yunyang from all directions. This wasn't the first time Luo Yunyang had suffered such a joint attack since the start of the battle. However, at the moment, he felt great pressure. He had already gained a deep insight into these 6 attacks, especially the Divine Martial technique and the Divine Sacred technique, which had already reached a perfected state. However, Luo Yunyang felt restrained right now. Even though he vaguely seemed to think about combining the 6 techniques, he was unable to do it. This sort of restrained sensation was extremely unbearable for Luo Yunyang. As the other 4 improved, Luo Yunyang kept finding it hard to break through and found himself in an increasingly miserable state. The other 4 had already sensed Luo Yunyang's state. Therefore, they all used this as a pretext to attack this fearsome opponent. Countless thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's mind as he faced this attack. Although he should probably be able to deal with these attacks, he wouldn't be able to endure the unceasing future attacks of these 4. What should I do? After hesitating for a split second, Luo Yunyang made a decision. Although the attribute regulator could only adjust the attributes of his own body, Luo Yunyang rapidly adjusted the majority of his attributes and transferred them to his mind attribute. Mind represented perception. At the moment, Luo Yunyang was prepared to go all out. Just as this adjustment was made, the four people's attacks had already surrounded him. As he watched the attack containing the 6 divine fist techniques, Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up with a flash of understanding. Chapter 734. The Great Radiance Technique: Divine Sacred, Divine Martial, Divine True, Divine Fantasy, Divine Obliteration, Divine Courage. 6 different types of secret techniques entered Luo Yunyang's mind swiftly. Luo Yunyang, who had already grasped a clear understanding of the 6 techniques, did not retreat when the attack of those 4 people arrived. Instead, he blasted a punch in retaliation. This punch was neither the divine sacred technique nor the divine martial technique. However, when the fist strike was unleashed, 6 different circles of light appeared in front of it. The 6 different light circles occupied a space of their own and converged into a huge hexagonal disc that hurtled towards the 4 opponents. Boom! The smashing disc almost toppled the sky and earth all around, and the attacks of the other 4 individuals evaporated in an instant as they hurriedly made their retreat. However, even so, their bodies were still smashed into pieces in the void by that massive hexagonal disc. Hee, I finally understand now. Seems like the 6 different inheritances mustn't be forcefully combined together. Instead, they should be aligned according to a set of rules. Yuan Shenggong, didn't die in vain. The tall man mumbled his heartfelt sentiments before he died. Then, his body was completely turned to ashes. Luo Yunyang could feel that Yuan Shenggong hadn't died. He had actually been driven out of this realm by the power of the hexagonal disc. While Yuan Shenggong muttered his last words, the bodies of the 3 other people soon began to fade as well. However, only the cold-looking lady appeared to be rather sad before she perished. It should have been normal for that lady to lose to him while battling for the inheritance, but his performance left a sour taste in the mouths of the people that had been defeated. I am from the mysterious Fall Cosmos. Now, our entire cosmos is under attack by the mysterious underworld race and has become extremely weak. I am afraid it is too late, even if you want to save it, the lady said sadly. It was our fate to meet here, so let me give you all a piece of advice. Be very wary of the mysterious underworld race. They came faster than we thought, and they are even more horrible than we think. You may not believe it, but many of the mysterious underworld race elites have actually infiltrated the cosmos of our human tribes. My advice ends here. I am afraid I will not have a chance to see you all again in the future. The lady finished her final words and vanished into the void. Luo Yunyang could sense the graveness of the matter. The information he had received from the small silver tower had made him understand that the cosmos the silver tower came from had been destroyed by the mysterious underworld race. Or rather, it had been destroyed by the 4 great races led by the mysterious underworld race. Luo Yunyang, who had received many warnings regarding the arrival of the mysterious underworld race, felt an increasing urgency regarding this matter. The other man and woman didn't look as worried as Luo Yunyang. Obviously, they had not taken the lady's warning seriously. In the end, the charming woman even said with a tinge of arrogance, "This is merely groundless fear-mongering. Don't even talk about the mysterious underworld race, even if." Before the woman could complete her words, she disappeared into thin air along with the man beside her. She didn't say anything important, but she shot a long, profound gaze at Luo Yunyang when she perished. Luo Yunyang could feel a form of hostility coming from the woman's gaze. It was a deep hostility coming from the bottom of her heart. It made him very uncomfortable. So much so that Luo Yunyang felt that, if they were to meet again in the future, they wouldn't be friends. They might even become adversaries. However, how could Luo Yunyang have declined such an opportunity? Respected heavenly martialist and heavenly saint, you comprehend 6 different divine fist techniques at once. Please confirm that you have received the title of Divine Master, as well as the Divine Master inheritance. The machine's voice echoed emotionlessly. Then, a white light enveloped Luo Yunyang's body directly and a cultivation technique entered his mind. The moment the cultivation technique appeared, a bright white light chain formed by many nomological laws rushed towards Luo Yunyang's body quickly. A sense of awe welled in Luo Yunyang's heart when he saw the light chain. He thought that this blazing object shouldn't be a precious treasure, but a type of nomological law or convergence of several nomological laws. This is the Raging Flames Law, the first gift given to the Divine Master. You shouldn't resist. Conjure the Great Radiance technique and it will be integrated into your body naturally. The mechanical voice spoke once again in Luo Yunyang's ear. Luo Yunyang's heart twitched when he heard the name of the technique as he shifted his attention to the light chain formed by the convergence of countless nomological laws. While focusing his attention on it, he was able to see the destruction of all the planets in the universe from within. He even saw. Luo Yunyang determined almost instantly that the raging flame law was a complete cosmos law. In a complete universe, it could be said that nomological laws spread far and wide, covering the entire region like pillars of support for the entire cosmos. The nomological laws that were able to support an entire cosmos were considered the highest form of nomological laws in the cosmos. Although a universe-grade elite had formed an internal universe inside them, it was only a small universe in their body with a considerable gap compared to the huge cosmos. Only a 9th-level heavenly venerate possessed an internal universe comparable to those that were formed naturally. There were plenty of nomological laws in the great cosmos, but this sort of forceful extraction of a nomological law still put Luo Yunyang to shame. Although his heavenly venerate true body was strong, he could only utilize a few origin source laws in the divine union void by using his true body. He would never be able to extract an origin source law, even if he wanted to. If he chose to extract an origin source law by force, he would definitely fail and probably cause a kickback. Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before he conjured the Great Radiance technique immediately. While cultivating, Luo Yunyang felt an immeasurable amount of spirit essence pouring into himself at a rate at least 10 times faster than his cleansing glass flame technique. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, the cleaning glass flame technique had exceeded many techniques he had learned in the divine union. However, the Great Radiance technique was actually 10 times better. After conjuring the Great Radiance technique, the raging flame law began to enter Luo Yunyang's internal universe gradually. His internal universe had yet to transform into a cosmos, so it only included the cultivation paths that Luo Yunyang had pursued and didn't contain complete nomological laws. When the raging flame law entered the internal universe filled with the purple sacred flames, it began to expand as if it had taken in a huge load of supplements. Double, triple, quadruple. In a quarter of an hour, Luo Yunyang's internal universe had expanded more than 10 times in size. The larger the area of a martialist's internal universe was, the more likely it was that it would lead to a much more powerful increase in their power. However, Luo Yunyang was much more delighted about the improvement of the cohesiveness of his internal universe. After an entire nomological law entered him, the various forces inside him began to converge around the nomological law, instantly increasing the amount of power that he was able to unleash by 10 times. Luo Yunyang was still slowly comprehending the magical effect of the Great Radiance technique as the raging fire law entered his body. However, as his cultivation of it deepened, Luo Yunyang slowly started to find himself feeling sort of detached. He awoke after some time. When he opened his eyes, 2 fiery blazes shot out of his eyes and soared into the sky. The overwhelming power, which he found hard to suppress, immediately filled his heart again. With a thought, he turned on his attribute regulator. Power, 1.2 speed, 1.0 constitution, 1.1 mind, 0.5. The 4 main attributes had experienced great improvement, except for his mind attribute, which had gone through a relatively smaller improvement. In particular, his power attributes had increased by more than 10 times. Luo Yunyang's various attributes had begun to catch up to his heavenly venerate true body and his cultivation base had reached the 6th level of the celestial domain grade. It was basically impossible for a level 6 celestial domain grade martialist to possess the power of a heavenly venerate in the divine union void. However, the impossible had happened in Luo Yunyang's body. Although he had yet to comprehend the time and space nomological laws, hadn't escaped the flow of time, and seemed rather inferior to a true heavenly venerate, this gap was basically non-existent for Luo Yunyang. He had truly been a heavenly venerate before. Respected Master of Great Radiance, you have completed the inheritance. You can leave now. The mechanical voice spoke just as Luo Yunyang was ready to explore the other benefits of the inheritance. Then, Luo Yunyang saw a flash of light and soon reappeared in the divine sacred hall once again. Before he could even stand steadily on his feet, he noticed people staring at him from all directions. Among the people staring at him were Qin Wuliang, profound Calm Zongzi, and many geniuses from various large sects. These stares didn't seem to be benign. Luo Yunyang understood instantly when he noticed these death stares. It was impossible for him to hide the fact that he had received the inheritance of the divine sacred hall. Based on the anger and jealousy on profound calm Zongzi's face, Luo Yunyang could feel that this was going to be a problem. "Why are you all looking at me like this?" Luo Yunyang asked as he glanced around. Chapter 735, Limitless Brilliance. Most people's eyes were filled with jealousy. According to the estimation of a 9th-level heavenly venerate, the supreme inheritance of the divine sacred hall was not any weaker than the various other inheritances of the supreme great sects. Many people came to the divine sacred hall for the inheritance, not for the precious treasures in it. Although they were not very likely to get the inheritance, they couldn't help but dream about it. They had never imagined that the inheritance, which was admired by so many people, would actually fall into the hands of a disciple from a subsidiary sect of the Three-Era Supreme Sect. "Luo Yunyang, why didn't you execute the three-man substitution technique?" Sky Origin Zongzi was full of rage as he yelled at Luo Yunyang. His tone was also evident in his expression as he added, "Do you intend to hog the supreme inheritance by yourself?" Luo Yunyang wasn't affected by Sky Origin Zongzi's fury, as he had expected this reaction. Hence, he grinned and said, "This was the first time I entered the divine sacred hall and I wasn't too sure about the situation inside." According to senior brother Profound Calm, the opponents inside the hall would get increasingly stronger after entering it. I wanted to share the burden with senior brother Profound Calm, so I was prepared to defeat several guardians. However, I did not expect that the situation inside would be completely different from what senior brother had said. That inheritance chose me, even though I didn't even think of it. Luo Yunyang glanced at Profound Calm Zongzi and added, "Senior brother, I never thought that this was going to happen." "Lies. Why didn't you execute the three-man substitution technique when senior brother Profound Calm asked you to do so?" Sky Origin Zongzi shouted, "Do you think we are fools? What? Did senior brother Profound Calm inform me? How come I don't know about it?" Luo Yunyang's expression remained as calm as ever. A horrifying aura that was exuded from Sky Origin Zongzi immediately engulfed Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, a giant figure that looked like an ancient spirit appeared behind Sky Origin Zongzi. Luo Yunyang felt a looming fear in his heart when he saw the giant figure. The Eternal Divine Lord. This was the Eternal Divine Lord cultivated from one of the three great ancient records of the Three-Era Supreme Sect. The Eternal Divine Lord controlled the eternal world and had 13 seals that could sweep everything before it. This was considered a supreme technique. Although Luo Yunyang's cleansing glass flame had advanced into a sacred flame, it was still considered much weaker in the face of the Eternal Divine Lord. "Why, do you want to have a go at me?" With a thought, the power inside Luo Yunyang's body transformed into the Great Radiance technique. When his internal universe unfolded, an idol made of glass flame condensed into the void. The idol was significantly inferior to the Eternal Divine Lord, yet because of the Great Radiance technique, its inferiority was greatly reduced. "Enough." Upon seeing that the two of them were about to start a fight, Profound Calm Zongzi shouted. Profound Calm Zongzi's expression quickly returned to its initial calm state. After mulling this over for a moment, he grinned. "Junior brother Yunyang, this is a joyous event for the Three-Era Supreme Sect. You were able to obtain the inheritance this time. Thus, why not take a trip with me and return to the Three-Era Sect's sacred mountains to meet our elders?" "Enter the Three-Era Sect's sacred mountains." Luo Yunyang nodded his head in agreement. "It would be my honor to be able to meet the elders of our sect." Although Sky Origin Zongzi looked dissatisfied, he didn't dare object in front of Profound Calm Zongzi. If looks could kill, Sky Origin Zongzi would have massacred everyone present countless times. The inheritance of the Divine Sacred Hall was discovered by the elders of all our parties. It wouldn't be right for the Three-Era Supreme Sect to hog it, would it? Mu Yuanzhong from the Eternal Sky Sect said coldly. Many people agreed with him, as most of them were jealous of Luo Yunyang for obtaining the inheritance. They would never give up on the opportunity to obtain a tiny benefit from the Divine Sacred Hall inheritance if they were presented with the chance. Thus, in an instant, almost everyone involuntarily took a step towards Luo Yunyang. Profound Calm Zongzi remained indifferent as he commented, "The elders have said before, when they opened the Divine Sacred Hall, that the inheritance of this hall depends entirely on luck. Do you think that the Three-Era Supreme Sect is a pushover?" As soon as he said that, a golden ocean rose around his body and a Buddha-like Divine Lord appeared, standing over the sky on top of the golden ocean. Along with the appearance of the golden Divine Lord, an an overbearing atmosphere immediately shrouded the surroundings. The eternal Divine Lord appeared once again behind Sky Origin Zongzi, and the figure of the immeasurable Divine Lord appeared behind Wise Elegant Zongzi. The appearance of the three Divine Lords immediately exerted extreme pressure and dominated the surrounding atmosphere. Even Mu Yuanchang grimaced when he saw the scene. While he dared to voice his displeasure, as he had the means to back it up, he still couldn't help but feel the urge to shrink back slightly while facing such a domineering pressure. Luo Yunyang looked at the three Divine Lords. His eyes glittered when he saw the eternal Divine Lord that seemingly possessed an endless amount of pure energy. The eternal Divine Lord was an eternal existence. Any damage received by the eternal Divine Lord would quickly dissipate. It could be said that the eternal Divine Lord was the most useful to Luo Yunyang right now. Cultivating the eternal Divine Lord would mean that all the problems in his body would be resolved once and for all. Scram! Profound calm Zongzi looked at the retreating Mu Yuanzhang and shouted, making Mu Yuanzhang back away a few more steps. As the second-in-rank martialist of the young generation of the Eternal Sky Sect, Mu Yuanchang was very proud. However, at the moment, his expression was very ugly. After all, he had been forced to retreat by profound calm Zongzi's shout. He turned to look at Qin Wuliang, as Qin Wuliang was the only person capable of stopping Luo Yunyang and the others with him. However, Qin Wuliang shook his head and remained silent. The rest of the people who had been about to persecute the Three-Era Supreme Sect started to retreat as well. They had stepped forward originally because of their bigger number in Mu Yuanzhang. However, after seeing Mu Yuanzhang retreat and noticing the overwhelming power of the Three-Era Supreme Sect Zongzis, everyone started to feel fearful. Some people knew Qin Wuliang's intention, but they did not say it out loud. Impressive, I'm being taught a lesson today. Mu Yuanzhang snorted coldly. However, just as he was about to leave, profound calm Zongzi blasted him with a punch. An endless brilliance escaped profound calm Zongzi's fist and landed mercilessly on Mu Yuanzhang. This was the number one sacred technique of the Three-Era Supreme Sect, the Endless Brilliance Mark. When the Endless Brilliance was blasted out of profound calm Zongzi's fist, that domineering power felt boundless. After receiving the 6 Divine Fist techniques, Luo Yunyang realized that he had obtained another worthy, useful technique that he could utilize often. However, only now did he truly feel the power of the Three-Era Supreme Sect. The power of the Endless Brilliance Mark was not inferior to the power of his 6 Divine Fist techniques. A sword light flew out of Mu Yuanzhang's hands and transformed into a sword mountain in the void. In an instant, 81 sword mountains had appeared and begun to converge into a pagoda, slamming forward to meet the Endless Brilliance Mark. The massive golden light, however, demolished the pagoda as if it was destroying a pile of junk. Mu Yuanzhang, who was slammed far away, landed heavily on his bum. Mu Yuanchang staggered to his feet and glared at profound calm Zongzi. He wanted to voice his displeasure but chose to swallow his words after seeing the awe and might of profound calm Zongzi. Is there anyone here that still wants a piece of the divine sacred hall inheritance? Profound calm Zongzi glanced around him. No one dared to say a word, as the Endless Brilliance Mark had made them feel extremely afraid. Let's go. Profound calm Zongzi glanced at the silent crowd and left swiftly with the disciples of the Three-Era Supreme Sect. After waiting for profound calm Zongzi and the others to disappear, Mu Yuanzhang glared at Qin Wuliang and lamented. Brother Qin, are you going to let them go just like that? The situation could still be salvaged if you made your move now. Qin Wuliang shot a cold glance at Mu Yuanchang and snapped, I can't take on the Three-Era as one. The Three-Era as one? Qin Wuliang was very serious when he said that. While looking at Qin Wuliang's stern expression, Mu Yuanchang decided to swallow his grievances again. Senior brother, Mu Yuanzhang is very annoying. Sky Origin Zongzi lamented after leaving the Divine Sacred Hall. We should just kill him if he tries to attack us again. Profound calm Zongzi nodded in agreement. First, he should be punished. If there is a second time, we'll just kill him. As soon as he said that, he turned his attention to Luo Yunyang. Junior brother Yunyang, the Three-Era Supreme Sect is able to stand tall and strong in the pure Sun Great Cosmos because of the 3 great divine records. Junior brother, please do not forget your roots during your pursuit of greatness. That wouldn't be good. Forget his roots. Profound calm Zongzi acted rather frivolous when he said this, but the warning hidden in this sentence was glaring. The 36 white jade sacred elephants began to move. 3 huge sacred mountains came into sight after they'd traveled for half an hour. A A sudden thought struck Luo Yunyang as he gazed upon these imposing mountains. Should he follow profound calm Zongzi and the others and enter this sacred mountain again? Chapter 736. The eternal pestle. Luo Yunyang hadn't felt any danger when he'd entered the sacred mountains for the first time. However, this time, he possessed the inheritance of the divine sacred hall. This also meant that he possessed the utmost treasure that many elites in the Three-Era Supreme sect desired. Thus, the possibility of encountering a problem upon re-entering would be very high. Although Luo Yunyang had many thoughts in his mind, he made a decision very shortly. He still had to enter the Three-Era Supreme sect again. Although there were some threats, the dangers were not enough to deter him from visiting the Eternal Hall. As soon as Luo Yunyang made up his mind, 36 jade white sacred elephants landed on a huge mountain. Junior brother Qing Mo, please arrange some accommodation for junior brother Yunyang and let the rest of our disciples return to their residences. Profound calm Zongzi instructed a young man with a handsome face before taking flight towards the main peak of Buddha Sacred Mountain. Both wise elegant Zongzi and sky origin Zongzi followed profound calm Zongzi and headed towards the main peak as well. Junior brother Luo, this way, please. Qing Mo grinned as he addressed Luo Yunyang. Although Qing Mo looked young, he also had a celestial domain grade. Cultivation base. Although he would have been a domineering figure in the divine union, he was merely an ordinary disciple that was in charge of receiving guests here. Luo Yunyang smiled gently in response. I'll have to trouble senior brother Qing Mo then. Junior brother Yunyang is too polite. Didn't you just obtain the divine sacred hall inheritance? Even without it, you'll be able to become a formidable figure in our sect. Given your cultivation base, you will only be inferior to the 3 Zongzis. In the future, I'll be the one asking you for your guidance. Both of them expressed their goodwill as they conversed. Qing Mo was obviously a person who was very good at communicating. As a result, in a short while, he began to talk to Luo Yunyang as if they were old friends. Qing Mo arranged for Luo Yunyang to stay in a cave residence carved out of the middle of a mountain. The spirit energy outside the cave was very strong, so one would be able to cultivate much faster when residing in it. The spirit energy even transformed into many spiritual lifeforms that ran around the cave when Luo Yunyang entered it. Junior brother Yunyang, you just received the inheritance, so you must have many things to handle. I will take my leave and not bother you any further. After explaining some matters to Luo Yunyang, Qing Mo said politely, Junior brother, please let me know if there's anything you need. I'll do my best as long as it's within my capabilities. After replying courteously, Luo Yunyang bid farewell to Qing Mo. However, upon looking at Qing Mo's figure, who had just turned to leave, he felt an invisible pressure. His gaze inadvertently shifted to the mirror hanging in the void before he shook his head and entered the cave. It was true that Luo Yunyang had to get organized after receiving the Great Radiance technique. After thinking about it for a while, he sat down on the cloud bed and cultivated quietly. Within a tall palace hall, 3 thrones were floating in the void. 3 middle-aged men who looked like deities were sitting on them. Profound calm Zongzi, wise elegant Zongzi and sky origin Zongzi stood quietly below the thrones respectfully. The auras exuded by these 3 people were different. The 3 of them looked very noble, as if they possessed a very high ranking. On top of their heads were floating objects that looked like a pestle, a seal, and a disc. The 3 men looked indifferent, but their auras were overwhelming. Sect masters, the matter is as is. Profound calm Zongzi, who had reiterated the events that had happened, retreated to the side respectfully. Profound calm Zongzi held a high position in the sect. Some elders would even be very respectful when they greeted him. However, he was like a mouse facing a cat when he met the 3 sect masters. The sect masters, who were very pleased with his sincere, subdued actions, nodded their heads after listening to the report. In the Three-Era Supreme sect, heavenly venerates were mighty figures that generally would not care about such normal issues. Therefore, the 3 sect masters possessed great authority regarding matters like this. All 3 of them had universe-grade cultivation bases. Because they cultivated the 3 divine scriptures, their combat powers were exceptional. They didn't fear the heavenly venerates in the pure sun great cosmos, and it was even rumored that they could rival the heavenly venerates with their powers. They could kill an ordinary heavenly venerate with their combined efforts while conjuring the treasures left behind in their sect. This had truly happened before. Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master, who sat on the right, cast a blaming glance at Sky Origin Zongzi. Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master was the teacher of Sky Origin, Zongzi. Thus, he hadn't been too happy when Luo Yunyang had said that he was able to replace his disciple as a Zongzi. Sky Origin Zongzi, who knew what his teacher was thinking, felt rather ashamed of himself. Of course, he also felt bitterly resentful toward Luo Yunyang. Anyone who is different from our race has a different heart. Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master hesitated for a moment before lambasting in an unquestionable tone. Luo Yunyang is a disciple of the Glazed Titan sect, but he does not feel like he belongs to the Three-Era Supreme sect. I can even say that he may be harboring evil intentions. The Three-Era Supreme sect will gain nothing if he is allowed to inherit the Zongzi position of the Eternal Sacred Mountain. There's even a possibility that our sect will suffer incalculable losses. Sky Origin Zongzi grinned when he heard what his teacher said. Although his teacher had blamed him moments ago, he still stood by his side during crucial moments. This made Sky Origin Zongzi relax greatly after feeling tense for so long. His teacher's words might not hold as much weight as Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Masters, but as one of the three sect masters, Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master still had to take his words into account. It could be said that his teacher's comment had basically removed any possibility that Luo Yunyang would replace him as the Zongzi of the Eternal Sacred Mountain. Status was very important to the Zongzis. If they lost it, it would be very difficult for them to assume the position of a sect master, and their allocated resources would also be reduced greatly. Resource reduction was tantamount to death. Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master did not draw a conclusion. Instead, he set his sights on Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master and asked, "Junior brother, what do you think of this?" The relationship between Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master and Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master wasn't very good. There had been some disputes between those two when both of them had been young. Now, after hearing the decision maker, Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master asked Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master for his opinion. Sky Origin Zongzi began to feel anxious again. He would surely have nothing good to say. Just as lots of thoughts flashed through Sky Origin Zongzi's mind, Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master said, "I agree with Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master. After all, the Glazed Titan sect has been independent for too long. It will not necessarily be a good thing for us if Luo Yunyang becomes a Zongzi. However, if Luo Yunyang challenges us and we refuse, the other subsidiaries might see us in a different light. You must handle this matter appropriately, senior brother." The reason the Three-Era Supreme sect was stellar wasn't only because of its three divine scriptures. It was also because they had a huge amount of subsidiaries that would offer money and men as long as the Three-Era Supreme sect demanded them. It was said that the prestige of the Three-Era Supreme sect was built on the subsidiaries under them. Although their abilities were very inferior compared to the Three-Era Supreme sect, they had many people. Hence, it would be troublesome if things weren't managed properly. How can a mere little Glazed Titan sect member create such a mess for us? Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master said disdainfully. Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master did not respond immediately. It was Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master who responded, "I am talking about all the subsidiaries, not just the Glazed Titan sect." After a moment of silence, Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master shifted his gaze to Profound Calm Zongzi and asked, "Profound Calm, what do you think about this matter?" Sky Origin Zongzi, who had originally felt nervous after hearing Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master's words, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he knew that Profound Calm Zongzi would help him. "Master, I always thought that it was just an empty promise when the Ancestral Master mentioned before that one can become a Zongzi regardless of whether they are from a subsidiary sect or from the main sect. It is precisely because of this that those subsidiaries could work together with us to make the Three-Era Supreme sect more prosperous than ever. If that promise continues to be empty, it may adversely affect our sect's power, even if nobody dares to disagree." Sky Origin Zongzi's facial expression twitched when he heard what Profound Calm had said. He had not expected that Profound Calm Zongzi would not help him or say such unfavorable words. If the three sect masters hadn't been there, he would have asked Profound Calm Zongzi to explain himself. Sky Origin Zongzi could only wait after glaring at Profound Calm Zongzi. The Zongzis are the foundations of the Three-Era Supreme sect. Wouldn't the Three-Era Supreme sect's roots be harmed if it fell into the hands of an outsider? In my opinion, Uncle Master Eternal should lend the Eternal Pestle to Sky Origin Zongzi for a period of time and let him accept the challenge. Sky Origin Zongzi nearly drowned in ecstasy when he heard that. This would make him nearly invincible. Luo Yunyang would be courting death if he came to challenge him for the zongzi position. Despite his utter delight, he looked at his teacher hopefully. All right, Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master slammed his palms on the throne as he agreed. Chapter 737, Treasured Fan, Blood Transformation Blade Technique. Luo Yunyang opened his eyes after cultivating the Great Radiance Technique for a day. He had managed to gain complete control of the technique and was very satisfied with its power and cultivation path. Luo Yunyang was the master of radiance and had also achieved a higher level of compatibility in combining his other techniques with the Great Radiance Technique. However, he was still very unsatisfied with the demonic aura that plagued his heavenly venerate true body. Although the Great Radiance Technique was obviously better at suppressing the demonic chi than the Cleansing Glass Flame Technique, it was still unable to eradicate the demonic chi. It would be difficult for the chaotic four-origin beast and the heavenly venerate true body to cultivate if the demonic chi continued to exist. Besides, Luo Yunyang would suffer a great loss if both of his clones were unable to improve. It seemed like it was still necessary to obtain one of the three great techniques of the Three-Era Supreme Sect to remove the demonic chi completely. Luo Yunyang knew that it was too difficult for disciples from subsidiary sects to obtain such techniques. Although the ancestral master of the Three-Era Supreme Sect had promised so, many of these promises were simply empty. However, no matter what, he had to get at least one of the three great scriptures. Senior brother Yunyang, junior brother Qingmo wants to see you. A faint voice penetrated the layers of seals and entered Luo Yunyang's ears. Luo Yunyang had a pretty good impression of Qingmo. Although Qingmo was not destined to stand by his side, his resourcefulness and sociable attitude had still left a good impression on Luo Yunyang. It seems like senior brother Yunyang is looking better than yesterday. Congrats. Qingmo cupped his fists as soon as he saw Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang smiled courteously but changed the topic. Brother Qingmo, is there anything for me? He asked. I'm just here to see if you need anything. Qingmo grinned as he added, Senior brother Yunyang, you are destined to be a top elite in our sect. Please feel free to let me know what you need. I'll definitely let you know if I need something. It's just that there's nothing I need now, Luo Yunyang replied. Why not head over to the market with me for a walk if you have nothing to do now? You might be able to find something useful. Qingmo invited Luo Yunyang out. Market. Luo Yunyang mulled this over for a moment and understood the meaning behind the word, market. It was basically an area where disciples of the Three-Era Supreme Sect exchanged goods and items. Although Luo Yunyang knew that it would be very hard to find anything useful there, he still accepted Qingmo's invitation happily, as he would not cultivate. Being bored was one reason he said yes. However, more importantly, he wanted to take this opportunity to take a look at the situation of the three great sacred mountains. He could escape immediately if anything fishy was to happen. Okay, I'll have to trouble you then, brother Qingmo. Qingmo was delighted when Luo Yunyang accepted his invitation. Although he knew it was unlikely that Luo Yunyang would replace Sky Origin as a zongzi, he believed that it was necessary to have a good relationship with Luo Yunyang after seeing his exceptional strength. If Luo Yunyang managed to ascend to the top one day, other people would be very eager to flatter him. By that time, it would be too late, as Luo Yunyang might not even pay attention to so many people. Hence, now was the most appropriate time to get close to Luo Yunyang, as he had not reached the peak yet. Qingmo secretly applauded himself inwardly and unknowingly walked a tad faster than he normally did. Under his guidance, Luo Yunyang crossed 3 mountain peaks and reached the foot of a flat mountain. There was only a path along the foot of the mountain that was filled with all sorts of small stalls with disciples from the Three-Era Supreme Sect, who entertained their customers. 300-year-old golden carp. It contains supreme dragon blood. Take a look here. Blood transformation blade technique left by the blood devil heavenly venerate. It costs 200,000 divine crystals now. I'm taking a loss for this. Elder brothers, young brother here has a seed of the miracle medication called dragonscale fruit. You'll be able to grow the dragonscale fruit if you're patient enough. The market was bustling with all sorts of hawking voices. Qingmo looked towards the bustling market and grinned at Luo Yunyang. Senior brother Yunyang, there's a hidden rule at the market. A transaction is completed when an item exchanges hands. The seller bears no responsibility after that. This is a test for your judgment. You can see if you can spot the greatness behind the item. However, you cannot blame anyone but yourself if you buy a counterfeit item. This rule was set by profound Calm Zongzi to test the ability of our sect's disciples. No responsibility after the item exchanged hands. Luo Yunyang subconsciously mouthed the words a few times in admiration. Profound Calm Zongzi was really talented in this aspect. How dare you still try to sell this blood transformation blade technique? Damn it, what's the use of it if every move in there only contains 1/3 of the blade intent? Stop standing here and lying. A man clad in flowery battle robes sneered at a three-era supreme sect disciple who was selling a blade technique. The disciple, who wasn't annoyed by it, chuckled. Brother, it is true that my blood transformation blade technique is flawed, but you have to agree that it was passed down by a heavenly venerate, right? Hee hee, it would have been stored in our secret scripture trove if hadn't been for its flaws. How would I be able to sell it if it wasn't? You might not be able to recreate the blood transformation blade technique after buying it, but other geniuses may be able to do so. This technique is not inferior to our sect's great brilliant mark technique, you know. You are just sweet-talking it out here. Who can master the technique when only 1/3 of its intent is left? The man in the flowery robe snorted. You're just deceiving people. The disciple who was selling the blade technique did not bother arguing further. He simply shrugged this off. Luo Yunyang had always loved blade techniques. Thus, he walked over to the disciple who sold it and asked, Senior brother, can I take a look at the blood transformation blade technique? The disciple looked back at Luo Yunyang with a hint of doubt. Although most of the disciples of the three-era supreme sect were scattered across the three great sacred mountains, the majority of them still remembered one another by relying on their exceptional memory. Luo Yunyang's celestial domain cultivation base was a rare phenomenon among the disciples, so he felt very surprised that he did not know Luo Yunyang. However, when he saw Qing Mo, he hurriedly cupped his hands and greeted him. Greetings, senior brother Qing Mo. Qing Mo smiled gently. Junior brother Lin, this is senior brother Luo Yunyang from the Glazed Titan sect. Please let him have a look at your blade technique. Junior brother Lin sneered slightly when he heard him mention the Glazed Titan sect. Although Luo Yunyang had a higher cultivation base, he was still from a small sect. However, he was astonished when he heard Luo Yunyang's name. Thus, he hurriedly handed over a blood-red jade stone to Luo Yunyang. The jade stone wasn't complete, as it had been sliced apart by a sharp weapon. When Luo Yunyang's consciousness scanned the jade stone, he sensed that there were 7 or 8 kinds of severely damaged move sets. One of the best moves was missing 1/3 of its portion. Even so, Luo Yunyang could still sense the devastating might of a few of the simpler blade moves in it. He mulled this over for a moment before asking, Junior brother Lin, how many crystals do you want? Senior brother Luo, if you like it, you can have it for 30,000 divine crystals. Junior brother Lin brandished his arms wildly. Luo Yunyang saw the craftiness in junior brother Lin's actions. However, just as he was about to negotiate for a better price, something else in junior brother Lin's stall caught his attention. It was a fan made from the feathers of various birds. Upon seeing the fan, Luo Yunyang suddenly thought of something. The task he had received upon entering the pure sun great cosmos was to obtain the feathers of 5 different divine birds. However, he had neglected this task because he had been focused on cultivating the cleansing glass flame technique. Now, he had inadvertently encountered the feathers. Luo Yunyang immediately smiled and responded, add this fan in and we have a deal. The fan made from the feathers of the various divine birds was considered a pretty good weapon, but it wasn't that useful to a celestial domain grade elite. Junior brother Lin had no intention of selling the fan expensively as it was flawed. Thus, he was delighted when Luo Yunyang actually offered 200,000 divine crystals to buy the 2 items. Alright, they are yours. Qing Mo was standing aside. Although he believed that Luo Yunyang had been duped, he didn't say so. He had said earlier that Luo Yunyang could not blame anyone if he was duped. Furthermore, 200,000 divine crystals were nothing to people like Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang casually threw the fan made of divine bird feathers into his storage space and picked up the blood transformation blade technique. However, he was actually relieved that he had obtained this feather fan. After all, he would have the ability to leave the pure sun great cosmos anytime he wanted with the feather fan. Hence, it was a very reliable item. Luo Yunyang sighed inwardly to himself. He had been overconfident. Thus, he decided that, in the future, when he had to cross the void for his task, he would first find the task items in case he had no time to deal with them later. Excuse me, Excuse me. A voice spoke in Luo Yunyang's ears as someone walked past him. You must not agree to the Zongzi challenge. Do not attempt to provoke them, or you will die a horrible death. A soft voice spoke in Luo Yunyang's heart when that person walked past him. This wasn't a sound transmission technique, but true telepathy. It was a telepathic technique that relied on proximity. Not many people utilized such techniques in the pure sun-great cosmos, as they weren't effective at all. However, such a technique was also very hard to detect. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to ask why by using telepathy, the person disappeared quickly into the crowd. Chapter 738. Such impudence. Who was this person? Luo Yunyang thought that he did not have many friends in the Three-Era Supreme sect. Actually, it would be correct to say that he had more enemies than friends. Moreover, the number of opponents he had in the Three-Era Supreme sect further exceeded the number of friends he had. Hence, he was curious about who had warned him. Was this Sky Origin Zongzi's ploy to let him off first before catching him later, or was it? Although he was thinking deeply about these possibilities, his expression remained indifferent. He still talked and laughed, and he even bought a few things while shopping around with Qing Mo. Of course, the things he bought weren't very useful to him. Where did the two of you go? A boy in blue robes asked sternly when Luo Yunyang returned to his cave residence. The boy was only an early galaxy grade, so he was much weaker than Qing Mo. However, Qing Mo appeared slightly fearful when he saw him. Obviously, Qing Mo was afraid of the boy's status and the person backing him. Chengfeng, senior brother Yunyang felt a little bored, so I took him to visit the market. Qing Mo smiled gently as he spoke. There was no point in smiling, as the boy snorted coldly. This is the Three-Era Supreme sect, not a place where any random person can enter freely. You're a senior of the sect, yet you don't even know this rule. The boy, who was named Chengfeng, sounded like he was reprimanding Qing Mo. However, he was indirectly referring to Luo Yunyang as a random person. Luo Yunyang knew that he was being targeted. Although he did not know how he had offended Chengfeng, he knew that it would be impossible for them to coexist in the same space together. In other words, Chengfeng was an enemy. Suddenly, a huge force arrived at Chengfeng's face just as he was about to continue chastising him. The force was so heavy that his entire body flew a few meters away. Chengfeng was full of disbelief as he landed heavily on the floor. Although he was only a boy, he still had an exceptional status in the Three-Era Supreme sect. He was a servant of Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master. Even though he was just a servant, the elders in the Three-Era Supreme sect had to treat him politely. After all, he represented Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master. That was what fueled Chengfeng's haughtiness and made him throw his weight around so much so that even core disciples like Qing Mo were bullied by him. This time, he had been ordered to look for Luo Yunyang, so he had been prepared to display his authority to gain favor. He hadn't expected to receive a slap across the face right after finishing his sentence. You hit me, how dare you hit me? Chengfeng yelled, furiously at Luo Yunyang. Qing Mo was also shocked. He had never expected Luo Yunyang to react so strongly to a sect master's servant. This was akin to slapping the sect master's face as well. He shuddered in fear at the thought. Such impudence. Yes, I hit you. You lowly servant, how dare you spout nonsense in front of me, a core disciple of the Glazed Titan sect and a future sect master. You were asking for it. Luo Yunyang's voice wasn't too loud. It was just loud enough to echo throughout his surroundings. The Three-Era Supreme sect disciples who had rushed over looked on disdainfully. They were all direct disciples of the Three-Era Supreme sect who enjoyed a high status. Hence, they didn't even care about stronger subsidiary sects, let alone the Glazed Titan sect. However, Luo Yunyang had actually announced that he was from the Glazed Titan sect bluntly. Was he trying to embarrass himself? Wasn't this akin to slapping himself in the face? Just as someone was about to laugh at Luo Yunyang, Chengfeng interrupted him. How dare you? I'm Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master's servant. Chengfeng was already an irritating fellow on the Buddha's Sacred Mountain. He often followed Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master and he also represented the sect master in handling internal affairs. Therefore, almost all the disciples of the Three-Era Supreme sect knew him. However, most people were delighted instead of shocked upon seeing his swollen face. After all, they were equally annoyed by him, as they did not like being ordered around by a servant when they were the Three-Era Supreme sect's direct disciples. Servant of the sect master. Why does the sect master even have an impudent servant like you? Are you implying that the sect master doesn't regard subsidiary sects as important sects? Is that why he's allowing a servant like you to humiliate us? Luo Yunyang's voice became louder as he watched the crowd growing. If this is the case, I would like to ask the sect master if he still considers us a part of the Three-Era Supreme sect. The disciples of the Three-Era Supreme sect were no fools. They had initially thought that Luo Yunyang was going to cause trouble irrationally, yet they discovered this matter was much more troublesome than they had expected. Although it was a common secret that the main sect looked down on its subsidiary sects, a sect master wasn't supposed to have this sort of ideology. As a sect master, Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master couldn't disregard the subsidiary sects, as doing so would invoke the wrath of hundreds of subsidiary sects. Even the 9 heavenly venerates, who usually wouldn't care about mundane things, might have to come forward personally to talk things out with Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master. Momentarily, the noisy environment became deadly silent, while some of the Three-Era Supreme sect disciples who had tried to please Changfeng also stopped. This situation had evolved into an issue that they could no longer control or solve. It had become a muddy flood that could drown everyone involved. Changfeng was also shaking. After hearing what Luo Yunyang had said, he'd realized that the situation was troublesome. He had originally wanted to do Sky Origin Zongzi a favor. However, he had never thought that the situation would lead to a conflict between the main sect and a subsidiary sect. He might die a miserable death if things were not handled adequately. He no longer had any intention of continuing to argue with Luo Yunyang. Thus, he made his resolution. All right, this ends here. Now, let me go. By saying this, Changfeng had basically admitted defeat. However, how could Luo Yunyang, who had already sensed the scheme underneath, let Changfeng leave that easily? He brandished his arms, causing a golden flagpole to rise from the ground instantly. As it appeared, a purple rope immediately wrapped itself around Changfeng, tying him onto the flagpole. Well, since you said that you are a servant of the sect master, I will wait for the sect master to send someone to pick you up. I want to see if the sect master really asked you to come and humiliate the Glazed Titan sect. Changfeng wanted to struggle but had no strength to break free. He felt the urge to cry, as things had spiraled out of his control. He was going to suffer deeply if this matter reached the sect master's ears. Meanwhile, profound calm Zongzi was sitting calmly on a faraway mountain. However, a murderous intent soon escaped his body when he saw Changfeng hanging from the flagpole. One had to consider the owner before beating a dog. Changfeng was the servant of Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master and thus represented him. Hanging Changfeng on a flagpole was akin to giving the sect master a slap across the face. However, he also began to sense the tricky situation developing after listening to his subordinate's report. There were too many subsidiaries in the Three-Era Supreme sect, so while the situation could be solved resolutely and decisively with power, the aftermath and cracks in these relationships wouldn't be solved in the short term. Zongzi, sect master is asking you to go and resolve this situation. A servant beside Futu's Sacred Mountain sect master instructed him. Profound calm Zongzi did not pay attention to the servant. Instead, he asked, did sect master leave any instructions? Sect master said that the friendship between the main sect and the subsidiary sects must not be damaged by a presumptuous servant. Although the servant knew what this sentence meant, he still decided to say it. After all, he knew that if he didn't say it, he would be the one losing his life. Profound calm Zongzi nodded with a grim expression. He glanced at the servant after acknowledging this and rushed towards Luo Yunyang's location. Brother Yunyang, sect master has always been impartial when dealing with the main sect and a subsidiary sect. Today, this insolent servant acted with willful, reprehensible ignorance. Profound calm Zongzi ignored Changfeng's pleading expression totally as he said coldly, according to the rules of our sect, this person is guilty of sowing discord and shall have his consciousness destroyed as a warning to others. Profound calm Zongzi gently pointed at Changfeng and disintegrated his body instantly. Changfeng's death made the audience watching leave quickly. They knew that although profound calm Zongzi had killed Changfeng, he was still extremely angry. Continuing to linger around in order to watch the commotion was basically suicide. Luo Yunyang grinned as Changfeng passed away. Although he is guilty, he is still a young kid. Zongzi should just teach him a lesson. Why punish him so severely? Rules are rules. I can't change them. Profound calm Zongzi snorted coldly again. Oh, by the way, Changfeng was here mainly to congratulate you, brother Luo. The 3 sect masters have accepted your challenge. It will happen in 3 days on the long sky stage. I hope you will come out victorious and ascend on the Zongzi's throne. Chapter 739. Looming storm. Things remained the same back in the Glazed Titan sect. Not only was Yu Luli the sect master of the Glazed Titan sect, but she was also a high-ranking beauty that many people were head over heels in love with. Recently, the Glazed Titan sect status had been rising steadily due to Luo Yunyang. After Luo Yunyang defeated the 15th in rank elite on the Pure Sun Outstanding Elites list, all the disciples of the Glazed Titan sect were able to hold their heads high. However, the Glazed Titan sect became depressed when news of Luo Yunyang obtaining the Divine Sacred Hall's inheritance arrived. As the sect master of the Glazed Titan sect, Yu Luli knew that such an object might be a double-edged sword. After obtaining it, one might rise to the top or face an impending calamity. It might even cause an endless calamity. After discussing this with the elders of her sect, Yu Luli began to contact the other subsidiary sects of the Three-Era Supreme sect that they were friendly with. Although the trouble Luo Yunyang had gotten himself into was no small matter, the Glazed Titan sect still felt that they could protect Luo Yunyang. After all, there would be no need for the Glazed Titan sect to exist if they couldn't even protect a genius disciple like Luo Yunyang. However, just as Yu Luli heaved a sigh of relief, more news came. This time, it wasn't the people from the Three-Era Supreme sect that brought the news. It was Fu Niehua from the Faceless Flower Blossom sect. Yu Luli had never had a friendly relationship with Fu Niehua. While both of them were on the Pure Sun beauty charts, they were basically enemies. Impressive. The Glazed Titan sect actually achieved a shocking feat, Fu Niehua said immediately when she saw Yu Luli. Yu Luli looked at the flirtatious, shy-looking Fu Niehua indifferently and snapped back, "You do not need to worry about the Glazed Titan sect's issues." Hee, I never wanted to worry, I just had to. As soon as she said that, Fu Niehua grinned and asked, "Have you heard of Chengfeng?" Chengfeng. Yu Luli frowned when she heard the name. She had not just heard of this name. She had actually even met him personally in the past. He was the trusted servant of Buddha Sacred Mountain sect master. While he did not have an exceptional cultivation base, he had very arrogant mannerisms. He acted as if everyone in the cosmos owed him money. Yu Luli did not like that person at all, but she had to deal with him courteously, albeit without sincerity, as she did not want him to badmouth the Glazed Titan sect in front of Buddha Sacred Mountain sect master. What about him? Yu Luli, who knew that Fu Niehua wouldn't mention him randomly, decided to ask. He's dead, died rather pitifully too. He was executed by Profound Calm Zongzi. Fu Niehua sounded delighted, as she obviously hadn't liked Chengfeng either. Yu Luli, who was shocked, then asked, "Is his death related to Luo Yunyang?" Of course. Fu Niehua responded, "He was rude to Luo Yunyang and was in turn hung onto a flagpole by him. Your disciple is truly exceptional." He spoke out about the conflicting views among the main and subsidiary sects and even claimed that Chengfeng insulted him by disrespecting all the subsidiary sects. Things got out of hand and, apart from making the sect master lose face, Chengfeng's attempt at sowing discord among the main and subsidiary sects forced the sect master to order Profound Calm Zongzi to take Chengfeng's life. The Glazed Titan sect could still bear responsibility for killing Chengfeng. Furthermore, things had gone south. Although the main sect was still going to suppress them, they wouldn't do it too openly anymore. After taking a deep breath, Yu Luli responded, "Thank you, Sect Master Fu, for letting me know about this. Otherwise, I would have been kept in the dark." "You wouldn't. Sister Yu would hear about this very soon. In 3 days, Luo Yunyang is going to challenge Sky Origin Zongzi for the Eternal Sacred Mountain Zongzi's position on the Everlasting Sky podium." Fu Niehua said this at once with a solemn expression. Yu Luli was completely stunned when she heard, even though the Almighty of the Three-Era Supreme sect had mentioned the rules for challenging a Zongzi for their position before. Every elite of the subsidiary sects knew that this was merely a form of courtesy, as nobody would dare challenge a Zongzi for this position. However, Luo Yunyang was actually going to challenge Sky Origin Zongzi. This made Yu Luli feel very conflicted. "Sister, it's very probable that Luo Yunyang will succeed, so you don't have to worry too much about it." Fu Niehua sounded excited as she added, "How many years have those three from the main sect dominated the Three-Era Supreme sect? The subsidiary sects might sound cool, but it is very correct to say that we are just mere servants to the main sect. Now, we have finally produced someone capable of fighting for a Zongzi's position, which is traditionally only available to members of the main sect. This is really a huge boost to the subsidiary sect's prestige. Sister, it's not just me. Many other subsidiary sects support the Glazed Titan sect fully. Upon saying that, Fu Niehua produced a jade scroll. These are the records of the Eternal Wisdom Mark technique. They were collected from all our sects. Sister, please ask Luo Yunyang to have a look when you have the opportunity. The Eternal Wisdom Mark had previously been the Eternal Sacred Mountain's secret technique. If all the sects had provided this technique, it meant that they had offended the Eternal Sacred Mountain and Sky Origin Zongzi. Yu Luli did not reject the offer. Instead, she accepted it. Thanks. Yu Luli pondered this for a moment after Fu Niehua left and immediately relayed her orders. She ordered all the elders of the Glazed Titan sect that had at least a celestial domain grade cultivation base to follow her to the Three-Era Supreme sect. The Glazed Titan sect had to support Luo Yunyang in this challenge, no matter what the outcome was going to be. They had to be present even if he were to lose. However, just as Yu Luli was about to move out, an envoy from the Three-Era Supreme sect arrived with a decree. Although the envoy appeared arrogant, he still greeted Yu Luli upon arriving. The two of them had a similar cultivation base. In the past, if Yu Luli had decided not to return the greeting, the envoy might have gotten upset. However, now, the envoy acted in a very respectful manner. Sect Master Yu, according to the instructions of our three sect masters, every subsidiary sect will need at least 10 elders to attend the event at the Long Sky Podium. Although the envoy spoke in a very polite manner, his tone was unquestionable. Yu Luli had already been prepared to head to the Three-Era Supreme sect. Hence, she agreed immediately. However, she felt that what the envoy had said was a little odd. Every subsidiary sect had to send people over. What was this? Were they trying to kill off one of them to intimidate the rest? Although Luo Yunyang had a communication amulet, it had been impossible to contact him for unknown reasons. Therefore, after sending the envoy away, Yu Luli and the elders of the Glazed Titan sect boarded a flying ship and departed for the three great sacred mountains. Yu Luli met various subsidiary sect masters along the way. Some had a pretty good relationship with her, while others harbored some past resentments. However, all of them acted rather ambiguously. They were neither close to her nor hostile to her. It actually felt like they treated the Glazed Titan sect as if it didn't exist. However, Yu Luli was able to sense that they must have been granted many conveniences along the way. These secret conveniences also involved some problems. Yu Luli even saw some jade scrolls regarding the secret techniques of the Eternal Sacred Mountain by accident. In the depths of the Eternal Sacred Mountain, lava bubbles popped on the surface of the lava pool and 999 scarlet fire. Dragons could be seen weaving among the lava pool like crazy. Their bright red scaly bodies created tall flaming pillars whenever they weaved around in the pool. Boom! A figure emerged from the lava pool forcefully, his body glimmering in the maroon light. The fire dragons playing in the pool instantly retreated as if they had seen a predator. However, despite retreating quickly, the maroon aura expanded much faster. In an instant, it had shrouded all 999 fire dragons. Every fire dragon froze in its tracks momentarily. They are considered part of the scenery of the Eternal Sacred Mountain. It isn't too nice to treat them in such a manner. Profound Calm Zongzi clasped his hands behind his back as he spoke. The figure enveloped in the maroon glow was Sky Origin Zongzi. Compared to Profound Calm Zongzi, he appeared much more powerful and tyrannical. However, he still quivered slightly when he glanced at Profound Calm Zongzi. Since you spoke on behalf of those vile creatures, I'll let them continue to have fun. When he calmed down, the aura that shrouded the lava pool dissipated completely as well. The galaxy-grade fire dragons were like captured loaches escaping the net as they dived deeper into the lava pool. Brother Profound Calm Zongzi, is that loach trying to incite trouble again? Sky Origin Zongzi sounded very confident when he spoke. Profound Calm Zongzi actually felt that Sky Origin Zongzi's confidence was no longer as respectful as it used to be. He disregarded these tactics and replied faintly, he merely killed Chengfeng. However, the subsidiary sects are getting lively again. Junior brother, you'll be the Three-Era Supreme sect sinner if you lose. Sky Origin Zongzi snorted in response. Lose? How am I going to lose? I'll show those bumpkins the true difference between the main sect and a subsidiary sect. I will make them lose the will to even think of trying to challenge our position for 1,000 years. It seemed like the clouds that had gathered over the Eternal Sacred Mountain had heard his words, as a thunderclap ensued shortly afterward. Chapter 740. Demonic Aura Fusing with Blood. Luo Yunyang was analyzing the blood transformation blade technique in a deep cave within the mountain. Right now, he appeared to be training in seclusion. The blood transformation blade technique, which was 1/3 complete, was essentially a hollow technique that contained only the blade's might but no corresponding conjuring method. The reason he was studying it was because there was nothing to do. The Great Radiance technique he had received required gradual improvement. After increasing his mind power many times, Luo Yunyang realized that this sort of adjustment wasn't very effective. Even though the flawed blood transformation blade technique improved significantly in terms of power after Luo Yunyang utilized his heavenly venerate consciousness to aggregate it, it was still very inferior to his Sky Blade's 7 cleaves. Without the corresponding power, even elite techniques would become empty shells. The primeval underworld monarch's bloodied sea seemed to match the power of the blood transformation blade technique the most. However, the two techniques were vastly different. If the blood transformation blade technique was a huge blade, then the primeval underworld monarch was just a small infant. One might not be able to hurt oneself by using the strength of an infant to mobilize a huge blade, but the power executed was minimal. It was just like wielding a toy blade. On the upside, the amount of divine crystals used to purchase it was rather small and could be considered the icing compared to the purchase of the 5 divine feathers. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to discard the blood transformation blade technique, the demonic aura being suppressed by the cleansing glass flame technique began to react. Luo Yunyang furrowed his brows. The disruption caused by the demonic aura was unbearable, so he was prepared to use the cleansing glass flame technique to seal it again. However, when Luo Yunyang was about to make his move, he suddenly felt the demonic aura enter his hands. The demonic aura was guiding his hand to execute the moves of the blood transformation blade technique. Was the demonic aura using the blood transformation blade technique? After pondering this for a moment, Luo Yunyang immediately conjured his chaotic 4-origin beast and erected the bloodied sea clone. Luo Yunyang didn't want to take chances by exposing himself to danger, even though his cleansing glass flame technique was suppressing the demonic aura. His mind shook for a moment when the primeval underworld monarch executed the blood transformation blade technique with the assistance of the demonic aura. He felt a force that was much stronger than the blood transformation blade technique surging in his mind. This force was extremely terrifying and incomparably vast. Luo Yunyang had only utilized a small trace of the demonic aura. The results would have been unimaginable if he had expended all of it. After taking in a cold breath, Luo Yunyang decided to keep the blood transformation blade technique. Although it seemed like he had found a way to execute the blade technique in a much stronger manner, the eeriness of the demonic aura made him want to avoid using it. At the very least, he wouldn't use it unless he had to. 3 days passed quickly. When Luo Yunyang exited his cave residence, a disciple from the 3 Era Supreme sect was already waiting for him outside. Senior brother Luo, the everlasting sky podium is in this direction. Please follow me. The disciple was very well-mannered. However, Luo Yunyang could see through his facade immediately, as he sensed his hostility. Still, because of the difference in their status, the disciple had no choice but to rein in his emotions. Where's Qing Mo? Luo Yunyang asked casually. After all, Qing Mo was always the one attending to him. Senior brother Qing Mo has other arrangements, so the elders instructed me to accompany you, senior brother Luo. Please feel free to let me know if you need anything. I'll do my best to assist you. The disciple had a smooth tongue and sounded very calm. From the looks of it, he was one of the core disciples of the 3 Era Supreme sect. Luo Yunyang nodded in acknowledgement. Lead the way then. Although the disciple appeared calm on the surface, he was feeling nervous deep down. Luo Yunyang had beaten up Chengfeng on the flagpole and thus frightened most of the disciples of the 3 Era Supreme sect. While they knew that Luo Yunyang would never lay his hands on ordinary disciples like them, it was still hard to erase the fear rooted deeply in their hearts. Senior brother, I've arranged a tri-dragon chariot. Let's head over together, the disciple suggested after suppressing the fear inside him. Tri-dragon chariot? This was the first time Luo Yunyang had heard this name. He grinned as he answered, all right, since we can use a chariot, we might as well take it. In the blink of an eye, 3 4-clawed flood dragons of similar color raised the battle chariot and flew forward along with it. Each of the 3 flood dragons was at the initial stage of the celestial domain grade. If they hadn't been located in the 3 Era Supreme sect, they would have been a dominating presence in their respective regions. However, They were simply working horses in the sky now. Luo Yunyang could see the dim light in the dragon's eyes. Obviously, they had gotten used to pulling the battle chariot long ago and had no qualms about it. The speed of the tri-dragon chariot was lightning quick, and almost all the disciples hurriedly avoided it when the chariot dashed forward. While he was on the battle chariot, Luo Yunyang overlooked the three sacred mountains, which were arranged in a triangular shape, and saw the boundless spiritual energy that flooded the majestic land. However, he also felt a great looming fear every time he shot a glance at those mountains, especially when he glanced at the three huge statues of the divine lords that were erected at the peak of the divine mountains. Although the three divine lords looked very calm, it would be very devastating if they went into a frenzy. "Senior brother, the everlasting sky podium is just in front of us." The disciple tasked to accompany Luo Yunyang sat at the front of the chariot, brandishing a whip while pointing towards a large podium floating in the sky. Luo Yunyang didn't pay much attention to the podium. His eyes were instead focused on the crowd that had gathered below it. That's right, an area of thousands of miles was covered with people. When Luo Yunyang looked over, all these people looked back at him as well. "That's Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang from the Glazed Titan sect," some people exclaimed when they saw him. "Luo Yunyang is truly exceptional. No wonder that he can challenge the Zongzi considering that he's a Glazed Titan sect disciple. Galaxy great at dawn, celestial domain great at dusk. He's a man of character." This commotion wasn't exactly loud, but it was unrestrained. Even the disciple accompanying Luo Yunyang could hear it loud and clear. "Senior brother Luo, all the subsidiary sects are here," the disciple said gently. Luo Yunyang had originally thought that he knew enough about the conflict between the main sect and the subsidiary sects. However, he finally realized how deeply rooted the problem was after seeing the bloodshot eyes of the disciples of the subsidiary sects. Luo Yunyang could see the reverence and admiration on the faces of the strangers below him. "Yunyang." As Luo Yunyang was lost deep in his thoughts, Yu Luli shouted his name and flew over immediately. The disciple on the chariot frowned. Although he was about to speak, he shut his mouth immediately after getting a closer look at Yu Luli's figure and realizing instantly who she was. "Greetings, Sect Master." Luo Yunyang glanced at Yu Luli's expression and knew immediately that she had something to tell him. Thus, he flew towards her at once. "Greetings, Sect Master." Luo Yunyang greeted her respectfully. Yu Luli hesitated for a moment before appearing in front of Luo Yunyang suddenly. Her slim, smooth hands reached out and grabbed Luo Yunyang's palms right away. It would have been normal for a male elder to act in such a manner. However, Yu Luli was a woman. As Luo Yunyang was surprised by her action, a stream of information entered his mind through Yu Luli's palms. This information included the secret techniques of the Glazed Titan sect and many records of the Eternal Divine Mountain sacred technique of the Three-Era Supreme sect. "Yunyang, no matter what happens, you have to remember this. Just do whatever you can. We'll just admit defeat if you can't win," Yu Luli mumbled sincerely. As she was saying that, another trace of sound that was emitted by Yu Luli entered Luo Yunyang's mind. The three main sects must be very confident in winning if they are acting in such a manner. "I do not know what sort of hidden trump cards they have, so you must be very careful." Luo Yunyang nodded his head in acknowledgement. "Got it, thank you, Sect Master." Yu Luli let go of his hands after sending all this information and moved aside. However, she did not leave. She just stood silently in mid-air. Luo Yunyang did not proceed with the battle chariot. Instead, he took flight in the air and flew towards the everlasting sky podium. He did not know what the people from the Three-Era Supreme sect had planned for him, but he wasn't afraid at all thanks to his exceptional strength. Ha ha ha, what a touching scene, so warm and emotional. Sky Origin Zongzi emerged as his tyrannical laughter was heard. He was clad in golden battle armor. Bathed in golden radiance, he looked exactly like an invincible deity. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment when he landed on the podium. The subsidiary sect disciples, who had originally been discussing among themselves, suddenly found it suffocating to even speak. It felt as if something was exerting pressure on them. Luo Yunyang glared at Sky Origin Zongzi. He felt immense changes on him compared to their last meeting in the Divine Sacred Hall. Luo Yunyang couldn't pinpoint exactly what sort of changes had taken place momentarily. However, his consciousness told him that Sky Origin Zongzi had become extremely terrifying. It seemed as if a monstrous demon was hiding inside his body. Chapter 741, Great Titan Mark Buddha's Sacred Mountain, present Buddha Hall. The three sect masters were sitting on their thrones. However, Eternal Sacred Mountain sect master's expression wasn't looking good. More importantly, the eternal pestle that used to float on top of his head was nowhere to be found. 300 subsidiary sects have gathered. Let's head over as well, Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master announced. Even though he hadn't received any reports from his subordinates, he still knew everything that was happening within the Eternal Sacred Mountain. Immeasurable Sacred Mountain sect master and Eternal Sacred Mountain sect master nodded their heads in acknowledgement. All right, as soon as the conversation was over, their thrones took flight in the air and zoomed towards the everlasting sky podium. Their disciples surrounded the thrones and guarded their surroundings with flags and gongs, looking extremely impressive. Eternal Sacred Mountain sect master glanced coldly at the subsidiary sect disciples, who were like tiny ants, and lamented. There are too many subsidiary sects. Usually, such a large number of subsidiary sects implied that the main sect was flourishing. However, Eternal Sacred Mountain sect master sounded as if he was disgusted by them. Immeasurable Sacred Mountain sect master furrowed his brows when he heard that. Although he wanted to comment, after glancing at Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master, he decided to remain silent. Ants will always be ants, no matter how many there are. Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master said coldly, however, without rules, there will be no order. Without rules, there will be chaos everywhere. This time, Sky Origin better not disappoint me. Sky Origin has a special affinity for the eternal pestle. He will not let you down, Eternal Sacred Mountain sect master exclaimed confidently. As their thrones arrived on the long sky podium, a deep gong sound echoed through the sky. All disciples kneel before the sect masters. The voice was very imposing. When it echoed through the sky, it stunned the subsidiary sect disciples that had initially been cheering on Luo Yunyang. They glanced at one another for a moment and hesitated. However, just as they were trying to make a decision, the sect masters of the subsidiary sect started to kneel in the direction of the void, where the voice came from. This loyal subordinate would like to pay his respects to the sect masters. Long live the sect masters! Thousands of people greeted them at once, spreading a massive wave of sound in the surrounding area. On the everlasting sky podium, everyone except Luo Yunyang and Sky Origin was already on their knees. Sky Origin watched the mass of people prostrating and realized that this was his aspiration. He could not lose his Zongzi's position. One day, he would become a sect master with the power to control the lives of countless people under his reign. He desired to overlook commoners and control their fate. Luo Yunyang, on the contrary, appeared more unperturbed. Although the status of the three sect masters was rather great, Luo Yunyang's status in the divine union wasn't inferior either. Luo Yunyang might not have such a grand arrangement, but he didn't care about such things. Recover. Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master sounded very imposing as he swept his eyes across the people below and commanded them. The sect's masters from all the subsidiary sects must step forward now. When the command was issued, all the sect masters from the subsidiary sects took flight at once and flew towards the thrones before greeting the three sect masters. Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master glanced at these sect masters and asked, "Is Yu Luli here already?" Yu Luli was standing behind the crowd. When she heard her name, she walked to the front and greeted respectfully Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master. "Greetings, sect master. Yu Luli is here. The Glazed Titan sect is not too bad, is it? Nurturing a genius like Luo Yunyang must have taken a lot of effort from you, Yu Luli. I'll reward you by making you eligible to enter the Sacred Mountain Scenic Land and cultivate for 100 days. The Sacred Mountain Scenic Land was a hidden area located within the three sacred mountains. The benefits of cultivating in it were abundant, and many of the elders of the Three Era Supreme sect left their cultivation insight into various techniques in it. One would be able to obtain a very good cultivation technique if the opportunity was presented. During all these years, only certain people from the subsidiary sects that had contributed massively to the Three Era Supreme sect had been able to enter the hidden area to cultivate. Hence, many people were envious of Yu Luli when she received this reward. Luo Yunyang secretly admired Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master when he saw Yu Luli cup her hands in gratitude. Although Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master's actions appeared ordinary, this small reward not only established his imposing grandeur as a sect master, but it also managed to suppress the subsidiary sect martialists who were getting restless and impatient with the main sect. The Three Era Supreme sect ancestor allowed the subsidiary sects to challenge the main sect for the Zongzi's position. However, over the years, no such challenges that would have heralded the prosperity of the Three-Era Supreme sect have occurred. Now, Luo Yunyang is challenging Sky Origin Zongzi. This is indeed a joyous event. Thus, I now formally announce the start of the challenge. Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master waved his sleeves and said unquestionably, "Blades and swords are fair game, but both of you should be careful." Luo Yunyang did not respond. Instead, it was Sky Origin Zongzi who cupped his hands in response. "Sect Masters, I have cultivated a rather tyrannical technique. If anything deadly happens, I hope the Sect Masters can forgive me." Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master remained silent. Only Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master replied, "Since this is a formal challenge, do your very best. Luo Yunyang will not be held responsible if he manages to hurt you either." "I understand." Sky Origin smirked when he heard that. "Junior brother Luo, blade and swords are fair game. Let's begin." Sky Origin brandished his arms as he spoke heartily. Luo Yunyang was inwardly sneering at Sky Origin and Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Masters acting. Hence, after hearing what Sky Origin said, he decided not to hold back either and executed his cleansing glass flame technique, which turned his entire body into a ball of purple flame. His fist blasted a tremendous punch towards Sky Origin at once. It was the Great Titan Mark. Although Luo Yunyang had plenty of techniques he could utilize, he still decided to use the Glazed Titan Sect's ultimate move, the Great Titan Mark. When the purple Titan Mark appeared, it transformed into a massive mighty intent. Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master secretly praised Luo Yunyang when he saw the Great Titan Mark. He was, after all, a sect master of the Three-Era Supreme sect, so he naturally had an in-depth knowledge of the various techniques the sects possessed. The Great Titan Mark was easy to cultivate but extremely hard to master. Once a cultivator was able to master it, the impact of the mark would be exceptional. Although it couldn't be compared to the secret techniques of their sect, it wasn't that inferior. Not only had Luo Yunyang managed to condense his cleansing glass flame into a divine flame, but he had even mastered the Great Titan Mark technique. Thus, he could be considered a rare genius in the Three-Era Supreme sect. However, it was a pity that he was a member of a subsidiary sect. Sky Origin also made his move at the same time as Luo Yunyang. However, when he executed his technique, everyone present was stunned. Sky Origin Zongzi hadn't executed his Eternal Wisdom Mark. Instead, he had executed the Great Titan Mark technique too. The Great Titan Mark was one of the secret techniques handed down the Three-Era Supreme sect. As the Eternal Sacred Mountain Zongzi, it shouldn't come as a surprise that Sky Origin knew how to use the Great Titan Mark technique. However, why would a Zongzi execute this move at such a moment? Was he deliberately trying to go easy on Luo Yunyang, or was he so confident in his abilities that he believed he could crush Luo Yunyang directly? The people who had supported Luo Yunyang initially began to worry when they thought of that. Senior brother Luo has mastered the Great Titan Mark. Sky Origin is simply courting. Lu Xiaolian, who had always secretly admired Luo Yunyang, couldn't control her anger as she shouted after seeing Sky Origin Zongzi make his move. Sky Origin Zongzi's Great Titan Mark was so majestically dazzling that it seemed unstoppable. However, it still appeared somewhat lacking compared to Luo Yunyang's. This wouldn't have been too obvious if he had been the only one executing it. However, when the two marks collided, the difference became apparent. "This child," Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master gasped as if he was scolding his pampered kid. While it sounded like he was blaming Sky Origin, this was actually praise. The two massive Great Titan Marks collided in the void heavily. While Luo Yunyang was merely testing the waters with this move, he could feel the overbearingly destructive force hidden in Sky Origin's Great Titan Mark. Even though Luo Yunyang's Great Titan Mark was filled with cleansing glass flame and could even be considered extremely powerful, it still crumbled in midair when it faced this overbearing destructive force. The purple palm turned into dust in the void, the surging force making Luo Yunyang retreat by a couple of steps. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't planned on defeating Sky Origin Zongzi in a single move, the gap in power between them surprised him. "Your Great Titan Mark isn't that impressive anyway." Sky Origin Zongzi sneered at Luo Yunyang. Everyone in the Glazed Titan sect stiffened. The Glazed Titan sect was famous for its cleansing glass flame technique and Great Titan Mark technique. If Luo Yunyang was defeated at this challenge by Sky Origin Zongzi's Titan Mark, then the title of overestimating one's abilities would forever be his. As the sect master, Yu Luli certainly did not want this to happen. "Come again." Sky Origin Zongzi chuckled. Just unleash whatever techniques you have. Feel free to do so. I'm going to show you today that an ignorant person like you cannot challenge a Zongzi. Luo Yunyang glanced towards the cocky Sky Origin and baited him. Really, isn't it too early for you to brag? Alright then, we'll see who's ignorant soon. Instantly, Luo Yunyang executed his Great Titan Mark again. However, this time, he used the Mahakashapa Titan Mark that he had comprehended by himself. Sky Origin almost simultaneously executed the Great Titan Mark as well. Chapter 742, Fighting Fire with Fire, the Eternal Pestle doesn't disappoint indeed. Profound Calm Zongzi lamented as he watched Sky Origin Zongzi use the Great Titan Mark once again. Out of the three Zongzis, Wise Elegant Zongzi remained some distance away from Profound Calm Zongzi. It could be said that he could rival Profound Calm Zongzi's potential. Right now, his eyes were glowing with a hint of envy as he looked at Sky Origin Zongzi. He was also jealous of the Eternal Pestle. As an ultimate treasure of the sect, it could be considered wonderful. Although it was in Sky Origin Zongzi's body and only displayed 1% of its power, it made Sky Origin Zongzi awe-inspiring and seemingly undefeatable. Sky Origin is really inferior to Luo Yunyang. Wise Elegant Zongzi thought for a moment before saying this. Profound Calm Zongzi looked at Sky Origin Zongzi's Great Titan Mark when he heard this. Although this Great Titan Mark was mighty, it still was a grade lower than Luo Yunyang's Mahakashapa Titan Mark, which surpassed the Great Titan Mark. The Mahakashapa Titan Mark seemed somewhat majestic, grand and overwhelming. It is a pity that Luo Yunyang was born into the wrong life. It has just been determined that he will never surpass Sky Origin Zongzi. Profound Calm Zongzi didn't look at Wise Elegant Zongzi, but his words were resounding. Although there was a flicker of fury in Wise Elegant Zongzi's eyes, he could ultimately only hide his anger. The two Titan Marks, one purple and one gold, clashed in the sky. Although the purple Titan Mark seemed to have the upper hand during this collision, cracks started to appear on it. These weren't cracks caused by the Great Titan Mark. These were cracks caused by the overwhelming power of the shock created. Luo Yunyang was slightly furious when he saw those cracks. At the moment, he roughly knew what Sky Origin Zongzi was banking on. There was a powerful force within Sky Origin's body. Although it was somewhat difficult for Sky Origin to use it, this power actually caused many shockwaves when it met Luo Yunyang's attack. Thus, his own attacks were shattered time after time. Ha ha ha, I wondered how powerful the Glazed Titan sect could be, but that's all there is to it. An ignorant fellow actually thinks he can defeat us. He wants to take on the position of a Zongzi just because he defeated Sky Rock Saint and obtained the Divine Sacred Hall's inheritance. He is seriously overestimating yourself, said a Three-Era Supreme Sect disciple. He didn't even bother to lower his voice. Instead, he spoke louder on purpose. As he said this, a chorus of chuckles echoed from the other young Three-Era Supreme Sect disciples. In the beginning, these disciples had still been a little worried about this challenge. However, upon seeing their senior brother use the Glazed Titan sect's most adept Great Titan Mark to combat his opponent, all of them felt a little aspirated. On the other hand, the disciples of the other subsidiary sects had looks of disappointment and despair on their faces. In their opinion, Luo Yunyang was the strongest genius groomed by the subsidiary sects, especially after defeating Sky Rock Saint and obtaining the Divine Sacred Hall's inheritance. Now, he wanted to soar to the high heavens. They believed that Luo Yunyang could definitely allow the subsidiary sects to voice out their sentiments. However, the legend of Luo Yunyang had been shattered right off the bat by Sky Origin Zongzi's methods. If Luo Yunyang couldn't, who else could oppose the main sect? Take another one. Luo Yunyang used another Great Titan Mark after taking a deep breath. This time, the Great Titan Mark incorporated the Great Radiance technique. The originally purple Great Titan Mark turned a dazzling bright violet color. Good shot. Sky Origin Zongzi felt all the anger he harbored for Luo Yunyang finally being vented out. He didn't fear Luo Yunyang's attack anymore. On the contrary, he was afraid that Luo Yunyang wouldn't attack. He once again unleashed the Great Titan Mark to meet Luo Yunyang's bright violet Great Titan Mark. When the two Titan Marks clashed, the resulting flash of an explosion, which was bright as day, illuminated the surroundings. Although the void around the Three-Era Supreme Sect's sacred mountains was protected by array formations, this clash still caused many cracks to appear. Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master observed the fight between these two in silence with a solemn look on his face. Right now, he definitely wouldn't stop the fight between those two. It could be said that he had pushed for this fight to happen. The powerhouses of the various subsidiaries were all silent. They had come in high spirits, with great expectations. Although deep down they were prepared for failure, they still felt that Luo Yunyang had lost too miserably. How could he establish himself in the future after being attacked by his own adept Great Titan Mark? Masters, what's happening? Lu Xiaolian asked Fu Niehua in confusion. Fu Niehua glanced at the three huge thrones that were suspended high up and said softly, "The main sect has controlled the Three-Era Supreme Sect for many years. Do you think they really wouldn't have any cards up their sleeves? Before coming, I already knew that the possibility of this challenge being successful wasn't high." As Lu Xiaolian watched her master's dim gaze, she kind of understood. The most worried person out of all the various subsidiaries was naturally Yu Luli. Although she had the same thoughts as Fu Niehua deep down, the current situation made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She knew that if Luo Yunyang was defeated like this, the entire Glazed Titan sect would have to compensate. "Do you still dare to come at me?" Sky Origin Zongzi had his hands behind his back, as though he was an old respected elder. Luo Yunyang grinned to himself. He quickly used his attribute regulator and raised his power by 1 point. Each black point represented 1 yuan of power. When all this was done, Luo Yunyang threw another punch. Great Titan Mark. A purple fist mark appeared yet again. However, the core of this mark contained a slight hint of black. This black bit was tiny. Even though Sky Origin Zongzi was the target, he didn't realize it. There was actually a smug grin on his face as watched Luo Yunyang's attack. Thanks to the support of the Eternal Pestle, although he couldn't be considered invincible at this cultivation base level, the only ones who could have a drawn-out battle with him were Profound Calm Zongzi and the others. Thus, in his opinion, it seemed like Luo Yunyang was exhausting his limits by facing him. Sky Origin Zongzi, who wasn't afraid in the slightest, also performed a heavy strike. The two attacks clashed in midair. Luo Yunyang's purple Great Titan Mark shattered again. However, as it shattered, Sky Origin Zongzi felt that this Great Titan Mark was even faster than the one shattered previously. Sky Origin Zongzi also felt his heart quaking for a bit when the Great Titan Mark shattered this time. Take another one. Luo Yunyang once more raised his power by 1 yuan and struck out at Sky Origin Zongzi. Once, twice, thrice. Sky Origin broke Luo Yunyang's Great Titan Mark time after time and became increasingly haughty. He. Luo Yunyang, you haven't learned the Great Titan Mark proficiently enough. Going on like this is useless. Come on, didn't you obtain an inheritance from the Divine Sacred Hall? Let me take a look at it. He then said coldly, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you continue to persist in using the Great Titan Mark, then don't blame me for attacking you viciously. Luo Yunyang's power hadn't been raised to the max. He still kept a portion in reserve. While Sky Origin spoke, Luo Yunyang smirked silently and used another Great Titan Mark. Commendable spirit, Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master said in a slightly cold tone. While Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master said that, Sky Origin grinned. I will send you off to meet your maker this time. The two fist marks clashed once again. Following this collision, the Buddha Sacred Mountain trembled again. Just like before, Luo Yunyang's Great Titan Mark shattered again. Sky Origin Zongzi stood there, looming overhead like a celestial being. Just as Sky Origin Zongzi was about to do something, he suddenly felt a wave of vast power erupt in his body. When this power surged, Sky Origin Zongzi's face turned ugly. Cracks suddenly started to appear in Sky Origin Zongzi's body. Some of these cracks seemed to be twisting and distorting. Practically all the cracks were expanding continuously. As they widened, scarlet lights rushed out of the cracks. More than 10 streaks of light shot out of these cracks and gathered around Sky Origin Zongzi's body. In just a moment, they formed a massive pestle. A huge pestle. Luo Yunyang understood the moment he saw that huge pestle. This pestle was the reason Sky Origin Zongzi had been able to copy his Great Titan Mark. It is the Eternal Pestle. Someone shouted upon seeing the sacred weapon of their own sect. However, Luo Yunyang and the other spectators could see it more clearly. Thus, as the words, Eternal Pestle, were shouted, many gazes fell onto Sky Origin Zongzi. Besides envy and loathing, these gazes also contained mockery. No wonder Luo Yunyang's Great Titan Mark had exceeded his yet hadn't been able to return any hits. It turned out that the Eternal Pestle had been in his body. Damn it, the Eternal Pestle is an important weapon of the main sect. Using it in this battle isn't fair. A subsidiary sect disciple shouted furiously. Chapter 743. An extinguishable eternity is an ultimate guarded treasure of the sect. The reputation of the eternal divine pestle was extraordinary. People might not know who the sect master was, but they certainly knew about the eternal divine pestle. The eternal divine pestle guarded over the eternal sacred mountain, and the eternal sacred mountain sect master, who wielded it, was an entity close to a heavenly venerate. Generally speaking, the eternal divine pestle represented the entire eternal sacred mountain and had always been in the eternal sacred mountain sect master's possession. However, the eternal divine pestle was actually in Sky Origin's possession now. Momentarily, there was an uproar among all the subsidiary sect masters. They had always been holding in the injustice they suffered, but they had never thought that even the Zongzi's challenge would be so filthily unfair. It was filthily unfair indeed. An extinguishable eternity. Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master shouted somewhat angrily. Of course, Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master was shouting at Sky Origin. He would bear the most responsibility for allowing the Eternal Divine Pestle to enter Sky Origin Zongzi's body. Although no one said that there was anything wrong with this matter, it was impossible to prevent this challenge from being seen as impartial. Sky Origin Zongzi had a pained look on his face. The cracks that had appeared on his body were causing him severe pain, yet he still hurriedly conjured this technique when he heard his master's instructions. Moments later, he was bathed in a bright radiance and the cracks on his body began to recover. Even Sky Origin Zongzi's depleted spirit, which had suffered during the battle, also reached its peak again. An extinguishable eternity. Indestructible, unextinguishable and invincible. Yu Luli, who was standing aside and observing the match, suddenly shouted out loud. Yu Luli's exclamation seemed a lot more shocking, as it occurred while Sky Origin Zongzi executed an extinguishable eternity to intimidate everyone. Stop clamoring, you vile woman. Someone who looked like an elder of the Eternal Sacred Mountain yelled at Yu Luli. The elder had never treated Yu Luli as worthy before, hence, he couldn't ignore Yu Luli, who was trying to assist Luo Yunyang. However, shortly after he yelled angrily at her, he didn't receive a fearful apology. Instead, many people glared at him angrily. The people who glared him weren't only disciples of the Titan sect, but disciples of all the other subsidiary sects. They glared like angry beasts about to devour their prey. The elder started to pale. He wanted to yell at the crowd again, but there were simply too many people glaring at him, which caused him to shudder. Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master, Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master, and Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master frowned at the same time as they all felt the same irreversible situation developing before them. It shouldn't be wrong for a master to provide some guidance to her disciple. A member of the crowd said casually. Although it seemed like this person had said something ordinary, the underlying mockery of his words was very obvious to everyone present. Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master had just provided the same guidance to Sky Origin Zongzi. Why was it wrong for Yu Luli to do the same for Luo Yunyang? Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master frowned when he heard these mocking words. Given his temperament, he would normally have killed anyone that dared to behave in such a manner in front of him. However, he felt helpless right now, as there were too many martialists from subsidiary sects present. All of you shut your mouths. Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master bellowed in an overbearing manner that made everyone involuntarily submit. The martialists who wanted to continue making a ruckus suddenly went silent. They were too inferior compared to Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master. Luo Yunyang, you'll die this time. Sky Origin Zongzi was also aware of his situation after revealing his hidden trump card. His status on the Eternal Sacred Mountain, as well as in the eyes of his master, was going to be threatened even if he beat Luo Yunyang. However, the consequences would be unthinkable if he lost. Before this, he had wanted to crush Luo Yunyang and erase the conviction of the subsidiary sect's disciples. However, now, he couldn't care less about these things any longer. He simply wanted to beat and kill Luo Yunyang. As he brandished his arms, a vigorous yet desolate aura began to congregate around his body. Due to the influence of the aura, the surrounding sky and everything under it came to a halt. While the sky and everything under it slowed down gradually, Luo Yunyang was right in the middle of it all. Eternal Wisdom Freezing Mark. Luo Yunyang knew that this was the Eternal Wisdom Mark the moment his surroundings came to a standstill. Upon successful cultivation, this Eternal Sacred Mountain ultimate technique would allow the cultivator to repeatedly revive himself even while facing a much stronger opponent. The Eternal Wisdom mark was the matching counterpart of the Eternal Divine Scripture, which focused mainly on protection and cultivation. Freezing referred to stopping the flow of time, while Eternal Wisdom represented the incomparably powerful, vigorous and unmatched force. Amongst the techniques Yululi had given Luo Yunyang were many techniques that could deal with the Eternal Wisdom freezing mark. However, those techniques weren't complete and were basically assumptions. Besides, different subsidiary sects might have a different interpretation. For example, the Faceless Flower Blossom sect would prefer to execute the Faceless Sacred technique to escape the situation quickly. On the other hand, the Glazed Titan sect would want to fight it out instead. There were all sorts of techniques, but even though Luo Yunyang understood them clearly, he wasn't prepared to use them. Just as the Eternal Wisdom freezing mark was unleashed, Luo Yunyang suddenly blasted out his Sixth Divine Fist technique. While he didn't exactly know how powerful the Eternal Wisdom freezing mark was, he was very confident in his Sixth Divine Fist technique. Upon unleashing the Sixth Divine Fist technique, a huge hexagonal disc appeared in the void, illuminating Luo Yunyang like a deity in the middle of the sky. Buddha Sacred Mountain sect master and the rest looked gravely at Luo Yunyang. They had never paid much attention to the inheritance of the Divine Sacred Hall before. After all, they hadn't even cultivated their own three-era Supreme Hall secret techniques to the peak yet. However, after seeing the might of the Sixth Divine Fist technique, they finally realized that it wasn't inferior to their secret techniques of the three-era divine scriptures at all. Go to hell! Sky Origin Zongzi glared at Luo Yunyang and blasted a heavy punch at him. The fist transformed into a huge mark, and its brilliance illuminated and suppressed the endless void. When the mark landed, almost all the disciples that are below the universe grade found themselves freezing in their tracks. They couldn't even muster any form of strength. Only then did they realize why the main sect was so much stronger than them. The mark and hexagonal disc collided in the air, causing an explosion of light that cracked the void and made fragments fall from the sky. The massive explosion made Luo Yunyang retreat 300 steps quickly before steadying himself. Sky Origin Zongzi, who had executed the Eternal Wisdom freezing mark, wasn't having an easy time either. His body, which had recovered, began to crack again. There was only one reason why cracks were appearing on his body again. It was because of the Eternal Divine Pestle in his body. While the Eternal Divine Pestle took the brunt of the attack, it began to react adversely because it was so overpowering. An extinguishable eternity. Sky Origin Zongzi recovered his peak status once again after conjuring his hand seals to execute an extinguishable eternity. However, he didn't start to attack Luo Yunyang once again. He simply sneered proudly, "I have the Eternal Divine Body. What can you do to me?" Normally, it would be very discouraging for someone to face an indestructible opponent who could easily revive themselves and recover countless times. One might even lose their spirit and confidence while trying to defeat such an opponent. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't like most people. His attribute regulator could still provide him with the necessary support. Thus, even though Sky Origin Zongzi was able to get revived constantly, Luo Yunyang was still confident that he could destroy Sky Origin Zongzi over and over. Luo Yunyang did not respond to Sky Origin. He simply turned words into action by combining the Sixth Divine Fist technique with the Great Radiance and unleashing the massive hexagonal disc at Sky Origin Zongzi. Eternal Freezing Mark. Sky Origin Zongzi, who wasn't going to take this lying down, executed his ultimate move once again. Once, twice, thrice. Both their bouts got fiercer each time. However, it always seemed like Luo Yunyang's cultivation was a few points stronger than Sky Origin Zongzi's. Thus, he had to repair his body again and again with an extinguishable eternity. When Sky Origin Zongzi recovered for the 10th time, he started to show signs of fatigue. He was beginning to slow down. "Fool, it's time to use your final trump card, isn't it?" Profound calm Zongzi cursed inwardly while watching the battle. Although Sky Origin Zongzi was the one saying that, he had a look of jealousy on his face as he watched Luo Yunyang. The Great Radiance technique should have been his. The Sixth Divine Fist technique should have been his. Maybe Profound Calm Zongzi's curses were working, as Sky Origin Zongzi suddenly conjured a mysterious technique and decided against reviving his damaged body, which had been cracked by Luo Yunyang. Chapter 744. Rotten wood cannot be carved. The battle on the everlasting sky podium drew the attention of everyone in the Three-Era Supreme sect, as well as people like Taihao and Qin Wuliang. According to the rules, Outsiders like Taihao and Qin Wuliang shouldn't be able to watch the battle happening inside the Three-Era Supreme Sect. However, they were able to see it clearly, even though they were in their own sects. Taihao, who appeared indifferent initially, started to sneer when Sky Origin Zongzi executed the mysterious technique. Clearly, the one he was sneering at was Sky Origin Zongzi. Take a look at this. The Three-Era Supreme Sect is going to act shamelessly this time, Qin Wuliang said unscrupulously to the people around him. If he loses the battle for the Zongzi's position, then so be it. He should have admitted defeat after getting exposed for possessing the eternal divine pestle. Instead, he's actually making things worse by being much more unscrupulous. As soon as Qin Wuliang said that, the grayish light gathering in Sky Origin Zongzi's palm shot out suddenly, converged and transformed into a 3-feet-long divine eternal pestle. Can you stop being so shameless? Someone in the crowd below the everlasting sky podium jeered. The person who had shouted was a young martialist around 16. He was so livid that he couldn't help voicing his displeasure. Despite his defying act, he actually felt uneasy, as he knew that his actions would put him and his sect in an irreversible predicament. However, when he turned to look in the direction of his master, he realized that his master, who was always poised, was fuming while glaring at Sky Origin Zongzi and the eternal divine pestle in his hands. His master reacted by saying, "Trash. How unfair. This challenge is unfair," a subsidiary sect disciple shouted out in disagreement. As the sect master of the Glazed Titan sect, Yu Luli was burning with rage. She thought that they were already despicable for allowing Sky Origin Zongzi to possess the eternal divine pestle and use its power during a battle. She had never thought that, after failing to contain Luo Yunyang, Sky Origin Zongzi would draw power from the divine eternal pestle sealed inside him. According to Yu Luli's understanding of the matter, Sky Origin Zongzi should be able to utilize 10% of the power in the eternal divine pestle. 10% was enough to root all universe-grade elites. Sect masters, Yu Luli, find this unjust. Yu Luli clenched her teeth as she expressed her discontent. Although she had been very tense before speaking, she relaxed immediately after expressing her dissatisfaction. The Glazed Titan sect disciples watching started to make a ruckus after they heard Yu Luli's words. Interestingly, some of them had never really accepted Yu Luli as the sect master before. They had thought Yu Luli, as a woman, might not be able to make resolute decisions as the sect master. However, they now accepted Yu Luli's words wholeheartedly, and many of them even proclaimed their support. "Senior brother, it really isn't appropriate for Sky Origin to act in such a manner." Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master voiced his slight discontent. Although Eternal Divine Sect Master remained silent, his facial expression was murderously cold. Sky Origin Zongzi had thrown Eternal Sacred Mountain's dignity into the garbage can. He would have lost his control and punished that good-for-nothing Sky Origin Zongzi severely if it had not been for their special relationship. Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master smiled grimly. "What's wrong? You can't accept this? Great." An earth-shaking intent immediately exploded forth from Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master. As it grew increasingly stronger, the people that had initially been causing a scene quietened down. Even though their mouths were wide open, they were unable to make a sound. The subsidiary sect masters situated below the 3 sect masters also remained very quiet. They had all turned extremely pale. "Luo Yunyang, take my eternal divine pestle." Sky Origin Zongzi bellowed. Although the rowdy crowd had been annoying him, he felt at ease after they were silenced by Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master's overbearing might. Even though the eternal divine pestle was only an illusion formed by a concentration of energy, it felt very real. After shouting out loud, he dashed towards Luo Yunyang with it. When he swung the pestle, the gray boundless energy transformed instantly into a vast world. In this world, titans stood tall on the ground and beasts roamed the land. There were endless forests of divine trees that covered the surface of the world, sheltering everything below from the sky. Sky Origin Zongzi's swing was more than a strike from the pestle. This was an entire world. A world that contained the hidden laws of the eternal divine pestle. Many universe-grade elites drew in a cold breath when they saw the pestle. While they possessed exceptional cultivation, fear still crept into their terrified eyes when they saw the pestle strike. Although Luo Yunyang looked unperturbed, a raging flame was burning ardently in his heart. Hiding the eternal divine pestle wasn't that big of a deal to Luo Yunyang. He didn't care even if it increased Sky Origin Zongzi's power significantly. However, He had never thought that Sky Origin Zongzi would utilize the power of the Eternal Divine Pestle directly after failing to defeat him. Even though the power contained in the Eternal Divine Pestle was only 10% of its original strength, it was considered devastating by Celestial Domain-grade martialists. What kind of methods could he use to counter it? After mulling this over for a moment, Luo Yunyang decided to use his Sky Blade 7 Cleaves, a set of miraculous cultivation techniques he had created that could fuse with any other blade techniques. For example, it could fuse with the Dragonslaying Titan blade technique of the Glazed Titan sect. I forgot to bring a blade. Can anyone lend one to me? Luo Yunyang asked after evading the strike of the Eternal Divine Pestle by using his speed. No one responded, as they were scared stiff by Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master. However, their actions spoke louder than words. Blade light immediately engulfed the sky as they flew towards the everlasting sky podium. 10,000 blade lights transformed into a blade realm in the void. Upon seeing the massive long blade that was flying towards him, Luo Yunyang stretched his hands instantly to grab it like any other ordinary blade without hesitation. Die! Luo Yunyang screamed as he unleashed his cleave even before Sky Origin Zongzi's Eternal Divine Pestle reached him. The speed of the blade was insanely fast. Luo Yunyang executed the single-blade Dragonslaying move of the Dragonslaying Titan technique, which also contained his Sky Blade intent. Fast, fast, fast. The speed of Luo Yunyang's blade was lightning fast. It was so fast that Luo Yunyang changed his unleashed technique before Sky Origin Zongzi could switch his to parry Luo Yunyang's blade light. 1/10 of the Eternal Divine Pestle's power was nearly undefeatable by a Celestial Domain grade. However, this power couldn't be fully used because the martialist was too slow. Luo Yunyang had decided to employ a suppressive attacking style to deal with the Eternal Divine Pestle. As long as there was a window that allowed him to attack, he would swing his blade quickly past the Eternal Divine Pestle and slash directly at Sky Origin Zongzi's body. Cracks were developing rapidly on Sky Origin Zongzi's battle armor every time the blade light flashed. Some of the cracks continued to suffer strikes from the blade repeatedly during the subsequent clashes. Sky Origin Zongzi was enraged. He suddenly realized that he was being treated like a clown by Luo Yunyang. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master snapped after seeing Sky Origin Zongzi's arm get severed by the blade. Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master seemed to have gone completely mute. It was already despicable enough that Sky Origin Zongzi had utilized the Eternal Divine Pestle. However, it actually hadn't benefited him at all. Sky Origin Zongzi's speed, which was way inferior to Luo Yunyang's, became the reason he wasn't able to fully execute the power he had harnessed from the Divine Eternal Pestle. Ha ha ha, Sect Master, this is really an eye-opener for me. The Earth Moon Sect thought that the challenge for the Zongzi's position was over, said a Universe-grade elder. He was holding on to a small golden parasol as he spoke. Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master and Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master did not respond. Only Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master snapped back coldly, "Don't jump the gun. Things haven't concluded yet, the victory is still anyone's to claim." As soon as Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master finished speaking, the lightning-quick Luo Yunyang mysteriously appeared behind Sky Origin Zongzi and slapped the side of his blade across Sky Origin Zongzi's face hard. Sky Origin was smacked far away by a single blade slap. The Eternal Divine Pestle illusion couldn't react in time to block the attack. Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master's face was starting to turn red. Had they been able to allow Yunyang to obtain the Zongzi's position, he would have announced that Sky Origin Zongzi had already lost. Die! Sky Origin Zongzi was in a frenzy. He had never imagined that things would turn out like this. He had shamelessly harnessed the energy within the Eternal Divine Pestle in hopes of winning. However, he had never thought that, even after increasing his power, he would still be defeated by Luo Yunyang's terrifying speed and superior blade technique. His eyes were burning with rage, and he no longer cared about anything else. His body crumbled in the void while the Eternal Divine Pestle hidden in his body shot forth like an arrow, hurtling towards Luo Yunyang's body. The attack was as quick as lightning, and its impact would be devastating. All the subsidiary sect disciples gasped fearfully when they saw the appearance of the massive pestle. Chapter 745, Blood Light for 10,000 miles. Luo Yunyang watched gravely as the overwhelming Eternal Divine Pestle approached him. He felt that the power conjured from the Eternal Divine Pestle was too overbearing. Even the strongest heavenly venerates he had encountered before would have a difficult time stopping the attack. The entire everlasting sky podium was enveloped by the might of the eternal divine pestle before a mysterious power ensued and sealed up the area surrounding Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang did not attempt to hide from it. However, when he tried to shift his body, he realized that he couldn't move an inch, no matter how hard he tried. Eternal divine pestle, past eternity. This eternity was not only eternal for the attacker, but also for the person being attacked. Even if the target was extraordinary, it would still be difficult to escape from this eternity as long as the attack was somewhat skillful. Mustering one's strength might not necessarily destroy the seal of the eternal divine pestle, as the power of the nomological law contained within was simply too powerful. One would find oneself buried in a sea of attacks from the eternal divine pestle if one couldn't break through the inextinguishable eternity law. Luo Yunyang's mind went into overdrive right away. The 6 divine fist technique, the samsara palms, and various other techniques came to mind. However, he realized that he had no confidence that any of them were going to break the inextinguishable eternity law. Just as Luo Yunyang was prepared to go all out against the eternal divine pestle, a technique that was even more berserk than the samsara palm appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. The blood transformation blade technique. He could use the god-slaying demon sword to unleash the blood transformation blade technique. The inextinguishable eternity law that existed within the eternal divine pestle and the demonic power inside the god-slaying demon sword definitely weren't inferior in any way. Although Luo Yunyang had just comprehended the blood transformation blade technique recently and the power of the god-slaying demon sword was highly contaminated, he had the great radiance technique and the cleansing glass flame technique, so he could make use of this demonic power for a short period of time without suffering any backlash. Kill. The massive blade in his hands was filled with murderous intent as it cleaved heavily towards the seal of the divine eternal pestle. Blood light illuminated 3,000 miles when the blade strike was released. Sky Origin Zongzi had been laughing hysterically when the divine eternal pestle had been conjured up. This challenge had made him feel extremely wronged. He was a total disgrace to his sect. Although he had conjured a physical form of the eternal divine pestle outside his body, he was still beaten to a pulp by Luo Yunyang. At that moment, he realized that his Zongzi position was no longer his to keep. Even if Luo Yunyang couldn't become the Zongzi, the members of his sect would never allow a loser like him to be the Zongzi. Luo Yunyang had to die. Luo Yunyang had to lose his life to compensate for all his losses. The force that turned the void into eternity erupted forth from the eternal divine pestle and entered Sky Origin Zongzi's mind. A sense of thrill and ecstasy began to emerge in his mind. This sense was so intense that he even disregarded the fact that he was going to lose the Zongzi's position. Eternal, Divine Mountain Sect Master, Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master, and Immeasurable Divine Mountain Sect Master watched the events that were unfolding in front of their eyes coldly. This situation had exceeded their expectations. However, it could still be considered rather beneficial for the Three-Era Supreme Sect. Luo Yunyang was very strong, but it would be a disaster for the Three-Era Supreme Sect if he became the Zongzi. This wasn't the result they had been looking forward to. Hence, no matter what, Luo Yunyang could not become a Zongzi. The 3 sect masters considered his death and Sky Origin Zongzi's punishment beneficial for the Three-Era Supreme Sect. On the contrary, the subsidiary sect martialists were all unsatisfied and unreconciled as they looked on. Rage, unwillingness, humiliation. All these emotions had made them develop a deep hatred towards the 3 sect masters of the Three-Era Supreme Sect. However, they were unable to vent their rage. The rules left by the ancestral master were the dream of all the subsidiary sect disciples. They had never thought that things would end this way. It was a scam that had buried all their dreams along with it. Luo Yunyang, who had experienced all this unfairness and was just a step away from winning, was actually going to be killed by the eternal divine pestle. They wanted to vent their frustration and anger, but Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master and his domineering might shut everyone up. Yu Luli froze in her tracks, and so did Fu Niehua and Lu Shaolian. They were all unable to move an inch while facing Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master's suppression. Although all of them were filled with different sentiments, their rage and anger were exactly the same. What a terrifying talent we are witnessing. However, he's just like a trail of light. Jin Wuxi was mumbling to himself. He was a Three-Era Supreme Sect elite. Therefore, he wasn't muted. Jin Wuxi was losing some prestige in the Three-Era Supreme Sect, as Luo Yunyang's rise was partly his fault. Jin Wuxi had refused to accept this unexpected calamity in the beginning. However, he had calmed down by now. Unlike his unfortunate encounter, a genius was actually going to die like this. Just as he thought that it was a pity that Luo Yunyang had to die, the blood light of the blade shot through the eternal divine pestle seal within the void. The blood light illuminated an area of 3,000 miles. Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master watched the blood light and sneered, "How can the light of a mere lamp compare to the moonlight of the night sky?" Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master was very familiar with the power of the eternal divine pestle. Even a first-level heavenly venerate would lose unjustly to the eternal divine pestle, let alone Luo Yunyang, who was only a celestial domain grade. The reason Sky Origin Zongzi was able to conjure the eternal divine pestle with such mastery was that he had secretly altered something when he had inserted the pestle into Sky Origin Zongzi's body. The alteration had caused no harm to Sky Origin Zongzi, but it had allowed the heavenly venerate to wield the eternal divine pestle easily. However, the moment the blade light clashed with the eternity of the eternal divine pestle, a trace of fear crept up onto Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master's face. He didn't sense anything in the blood-colored blade light. Instead, it was the eternal divine pestle he had possessed for eons that shivered and showed excitement. The pestle was excited to battle yet also afraid of this fight. This made Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master feel very unsettled. What was going on with Luo Yunyang? As these thoughts troubled him, the blade smashed heavily onto the eternal divine pestle. The blood-colored blade light contained a dark aura, and the boundless intent within the eternal divine pestle was like a long streak of gray. The collision of the two weapons instantly shattered the surrounding void and sky into pieces. The sky and earth shattered, laws broke, and everything was turned to pieces. Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master's seal also disappeared completely as many elites began to conjure their powers to set up the most powerful defense. The earth-shaking strike of the pestle was actually contained. Actually, it was Luo Yunyang's blade that sent the overwhelming pestle flying away. This was something that nobody had thought of. How was this possible? It had unbelievably really happened. The eternal divine pestle had been sent flying away. Although Luo Yunyang was as fast as lightning, he wasn't dashing towards the eternal divine pestle. Instead, he headed for Sky Origin Zongzi. Sky Origin Zongzi was stupefied. He felt like his mind had stopped working completely. How could this be? How? Why had his ultimate move ended up this way? He had bet everything on his final move. If he wasn't punished for using the eternal divine pestle during the challenge over the Zongzi's position, he couldn't imagine how he was going to make his people accept him in the future. However, as he thought that anything was worth a try, he did not expect that his eternal divine pestle would be sent flying away by a blade strike from Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was coming for him. Luo Yunyang was going to kill him. A deluge of thoughts flooded Sky Origin Zongzi's mind as he hurriedly executed hand seals to conjure the eternal divine pestle and cover his front. This technique was profound and very difficult to execute. However, it was relatively easy for Sky Origin Zongzi to use it. In an instant, the eternal divine pestle reappeared in his hands and blocked Luo Yunyang's incoming attack. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang's astonishing speed increased once again. It exceeded the speed that Sky Origin Zongzi used to conjure his technique. Luo Yunyang, what are you doing? Stop! Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master roared in an imposing manner. However, this was of little use in stopping Luo Yunyang, as the huge bloody blade in his hands had already struck. The blade was incomparably frantic. Blood transformation blade, blood purging the nine skies. As blade light erupted, Sky Origin Zongzi, who wasn't protected by the eternal divine pestle, felt his body and everything within him get severed in two by the blade light. Inextinguishable eternity, undying, unyielding. Sky Origin roared hysterically. He couldn't die. He didn't want to die. However, the technique that had always succeeded in the past suddenly failed, as if a mysterious energy had restricted it. I'll never die. Sky Origin Zongzi bellowed in rage as he was severed in two in the void. Chapter 746. The blood demon must be slain. The greatest use of the inextinguishable eternity of the eternal divine scripture was that it could rapidly recover. Even at death's door, the user could use it to immediately return to their original condition. This sort of use allowed the eternal divine scripture to be called one of the three great divine scriptures of the three-era supreme sect. It might be inferior to the Buddha divine scripture in terms of might and have fewer variations than the immeasurable divine scripture, but a cultivator of the eternal divine scripture was like an unkillable cockroach that would make others feel helpless. Sky Origin Zongzi's body and soul no longer recovered quickly. Even though he frantically used the technique, a vast darkness had already welcomed him. The eternal divine pestle had returned, yet Sky Origin Zongzi remained on the ground. The might of the eternal divine pestle had been reduced by 90%. After using the attribute regulator to get the ultimate speed to kill divine origin Zongzi, Luo Yunyang picked up the eternal divine pestle at the first possible moment. He didn't care whether he could use the eternal divine pestle, he just couldn't allow the opportunity to obtain such an item slip by. As Luo Yunyang killed Sky Origin Zongzi, the face of profound calm Zongzi, who had been treating this battle as an entertaining spectacle, was dark. He glared at Luo Yunyang furiously. Besides anger, he felt a hint of apprehension and fear. The three Zongzis existed side by side. Although Buddha's Sacred Mountain took the lead, this was mainly because Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master was the strongest. In the future, if the three main sects vied for control over the three-era supreme sect, how could he beat Luo Yunyang, who would become the eternal Sacred Mountain Zongzi and master of the eternal divine scripture? This thought was like a venomous snake coiling up and glaring at him covetously, ready to deliver a mortal strike. Profound calm Zongzi felt cold sweat breaking out on his body when he had this thought. Wise elegant Zongzi couldn't help but squeak in surprise when the body of Sky Origin Zongzi hit the deck. Wise elegant Zongzi could naturally see that Sky Origin Zongzi had already died. Amongst the three great Zongzis, Sky Origin Zongzi had been the one wise elegant Zongzi had looked down on the most. There were even times when he had wished that Sky Origin would just hurry up and die. However, now, he couldn't help but feel sympathy and sadness for the dead Sky Origin. If Sky Origin Zongzi had died, then what about him? If a genius like Luo Yunyang emerged in the future and challenged him, would he also die during such a challenge? Wise elegant Zongzi's hand trembled as he imagined this scenario. The blood transformation blade technique. It's the blood transformation blade technique. A voice that resembled resounding thunder echoed throughout the void. It was Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master that had spoken. His voice was filled with immeasurable fury and dense killing intent. Luo Yunyang had an ominous feeling when Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master spoke. He sensed that this matter was going to become a lot more troublesome. The main reason was that he had killed Sky Origin Zongzi. You vile being, I thought that yet another exceptional genius had emerged in the three-era supreme sect. I never imagined that you would actually be the blood demon's descendant. Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master bellowed furiously. The words, blood demon, shocked many people, especially profound calm Zongzi, who quickly glanced at his master. Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master's expression was still as calm as ever. He was actually somewhat expressionless, so it was simply impossible to know exactly what he was thinking. However, when profound calm Zongzi looked at immeasurable Sacred Mountain sect master, he could see a hint of a smile on his face. He was smiling as though everything was under control. His faint smile made profound calm Zongzi suddenly understand. His heartfelt respect for his master deepened. This is the blood transformation heavenly venerates sacred blood transformation blade. What's wrong with it? Yu Luli immediately exclaimed when she heard what Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master had said. Right now, her tone was questioning. The blood transformation heavenly venerate was a memory. His reputation in the pure sun great cosmos wasn't the greatest. In most people's opinion, he was just a legend that had been passed down over the ages. Yu Luli's question made all the subsidiary sect disciples around fall silent. Although nobody stepped forward to voice their support for her, they all looked at her respectfully. She was questioning a sect master. This was the overbearing Buddha Sacred Mountain sect master. The disciples of the Buddha Sacred Mountain now had angry looks on their faces. As the authoritative figure of the Buddha Sacred Mountain, Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master was a high and mighty figure in their eyes. He was an entity that couldn't be questioned or challenged. However, Yu Luli had actually publicly spoken up against him. Buddha's Sacred Mountain sect master remained unperturbed as his killing intent intensified. Although he simply didn't care about Yu Luli, a massive jeweled mark appeared above his head. The instant this jeweled mark started to take shape, everyone saw that it was only the size of a fist. However, as it flew out, it suddenly expanded to the size of a small moon. Carved above the jeweled marks were diagrams. Inside these diagrams were heavenly venerates wielding the powers of heaven and earth. There were emperors wielding supreme powers, as well as enlightened saints, and 36 diagrams signified the 36 types of supreme authorities. These authorities gathered on the Buddha's sacred mark, which seemed to contain an imposing, unparalleled power. The Buddha's sacred mark was the three-era supreme sect's #1 divine weapon. The person unleashing this Buddha sacred mark wasn't an ordinary, insignificant individual like Sky Origin Zongzi. It was Buddha's sacred mountain sect master, who could truly be called an unparalleled existence. As that Buddha's sacred mark descended, Luo Yunyang and all the subsidiary sect disciples felt an extremely frightening force. While they sensed this terrifying power, all everyone could think of was submitting. In the face of this mark, Luo Yunyang felt as though he was dealing with a peak heavenly venerate. Although he didn't know exactly how strong a 9th level heavenly venerate was, he felt that it would be really difficult to withstand Buddha's sacred mountain sect master's power. Luo Yunyang quickly made up his mind. The massive blade in his hands cleaved towards that giant mark. The first form of the blood transformation blade, the 1,000-mile tracking blood, was sent forth. Sect Master, why do you have to attack Luo Yunyang? Yu Luli's shrill voice rang out again. This time, Yu Luli, who was always graceful, seemed like a sorry figure. Blood was flowing out of all the orifices on her face. With each drop of blood that trickled out, the glass fairy's cultivation base fell rapidly. Every single drop of blood was a foundation of the glass fairy's cultivation that she had spent many years building up. Do you all think that I shouldn't attack Luo Yunyang? Listen to me, he is the descendant of the blood demon. Did you all think that the blood transformation heavenly venerate died because of his martial path heavenly tribulation? No, he died at the hands of the 3 Era Supreme sect's previous generations of heavenly venerates. He was slain because he was extremely evil and used the blood of common people to cultivate his own martial path. All this time, the 3 Era Supreme sect has followed a decree. Any disciples or descendants of the blood transformation heavenly venerate have to be killed. A majestic intent filled the surroundings as Buddha's sacred mountain sect master said that those who obey me will survive, and those who oppose me will die. Upon hearing Buddha's sacred mountain sect master's words, Luo Yunyang knew right away that Buddha's sacred mountain sect master was lying. The small jade scroll that the blood transformation heavenly venerate had left behind had indeed recorded that the blood transformation heavenly venerate had perished due to martial path heavenly tribulation. Although the 3 Era Supreme sect didn't really have much of a relationship with the blood transformation heavenly venerate, they didn't have any grudges against him either. The situation that Buddha's sacred mountain sect master had painted simply didn't exist. Buddha's sacred mountain sect master had said all this for one purpose, to kill Luo Yunyang. Any explanations would be futile. However, as he watched that massive mark that seemed extremely difficult to ward off, Luo Yunyang steeled his resolve. He knew that he didn't have much time. However, he was extremely unwilling to fall like this. Immediately, the jade scroll that contained the records of the blood transformation technique crumbled in the sky. The records on the jade scroll, which were shown to everyone present, included the blood transformation heavenly venerate's death due to heavenly tribulation. The expressions of the subsidiary sect martialists turned unsightly. On the other hand, the martialists of the main sect had gloomy looks on their faces. They had already been skeptical about Buddha's sacred mountain sect master's words, yet they had never imagined that they would actually all be false. Even though Buddha's sacred mountain sect master saw the image displayed in the sky, he didn't show any signs of panic. He actually acted as if that image simply didn't exist. Young blood demon, how dare you resort to tricking people? Buddha's sacred mountain sect master's voice was calm yet unquestionable. Falsifying such an image was difficult even for a 9th level heavenly venerate. However, once Buddha's sacred mountain sect master said this, the main sect disciples all shouted fanatically. The sect master is wise. Slay blood demon Luo Yunyang. Although the disciples of the subsidiary sects were livid, nobody stepped forward in the end. Luo Yunyang watched the large mark falling from high above and said, I just wish to know why you have to do this. Buddha's sacred mountain sect master's voice rang out in Luo Yunyang's mind immediately. If I want you dead, you should just die. His voice carried an air of superiority and an unquestionable tone. When Luo Yunyang heard this, his eyes flickered coldly. You can't kill me. Chapter 747. Leaving and returning, the anguished wailing of a sect master. Buddha's sacred mountain sect master only had one motive for wanting to kill Luo Yunyang. He wanted to save his dignity, or rather the dignity of the 3 Era Supreme sect's main sects. It could even be said that the main sect had gone all out in order to prevent Luo Yunyang from becoming a Zongzi. However, even so, Luo Yunyang had still ultimately defeated and killed Sky Origin Zongzi. Luo Yunyang was only one person, but the damage he could deal to the main sect was massive. If he was allowed to become a Zongzi, then the main sects of the Three-Era Supreme sect would be absolutely disgraced and their prestige would drop. In the future, controlling the other subsidiary sects would become a thorny issue. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, this sect master had unleashed a powerful attack, blaming it on the name of the blood demon. The blood transformation heavenly venerate had already fallen, so there was no longer any power behind this name. Now, whatever Buddha's sacred mountain sect master said was the law. As for the discontent of the subsidiary sects, this was no longer a problem that Buddha's sacred mountain sect master thought about. Right now, what he needed to do was put an end to the resistance of the subsidiary sects. With forceful suppression, he would kill Luo Yunyang. Many subsidiary sect powerhouses already understood the way Buddha's sacred mountain sect master was thinking. However, due to the suppression of this very majestic power, they actually couldn't resist, even though it was what they wanted deep down. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. There was very little they could do, and that was to watch Luo Yunyang, who was their only hope, fall. Yu Luli was unwilling to accept this reality. She still wanted to speak up for Luo Yunyang. However, just as she was about to say something, an old martialist arrived before her. "Shut your mouth." Yu Luli's expression turned sour. She recognized this person. He was an elder of the Three-Era Supreme sect's Buddha's sacred mountain. However, this person also had another identity. He was Yu Luli's grandfather. "Grandfather, this matter." Yu Luli hadn't finished speaking when the elder chided her. "It's just a disciple. There is no need to say anything. Don't tell me you would want to destroy the Glazed Titan sect's doctrine all because of one disciple." These words made Yu Luli fall silent. The Glazed Titan sect's doctrine was too important to her. Deep down, she wasn't willing to see that happen. Just as Yu Luli was about to speak, Luo Yunyang's voice resonated. "Buddha's sacred mountain sect master, you are helpless to deal with me." The giant mark was still hurtling over as he said that. The void around started to shatter, and everything around broke into fragments. However, Luo Yunyang had already vanished from beneath the massive divine mark without a trace. There was no longer any trace of him. For the Buddha's sacred mountain and the entire Three-Era Supreme sect, this was a major event. The expression of Buddha's sacred mountain sect master, who had looked as though everything was within his control, changed thoroughly. His hands rapidly formed hand seals and void fragments started to appear all around the everlasting sky podium. Luo Yunyang's body had vanished strangely within these void fragments. It seemed as if he hadn't been there at all. Luo Yunyang had fled. Buddha's sacred mountain sect master had spared no effort in a bid to kill him, yet Luo Yunyang had actually escaped without a trace. Furthermore, he had done so while many people were watching. Once this news circulated, Buddha's sacred mountain sect master would be severely destroyed. There was even a possibility that he would become a laughingstock and a target of public mockery. He took the eternal divine pestle. He took away the eternal divine pestle. Eternal sacred mountain sect master roared. The death of Sky Origin Zongzi was already an extremely infuriating matter for Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master, who had thoroughly supported Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master's intention to kill Luo Yunyang. However, Luo Yunyang hadn't been killed and the situation had already reached a dreadful state. Luo Yunyang had vanished and the eternal divine pestle he had snatched was missing as well. Search for Luo Yunyang. Three-era thorough searching. Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master rushed away from his throne. Right now, it looked as though he wanted to devour someone. Three-era thorough searching was a top technique of the Three-era Supreme Sect. It was even said that when one was in the pure Sun Great Cosmos, it would be difficult to hide from the power of three-era thorough searching. However, such a mighty power similarly required a heavy price. Thus, three-era thorough searching hadn't been used by the Three-era Supreme Sect Master in many years. Because of Luo Yunyang, Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master had decided to use three-era thorough searching now. Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master didn't shirk from this suggestion, neither did Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Master. Even though he had some objections, he knew that if the Eternal Divine Pestle was lost, it would be a massive blow for the Three-era Supreme Sect that would be hard to recover from. Thus, even though there was some pettiness and disagreements between the three sect masters, on the whole, their interests were common. Hand seals were quickly formed. These seals caused a large chink to appear in the void above the everlasting sky podium. Within this large chink, which didn't seem to exist in this world, a treasured mirror appeared. Various images kept flashing on the treasured mirror. There were images of Luo Yunyang in quiet meditation, Luo Yunyang cultivating, Luo Yunyang. There was even an image of Luo Yunyang fleeing. However, Luo Yunyang's current whereabouts never appeared. As Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master looked towards Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master for the third time, Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Master spit out a mouthful of blood. When this blood landed on the treasured mirror, the mirror that seemed able to see the three realms became very clear. However, when the treasured mirror displayed Luo Yunyang's face, it started to shatter in the void. Why can't we find him? Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master sounded furious. This was the outcome he was most unwilling to experience. The Eternal Divine Pestle was too important. Without it, not only would his cultivation weaken severely, but the might of the entire Eternal Sacred Mountain would also deteriorate. The moment this happened, he would be a sinner in the eyes of the whole Eternal Sacred Mountain. The recipient of his shout was Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master. It could be said that searching for people required Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master's assistance. Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master replied coldly, the reason he cannot be found is because Luo Yunyang is no longer in the pure Sun Great Cosmos. Luo Yunyang was no longer in the pure Sun Great Cosmos. That thought absolutely made his blood run cold. Although Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master had already guessed as much, having the truth verified was very difficult to accept. Then where is the Eternal Divine Pestle? Is it still in the pure Sun Great Cosmos? We have to search for the Eternal Divine Pestle quickly. A sect master who was always calm, even when the ground around him was trembling, was now flustered. This only showed how important this inherited treasure of the Eternal Sacred Mountain was. Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master looked sympathetically at Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master and said with a tinge of sorrow, it is no longer in the pure Sun Great Cosmos. Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master's face flushed. He stared at Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master as though he wanted to devour him. I have already tried my best. Under any other circumstances, Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sacred Master wouldn't have yielded. However, at the moment, he was speaking rather gently. Profound calm Zongzi had already walked over quickly. As he glanced at the somewhat frenzied Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master, he had a bad feeling. The Eternal Divine Pestle was of great importance. It was like the keepsake of Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master. Without such a keepsake, perhaps Eternal Sacred Sect Master would find it difficult to retain the position of the Sect Master. Now that the Divine Eternal Pestle was lost, the damage the Three-Era Supreme Sect would suffer would be immense. As he was about to back away stealthily, a slap landed heavily on his face. The instant Profound Calm Zongzi was slapped, he didn't dare move anymore. He even prepared the other side of his face. He would allow Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master to hit him if he wanted to continue. Although Profound Calm Zongzi had already made all sorts of preparations, he still felt extremely miserable deep down. His master was by Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master's side. He could have stopped this beforehand. This slap on his face meant that his own master wasn't prepared to stop Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master either. Junior brother, Profound Calm is indeed responsible about this matter, Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master said after Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master had calmed down. Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master opened his mouth but didn't speak. He rapidly shot towards Yu Luli. Get Luo Yunyang out. If he doesn't hand over the Eternal Divine Pestle, I will kill off your entire sect. Yu Luli's expression turned really ugly. Although she was a sect master, it would be difficult for her to stop Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master. After all, the difference between them, regardless of cultivation base and status, was worlds apart. Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master, I hope you can mend your ways. If you dare make a move on the Glazed Titan sect, the other subsidiary sects definitely won't sit back and watch. An old man with a radiant glow spoke up with a resounding voice. At the most, the Three-Era Supreme Sect will only be left with the three main sects. These words were extremely important. Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master wanted to make a move but could only take a deep breath and swallow his pride and anger in the end. Losing the Eternal Divine Pestle was already unbearable. If the subsidiary sects revolted, then he would have no way of remaining a sect master. Alright, Glazed Titan Sect Master. Pass a message along to Luo Yunyang. As long as he is willing to hand over the Eternal Divine Pestle, I will let him be a Zongzi. Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master had an ugly look on his face when this was said. However, he didn't say anything in the end. After the subsidiary sect powerhouses had gathered, Immeasurable Sacred Mountain Sect Master approached Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master and said softly, I reckon that Luo Yunyang will still have to return in the future. The eternal divine pestle will also return to the Three-Era Supreme Sect. Chapter 748. An attack on the human tribe. Luo Yunyang felt a bit frustrated as he looked at the familiar expanse of space. 100 years had just passed in the blink of an eye. His jaunt into the pure sun great cosmos had been quite fulfilling in terms of rewards. However, the Buddha's sacred mountain sect master's relentless tyranny had ultimately destroyed Luo Yunyang's plans. He had initially intended to set a foundation in the pure sun great cosmos. However, this plan had been ruined. The reason that Luo Yunyang was unhappy was because, even though he had obtained the Great Radiance Technique and the Blood Transformation Blade Technique, what he needed the most was to use the Eternal Divine Scripture to sort out the harm within his body. The Eternal Divine Pestle. After sensing the situation within his body, Luo Yunyang took out the Eternal Divine Pestle. He didn't know how far away he was from the pure sun great cosmos, so the brand of the Eternal Divine Pestle wouldn't be of much use. After infusing the cleansing glass flame technique into the Eternal Divine Pestle, Luo Yunyang realized that there wasn't much of a reaction from the Eternal Divine Pestle. Luo Yunyang seemed delighted upon realizing that there wouldn't be many obstructions. Being able to smoothly refine the Eternal Divine Pestle would definitely be of great help to him. However, after 15 minutes, Luo Yunyang suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of rapt ecstasy, disbelief and the delight of recovering something that had been lost. An extinguishable eternity divine scripture. The Eternal Divine Pestle wasn't just wondrous. Luo Yunyang had even discovered a tiny space within the pestle. This small space was only about a foot long and wide. However, within this space existed a golden scripture. Although the inextinguishable eternity divine scripture was called a divine scripture, it was actually just a golden foot-long board that had two sides. One side of the board was infused with power from 3,000 past inextinguishable eternity divine scripture wielders, and the other side contained records of countless techniques. Amongst these techniques was the cleansing glass flame technique that Luo Yunyang had learned. No wonder the records within the glazed Titan sect that concerned the three great divine scriptures weren't really clear. People had actually even begun to question the existence of these three great divine scriptures. Now, Luo Yunyang understood one of the reasons for this. Besides the wielder, it would be very difficult for anyone else to get a glimpse of the inextinguishable eternity divine scripture that only existed within this tiny space derived from the eternal divine pestle. Although he somewhat regretted this, in a sense, the eternal divine scripture had compensated for a large portion of Luo Yunyang's losses. In a moment, Luo Yunyang had already infused his state of mind into the inextinguishable eternity divine scripture. Although he greatly needed the inextinguishable eternity divine scripture, he did not immediately engage in cultivation upon seeing it. Although there didn't seem to be an issue with the inextinguishable eternity divine scripture, Luo Yunyang still chose to slowly deduce the implications of cultivating it. He spent 10 years trying to comprehend the inextinguishable eternity divine scripture. Throughout this process, Luo Yunyang changed himself as well as his line of thinking. He appeared very peaceful as he opened the door to his cave abode. He glanced at the surroundings and an understanding of the situation outside appeared in his mind instantly. 1,000,000 people stood on guard, including 3 universe-grade martialists, as well as 60 celestial domain-grade martialists. The Bloody Blade Monarch was amongst the 3 universe-grade powerhouses guarding this planet. While Luo Yunyang was in seclusion, the Bloody Blade Monarch had still been working hard on his cultivation. Although his blade techniques hadn't improved tremendously, every day the Bloody Blade Monarch would try his hardest while cultivating blade techniques. The sweep of the blade seemed to be dull, yet the strength of the move was hidden within the blood-colored blade itself. If this power didn't erupt, then the move itself would just look really ordinary. However, once this explosive strength was deployed, a single cleave would be able to reshape the environment. As the Bloody Blade Monarch was executing this move, he noticed the change in the surroundings and immediately tried to sheath his blade. Unfortunately, this was very difficult while his blade was still in motion. Furthermore, since the Bloody Blade Monarch was already invested in this blade strike, the frenzied power was overflowing. "Master!" The Bloody Blade Monarch exclaimed loudly. At the same moment, Luo Yunyang appeared and was split in half by the Bloody Blade Monarch's blade strike. Luo Yunyang was already an entity on par with the supremacies in the eyes of the Bloody Blade Monarch. He would never have imagined that his blade would cause Luo Yunyang to get split into 2. Some fear started to emerge in his heart when Luo Yunyang moved his hands to make seals and his severed body rapidly recomposed itself in the sky. I am sorry, I did not know about your arrival. I seek your redemption from my earlier impulsiveness, the Bloody Blade Monarch explained while trembling. Luo Yunyang smiled slightly and consoled him. That wasn't your fault, you had to test your blade technique. The Bloody Blade Monarch's heart shuddered. Although that blade strike of his was filled with killing intent, testing his own blade technique this way made him shiver. Master, the Bloody Blade Monarch was about to speak, yet he was unsure of what to say at the moment. While his heart was pounding, Luo Yunyang's gaze had already settled far away. Have there been any issues in the past 100 years? If there was something, that would be the rise of the human tribe. Right now, even within the Divine Union, the human tribe is nearly on par with the demigod tribe in terms of fighting strength. At this point, the Bloody Blade Monarch's tone became more somber. Of course, the greatest news for you, Master, should be the level of cultivation of their Highnesses Yunshi and Luo Donger, who have already advanced to the universe grade. Luo Yunyang nodded gently. He was not really surprised over the fact that they both had attained a universe-grade cultivation base, as both of them had access to superior resources, as well as the great number of resources that Luo Yunyang had obtained from the mysterious Sky Great Cosmos. As of now, the entire human tribe has 19 universe-grade martialists and 100 celestial domain grades. The Bloody Blade Monarch showed some envy as he talked about the universe-grade martialists. The Bloody Blade Monarch had initially been able to crush the others, yet he had only recently ascended to the universe grade, while Yunshi and the others were already considered powerhouses amongst the universe grades. Luo Yunyang smiled gently and said, there is still quite a number of you, right? Did any major incidents happen within the human tribe recently? Your Excellency, the human tribe has been at peace lately. However, the news about the demigod tribe seem rather unsettling, the Bloody Blade Monarch said coldly. I actually heard that the demigod tribe intends to once again join forces with the purgatory to move against you. They seem to be cooking up a plan. The demigod tribe and the purgatory. Luo Yunyang had relied on his attribute regulator and heavenly venerate true body to single-handedly quell these two great powers. Now, it seemed like these two forces obviously did not want to continue being suppressed by him. Luo Yunyang smiled slightly upon hearing the Bloody Blade Monarch's report. If they wish to pick a fight, I would be more than pleased to give it to them. As he was speaking, many thoughts went through his head. People had already started appearing where the Da Alliance had been in the past, and this had already become the holy ground of the Milky Way's human tribe. Wuzun City. People came and went, making it very crowded, thus displaying the prosperity of the entire Wuzun City. Ha ha, Luo Supremacy, will definitely have to eliminate you, Luo Yunyang. A child who appeared to be no more than 3 or 4 years of age shouted at his companion. His companion did not seem to shy away from the challenge, and the two kids continued to play in the bustling Wuzun City. Although the two kids were only toddlers, they fought in a rather dazzling manner. Their fist techniques were truly fine and exquisite, and they had already acquired a planet-grade cultivation base. Back in the days of the Da Alliance, a planet-grade cultivation base would certainly have allowed one to take on a leading role on the planet. However, right now, ordinary children already possessed such a cultivation base. These two kids weren't geniuses. In Wuzun City, there were tens of thousands of other children with this level of cultivation. Universe-grade powerhouses were overseeing the place. Just as Luo Yunyang was entering the martialist city, a crucial report was being automatically transferred in front of the Dahai Saint. The human tribe's population had increased 100-fold over the last 100 years. Humans born recently already had an innate planet-grade cultivation base. Although this report wasn't noteworthy, these simple words were enough to make Dahai Saint's blood run cold. Dahai Saint knew what this meant. If he simply allowed the human tribe to carry on this way, the demigod tribe would be consumed by the human tribe sooner or later. Although the human tribe made him apprehensive, he was never going to speak out unless he was absolutely confident about eliminating them. Share this report with the various ancestral masters, Dahai Saint told his attendant, who stood respectfully by his side. Dahai Saint let out a huge sigh as his subordinate left. He did not have a very positive outlook on the fate of this report. Suddenly, a sharp beeping sound interrupted Dahai Saint's train of thoughts. Upon hearing that sound, Dahai Saint quickly entered the virtual realm. This virtual realm was boundless. Other than several rocks that were scattered across the region, there were almost no other objects or beings. When the Dahai Saint arrived, a man in the background laughed and said, "It has been a while, Saint. Our purpose for getting you to come here is to ask you to join our newly formed alliance." The man who had just spoken was Black Shenzi. However, there was a purple mark on top of his head now. Chapter 749, Human Exterminating Alliance. Dahai Saint knew Black Shenzi all too well because, in the past 100 years, Black Shenzi had been very active and had started to take over a large portion of the Machine Empire's authority. However, it was also because of this that Dahai Saint's apprehension had decreased considerably. Generally speaking, in the Machine Empire, the entities that had the ability to advance to supremacies would spend most of their time in cultivation. However, when Black Shenzi had assumed power, it had seemed as if his status had risen. Actually, it was. "Black Shenzi, what do you have in mind?" Dahai Saint asked without batting an eyelid, hoping that Black Shenzi would have the same objective as him. Black Shenzi smiled but didn't reply. Suddenly, a tall martialist revealed himself beside Black Shenzi. Dahai Saint knew this martialist even better. It was Qingliao tribe leader and deputy union leader, Nanline Saint. Back when Luo supremacy hadn't yet died, Dahai Saint hadn't really thought much of Nanline Saint. In his opinion, Nanline Saint was just a subordinate. However, given the humans' tribe's rise following Luo supremacy's fall, the Divine Union's supremacy ratio of 2 had already made the Qingliao tribe a lot more important. Even though he was a union leader, Dahai Saint still had to be very polite to Nanline Saint. Although the way Nanline Saint treated him hadn't seemed to change, in reality, he only showed respect from a distance now. Meanwhile, this fellow had gotten more familiar with the human tribe. What a backstabbing B****. This was Dahai Saint's evaluation of Nanline Saint. However, he had never imagined that he would actually see Nanline Saint at this secret gathering helmed by Black Shenzi. Dahai Saint's mind went to work and quickly guessed the motive Black Shenzi had for inviting these people over when he heard Nanline Saint chuckle. "Greetings, Union Leader." Dahai Saint laughed. "Nanline Saint, we haven't had a private meeting in a long time. I will definitely keep this in mind, Union Leader." Nanline Saint, who was all smiles, didn't show any signs of being annoyed or angered by Dahai Saint's sarcasm. This type of fellow was more difficult to deal with. Dahai Saint thought to himself. People who didn't show their emotions were definitely schemers. After a few more flickers, 5 other figures slowly appeared out of the void. Actually, Dahai Saint knew all these figures. They were important characters from the Purgatory and the Bug race. These people were like Dahai Saint and also wielded authority. It could be said that they were the number 1 people beneath the supremacies of their own factions. "Everyone, you have been invited here because I have a document I would like each of you to see." As the organizer of this meeting, Black Shenzi was the first to speak. While Black Shenzi said this, a document landed in the hands of everyone present. Dahai-san came to a slight understanding as he looked through the familiar contents of this document. However, cold sweat broke out on his forehead when he saw some of the stuff at the end of the document. Indeed, even Dahai-san, who was a big shot, felt extremely afraid when he read the conclusion. "Rubbish," a tall martialist said disdainfully. "The human tribe could dominate this entire cosmos after 1,000 years. Is that possible? Wasn't the demigod tribe rumored to possess boundless potential in the past? In the end, they only became one of the 4 great factions." The words of this tall martialist made Dahai Saint feel like killing someone. How dare this fellow actually make such a comparison? Back at its most impressive point, the demigod tribe had swept everything before it and forced the Machine Empire and a few other large tribes to ally with them. "This is different," Black Shenzi said solemnly. "Everyone, ever since the last war, which lasted over 100 years, the human tribe's strength has risen at least 100-fold. The power of a newborn human can already reach the planet grade. Although all your tribes and factions can do this, even our numbers added up can't compare to the numbers of the human tribe alone." Black Shenzi's words made Dahai Saint's heart sink. The power demigod tribe newborns possessed wasn't inferior to the human tribe. However, in terms of population, the demigod tribe had discovered that the gulf between it and the human tribe was enlarging. The human tribe, which had once had only 1/10 of the population of the demigod tribe, now had 2 times their number. "I believe I do not have to say anything for everyone to see the potential of the human tribe. With such numbers, as well as the support of Yunyang supremacy, it won't take too long for them to produce a second supremacy or even a third one. Black Xianxia was somewhat worked up. When that time comes, it will be difficult to move against them. Dahai Saint's gaze met Nanline Saint's by accident. He could see some apprehension as well as a hint of killing intent in Nanline Saint's gaze. In many people's opinion, Nanline Saint was a good old person. However, Dahai Saint knew that his heart was vicious. He was definitely the sort to hide a dagger behind his smile. Black Xianxia, you should know that the rise of the human tribe was mainly caused by Yunyang supremacy. If we kill him, everything else won't be a problem, a charming lady from the bug race with 3 sets of cicada wings on her back said in a chilly tone. Black Xianxia didn't find this statement surprising. After all, when it came to the human tribe's might, Luo Yunyang was simply an immovable mountain. Any plan for dealing with the human tribe had to involve dealing with Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang is powerful, but I know that every tribe possesses its own trump card. Black Xianxia grinned. The reason everyone was able to endure the previous time was because they didn't dare use these taboo powers. Luo Yunyang would have been dead long ago if the demigod tribe had been hell-bent on doing it. Dahai Saint felt glances from every direction. Deep down, he knew that the taboo powers of his tribe far surpassed the god-slaying demon sword. However, the existence of such an object was confidential in the entire demigod tribe. The moment it was used, the entire demigod tribe would have to live in slight fear. Otherwise, back then, Shenluo supremacy and the others wouldn't have let Weiluo supremacy disgrace himself and do his utmost. Thus, Weiluo supremacy had used the god-slaying demon sword in the end. The powerful god-slaying demon sword had eventually taken Weiluo supremacy's life. Using trump cards to kill Luo Yunyang didn't seem too bad. However, this wasn't something that he could decide. The reason the 4 great factions have never used their emergency trump cards is because of a mutual stalemate. Black Xianxia's bewitching voice rang out once again. Now, if we all use our forbidden trumps, the situation between the 4 great factions will still remain the same. Everyone present thought that Black Xianxia's reasoning seemed to make sense. Dahai Saint pondered this. Although, deep down, he was really anxious about the extermination of the human tribe, he really couldn't make this decision. Everyone, the rate at which the human tribe grows is increasing rapidly. I fear that the figures I just gave you might not even account for other factors. Black Xianxia continued. For example, out of the 18 primary tribes within the Divine Union, there are already 5 that are devoted to the human tribe. All this happened in 100 years. What about 1,000 years or 10,000 years later? Dahai Saint, do you think that the demigod tribe will really continue to exist? Dahai Saint hadn't said anything yet. However, now that Black Xianxia had used his name, Dahai Saint felt too passive and unhappy. He totally agreed with what Black Xianxia had said. Black Xianxia glanced at the dumbstruck Dahai Saint, feeling a little delighted. He paused for a moment before he said, I only wanted to speak out regarding all this data. However, everyone's reaction has really disappointed me. Oh well, I have some stuff from the Machine Empire's original primitive database here. Everyone can take a look and get a pleasant surprise. As Black Xianxia said that, a light screen appeared before everyone. The image on the screen was really fuzzy. Given the current technology, this imaging was simply trash. However, the content was simply terrifying. There were more than 30 images, each one depicting humans. Some of them were unleashing magnificent powers, some were bathing in thunder and lightning, and some even seemed to possess mystical strength with every move they made. Based on these images, Dahai Saint could sense that these humans were very powerful. There were over 100 people who were at a supremacy level. Were they really from the human tribe? Amongst these images of the human tribe, Dahai Saint saw some of his own tribesmen. There was an image of one wielding a golden longsword and standing guard that actually rocked Dahai Saint's mind. How was this possible? The demigod tribe guard wielding the golden long sword had actually been Dahai Saint's ancestor. According to demigod history, this ancestor had been a famous, unparalleled existence. Everyone, I was also thoroughly shocked when I saw all these. However, I believe that these images definitely aren't fake. Too much time passed and the powerful human tribe became a mere tiny tribe within the Divine Union. This is why we gradually forgot about their existence. Now, they are already showing signs of recovering. If the 4 great factions continue to adopt a non-interfering attitude, then these images from the past will become a reality. Dahai Saint's palms smashed against a virtual rock in front of him as he said in an unquestionable tone, "If these images are real, then the demigod tribe will join the alliance to exterminate the humans. The Qingliao tribe will also join the alliance." Nanline Saint said, "I represent the purgatory and I agree to join for the time being." A purgatory leader said, "The bug race has no objection either." Chapter 750. Gene Seal. Inside the splendid Wuzun city, Luo Yunyang stood at the shore of a man-made lake, watching the koi swimming about leisurely. Each of these carp was at least 10 meters long. As they swam, their bodies were covered with a slight layer of spiritual energy. Autumn Hill dragon koi was an ornamental fish species that originated from the purgatory. Within the purgatory, the value of a 10-year-old koi was akin to the value of a star-grade slave. Now, there were thousands of Autumn Hill dragon kois in this man-made lake. The koi king, which was hidden in the depths, had already reached a peak star-grade cultivation base. However, as Luo Yunyang walked over, the koi king had already sensed Luo Yunyang's aura and shrunk back deep into the water. Students, in the first year of the god calendar, Yunyang supremacy fought the demigod tribe and allowed our human tribe to escape calamity. This is a time every human has to engrave in their memory. This is just as important Sir Longzhen unraveling the secret of the gene seal within our human bodies and allowing our human tribe to advance rapidly. Now, all of you possess a planet-grade cultivation as soon as you are born. However, you might not know that, 100 years ago, our precursors only possessed 1% of the power of a planet-grade when they were born. The majority of them wouldn't even be able to reach your level if they spent an entire lifetime cultivating. Therefore, Longzhen Saint's discoveries were really important to the rise of the human tribe. This wasn't the first time Luo Yunyang had heard Longzhen Saint being mentioned. His brows furrowed slightly when he heard these words. During the 100 years he had spent isolated in the pure sun-great cosmos, the progress of the human tribe had exceeded his expectations. Gene Seal. Teacher, Yunyang supremacy is amongst the strongest in the world. It is said that supremacies are the strongest powerhouses. Why didn't he discover the gene seal that was inhibiting the development of the human tribe? A smart youth around 13 years of age asked. Although the students' questions addressed the most ordinary topics, Luo Yunyang could tell that the two of them had a clear tacit understanding. Who can say for sure? However, I reckon that Sir Luo Yunyang must probably have known about the gene seal limiting the human body. That teacher sounded a little pleased with himself. A cold glint flashed across Luo Yunyang's eyes. Although this person hadn't said anything bad about him, this discussion had already planted a seed of doubt in the hearts of the students. Luo Yunyang didn't really care about the people talking. However, as that teacher was leaving, a tiny bit of Luo Yunyang's consciousness enveloped that person's body. Half an hour later, the teacher returned to his own residence and entered the virtual realm with familiarity. Luo Yunyang didn't continue following him. Instead, he studied some of the stuff in his residence. The soaring dragon meat. My lord, I heard that you left seclusion. All the various senior statesmen wished to pay their respects. The Flame Emperor's voice was respectful and delighted. Due to the current influence of the human tribe, the Flame Emperor was amongst the people Luo Yunyang had the best relationship with. Luo Yunyang replied, "All right then." The Milky Way Human Tribe's Senior State Assembly was established in Wuzun City in the Da Alliance. After obtaining Luo Yunyang's approval, the various members of the Human Tribe's Senior State Assembly dispersed amongst the human tribe's territories and started to quickly gather in Wuzun City by using space jump points. In just a day, all 500 senior statesmen of the human tribe had already gathered at Wuzun City's Senior State Assembly. The chief senior statesman of the assembly was Lu Qubing. Although he didn't have the highest cultivation base amongst all the human tribe martialists, Lu Qubing was still the chief senior statesman. As for Luo Yunyang, he simply wasn't considered part of the Senior Statesman Assembly. The Human Tribe's Senior Statesman Hall, which was made entirely out of black stone, gave off a magnificent vibe. Usually, only 3,000 people were stationed in the Senior Statesman Hall, yet today, more than 10,000 elites were gathered there. This was also the first time Luo Yunyang had entered the Senior Statesman Hall. Luo Yunyang didn't think much of this rather grand hall though. Although the Senior Statesman Hall had definitely cost a lot to build, it really wasn't considered a big deal by the human tribe, which possessed over 100 star domains. When the huge clock outside the Senior Statesman Hall chimed continuously, the gathered senior statesmen came out in full force. At the front was Lu Qubing, who was wearing white robes. He carried himself with an elegant and impressive air. "Greetings, Yunyang Supremacy. The senior statesman hall is honored to be graced by your presence." A chorus of voices reverberated as all the senior statesmen arched their backs and bowed. Luo Yunyang waved his sleeves and said calmly, "Everyone, please, there's no need for formalities." While Lu Qubing and the other senior statesmen escorted him, Luo Yunyang walked up to the senior statesman hall. Countless people watched as he sat down on a throne designated for him. The throne, which was made entirely out of violet crystal, was both magnificent and luxurious. Luo Yunyang rubbed the engraved dragon armrest as he looked at Lu Qubing and the others. "Supremacy, during your last seclusion, massive changes occurred in the human tribe. Now, I will introduce Supremacy to a senior statesman that has made great contributions to the human tribe." As Lu Qubing said that, he gestured to the man in white by his side. "This is Saint Longzhen. 90 years ago, he discovered the gene seal inhibiting the entire human tribe. As soon as these gene seals were unlocked, the strength of the human tribe increased 100-fold. Lu Qubing then continued, "After an election conducted by all the senior statesmen, Senior Statesman Longzhen is now our deputy chief senior statesman." Senior Statesman Longzhen spoke up respectfully after Lu Qubing introduced him. "I would like to pay my respects to you, Supremacy. I have long heard of your great reputation. I regret that I wasn't able to pay my respects to you for all this time, sir." Luo Yunyang glanced at the elegant Longzhen and said rather indifferently, "Longzhen, your ability to discover the way to solve the gene seal has been a tremendous contribution to our entire tribe." Longzhen Saint's eyes twitched, revealing a slight bit of dissatisfaction. However, this action was hidden well, so most people simply wouldn't have been able to detect it. When he bowed again, Longzhen Saint, who had once again gone back to his poised and elegant demeanor, said, "Sir Supremacy, I was just doing my duty." Luo Yunyang didn't say anything else. Suddenly, a senior statesman stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir Supremacy, I have a matter to report." Luo Yunyang glanced at this unfamiliar senior statesman and nodded. "Go ahead, Sir Supremacy. The human tribe's progress has been astoundingly quick. Although our strength still isn't comparable to the demigod tribes, the gulf between us and the demigod tribe isn't too big." The senior statesman then added in an agitated manner, "Therefore, I believe that the demigod tribe will attack our tribe soon. This time, the human tribe shouldn't just respond to the demigod tribe's attack. We should attack them preemptively and assume more responsibility within the divine union." Luo Yunyang glanced at Lu Qubing and realized that Lu Qubing had a slightly baffled look on his face. Clearly, Lu Qubing hadn't arranged for this senior statesman to step forward. He was the person Luo Yunyang had put in charge to oversee all important matters of the human tribe, so the current scenario, which actually wasn't within his control, was a jibe at him. Luo Yunyang did not continue looking at Lu Qubing. Instead, he turned back to the speaking senior statesman and waited for him to continue. "Although the human tribe is united under your leadership, you undergo seclusion frequently. We have to maintain the human tribe's strongest ability if you aren't present. The senior statesman assembly will find it difficult to respond to such a scenario if you aren't present. Thus, I implore you to agree to select a leader to lead us against resisting the demigod tribe." Although the senior statesman's tone wasn't very sharp, the words he had chosen were extremely piercing. "Quiet," Lu Qubing shouted. "Dong Changsheng, the Supremacy has made his own decision regarding this matter. Since when was this your place to spout rubbish? Return to your spot." Dong Changsheng didn't really fear Lu Qubing's berating tone. Thus, he rebutted with conviction. "Chief Senior Statesman, although you are the chief, my position as senior statesman means that I am responsible for the entire human tribe. The Supremacy is wise, so I believe that he will surely understand my pain." Lu Qubing, the Flame Emperor and the others scowled. They had originally thought that they would present Luo Yunyang with the developments and the results of their strives in the past 100 years. However, their inability to control the situation wasn't a good sign. Luo Yunyang waved Lu Qubing off with his hand and said dully, "So what you are saying is that I should let senior statesman Lu Qubing assume this leading role? If that is the case, I don't have any objections." Dong Changsheng hesitated slightly but immediately steeled his resolve. "Sir Supremacy, although Sir Lu Qubing is very good, I think that he tends to follow tried, tested ways and lacks initiative. I suggest that senior statesman Longzhen, who unraveled the gene lock and contributed greatly to the human tribe, become this leader. As for the chief senior statesman, he can continue holding his current position. Dong Changsheng's words made Lu Qubing look downcast. When Dong Changsheng was done, a number of senior statesmen voiced out their opinion. Senior statesman Dong is right. We support senior statesman Longzhen. He should become the leader. Luo Yunyang's expression was extremely still. He had already discovered that some problems had come up within the human tribe when he had arrived in Wuzun City. However, he now realized that the situation was even more serious than he had imagined. Longzhen was a person who had caused a huge surprise. As he cast a glance at Longzhen, Luo Yunyang could feel that this person seemed to have a natural poise. It seemed as though everything was under his control. Chapter 751, A Projection, Dark Yellow Supreme Blood, Are You Done? Although Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on Dong Changsheng, it seemed devoid of any emotion. Dong Changsheng felt an instinctive fear. He wouldn't have said such things if he hadn't been forced. His heart trembled uncontrollably upon hearing Luo Yunyang's reply. Afterward, he said feebly, "Supremacy, my opinion expresses the wishes of many other senior statesmen." Senior statesmen. Luo Yunyang glared coldly at all the vehement figures standing before him. He hadn't returned in 100 years, so these changes were considerable. "In the future, you will no longer be senior statesmen," Luo Yunyang said calmly. These words left Dong Changsheng and the other senior statesmen dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually make such a decision. As their expressions changed and some of them started to clamor, Luo Yunyang turned to Longzhen, who stood aside, and said, "Which great cosmos do you come from? Why have you actually come here to stir trouble? Ha ha ha, no wonder you became the #1 supremacy in this cosmos. You can actually sense my origin." Longzhen chuckled heartily. "I am from the Long family of the Longland Great Cosmos. This expanse of space is the territory of the Long family. Although your cultivation base is just slightly weaker, your perception is alright. I can be the master and you can become a vassal of the Long family. I have already given you this opportunity. As long as your performance satisfies me, you will be rewarded accordingly." The Longland Great Cosmos. Luo Yunyang thought about the appearance of the small little boat as well as the coordinates of various cosmoses. Amongst those coordinates had been the Longland Great Cosmos. Compared to the pure Sun Great Cosmos, the Longland Great Cosmos could not be considered inferior in any way. This was also why Longzhen had known how to break the gene seal. The moment Longzhen spoke, the senior statesmen that had been clamoring looked as though something had been clamped around their necks. They had supported Longzhen. Even though Longzhen had provided the method to break the gene seal and allowed their cultivation to rise, they had also supported him because they too had even higher aspirations. However, they had never imagined that this person, who had unraveled the mystery of the gene seal, would actually come from the Longland Great Cosmos, which they had never heard of. Luo Yunyang didn't care about those senior statesmen. He moved his arm and a golden palm enveloped Longzhen. Longzhen's eyes glowed brightly when he faced Luo Yunyang's attack. He immediately returned the punch. Fist light flashed just like a huge dragon soaring to the sky. This huge dragon, which contained an extremely majestic power, hurtled frantically towards Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, even though it was majestic, the huge dragon was still smashed to smithereens when it clashed with Luo Yunyang's great titan mark. As the huge dragon was shattered, Luo Yunyang's great titan mark went on to smash into Longzhen's body. His body was just like a glass pane. Countless cracks appeared on it just before it shattered. However, at the moment, Longzhen seemed to be smiling. "Luo Yunyang, I remember your name. When my original body arrives, I will definitely make you grovel at my feet." Longzhen made this confident remark before his body shattered. However, the instant Longzhen shattered, a massive ship was reflected in Luo Yunyang's vision. Compared to the spaceships of the Divine Union, these sort of ships were more like the flying ships of the pure Sun Great Cosmos. On that massive ship stood Longzhen, who was dressed in purple robes while standing proudly on the deck. By his side stood 7 or 8 other people. Each of these people seemed to emanate the aura of a heavenly venerate. As if sensing that Luo Yunyang was currently watching him, Longzhen grinned at Luo Yunyang. Anybody would get chills just by seeing his smile. Although Luo Yunyang felt a chill deep down, he had an unperturbed expression on his face. Senior statesman Dong Changsheng and the others, who had been supporting Longzhen, were now exchanging glances, trying to find a solution. Lu Qubing, the Flame Emperor and the others had also turned pale. Although they hadn't been aware of Longzhen's origins, one thing was certain. Longzhen definitely wasn't a good person. Supremacy, we have all been deceived by Longzhen. We are begging you to give us another chance. We will surely. Dong Changsheng hesitated for a moment before kneeling and pleading Luo Yunyang. The other senior statesmen who had followed Longzhen did the same. Luo Yunyang waved his hand and these people were immediately sent into his internal universe. Although they had extraordinary cultivation bases, they wouldn't be able to cause any ripples if they were suppressed within Luo Yunyang's internal universe. The gigantic senior statesman hall became much emptier when they left. Supremacy, I am responsible for this, Lu Qubing said somewhat sorrowfully. It was I who. Luo Yunyang didn't let Lu Qubing finish before he said, Senior statesman Lu, you can't be faulted for this matter. We can only blame Longzhen for being too crafty. At this point, Luo Yunyang waved his sleeves and said, besides senior statesman Lu, senior statesman Flame Emperor and the others, everyone else is to leave. The crowd dispersed like flowing water. Luo Yunyang looked at the Flame Emperor and said, discovering Longzhen's origin is also a good thing. I thought that the greatest threat to the human tribe would be the demigod tribe or the purgatory. I never imagined that this expanse of space would still be discovered by others. Yunyang, is this Longlan Great Cosmos very powerful? The Flame Emperor immediately focused on the importance of the Longlan Great Cosmos. The Longlan Great Cosmos and the Pure Sun Great Cosmos were at a similar level. Therefore, the strength of the Longlan Great Cosmos would naturally be extraordinary. Very powerful. Luo Yunyang mulled this over for a minute before replying honestly. The fact that Luo Yunyang, who was basically a god to these people, actually said this about the Longlan Great Cosmos made everyone present stiffen up. Then what do we? The Flame Emperor didn't finish his question in the end. Luo Yunyang chuckled when he saw the Flame Emperor's reaction. There is a solution to every problem. Longzhen's projection was projected from more than 1,000 years away. Even though he can surpass the speed of light and rush here, we will probably have 30 years to prepare. After voicing his estimation, Luo Yunyang changed the topic. Now, the most important problem we are facing is the demigod tribe and the purgatory's attack. At the rate we are advancing, I fear those other factions won't be able to sit still. Lu Qubing and the others weren't fools. Now that they possessed the secrets to unraveling the gene seal, they knew that the demigod tribe definitely wouldn't adopt a laid-back approach to the human tribe's rapid progress. However, upon hearing Luo Yunyang mention the purgatory and the bug race, they sensed that things weren't normal. Lu Qubing and the others trembled when they thought about the power the four factions possessed. Then what do we do? Lu Qubing finally finished the words the Flame Emperor hadn't been able to. Rather than take a beating, why not find them and have a chat? Deep in a distant cosmos, on board the ship where Longzhen's projection had originated from, Longzhen and a delicate-looking man were seated facing each other. A chessboard with black and white pieces lay between them. Unlike the chess played in the Da Alliance, the chessboard the two were using had 36 rows and columns. The lit-up black and white chess pieces were dense and numerous. Zongzi, we can't look down on Luo Yunyang if he was able to sense your existence, the man opposite Longzhen said as he placed a white piece down. Longzhen replied calmly, indeed, Luo Yunyang is an important person. In the Longlan Great Cosmos, he would probably have been a person with great luck within his body. Although the cultivation base of his body is only at the celestial domain grade, he was still able to produce a heavenly venerate body from who knows where. This allows him to be like a heavenly venerate. There was clear disdain in Longzhen's voice. The man seated opposite him said, regardless of whether or not his real body has reached the heavenly venerate level, we still have to view him as a heavenly venerate. So what if he is a heavenly venerate? You should understand what heavenly venerates of that small void are like. A first-level heavenly venerate from the Linlong Great Cosmos could probably kill off 10 of their heavenly venerates, Longzhen said coldly. I still wish to force him into submission. He disrupted my interests. The other man no longer spoke. As Longzhen's most competent subordinate, he thoroughly understood Longzhen's character. Disrupting Longzhen's interests was an extremely terrifying thing to do. That man had personally seen the fate of some people who had disrupted Longzhen's interests before. This time, it was only a projection, but it's not like there were no gains. The human tribe in the small void has already started to recover. Longzhen then added in an eager voice, say, when we arrive at that small void, do you think the recovery of their bloodline could cause the dark yellow supreme blood of the 10 heavenly drops of blood to appear? Longzhen said the words, dark yellow supreme blood, with great care. The man seated opposite Longzhen pondered for a moment before replying, the gene seal has already been broken. Although the bloodlines of those people are extremely weak, perhaps a drop can still be obtained after going through the refinement of the world smelting forge. However, if you refine this drop of dark yellow supreme blood, there won't be a second drop. How about slowly? The man was cut short by Longzhen. How can other people share what is mine? One drop is already enough for me. Chapter 752. 9 Gene Seals. Inside the senior statesman hall, Luo Yunyang was quietly browsing through the records of breaking the gene seal. According to what Lu Qubing had said, Longzhen had researched breaking 9 gene seals. If most humans cultivated according to this method, they would be able to break the first 5 gene seals in no time. Breaking the first gene seal would result in a great increase in strength, breaking the second would greatly improve speed, breaking the third would improve the mind, breaking the fourth would improve the constitution. Once these 4 gene seals were completely broken, not only would a cultivator experience great upgrades, but these upgrades would be passed on to the cultivator's descendants. Toddlers now had a planet-grade cultivation base because their parents had already broken the first 4 gene seals. After looking through the first 4 gene seals, Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up. Given his heavenly venerate deduction, the secrets to breaking the human tribe's first 4 gene seals that Longzhen had provided didn't have any harmful effects. It could even be said that it was simpler and more effective than the basic fist techniques Luo Yunyang had personally created to increase the strength of the human tribe. If Longzhen didn't come from the Longlan Great Cosmos and if he didn't have such treacherous intentions, Luo Yunyang felt that this person would definitely be someone who would help the divine union greatly. However, when he thought about him, as well as this flawless method he had provided, Luo Yunyang felt that an unimaginable conspiracy was about to threaten the human tribe. Although he couldn't guess what this person's intentions were, if he could provide such a valuable method that had greatly benefited the human tribe, then his objective would be even greater. Now, the entire human tribe cultivated the gene seal breaking method. Although the matter had been brought to Luo Yunyang's attention, there was no longer any way of backing out. As these thoughts went through his mind, Luo Yunyang continued browsing through the remaining 5 gene seals. These 5 gene seals targeted star grade, nebula grade, galaxy grade, celestial domain grade, and universe grade individuals. Compared to the first 4 gene seals, the next 5 were extremely difficult to break. After breaking the nebula grade gene seal, not only was a strong will and cultivation base required for breaking the galaxy grade seal, but a certain degree of power within the cultivator's bloodline was also required. Bloodline power. Luo Yunyang continued looking at the galaxy grade, the celestial domain grade, as well as the universe grade gene seal. These 3 also mentioned bloodline power. The stronger the bloodline power, the easier it was to unlock the gene seal. If the bloodline was weak, there wouldn't be any hope for the later gene seals. The human tribe's bloodline power. Luo Yunyang drummed his fingers gently on a jade stone desk. Although he had the small silver tower, which was a top-notch tool for grooming elites, he had never mentioned that silver tower or bloodline power. As many thoughts went through his mind, Luo Yunyang made a decision. Although the gene seal breaking method wouldn't be very effective on him, he still decided to try cultivating it. Unlike the cultivation of the inner universe within the body, the focal point of the gene seal breaker was unearthing the potential within the body. Of course, without a powerful bloodline power, the cultivation of the gene seal breaker would only stop at the star grade. The first gene seal raised strength. Although strength was the focus of Luo Yunyang's physical body cultivation, his physical body's level of strength had already reached a frightening level. Thus, the first gene seal wasn't of much use to Luo Yunyang. However, as Luo Yunyang followed the cultivation technique and used the pure power of his physical body to break through the first gene seal, he suddenly found that the first gene seal was actually like a steel wall that was difficult to break. How could this be? Because of the studies of the gene seal, Luo Yunyang had already analyzed the majority of human tribe powerhouses that had broken through thanks to gene seal cultivation. By following this process, some broke through quickly and others were slow. However, on a whole, they had very easily broken the gene seals. Luo Yunyang himself couldn't even break through the first step. If this news circulated, he would definitely become a laughing stock. Luo Yunyang thought about this and went through the gene seal research once again before following the method to break through the first gene seal. Boom! With a thunderous boom, Luo Yunyang felt something like a barrier within his body get destroyed. Besides flourishing strength, Luo Yunyang felt a powerful vitality flowing through his body. If Luo Yunyang's previous cultivation had required absorbing the energies all around to cultivate his own internal universe, then all the energy that flowed into him was his own body's strength. After this energy had completely calmed down, Luo Yunyang quickly opened his attribute regulator and looked at the changes in his body. His power had increased by 10 fen. Luo Yunyang's eyes glowed as he saw the black digits. An increase of 10 fen through cultivation was a very difficult thing to do for Luo Yunyang. After all, 10 fen was practically 1/10 of a heavenly venerate's power. Ordinary people would have their power increased 10 times, and some might even amplify their power more than 20 times. However, that was because these people had a low cultivation base. Given Luo Yunyang's current state, even though he could raise his cultivation grade, many ordinary cultivation techniques were basically useless to him. If breaking through the first gene seal had such great benefits, then what about breaking through the second one? As he had this thought, Luo Yunyang started itching to break through the second gene seal by using the cultivation technique. 10 days later, he came out of seclusion. Luo Yunyang now seemed to have a strange glow in his eyes. In the past, people had felt that Luo Yunyang gave off the vibe of a dangerous beast. However, now, Luo Yunyang was like an extremely dangerous beast. In 10 days, he had broken through a total of 4 gene seals. As the last gene seal was broken, Luo Yunyang felt a massive upgrade. Actually, based on the cultivation of the star core, planets and stars within his internal universe, Luo Yunyang would still be able to make progress. However, this progress would occur over time. Meanwhile, the upgrades he gained from breaking the gene seals were an upgrade to his origin source laws. He was like an ant becoming an elephant. Although both ants and elephants existed in ordinary worlds, the difference in strength between them might be more than 10,000 times apart. If Luo Yunyang could use a point reference, then it would be the chaotic 4 origin beast. His own body and the chaotic 4 origin beast were both at the celestial domain grade, but the difference in power was very clear. His original body had been able to catch up by relying on martial path heavenly tribulation as well as his gains and experiences in the 2 great cosmoses he had visited. Although he was already familiar with the power in his own body, Luo Yunyang felt a little intoxicated when he harnessed the great power within his physical body. He even felt that the gene seal breaking cultivation method was the most suitable for the human tribe. However, after breaking the 4th gene seal, the 5th seal and the next seals would start to get really difficult. The first 4 gene seals would allow at least 5 out of 10 people to succeed. However, when it came to the 5th gene seal, at most 1 out of 10,000 people would successfully break it. Many times, there might not even be one successful person out of 10,000. Lu Qubing didn't break through the 5th gene seal. Although the Flame Emperor had broken through the 5th gene seal, he had only gained half the benefits because it had been a little forced. Even so, he had still obtained a mystical ability called Abyss Poison Flame. Abyss Poison Flame was combined with the flame paths within the body to allow the Flame Emperor's cultivation base to soar to new heights. Luo Yunyang wondered whether he could break through the 5th gene seal. However, even his heavenly venerate abilities weren't very effective against the 5th gene seal. After going through the crux of the gene seal breaking method in his heart, Luo Yunyang started to try to break through the 5th gene seal. According to the studies on gene seals, Luo Yunyang found that this method for unlocking gene seals was flawless. As long as he followed the cultivation method and broke through each gene seal, he would gain massive benefits. He failed. After trying to break through 10 times in a row, Luo Yunyang couldn't help but accept the reality that he had failed to break through the 5th gene seal. The reason he had failed wasn't that he was not familiar enough with the method for breaking the gene seal, but rather because his bloodline concentration hadn't been high enough during the process. His bloodline concentration was insufficient, so he lacked the impetus to break the gene seal. Luo Yunyang's strength simply couldn't match up to the bloodline density required. Exactly what sort of bloodline was in his body? Could it be the clan bloodline that the martial god had talked about, or? Luo Yunyang pondered this as he opened his attribute regulator and once again took a look at his attributes. Power. 1.3 Speed, 1.1 Constitution, 1.2 Mind, 0.6. The 4 lines of black base attributes had experienced an increase of 0.1. This increase meant that Luo Yunyang possessed much greater power for future battles now. However, there wasn't anything concerning bloodline adjustments amongst these attributes. Even the sub-attributes of the origin source laws and mystic abilities couldn't catch up with the pace at which Luo Yunyang's cultivation base was advancing and were thus no longer displayed. If only his bloodline could be adjusted. When Luo Yunyang had this thought, a bloodline button appeared beneath his mind attribute. Chapter 753. Ancient God Men Power. 1.3 Speed, 1.1 Constitution, 1.2 Mind, 0.6 Bloodline, 0.001 Luo Yunyang felt his teeth hurting when he saw that 0.001 figure. However, he knew that the bloodline displayed on the attribute regulator wasn't something like the Blaze Dragon bloodline, Ice Phoenix bloodline or the others he had encountered through his cultivation. A bloodline that could be individually displayed in terms of black yuan would definitely be powerful. The attribute regulator could make bloodline adjustments. When Luo Yunyang transferred his speed attribute to his bloodline, Luo Yunyang's bloodline attribute instantly became 1.101. When he tried to break through the 5th gene seal once more, Luo Yunyang accomplished it in no time. There weren't any obstructions or restrictions anymore. After the 5th gene seal broke, Luo Yunyang's constitution rose and an essentially pure flame power was born in his body. Although this flame seemed a little inferior to his cleansing glass flame, it was way stronger than most ordinary flames. Using his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang strengthened himself enough to break the other gene seals, as well as observe his progress after each gene seal was broken. 6th gene seal, 7th gene seal, 8th gene seal. The instant Luo Yunyang broke through the 8th gene seal, a terrifying image was displayed in his mind. Within an endless void, he heard what sounded like heaven and earth rumbling. While Luo Yunyang's mental state was strong, he felt like an insignificant ant amidst this rumbling sound. Dark yellow battle race, rulers are humans. Now, I seal your body of primal chaos. From now on, you shall live a mortal life. I seal your control of the vast earth laws. From now on, you won't control earth. I seal your control of raging wind laws. From now on, you won't be kin of the wind sprites. I seal your control of water elemental laws. From now on, you will have no authority over the endless power of water. I seal your control of fire elemental laws. Your control of fire will begin to ebb. I seal. Vast, mighty voices were heard. As each seal descended, it made Luo Yunyang feel as though his body was continuously weakening within these seals. Although this was merely a sensation, Luo Yunyang felt immeasurable fear when it appeared. It seemed like the vast, mighty voices were still saying something. However, because of Luo Yunyang's cultivation base, he simply couldn't hear exactly what the voices were saying. When all these voices completely disappeared from Luo Yunyang's consciousness, he had already broken through the 8th gene seal. As this gene seal was broken, Luo Yunyang felt his various attributes rising again. However, the instant the 8th gene seal was broken, Luo Yunyang's internal universe seemed to experience a catalyst and the already vast internal universe within his body expanded once again. Celestial Domain Grade Stage 7, Celestial Domain Grade Stage 8, Celestial Domain Grade Stage 9. While his internal universe was expanding, Luo Yunyang's cultivation base reached the 9th level of the Celestial Domain Grade. Just a bit more and his internal universe would become a full-fledged universe and he would become a universe grade. A martialist's cultivation would experience rapid improvement once their full-fledged internal universe was formed. However, breaking through to the universe grade wasn't easy. Luo Yunyang had spent 100 years in the pure sun grade cosmos and his celestial domain grade cultivation base hadn't even advanced by a single level. The reason he had progressed so quickly this time was entirely because he had broken the gene seal and liberated the potential within his body, causing his internal universe to advance. Power. 1.7 Speed, 1.5 Constitution, 1.6 Mind, 1 Bloodline, 0.21 Luo Yunyang frowned slightly as he studied the changes to his various attributes via the attribute regulator. Although these figures had increased considerably compared to before he had broken the gene seals, the various attributes hadn't changed much because of his 3-level celestial domain grade advancement. Things had occurred this way because the energy within Luo Yunyang's body was too powerful. The progress of his own power due to the tiny advancements of his cultivation grade wasn't too big. After consolidating what he had learned, Luo Yunyang didn't immediately try breaking the 9th gene seal. Although he wanted to, even if the various attributes of his body were added up, they still wouldn't be sufficient to break through the 9th gene seal. The 9th gene seal was a contraindication. Upon leaving his seclusion grounds, Luo Yunyang saw Luo Yunyang, Yunxi, Luo Donger and the others, who had been waiting for him. Yunxi hadn't changed much. Donger still had her youthful charm, but her willfulness of years past seemed to have weakened. Big bro, the demigod tribe's Shenluo Supremacy has sent an invitation. He's inviting you to Shenluo Sky for his 100,000th birthday celebration. Luo Donger produced an invitation as she spoke. Reaching the supremacy level would give him an unlimited life expectancy. Therefore, generally speaking, one would only have birthday celebrations every 100,000 years. Thus, Shenluo Supremacy's 100,000th birthday was naturally a big deal in the demigod tribe. However, Luo Yunyang looked at this elegant invitation made of fine jade with a mocking expression. Given the rapid rise of the human tribe, this gathering would be the mother of all feasts. As he had these thoughts, Luo Yunyang had already made his decision. He took the invitation. Say that I will be there on time. Luo Yunyang kept feeling somewhat ashamed whenever he was in front of Luo Yunyang due to the matter with Longzhen. He would also avoid dealing with issues if he could. When he heard that Luo Yunyang wanted to attend this celebration, he immediately voiced his worry. Yunyang Supremacy, if you could skip this celebration, it would be better not to attend. As soon as he said this, Luo Yunyang immediately pushed any misgivings in his heart aside and advised Luo Yunyang sincerely. I think that this 100,000-year birthday celebration seems off. I believe that sending a representative would suffice. Yunxi and the others chimed in. Senior statesman Lu is right. Our relationship with the demigod tribe is tense. Plus, the demigod tribe and the purgatory seem to have gotten closer recently. If they harbor ill intentions, then this celebration could be. Luo Yunyang nodded. It definitely won't be a nice feast. However, it isn't easy to gather all these people. Why not settle this once and for all when they are all together? There was a cold glimmer in Luo Yunyang's eyes when he said these words. At his level of cultivation, there was no such thing as home ground advantage in the divine union's void. Furthermore, he had suppressed the demonic chi in his body within the bloodied sea clone and also cultivated the inextinguishable eternity scripture. Thanks to his recent gene seal breakthroughs, Luo Yunyang felt that he could even face a third-level heavenly venerate without losing. The attribute regulator gave him the most confidence. Even if Shenluo Supremacy didn't hold this celebration, Luo Yunyang was prepared to declare war and unify the four factions to avoid being surrounded by enemies when Longzhen and his people arrived. Luo Yunyang might be confident, but he wasn't so self-absorbed that he wouldn't prepare. His chaotic four-origin beast clone had already nurtured a third clone, so Luo Yunyang would be letting this clone take his form and go over for the time being. Of course, these methods would be used just in case. News of Luo Yunyang agreeing to attend only took half a day to reach Dahai Saint and the others. Dahai Saint's hand was trembling when he saw the human tribe's reply. To him, Luo Yunyang was just like a curse stuck to his body, making it hard for him to breathe. Now, the chance to finally remove this curse had finally come. Patriarchs, Luo Yunyang has agreed to attend. Dahai Saint went into a small space that seemed separated from everything else and informed the three people sitting in a lotus position. Although Dahai Saint lowered his head, he subconsciously glanced at the elder seated in the middle. In the history of the demigod tribe, Wanluo Supremacy had already died. However, he had actually reappeared now. This astonished the demigod tribe's leader, Dahai Saint. After all, Wanluo Supremacy had vanished before countless demigod people by recurring injuries before his internal universe was shattered. Unexpectedly, he had actually appeared this time for the sake of dealing with Luo Yunyang. This was the best thing that could happen to the demigod tribe and Dahai Saint. Wanluo Supremacy glanced at Dahai Saint and said indifferently, "All right, you go ahead and start preparing." The demigod tribe leader respectfully took his leave. Although he didn't know the secret plan of the three patriarchs, he knew one thing. At this celebration, the demigod tribe wasn't the only one making preparations to kill someone. Even the purgatory and other powers were in on it. This time, Luo Yunyang would definitely be exterminated. As Dahai Saint thought about all this, he quickly looked through a set of resources. Dahai Saint practically knew the contents by heart. He had already obtained a copy of the secrets of breaking the 9 gene seals a long time ago. Unfortunately, cultivating this gene seal breaker had no effect on the young geniuses of the demigod tribe or the powerhouses of other tribes. According to a study conducted by some martialists, these 9 gene seals mainly targeted the potential of the human tribe. Other tribes simply wouldn't have any use for it. As he thought about the results of the human tribe's cultivation of these 9 gene seals, Dahai Saint recalled a line that Black Shenzi had said: the 4 great factions were actually slaves of the human tribe. Although Black Shenzi had taken out a lot of resources, Dahai Saint hadn't believed this at all. Now, his heart was starting to sway. However, all this was no longer important. After the celebration, the Divine Union would no longer have a human tribe. Chapter 754. Accommodating the 4 Seas. Luo Supremacy's 100,000-year-old birthday was a universal celebration for the entire demigod tribe. In the small space of Luo sky where Luo Supremacy resided, 3,000 top-grade spaceships from the demigod tribe were on patrol. They were not there so much to ensure the safety of the celebration, but rather to welcome the guests that were arriving. All the guests in Luo Supremacy were considered domineering figures, so any troublemakers would basically be courting death. Machine Empire. Lord Black Shenzi is here. A voice resonated by a special array formation echoed throughout the void. Tens of thousands of young ladies from the demigod tribe began to play music with their respective instruments while platoons of soldiers clad in white uniforms saluted with blades and swords in their hands. Black Shenzi didn't have a large physique, but the atmosphere created made him feel like he was a lofty figure. He was the one that possessed the most authority below the Machine Empire's supremacies. These credentials alone were enough to make the smaller forces that had come to the celebration bow in respect. While Black Shenzi emerged from the crowd, Dahai Saint also walked forward with a wide smile. Although their status was similar, in the Divine Union, Dahai Saint's prestige was without a doubt much higher than Black Shenzi's. Hence, some of those smaller tribes were looking at Black Shenzi in both fear and admiration. Black Shenzi did not react to these stares of admiration. After exchanging greetings with Dahai Saint, both of them entered Luo sky. The arrangement was already completed. There was no use saying anything now. Success and failure wouldn't be decided by them. The heads of the Purgatory, the Bug race, and all the elites that came from all directions were pouring into Luo sky like a torrential river. The martialists from smaller tribes that were barred from entering Luo sky were disgruntled. However, they didn't dare voice their discontent while facing the big figures that entered through the VIP entrance. Of course, some of the youngsters from the other tribes that were brought along to gain knowledge and experience began to understand that things in the world changed rapidly and anyone could flourish or decline easily. A thunderous roar echoed through the void as a huge chariot pulled by 9 dragons suddenly emerged from the sky. When the 9 dragons appeared, the demigod tribe martialists in charge of welcoming guests had unsightly expressions on their faces. The suppressive might exuded from the 9 dragons was extremely overbearing. This is the arrival of the celestial domain grade demigod martialist was about to speak before someone interrupted him. Yunyang Supremacy has graced the event with his presence. It's an honor for the demigod tribe to welcome Yunyang Supremacy. Dahai Saint, who was dressed for the occasion, hurriedly rushed towards the entrance, which was 1,000 miles away, and bowed respectfully before the 9-dragon chariot. Luo Yunyang had arrived. Although Dahai Saint wanted to appear calm, his eyes gave away a hint of excitement. Luo Yunyang stepped out of the chariot upon landing. The chariot had been prepared during the human tribe's meeting 10 years ago to act as Luo Yunyang's personal vehicle. This time, it was finally put to use. All 9 dragons had a celestial domain-grade cultivation base. If the human tribe hadn't improved by breaking the gene seals, it wouldn't have been easy for them to capture those dragons. I'm here. Are you delighted? Luo Yunyang eyed Dahai Saint as he spoke dully. Dahai Saint glanced at the domineering Luo Yunyang with a hint of fear in his eyes. When Dahai Saint had first heard of Luo Yunyang's name, Luo Yunyang had only been a puny ant within the human tribe. Although he'd had the support of the celestial world supremacy, Dahai Saint still hadn't considered him important. However, Dahai Saint had always tolerated Luo Yunyang's actions because he didn't want to offend the celestial world supremacy. He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would be standing over everyone after just a few centuries. Now, the demigod tribe had made every effort just to remove the looming threat of Luo Yunyang. Dahai Saint trembled lightly when Luo Yunyang spoke. The first thought that came to his mind was that maybe Luo Yunyang had heard something or had deduced that something was going to happen. Although he was making wild guesses in his mind, he still replied almost naturally, Yunyang Supremacy is an elder of the Divine Union and the first supremacy of the human tribe. It's the demigod tribe's pleasure to receive you. Naturally, I am delighted to see you. Luo Yunyang glanced at the sincere-looking Dahai Saint and sneered in secret. He had long ago guessed the plan that Dahai Saint was hiding. Do you truly mean what you're saying? Luo Yunyang said casually. Of course. In my opinion, every supremacy is my senior, so I must treat them all with the greatest reverence. Dahai Saint was feeling slightly panicky, yet he still remained calm on the surface. Luo Yunyang just smiled gently at Dahai Saint, who was spewing all this nonsense, before entering Shenluo Sky under the thundering welcoming cheers of the crowd. Dahai Saint was elated when he saw Luo Yunyang enter Shenluo Sky. Once Luo Yunyang entered Shenluo Sky, things would no longer be up to him. While Dahai Saint was delighted inwardly, news of Luo Yunyang entering Shenluo Sky spread like wildfire. Of course, the people that heard the news were well respected in their tribes and were only concerned about Luo Yunyang's movements. After Luo Yunyang entered Shenluo Sky, servants started leading the way. Luo Yunyang soon arrived in a massive palace hall that glowed with white brilliance. Your presence brings light to the demigod tribe's humble dwellings, Yunyang Supremacy, Tianluo Supremacy said with a grin. Although Tianluo Supremacy was a woman, her status in the demigod tribe was not inferior to Shenluo Supremacy's status at all. However, she was currently smiling politely, as if she wasn't an imposing supremacy but a hostess welcoming an honored guest. You're too polite, Luo Yunyang replied as he glanced calmly at her. Tianluo Supremacy eyed Luo Yunyang before gesturing with her hands. Yunyang Supremacy, this way, please. There were only a few guests in the hall when Luo Yunyang entered. However, he was familiar with most of them. He saw Ignorant Supremacy from the Machine Empire, Nanlai Supremacy from Qingliao tribe, and a queen from the Bug race. The few of them stopped talking among themselves when they saw Luo Yunyang entering the hall. Shenluo Supremacy was seated at the end of the huge hall. Yunyang Supremacy, it's my honor that you graced my birthday celebration with your presence. However, before we begin, there's something I would like to discuss with you, Shenluo Supremacy said in a serious tone. Upon saying that, he glanced at Nanlai Supremacy. Nanlai Supremacy, who was at a loss, eventually stood up and said, Yunyang Supremacy, we have discussed among ourselves and we think that the human tribe's population is becoming too high. It is threatening the survival of other tribes. Hence, we hope that Yunyang Supremacy can take the initiative to reduce the human tribe's numbers. Reducing the size of the human tribe was akin to controlling the human tribe's power. Luo Yunyang, who had come prepared, chuckled. So how high do you think the human tribe's population should be, Nanlai Supremacy? It was impossible for Nanlai Supremacy to get out of the predicament he was in. Hence, he could only grit his teeth and push on. We've discussed and reached a conclusion. We think that the number of the human tribe shouldn't exceed 1 billion. The surrounding air turned cold and silent when Nanlai Supremacy said this number. 1 billion sounded like a large number. However, the human tribe already exceeded that number. There were at least trillions of humans. Even though the human tribe was guarded by Luo Yunyang and would still be a formidable force even if it reduced its number to 1 billion, the threat it posed to the demigod tribe and the other factions would be greatly reduced. Nanlai Supremacy, my tribe has a big population. It is very difficult for me to reduce it to 1 billion. Do you have any better options? Although Luo Yunyang's voice was calm, it was laced with a slight hint of killing intent. Nanlai Supremacy could sense this looming killing intent. The other people present felt the same. Shenluo Supremacy did not respond, yet a wave of boundless intent moved over to envelop Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, the Machine Empire can help you with that. Ignorant Supremacy spoke. This time, we'll achieve our objective even if great sacrifices need to be made. After saying that, Ignorant Supremacy added firmly, we have arranged places for elites within our own internal universes. You can do as you please when it comes to other aspects. The battle between Luo Yunyang and Weiluo Supremacy had caused the demigod tribe to lose a great deal of territory. It was precisely Luo Yunyang's ferocious attacks that had made the demigod tribe surrender. However, Ignorant Supremacy was now implying that the same method would no longer be useful in dealing with them. Luo Yunyang sneered when he heard that. I'm actually here to discuss something with all of you as well. Oh, what do you want to discuss? Shenluo Supremacy asked. I think that our void is too small. There's endless battling everywhere that disrupts the order and peace of our void. Everyone, why not become my subordinates and live peacefully with one another? Wouldn't it be better this way? Luo Yunyang chuckled. Chapter 755. Crushing four factions. The first thought that entered Luo Supremacy's mind was that Luo Yunyang must have gone crazy. He wouldn't dare say such words to all of them if he were sane. Dominating the divine union and consolidating everyone under him was an utterly unrealistic scenario. Did he not know that everyone acted against him, not because of his present strength, but because his potential was too great to ignore? Luo Yunyang, seems like you're hell-bent on swallowing us up, Ignorant Supremacy said indifferently. You can put it this way. Luo Yunyang glanced at Ignorant Supremacy in disdain. Everyone is here today to make a move on me, right? Instead of letting everyone worry, it's better that I take the initiative. Am I not right? Nanlai Supremacy and the rest were completely silent. Nanlai Supremacy had been leading the way to pressure Luo Yunyang, forcing Luo Yunyang to fight when he had no other choice before finally killing him. All this had been part of their plan. However, now, Luo Yunyang, aren't you very confident about this? The Blood Lotus Supremacy emerged from the far end of the hall. However, his face stiffened when he saw Luo Yunyang. He felt a feeling of incomparable familiarity coming from Luo Yunyang's body, which was something he shouldn't even have. You actually. The Blood Lotus Supremacy glared at Luo Yunyang as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Luo Yunyang eyed the Blood Lotus Supremacy and casually said, I'm simply recycling waste material. You must die. The Blood Lotus Supremacy snorted coldly. This time, I'll kill you even if I must destroy the entire void. You people are far from capable of doing so anytime soon. Luo Yunyang stood up suddenly and a grand aura erupted from his body. The power of the heavenly venerate true body, the chaotic four-origin beast, and his own body converged as one, instantly alleviating all his attributes to greater heights. The power attributes of the Blood Lotus Supremacy and the others were only 1 yuan. Nanlai Supremacy's power attribute didn't even possess 1 yuan. Under this enormous pressure, every supremacy present gritted their teeth. Even though they had the numbers, they were still inferior to Luo Yunyang. By relying on the attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang's power attribute had doubled. However, their combined power attributes were still incomparable. In particular, the Blood Lotus Supremacy, who seemed to have the same roots as Luo Yunyang, felt an urge to surrender when Luo Yunyang exuded this might. Kill. The Blood Lotus Supremacy couldn't accept being suppressed. Thus, he roared in rage and brandished his arms, conjuring blade shadows formed by nomological laws that cleaved towards Luo Yunyang viciously. A Supremacy's full force attack could decimate an entire galaxy. Now, the Blood Lotus Supremacy's seemingly crushing force was congregated in a blade shadow. If the power within the blade shadow erupted, the attacking strength would be unimaginable. Luo Yunyang remained as cool as a cat while facing the Blood Lotus Supremacy's attack. It actually seemed as though he was simply oblivious to the attack. The Blood Lotus Supremacy was puzzled. As a Supremacy, he had a lot of battle experience. Usually, under these circumstances, the opponent would either be worried about something or start gathering power to make an attack. There were no misgivings between the two of them. Hence, Luo Yunyang had to be gathering power for a devastating strike. However, the Blood Lotus Supremacy wouldn't retreat given his status. Hence, while treading a little more carefully, the Blood Lotus Supremacy increased the intensity of his blade shadow to its maximum might. Boom! The blade shadow produced an ear-piercing screech when it landed on Luo Yunyang's body. Meanwhile, the Blood Lotus Supremacy backed away rapidly after unleashing the blade shadow. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The Blood Lotus Supremacy backed away extremely swiftly and reached Ignorant Supremacy in the blink of an eye. His expression turned unsightly as he saw the seemingly unhurt Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang did not pursue him. He just remained unmoving, allowing the Blood Lotus Supremacy to attack him as much as he wanted. However, his ferocious attack wasn't enough to break Luo Yunyang's defense. How was that possible? Confusion filled the Blood Lotus Supremacy's mind, making him look way more solemn. Shenluo Supremacy and Tianluo Supremacy had unsightly looks on their faces too. They knew that Luo Yunyang was going to be a tough nut to crack after analyzing him before they attacked. However, Luo Yunyang was now behaving in an unexpected manner that scared them. The more he behaved like this, the firmer their resolve to kill Luo Yunyang became. As a mighty supremacy, each of them was a domineering figure in their own right. Thus, they would never allow someone that could suppress them to exist. Luo Yunyang, I never thought that you would choose this route. However, our 4 great factions have dominated this void for eons. Do you think that we do not have similar means to suppress this cosmos as well? Luo Supremacy turned towards Ignorant Supremacy and the others before exclaiming, "Let's begin." Ignorant Supremacy nodded his head and brandished his arms to conjure an ancient mirror from the void. This ancient mirror, which was only a foot wide, was also cracked at the corners. However, when the ancient mirror appeared, Luo Yunyang immediately sensed a destructive energy pouring out of it. The Queen Supremacy from the bug race also moved, releasing a long ear-piercing shriek. A small white bug flew forth from the Queen Supremacy's storage bracelet. The seemingly harmless flying bug revolved around the Queen Supremacy like a toy. Meanwhile, an armor that looked like it was assembled from fragments had appeared on the Blood Lotus Supremacy's body. When the Blood Lotus Supremacy was encased in the armor, it seemed as though his whole appearance had changed completely. He was as towering as a mountain and as profound as the abyss. Although he hadn't made his move, the destructive intent exuded by him made everyone present shiver in fear. Go! The Queen Supremacy made a low buzzing noise before sending the tiny white bug toward Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't underestimate the tiny bug. After all, this was the trump card of a supremacy, so it definitely wouldn't be anything ordinary. The white bug, which was very fast, did not react when Luo Yunyang probed it with an attack. It seemed as if the attack hadn't struck it at all. Great Titan Mark. Luo Yunyang executed the Great Titan Mark instantly. Although this clone wasn't Luo Yunyang's true body, the might of the Great Titan Mark remained as majestic as ever after he utilized the attribute regulator to adjust his attributes. The mighty Great Titan Mark landed heavily on the small white bug, yet it merely swayed in the void slightly before hurtling towards Luo Yunyang again. Luo Yunyang, this is the bug race's most valuable treasure, the Duya true bug. Even a supremacy like you will not be able to harm it at all. The Queen Supremacy sounded very pleased with herself as she added, "It is good fortune to die in the mouth of the Duya true bug." As the Queen Supremacy was going on about her trump card, the Blood Lotus Supremacy was also making his way towards Luo Yunyang. Clad in his armor as he was, his attacks contained a boundless blood light that seemed capable of sweeping aside everything before him. Luo Yunyang, whose cultivation base had more than doubled, was observing the Duya true bug closely and also paying attention to the Blood Lotus Supremacy's movements. The Blood Lotus Supremacy's execution was both furious and intense, and his powers were rising constantly. As he faced the Duya true bug's pursuit and the Blood Lotus Supremacy's interception, Luo Yunyang executed the life-death resounding fate immediately. When this sound echoed, the white bug froze for a moment. Capitalizing on this, Luo Yunyang brandished his arms, sending a Great Titan Mark that transformed into the Mahakashapa Titan Mark toward the Blood Lotus Supremacy. Boom! Blood light and purple radiance exploded in the void at this collision and Luo Yunyang stumbled 5 steps backwards. Meanwhile, the Blood Lotus Supremacy, who was clad in his armor, was pushed back 3 steps. However, the Blood Lotus Supremacy's expression was even more shocked than Luo Yunyang's. He knew his armor inside out, yet he only managed to obtain a slight advantage after donning it. Luo Yunyang, die! A figure emerged from the back of the hall suddenly. When it emerged, a terrifying massive intent started to descend on Luo Yunyang. The figure was a demigod tribe elder that Luo Yunyang did not know. However, his cultivation base was at the supremacy level. The elder's body was wrapped in white brilliance, so Luo Yunyang was certain that he was in some sort of special state. When he moved his palms downwards to suppress Luo Yunyang actually felt paralyzed by this suppression for a moment. At the same time, Ignorant Supremacy gently pointed his finger forward and the ancient mirror that had been looming overhead suddenly shot out a beam of light. The light beam swept across, turning everything it passed into dust. The demigod elder that was suppressing Luo Yunyang wanted to evade it but couldn't do so in time. The light beam swept through Luo Yunyang's body as well. In an instant, Luo Yunyang's body was shattered into fragments. Chapter 756. With the divine pestle, my body is eternal. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang's body get pierced, the several supremacies weren't relieved. On the contrary, they expressed a hint of fear. It's a clone indeed. Ignorant Supremacy stared at the body that had dissipated with a sigh. Luo Yunyang had the ability to create a clone of himself, so those present weren't stupid. This was to be expected. However, they had never expected a mere clone to have such great power. Wanluo Supremacy, whose body emitted a white power, said indifferently, "Since things have turned out this way, the only way for all 4 of us to survive is to completely kill this person." As he spoke, he waved his hands and appeared in the boundless expanse of space. He gazed piercingly into the distance and endless sword light flew towards the celestial domain, where the human tribe was. These pure white swords were extremely sharp, so the stars shattered wherever they went. It was like a flood of torrents, really grandiose and difficult to hold back. Upon seeing Luo Supremacy take the initiative, Luo Supremacy and the others did not hesitate either. They moved their arms and vast power took various forms, shooting through the endless space. Outside Luo's sky, some of the warriors who were prepared to attend Luo Supremacy's birthday celebration watched this mighty scene via the virtual realm. They had only wanted to participate in a joyous occasion. They had never expected that the joyous occasion would turn into a battlefield. The mighty storm that swept through the void sent chills down many people's spines. Fortunately, this storm was not directed at them. If their own tribe was targeted, the result would be obvious. No, an inexperienced young man who seemed to have come out with his elders to gain knowledge and experience pleaded. As he said this, a huge planet that had already been swept away by the endless white sword light was instantly turned into ashes. The youth had an unwilling, furious expression on his face. He was familiar with that planet. Although he was separated by the virtual world, he knew that this was where he had been born and raised. He had become a talented person within his tribe and thought that he would one day be able to return home. However, he had not expected that the planet where he had been born would turn into dust before he could realize this dream. The boy's heart felt like it had been stabbed with a knife. Just as he was about to vent his feelings, a palm covered his mouth, rendering him unable to make a sound. "Do you want to get us killed?" The young man was dragged into a corner by his master, a man with a rigid face and small black horns growing on his head. The boy's voice contained a hint of sorrow. "Master, my home, my..." Without letting the boy finish, his master said, "Shut up. Don't even talk about yourself. Some tribes were totally exterminated. So what? Now isn't the time for you to throw a tantrum. If you dare to say one more sentence, I'll kill you." The master uttered the words, "I'll kill you," resolutely, without any hesitation. The youth trembled as he heard his master's words. He was quite favored by his master, so he understood his master's meaning very well. If his master really said that he would kill him, then he would really die if he still showed no sense of propriety. However, the teenager did not notice that his master had a pained look in his eyes after turning away. Although this pain was quickly covered up, it still hurt badly. Even though he was angry, the youth's eyes were also filled with fear as he watched the entire galaxy get lit up by sword light. He realized that there was no way of resisting this devastating power. He could only be in awe of it. Just as the young man clenched his fists tightly, he saw a figure appear on the scene of that boundless sword light. This figure waved his hand gently at the endless sword light. This sword light had destroyed countless stars, yet it instantly disappeared with a single wave. How was this possible? The young man stared closely at this person. There was a flash of intent in his eyes. If he could be accepted as a disciple by this person, then his hatred and vengeance. "It's Yunyang supremacy," someone whispered. Although this voice was deliberately suppressed, the admiration welling from his heart could not be hidden. The youths of small tribes considered Yunyang supremacy their idol. They looked up to him and hoped to become him in their lives. With his own strength, he had led a small tribe in the Milky Way to becoming the second largest tribe of the Divine Union. Who could beat this feat? "Luo Yunyang, you've finally appeared. Today, the human tribe will die. You'll have to die." As Luo Supremacy spoke, a third eye appeared between his eyebrows and a pale white ray of light shot over at Luo Yunyang. The moment Luo Supremacy made this move, the Blood Lotus Supremacy slashed a hole in the void and instantly reached Luo Yunyang's side before throwing a punch. Instead he threw this punch, it seemed like 1,000 blood dragons were roaring within the fist mark of the Blood Lotus Supremacy, which eventually gathered into a scarlet mark. The Duya True Bug appeared silently behind Luo Yunyang the moment he emerged. The only thing that didn't move was the ancient mirror manipulated by ignorant supremacy. Although this mirror didn't move, it remained a huge deterrent. When the Duya True Bug got close to Luo Yunyang, a divine pestle appeared in Luo Yunyang's hand. The divine pestle was brandished lightly, smashing at the body of the Duya True Bug. The Duya True Bug froze in midair as if nothing had changed. However, the Blood Lotus Supremacy's divine blood light mark and Luo Supremacy's strange sword light were already close to Luo Yunyang. Boom! Like thunder, the the blood-colored light mark smashed heavily against Luo Yunyang's body, instantly creating cracks. Meanwhile, Tianluo Supremacy's sword light left a fist-sized hole in Luo Yunyang's shoulder. This tragic situation occurred so fast that it surprised Tianluo Supremacy and the others. However, they also felt that what was happening was normal. Although Luo Yunyang was very strong, they were using 4 prohibited powers. Die! The Blood Lotus Supremacy, who hated Luo Yunyang the most, shouted. He was ready to take advantage of Luo Yunyang's injury and end the battle right away. When the Blood Lotus Supremacy struck, Wanluo Supremacy did not hesitate either. His hands were once again pointed at his own forehead as 2 sword lights slashed at Luo Yunyang. While he faced this strong alliance, Luo Yunyang seemed to be dealing with a crisis. However, just after their attack was delivered, Luo Yunyang, who was holding the divine pestle, suddenly took a step forward. Although this step wasn't very wide, Luo Yunyang's injuries had already recovered by then. The Blood Lotus Supremacy had a grave look on his face when he saw that Luo Yunyang had returned to his earlier state. He could sense that Luo Yunyang's recovery wasn't just superficial. Luo Yunyang was currently at his peak both in spirit and mind. Take this too. Luo Yunyang's voice was mild, but the divine pestle did not stop at all. Instead, it pounded at the Blood Lotus Supremacy. The Blood Lotus Supremacy's attack and Luo Yunyang's eternal divine pestle clashed in the void. The Blood Lotus Supremacy was not too worried about his defense. After all, he was wearing the Purgatory's most valued treasure, the divine armor. Even if a Supremacy attacked, this divine armor would block most of the attack. However, the moment the eternal divine pestle came crashing down, he unexpectedly felt his hands, which were in contact with the eternal divine pestle, blow up. Then, a crack appeared on his armor. Although the crack was tiny, it made the Blood Lotus Supremacy's heart ache. This set of divine armor was what gave the Purgatory confidence. Every little crack that appeared was a step closer to destruction for the armor. While Luo Yunyang attacked the Blood Lotus Supremacy with his full force, Wanluo Supremacy's 2 sword lights hit Luo Yunyang's body. Luo Yunyang's arm was even sliced open in half. Luo Yunyang seemed to be in a more difficult position now. However, when Wanluo Supremacy once again tried to use the sword light between his eyebrows, Luo Yunyang took another step forward. His injuries were completely restored after he took this step. Crack! The moment Luo Yunyang took that step, the Duya True Bug was hit by Luo Yunyang and shattered into pieces in the void. Countless spots of light that looked like the most beautiful of fireworks were sprinkled in all directions. No, the Queen Supremacy's voice was filled with fear. Her originally beautiful appearance became as sinister as a malevolent spirit's. With this loud cry, the Queen Supremacy rushed towards Luo Yunyang frantically. However, as her silhouette was approaching Luo Yunyang's body appeared eerily beside her. Without giving her a chance to fight back, Luo Yunyang smashed the eternal divine pestle into the Queen Supremacy's head. Boom! The body of one of the 3 supremacies of the bug race, who had been dominating for many years, was shattered by the bombardment of the eternal divine pestle. The Blood Lotus Supremacy and the others were not that shocked by the Queen Supremacy's shattered body. After all, a supremacy would not die as long as there was still a trace of vitality. However, when they gradually couldn't sense the Queen Supremacy's breath, a frightening speculation filled their hearts. The Queen Supremacy had fallen. Although she was only one person, the Queen Supremacy, who had conspired with them, had been killed by Luo Yunyang's divine pestle. How was this possible? Chapter 757. Far reaches of space. The Queen Supremacy had fallen. The endless star domains of the bug race seemed to have sensed the fact that one of their Queen Supremacies had fallen. Momentarily, all these star domains entered a state of extreme fear and anger. Blood fell from the sky as if heaven was crying, and springs sprouted from the ground as if the earth was crying. The wind raged on and thunder roared, while the suns and moons were dull and devoid of light. The 2 other Queen Supremacies of the bug race were looking at Luo Yunyang fearfully. They were very aware of their comrade's strength and the exceptional strength Luo Yunyang had to possess to make her chill them to the bone. The Blood Lotus Supremacy and the other supremacies were very afraid as well. Their plan this time had been to kill Luo Yunyang. However, they had never expected a comrade to die after they were unable to kill him. As first-stage supremacies, their cultivation bases were mostly similar, so if that Queen Supremacy could die, the same fate could befall them too. Their attention was shifted onto the eternal divine pestle in Luo Yunyang's hands. Although they only became aware of the eternal divine pestle when Luo Yunyang started to use it, it was only now that they realized its prowess. How did you kill the Queen Supremacy? Shenluo Supremacy asked with a slightly trembling voice. Luo Yunyang wasn't surprised that the eternal divine pestle had killed the Queen Supremacy, even if the Queen Supremacy had escaped the flow of time and wouldn't perish for eternity. However, as the top-notch sect treasure of the Three-Era Supreme Sect, the eternal divine pestle possessed gargantuan amounts of power. Not only could the wielder receive the support of an extinguishable eternity from the eternal divine pestle, but those that were killed by it would have their past erased by the eternal divine pestle. It could be said that the eternal divine pestle and the three other treasures were the true hidden pillars of the Three-Era Supreme Sect. However, the rules of the sect stated that only the sect masters could wield the three treasures. Murderers will get what they deserve. Luo Yunyang held the eternal divine pestle firmly in his hands and said indifferently, I can give you all another chance. Everyone's face stiffened when they heard this. If the Queen Supremacy had not died, they would have thought that Luo Yunyang was just spewing nonsense. However, they could now feel that Luo Yunyang had the means to back his words. Everyone, now that things have come to this, let's not pretend any longer, Shenluo Supremacy told Ignorant Supremacy and the two other Queen Supremacies that had appeared through a tear in the void. I'm afraid we'll end up having to hide in a corner if we continue to cower. With that, Shenluo Supremacy shifted his attention to the two Queen Supremacies that had just arrived. He was clearly saying all this to the two of them. The two Queen Supremacies had a cold glint in their eyes, yet it was impossible to guess what they were thinking. Just as Shenluo Supremacy completed his sentence, Wanluo Supremacy, who was flickering with a white brilliance, drew out an object that resembled a shattered stone. Tianluo Supremacy hesitated for a moment before taking out a similar stone. Meanwhile, a sword had appeared in Shenluo Supremacy's hand. The moment the three Supremacies took action, Luo Yunyang was already hurtling towards Tianluo Supremacy. Although Luo Yunyang did not know what sort of hidden trump cards those were, he felt that the best course of action was to prevent the demigod tribe Supremacies from using them. Luo Yunyang's speed had reached a terrifying state. Thus, he arrived before Tianluo Supremacy could react. With the eternal divine pestle in his hands, he thrust heavily towards Tianluo Supremacy. Tianluo Supremacy would definitely suffer a serious injury if the strike of the pestle made contact with him. However, right before it hit, a faint white radiance suddenly emanated from Tianluo Supremacy's body. Although the white radiance was very peculiar, it managed to stop Luo Yunyang's eternal divine pestle in the blink of an eye. Boom! Momentarily, Luo Yunyang's power increased again and he shattered the white radiance. However, at the same moment, Tianluo Supremacy started backing off rapidly. Boom! 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 Beams of light shot out of the ancient mirror controlled by Ignorant Supremacy and targeted Luo Yunyang. Although the light beams caused little harm to Luo Yunyang, who was utilizing an extinguishable eternity, they were still able to slightly delay Luo Yunyang's pursuit. Summon the demonic intent that is asleep in the endless galaxy with my blood. The Blood Lotus Supremacy bellowed mightily. Trails of bloody streams gushed from the Blood Lotus Supremacy's surroundings and gathered around him as he chanted. These bloody streams came pouring in from barren hills, wild rivers, and wells in the city. Some even came from the bodies of the Purgatory Martialists. Now, all the Supremacies have executed their ultimate moves. Luo Yunyang will never escape his fate, no matter how great he is. A 10-meter tall man whose body was covered in black demonic inscription told his comrade confidently. His partner, who was watching the virtual projection, replied, Luo Yunyang used to be a small figure. He must have obtained exceptional treasures in order to rise to the top. If I could obtain the treasures in his hands, that would be. Before his comrade could complete his sentence, he turned rigid. His body shattered instantly and a trail of scarlet blood light shot out of his body towards the void. The towering man with the demonic inscriptions on his body watched the blood light fearfully. The Blood Lotus Supremacy's ultimate move and the blood light that shot out of his partner's body signified that there was also a latent demonic intent within that body. A terrifying sensation crept into that person's mind as he remembered that his comrade's cultivation was still inferior to his. If demonic intent was present in his partner's body, then what about his? Just as the man became terrified and tried to shut his communication device, uncontrollable energy suddenly erupted from his body. Brilliant streaks of blood shot straight through the skies. The two remaining Queen Supremacies of the bug race exchanged glances before grabbing each other's hands tightly. A mysterious light suddenly shot out from their surroundings and a huge queen hive appeared in an instant. The black queen hive seemed like a shadow, yet black radiance began to congregate as soon as this queen hive appeared. Although ignorant supremacy was constantly utilizing his ancient mirror to attack Luo Yunyang, his eyes also turned bloodshot when he saw the queen hive appear. Upon seeing that Luo Yunyang was approaching, ignorant supremacy suddenly threw his mirror at Luo Yunyang before hurriedly retreating. While the ancient mirror wasn't the Machine Empire's final trump card, it was considered a precious treasure by the Machine Empire, as it had been heavily utilized at such critical junctures. Luo Yunyang did not hesitate at all. While facing the ancient mirror that shot at him like an arrow, he wielded the eternal divine pestle in his hand and smashed it against the ancient mirror. The mirror shattered instantly. Meanwhile, a figure with the body of a demigod tribesman that was thousands of meters tall appeared in the void. His eyes flickered with a look of superiority. Celestial true body. It's really the celestial true body. I always thought that the celestial true body was only a myth. The demigod tribe can summon the celestial true body indeed. A demigod tribe martialist exclaimed frantically. He wasn't the only one. Practically the entire demigod tribe was getting worked up. Although they knew that their celestial ancestor lay in slumber in the depths of space, they had started to feel that this myth was nothing but a hoax. After all, they had never seen the celestial's true form. However, they had finally seen the celestial true body. The celestial ancestor that came had been awakened from the depths of space. You people shouldn't have woken me up right now. The celestial, who was thousands of meters tall, reprimanded them. Although his voice was gentle, when it echoed, it seemed as if almost everyone in the void could hear it. Ancestor, this man is too threatening to the demigod tribe. Please assist us in slaying him. Shenluo Supremacy was kneeling on the ground while imploring with reverence. The Blood Lotus Supremacy interrupted before Shenluo Supremacy could continue. Old fart, I thought you were destroyed in the far reaches of space. I never expected you to still be alive. The Blood Lotus Supremacy's tone was barbaric, and the person he was speaking to was the mighty Celestial. Ha ha, how can I die when you're still alive? The Celestial's attention shifted to the queen hive hanging in the sky before he looked at ignorant Supremacy, who was creating a formation array with the other supremacies from the Machine Empire. Finally, he turned to look at Luo Yunyang and commented, "You must be exceptional if these young ones summoned me. Still, you'll have to die." The Celestial brandished his arms while speaking, and a massive wave of energy was sent towards Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's expression turned grave when he saw the emergence of the Celestial. However, when he activated his attribute regulator to take a look at his opponent, his worry turned into confidence right away. How dare a wild lonely soul show off in front of me? After saying that, Luo Yunyang directly blasted a punch towards the fist of the Celestial. Great Radiance Technique, 6 Divine Fist Technique. When the punch was sent out, 2 intense lights collided vigorously in the void. Meanwhile, the being that occupied the Blood Lotus Supremacy's main body did not make a move. Instead, it kept observing excitedly. Chapter 758, Attribute Adjustment, A Battle Between Life and Death. Boom. The violent crash shook the vast space while the closest galaxy trembled tremendously. Some galaxies even began to show signs of cracking. The scene, however, was ignored by the human tribe and the demigod tribe, which were instead staring closely at the image in the virtual realm. A struggle to the death. This was someone's review on the Sky Vision. Although this person's reviews weren't well received usually, this time, many people agreed with him. For both the human tribe and demigod tribe, this was a battle of life and death. However, the two tribes reacted differently to it. Amongst the human tribe, most people were afraid of this fight, yet they also looked forward to it eagerly. However, things were vastly different in the demigod tribe. Most of its members couldn't accept the truth. The demigod tribe had all along been the dominating force of the Divine Union, so it had been able to control the fate of all the other large tribes. They had never imagined that the puny human tribe would actually one day force the demigod tribe into such a situation. How could they accept this? However, no matter what, they had to face reality. The cracking sound of metal rang in the ears of the crowd before the huge figure of the Celestial took 9 steps back. The Celestial was retreating. How could it be? The demigod tribe elites found this unbelievable, and the supremacies that surrounded Luo Yunyang didn't think it was possible. While they knew that Luo Yunyang's cultivation base exceeded theirs, they were also certain that Luo Yunyang wouldn't be a match for the Celestial. However, The head-on crash of Luo Yunyang and the celestial had put the celestial being at a disadvantage. Every step taken caused a tear to appear in the void. After 9 steps, 9 different ruptures had appeared. The people watching the battle through the sky vision could even see the surging space turbulence caused by these ruptures, as well as the frenzied collision of the energy in it. If our great celestial couldn't endure this massive collision force, then Luo Yunyang must have turned into ashes, a demigod tribe martialist commented on the sky vision in a bid to save the celestial's reputation. The comment received support from many demigod martialists immediately. However, most people were looking at Luo Yunyang's position. The collision force had caused a massive dust cloud to shroud Luo Yunyang, so no one could see his figure clearly. As many people were watching the dust cloud in anticipation, the now blood-red Blood Lotus Supremacy muttered, "What a disgrace. To think that you, an elite from the celestial tribe, were still beaten by a mere mortal." This sentence made everyone realize that the celestial was the one who had suffered a setback during the clash. The celestial body, who stood in the void, remained expressionless. "My strength has already weakened greatly. However, you are not his match either," the celestial lamented. Following what the celestial said, the dust cloud shrouding Luo Yunyang dissipated, giving everyone a clear view of what had happened. During the clash, Luo Yunyang had only been pushed back 3 steps. The difference between 3 and 9 steps could be imagined easily. Die! The Blood Lotus Supremacy bellowed as he cleaved his blade at Luo Yunyang while the demonic intent summoned by him took over his mind. The blood-red long blade swept across the sky, heading towards Luo Yunyang's nape. Luo Yunyang did not retreat at all while facing the seemingly berserk blade. Instead, he lifted the eternal divine pestle in his hand and an illusion of the pestle that was thousands of miles long suddenly appeared to meet the blade light. In seconds, the illusion of the eternal divine pestle collided with the blade light and the blade light swiftly shattered in the void. The Blood Lotus Supremacy did not launch another attack against Luo Yunyang immediately. Instead, he quickly retreated to the celestial side. "Seems like I found a match. I would have been able to take him down in my prime. However, I think the 4 factions should join forces and take him down together now." "All right," the huge celestial agreed to this suggestion. After acknowledging it, his physical body shrank quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had become as big as a normal demigod martialist. However, after shrinking in size, his body became much more condensed as well. At the same time, a huge looming figure that resembled a spider with the face of a queen supremacy gradually moved out of the queen hive. Many people felt really terrified when it emerged. The humongous spider-like object shot a glance at the celestial and the Blood Lotus Supremacy but did not say a word. However, it felt like it had sealed the space around itself when it appeared. Boom! 9 golden pyramids tore the void apart and arrived above ignorant supremacy. Each of the pyramids was many miles tall and covered in weird, peculiar inscriptions. Those inscriptions were absorbing the surrounding essence from the air, causing some nearby planets to even wither from this absorption. Life and death will be decided by one move. The celestial looked at Luo Yunyang and said, "I only have an hour. This void will belong to you if you survive. If you fail, you will die." Luo Yunyang wasn't paying attention to the celestial. Instead, he was looking at the 9 humongous golden pyramids. His consciousness told him that the 9 pyramids were the biggest threat to him. Hence, Luo Yunyang did not wait for the celestial and the Blood Lotus Supremacy to make their move. He lifted the eternal divine pestle in his hands again to smash at one of the golden pyramids. The 9 golden pyramids lit up together at once and a light shield immediately rose in the void to cover all 9 of the golden pyramids. When the eternal divine pestle landed heavily on the light shield, a crack started to appear on the shield. Luo Yunyang's expression turned grave when he realized that the light shield had actually survived a strike from his eternal divine pestle. However, just as he was about to smash the light shield again with his pestle, the celestial dashed towards him. The celestial, who could destroy galaxies with one palm, did not use his destructive powers for the time being. Instead, a long pike appeared in his hands. The dazzling pike light looked like falling stars illuminating the void. The Blood Lotus Supremacy, who was controlled by the demonic intent, wielded twin blades in his hands, the surging blade light transforming into streaks of blood in the void. Although he looked rather contradictory to the celestial, both of them were so well coordinated that they seemed flawless. Whoosh, shoosh, shoosh. The spider-like beast from the bug race shot an ink-like thread out of its mouth and enveloped Luo Yunyang's surroundings. It was weaving a web that could envelop Luo Yunyang completely. Although it didn't pose much of a threat for now, once the web was completed, it would be more threatening than the 9 golden pyramids. Luo Yunyang immediately made a decision. He hastily turned on his attribute regulator, surprised to find that the heavenly venerate true body, the chaotic four-origin beast, and his own attributes were lined up side by side. He did not release his heavenly venerate true body and chaotic four-origin beast clones. Instead, he took all their attribute points and added them to his own. Luo Yunyang. Power, 1.7 Speed, 1.5 Constitution, 1.6 Mind, 1 Bloodline, 0.21 Heavenly Venerate True Body. Power, 1.1 Speed, 1.2 Mind, 0.8 Constitution, 0.9 Chaotic 4 Origin Beast. Power, 0.7 Speed, 0.5 Mind, 0.4 Constitution, 0.9. It didn't just end there. After adding the attributes of his clones, he also transferred all the original attributes in his body to his power attribute. Instantly, Luo Yunyang's power attribute became a terrifying 7 yuan and 50 fen. As for his speed and other attributes, they were supplemented by the attributes of the heavenly venerate true body and the chaotic 4 origin beast. Hence, instead of weakening, they also increased a lot. Life and death. After completing all these adjustments, Luo Yunyang executed his life-death resounding fate against the impending attack. Although it only consisted of 2 words, the might of this move was enough to freeze the celestial for a moment. At the same moment, Luo Yunyang brandished his eternal divine pestle again, causing countless divine mountains to appear behind him. An illusion of the eternal divine lord even appeared directly behind Luo Yunyang. Boom! The eternal divine lord behind Luo Yunyang mimicked Luo Yunyang's brandishing motion of the eternal divine pestle as they smashed towards the 9 golden pyramids together. A deafening explosion ensued while the light shield covering the 9 golden pyramids shattered in the void like glass, receiving a massive blow. At the same moment, the eternal divine pestle transformed into a huge pillar as it continued to smash at one of the defenseless golden pyramids. In an instant, the golden pyramids crumbled and turned to dust. Concurrently, the spider, which had been weaving its web, suddenly spat out a white sword light from its mouth that shot over at Luo Yunyang. The Blood Lotus Supremacy attacked as well, aiming at Luo Yunyang's body. Chapter 759, An Extinguishable Eternity. Dominating the cosmos. Every great war that involved the 4 great factions mainly involved universe-grade saints. However, this time, not only were the saints completely useless, but even the imposing supremacies were unable to call the shots. Tianluo Supremacy and the others watched this battle fearfully. Initially, some of them still thought that it was unnecessary for them to join forces and take down Luo Yunyang. However, this situation made them realize that their decision had been right. If Luo Yunyang was allowed to continue improving, then the result would be. After smashing a golden pyramid, Ignorant Supremacy and 2 other supremacies from the Machine Empire frantically moved their limbs. To them, the golden pyramid destroyed by Luo Yunyang wasn't merely a pyramid, but the foundation of their survival. Fortunately, as Luo Yunyang destroyed one of the golden pyramids, the Celestial and the Blood Lotus Supremacy, whom they had pinned their hopes on, made their moves quickly. The pike shadows flickered in the void, continuously destroying the surrounding mountains Luo Yunyang had created. The blade lights shooting through also penetrated the mountainous illusions that protected Luo Yunyang and struck his body. The silvery white long pike left hundreds of holes in Luo Yunyang's body, while that blood-red long blade severed Luo Yunyang's body in 2. Even if a supremacy survived such serious injuries, his strength would still be greatly depleted. Furthermore, the thin thread that came from that giant spider had wrapped around both of Luo Yunyang's arms. Based on this situation, everyone knew that the conclusion of this battle was near. However, Luo Yunyang, who looked ragged and grievously hurt, suddenly recovered as the injuries on his body disappeared completely. He soon returned to the state he had been in before he had made any of these moves. Shenluo Supremacy and the rest were staring at Luo Yunyang. They were very worried that the injuries on Luo Yunyang would heal. The scene that unfolded in front of them broke all illusions they'd had. Luo Yunyang had recovered once again. The Celestial summoned by the demigod tribe and the Blood Lotus Supremacy glared coldly before launching another frenzied assault at Luo Yunyang. They only had an hour to deal with Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang was behaving in an extremely peculiar manner, they still quickly confirmed their plan to deal with him. It would take an enormous amount of energy to recover incessantly. When his energy was depleted, it would be time to kill Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang remained oblivious to the incoming attacks. He brandished the eternal divine pestle in his hands again, conjuring a surging wave of mountainous energy and smashing it against the 8 remaining golden pyramids again. The 8 golden pyramids tried to fly away but were way too inferior compared to Luo Yunyang's speed. Yet another golden pyramid crumbled in the void again. Ignorant supremacy felt heartache. Although Luo Yunyang had paid a hefty price in order to destroy 2 of the golden pyramids, the destruction of the 2 golden pyramids also meant that this valuable treasure had been nearly destroyed. If 2 more golden pyramids got destroyed, it would be impossible for the Machine Empire to repair this treasure. Hence, after seeing that Luo Yunyang was going to smash his golden pyramids again, he immediately issued a command. Retreat, retreat. The 7 golden pyramids tore apart the void, yet another golden pyramid still couldn't escape its fate. It was destroyed by Luo Yunyang's pestle as a huge crack appeared on it. Without the restraints of the golden pyramids, while he was also recovering and returning to his peak state, Luo Yunyang took on the remaining 3 opponents by himself. Although he was always in a disadvantageous position while dealing with these 3 opponents, he was much calmer than before. Ignorant supremacy, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and unleash your treasure. Shenluo Supremacy screamed at Ignorant Supremacy uncontrollably after seeing the celestial he had summoned staggering slightly upon receiving a strike from Luo Yunyang's eternal divine pestle. While Shenluo Supremacy understood why Ignorant Supremacy shouted, he still couldn't contain the rage in his heart. The 4 factions were betting their lives against Luo Yunyang. How could he simply remove himself from the situation just like that? Ignorant Supremacy snapped coldly back at the enraged Shenluo Supremacy. Our 9-fold divine pagoda is heavily damaged, so it's no longer effective in battle. It needs some repairs before it can be used again. Shenluo Supremacy wanted to curse aloud. What in the world was he thinking? Was this the time for repairs? He glared at Ignorant Supremacy and shouted, "This is our last and final chance. Don't you understand? If we can't defeat Luo Yunyang by using our trump cards now, in the future, this void will solely belong to Luo Yunyang." Ignorant Supremacy knew this perfectly well, but he was equally helpless. Using the 9-fold divine pagoda would only cause it to get smashed up like pulp. Everyone, although our strength is relatively weaker, impeding Luo Yunyang for even a moment is equally important for our victory. Let's do this together. Nanlai Supremacy glared at the approaching madman called Luo Yunyang while encouraging them. His words caught the attention of Shenluo Supremacy and the others. After glancing at Nanlai Supremacy, Shenluo Supremacy agreed. Alright, let's do this together. A dozen of the Supremacies chose not to cower this time. They realized the importance of this matter, so failure was something they couldn't afford. Luo Yunyang became excited when he saw the approaching group of Supremacies. After evading the 9 golden pyramids, he had been relying on his own combat abilities and the techniques he had acquired from the inextinguishable eternity scripture to fight his opponents. Now, as he saw Shenluo Supremacy and the rest flocking towards him, an urge for blood was roused in him. While wielding the eternal divine pestle in his hands, Luo Yunyang brandished his weapon constantly towards the attacks of the Celestial and the Blood Lotus Supremacy. With his offhand, he executed the Samsara Palm and the 6 Divine Fist techniques against the incoming attacks of Shenluo Supremacy and the others. Although Luo Yunyang's injuries were increasing, every time Shenluo Supremacy felt that Luo Yunyang could longer continue, the injuries on his body recovered and he went back to his original unscathed state again. The people fighting against him felt defeated. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 50 minutes. Time slipped away constantly, yet the surrounding void was already in tatters. Even the broadcast in the virtual realm was only a shadow on the screen. This wasn't because the virtual realm didn't want to provide a higher definition broadcast, but because it was almost impossible for the virtual realm to get any closer to the action. However, some members of the audience that had keen eyes were able to sense and see thanks to the flickering light spots that the auras of the Celestial and the Blood Lotus Supremacy were weakening. Meanwhile, the spider appeared to be turning transparent. Everyone could guess what was going on. Even Shenluo Supremacy and the rest looked sullen. This outcome was difficult to change. Old Mo, the new will replace the old. The 2 of us are no longer capable, the suave, mighty Celestial said sullenly. However, his gloomy expression did not affect his majestic grandeur. The Blood Lotus Supremacy, who was being controlled by the demonic intent, had already stopped. He glanced at the Celestial before lamenting. I never expected that there would be such a mysterious technique in the world. If I had possessed the inextinguishable eternity technique in the past, I wouldn't have ended up in such a state. The Celestial nodded his head in agreement. You're right, but this isn't the time for us to discuss this. Our will is reaching its limits. If we return to our slumber now, the next generations will be slaughtered. Completely. Why not combine and execute the powerful celestial demonic technique together? All right, the demonic intent agreed without hesitation. As they came to an agreement, the giant spider, which had been on the verge of collapsing, suddenly shrieked before slamming its body against Luo Yunyang heavily. At the same moment, ignorant Supremacy, who had heard about the plan, decided to unleash his 7 golden pyramids again. Although his heart was aching, he knew that he needed to put everything into this fight in order to secure his position in the future. Even though Luo Yunyang remained calmer than ever, he still couldn't lower his guard before the battle ended. Upon seeing that the spider was approaching rapidly, an ominous premonition emerged in Luo Yunyang's heart. Meanwhile, the 7 golden pyramids of ignorant Supremacy were approaching as well. He didn't smash the huge body of the spider this time. Instead, he flew into the air and soared above the humanoid spider. Luo Yunyang saw a crazy scene unfolding in front of him as the Blood Lotus Supremacy's eyes revealed a terrifying intent. His hands and feet were struggling, but it was no use. The blood-red light shrouded him and took him directly into the mouth of the Celestial. In an instant, the eyes of the Celestial, who exuded a boundless divine might, suddenly turned completely red. At the same time, the power of the Celestial also increased at a rapid pace. Luo Yunyang turned on his attribute regulator and saw that the power attributes of the Celestial had increased instantly to 15 yuan. The Celestial had only had 3 yuan at the beginning, yet it had suddenly surpassed Luo Yunyang many times over. Luo Yunyang, take my final move. An extinguishable light and darkness mark. The Celestial had noticed Luo Yunyang while he formed his hand signs quickly. 2 palms, one pure white and the other completely dark, were churned rapidly in the void, as if he was gathering the power of a universe in his hands. Chapter 760. Ashes to Ashes, Dust to Dust. The mark technique contained both light and dark elements. When it was executed, the surging wave of terrifying power silenced the surroundings. Run! A universe-grade saint who was millions of miles away suddenly activated his boundary and fled when he saw the developing scene. He couldn't care less about his sect and disciples. He wasn't a ruthless person, but he knew that he could still rebuild his sect and recruit new disciples. However, he only had one life. If this terrifying power exploded, it would kill any universe-grade saint without a doubt. However, as long as the universe flower survived, no saint would die. Although this was a common saying, in fact, an overwhelming destructive force could destroy the flower within one's internal universe easily. Many elites were fleeing for their lives. Galaxy-grade and celestial domain-grade elites might not be able to escape through the void like universe-grade martialists, but they could still conjure their fastest escaping techniques to leave instantly. Momentarily, elite martialists from the nearby star domains had vacated their land. Shenluo Supremacy and the rest were also retreating hurriedly. Their expectations and fear were written all over their faces. They were expecting that Luo Yunyang would die, but they were also fearful, as they had never thought that they would see such formidable energy in their lives. All of them felt that death was the only way out for them under the circumstances. Shenluo Supremacy and the rest of the Supremacies were pleased that they had broken through the constraints of mortality. Although they had never stopped cultivating, they weren't exactly diligently pursuing greater heights. After all, after reaching their cultivation base level, they could absorb the endless stream of energy through the void for themselves and would thus only lose face if they met a stronger opponent. Bitterly cultivating was already an old myth for them. However, the boundless mighty congregation of energy that had appeared now gave them a faint glimpse of hope. After this ended, they would definitely have to enter seclusion and cultivate bitterly. The Supremacies were able to retreat, but Luo Yunyang couldn't do so, not because he didn't want to, but because the 7 huge golden pyramids were blocking his path. Should he force his way through? That was Luo Yunyang's first thought, as it seemed like it was the only way out. However, his total attributes contained little more than 7 yuan after the adjustments. The power attributes of the Celestial who had devoured the Blood Lotus Supremacy were at 15 yuan. After taking into account the amplification of the inextinguishable light and darkness mark, Luo Yunyang believed that he would have to convert an astronomical amount of attributes into power. Even though he had the eternal divine pestle, even though his cultivation of an extinguishable eternity scripture hall had reached the celestial domain grade, even though he had unlocked 8 gene seals and the power in his body had reached new heights, continuing to fight head-on wouldn't improve his chances of survival. Luo Yunyang would have escaped if this had been a viable option. Unfortunately, this option was not on the table. He might have an astonishing escaping speed, but it would never surpass the speed of the inextinguishable light and darkness mark. Furthermore, the 7 golden pyramids had formed formless chains that were blocking his escape route. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to execute the samsara palm, a sudden thought appeared in his mind. Instantly, he began to check the attributes of the now demonic celestial. Power, 15, Speed, 10, Constitution, 0.1, Mind, 8. Luo Yunyang had a faint look of expectation on his face as he saw these 4 attributes. Although his own constitution attributes possessed only 1 yuan and 20 fen after converting his attributes by using the heavenly venerate true body and the chaotic 4-origin beast, this was already enough. He quickly decreased both his and the celestial's constitution. When he did this, the demonic celestial smirking at Luo Yunyang suddenly opened his eyes in shock. He looked as if he had encountered something terrifying. He glared at Luo Yunyang before exclaiming, "How is this possible? How can I?" It seemed as if he was experiencing a nightmare. Although he had formed the last hand, it seemed like the power of the inextinguishable light and darkness mark could not be released. Hence, it couldn't hit Luo Yunyang. Boom! An endless radiance erupted from the demonic celestial's body, transforming into many small halos and dissipating in all directions. Whatever it touched turned into nothingness. An ancient star hanging in solitude was fragmented. There was no romantic night sky filled with stars. Only cruel destruction and madness. Shenluo Supremacy and the rest, who were situated in another star domain, were watching everything coldly. Shenluo Supremacy, Tianluo Supremacy, and Wanluo Supremacy all stood side by side. They could no longer feel any traces of the celestial. The 2 supremacies from the purgatory were also watching grimly. However, they were also slightly fearful of the consequences when they met the gazes of Shenluo Supremacy and the others. Shenluo Supremacy knew what they were afraid of. The celestial had fallen and the Blood Lotus Supremacy, who had been devoured, couldn't be alive either. Luo Yunyang had also killed one of the 3 bug race supremacies, and the other 2 were nowhere to be found. The Machine Empire had also suffered great losses. Finally, the Divine Union, which had 4 supremacies, had become the top force in the void. If Shenluo Supremacy acted against all the other forces, no one would be able to stop the Divine Union. Everyone, our hard work has paid off. We have finally eliminated the imminent danger of Luo Yunyang, Shenluo Supremacy said faintly. Now, it's time for us to deal with the aftermath. The Divine Union contributed the most in killing Luo Yunyang. We'll need half of what the human tribe possessed. There were 4 factions, so under normal circumstances, the loot of the war would be divided into 4 equal shares. However, Shenluo Supremacy actually demanded half of the pie. This was akin to daylight robbery. Thus, Ignorant Supremacy snapped, "Don't even think about it." The purgatory only had 2 supremacies left, but the supremacy who always yearned for battle snorted in response. "We should take advantage of the situation. Since the battle hasn't ended yet, we can duke it out." Shenluo Supremacy glanced around him. When he realized that the 3 other forces were banding together, he pondered for a moment and said, "How about we split it into 3 parts?" There were 4 great factions, so Shenluo Supremacy's suggestion to split the spoils 3 ways made everyone present feel confused. When Nanlai Supremacy and the rest looked at the bug race, everyone understood instantly. "All right," said a supremacy from the purgatory. The purgatory had suffered greatly during the battle and naturally wouldn't reject a large compensation. As for the bug race, it was practically impossible for them to obtain a slice of the pie without a supremacy present. Just as the 4 factions came to an agreement, a gentle voice spoke in their ears. "What, are you guys trying to dissolve the bug race too?" 2 queen supremacies from the bug race appeared after this voice was heard. Their murderous eyes were fixed coldly on Shenluo Supremacy. Shenluo Supremacy had never thought that both of them would survive. While he was slightly annoyed, an idea suddenly hit him. Is Luo Yunyang truly dead? His expression turned really unsightly when he had this thought. He ignored the 2 supremacies from the bug race and hurriedly instructed, "Quick, search. Luo Yunyang might still be alive." Shenluo Supremacy took flight immediately after speaking, heading towards the epicenter of the battle. The other supremacies joined him immediately. If Luo Yunyang was still alive, they would be really unlucky. Hence, they couldn't care less about splitting the spoils of the war as they scoured through the battle zone in search of Luo Yunyang. Although the aftermath of the battle still lingered on, their cultivation bases were high enough to prevent them from suffering any damage. Shenluo, you don't have to piss your pants. We were both able to escape because the sacred bug led us out before falling into a deep slumber. Shenluo, are you scared Shishtilis? The Queen Supremacy who stood on the left teased him. The mighty, imposing Shenluo Supremacy actually remained calm as he was teased. He stopped in midair and breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is negotiable as long as Luo Yunyang is dead. The two Queen Supremacies looked at each other for a moment and decided not to press this topic. Instead, they demanded an explanation. The demigod tribe must give us a reasonable explanation for what happened earlier. Shenluo Supremacy hesitated for a moment before replying, since both supremacies have returned, we'll revert to our original agreement and split the loot equally, alright? Equally, I object, a faint voice echoed from the void suddenly. Shenluo Supremacy and the rest simultaneously turned their heads and saw Luo Yunyang walking over. With the eternal divine pestle in his hands, Luo Yunyang was in extremely good shape. Based on Shenluo Supremacy's estimation, his condition should be exactly the same as before he had entered the battle. Although a supremacy's power was considered inexhaustible, there was still a limit to how much could be expended. Once that limit was exceeded, even a supremacy would need to recover slowly. Many thoughts flooded Shenluo Supremacy's mind before he said resolutely, everyone, Luo Yunyang will never let us off. Let's fight it out with him. That way, we might have a way out of this predicament. Otherwise, we will become a powerless piece of meat that he can cut up however he wants. Ignorant Supremacy and the other supremacies quickly put their guard up when they heard Shenluo Supremacy. However, their faces were fraught with worry, so they didn't act right away. Chapter 761, Kong Tuo Seal, your fate lies with me. The supremacies weren't happy, as they weren't able to kill Luo Yunyang despite doing their best. Shenluo Supremacy and the other demigod tribe supremacies knew that their relationship with Luo Yunyang was beyond repair. Even though Luo Yunyang might let the others go, he definitely wouldn't pardon them. Hence, they had to remain true to their convictions from the beginning. However, their concerns made them worry about being the first to make a move against Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang looked at all the stern supremacies before stopping at Shenluo Supremacy and saying, besides the demigod tribe, I can give the rest of you a chance. Submit to me and you will not only live, but you'll also be able to protect your entire tribes. Ignorant Supremacy's eyes widened when he heard the offer. Although he had felt heartbroken when Luo Yunyang had destroyed the precious treasure of his tribe, he still felt very relieved when he heard Luo Yunyang's conditions. I don't want to die. That was Ignorant Supremacy's most intense thought. As an elder of the Machine Empire, he was very well versed in calculations. Based on his calculations, the odds of him and the others defeating Luo Yunyang were really slim. Besides, even if they escaped for a while, the possibility of hiding totally from Luo Yunyang's pursuit was very small as well. Furthermore, Ignorant Supremacy wasn't on his own. He still had the Machine Empire. Even if he was able to escape, he wouldn't be able to bring too many of his people with him. Shenluo Supremacy felt his heart sink when he saw Ignorant Supremacy's eyes lit up. He knew that he couldn't let this continue. Everyone, we are all evenly matched, so we cannot do significant harm to one another. We can be at ease with each other. After saying that, Shenluo Supremacy pointed at Luo Yunyang. However, he is different. His strength is far superior compared to ours. If we surrender to him, I am afraid that not only will we get no share of any benefits, but we may even suffer a fate worse than death. Join me and we will kill our way out of here. Shenluo Supremacy took flight after saying that, a sword light with murderous intent immediately shooting out of his hands. Shenluo Supremacy refused to reserve any more strength, as what he needed to do most now was keep himself alive. Wanluo Supremacy and Tianluo Supremacy were simply following Shenluo Supremacy blindly. Thus, upon seeing Shenluo Supremacy make his move, both of them followed him. Wanluo Supremacy's palms began to gather an endless brilliance from the stars as he executed the sky extermination palm of the demigod tribe, which contained a mighty intent that could shatter galaxies. Tianluo Supremacy simply pointed at Luo Yunyang with her finger. This simple act of pointing her finger was actually the demigod tribe's top martial technique, the divine seizing finger. It had always been executed by the senior figures of the demigod tribe, so it was rarely seen. Unfortunately, in Luo Yunyang's opinion, the three of them were too inferior compared to him. Thanks to his attribute regulator, his strength exceeded theirs by far as he simply swung his eternal divine pestle toward them. The dazzling light shrouded the tiny pestle in Luo Yunyang's hands, transforming it into a massive pestle that contained a boundless overwhelming power. The trio had nowhere to run when the strike of the pestle approached. Shenluo Supremacy's sword light, Tianluo Supremacy's divine seizing finger and Wanluo Supremacy's sky extermination palm struck the mighty eternal divine pestle. Despite their combined efforts, they only managed to freeze the pestle in its tracks for a moment. Shenluo Supremacy took flight immediately and retreated. Wanluo Supremacy acted in a similar fashion, while Tianluo Supremacy took advantage of the repulsive force and flew back. The trio wasn't thinking of how to defend themselves, but rather how they could be faster and become the first to retreat. They could save their own lives if they managed to outrun the other two. Shenluo Supremacy was in a good position and he was the fastest off the block. When he retreated, he saw Wanluo Supremacy retreating frantically too. Shenluo Supremacy didn't pity Wanluo Supremacy at all. He knew that pitying others was akin to committing suicide. However, when he felt that he had managed to escape, a purple and black palm filled with absolute power descended upon him. Although the palm contained absolute power, Shenluo Supremacy didn't give two hoots about it most of the time. Now, Shenluo Supremacy had no other way of countering the palm that was obstructing his way. He had no choice but to send out a palm strike in retaliation, thus expending almost all his energy. Shenluo Supremacy's body was flung away after the collision. He only regained his balance after being forced over 10 paces away. Meanwhile, the divine radiance of the eternal divine pestle struck his body. In an instant, Shenluo Supremacy felt his body exploding. This was the first time he had suffered such a serious injury ever since he had become a supremacy. He almost instinctively tried to enter the river of space and time in a bid to rejuvenate himself. However, when he merged into the river of space and time, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, there was always an energy present that constantly shattered his consciousness. Finally, his last trace of undying will was obliterated along with his imprint within the river of space and time. Shenluo, do not blame me. It was Yunyang Supremacy that wanted to kill you. I had no other choice. The person who spoke had a very stiff expression on his face. Shenluo Supremacy knew this face very well. This was probably the person he'd had the best relationship with in the Machine Empire, Great Benevolent Supremacy. However, after executing this strike, Great Benevolent Supremacy then turned to Luo Yunyang and surrendered. I am willing to submit. Ignorant Supremacy and the rest shook their heads as they watched the first Supremacy submit to Luo Yunyang before breathing a sigh of relief. They weren't the ones Luo Yunyang wanted to kill. Now that someone had taken the initiative to surrender, it would be the ideal time for them to follow. Hence, Ignorant Supremacy and the two Queen Supremacies acted almost simultaneously and prevented Wanluo Supremacy and Tianluo Supremacy from escaping. Although they didn't exchange blows, the implied meaning was very obvious. Queen Supremacies, I know we're acting on behalf of our tribes, but we had a long friendly relationship. Do both of you not care about our relationship at all? Tianluo Supremacy cried out, addressing both of the Queen Supremacies. The two Queen Supremacies merely glanced at each other without responding. Their attitude implied where they stood. Tianluo Supremacy smirked once more before her entire body crumbled in the void. The might of a self-imploding supremacy was very powerful. When Tianluo Supremacy chose to end her life in that manner, Wanluo Supremacy followed her footsteps and self-imploded as well. In a moment, the bodies of two top supremacies exploded, generating an explosive energy that swept across the void. Luo Yunyang grinned when he saw this. Do the two of you think that you'll be able to escape by using such means? He brandished his eternal divine pestle immediately, sending an endless wave of divine mountains towards the explosion caused by their self-destruction. The eternal divine lord even sent out a dazzling ray of divine light to illuminate the entire land. The mournful shrieks of those two resounded in the void. However, before any of them could say anything, they dissipated due to the radiance of the eternal divine pestle. Three great supremacies of the demigod tribe had fallen, sending all territories of the tribe into a turmoil as bloody rain fell from the sky while the sun and moon disappeared from the land. However, this scene of destruction and violence didn't seem to affect the situation at hand. Almost all the supremacies respectfully expressed their willingness to serve Luo Yunyang as they surrendered. I have a seal called the Kong Tuo seal. Since you chose to submit to me, then allow me to fuse the Kong Tuo seal into all your minds, Luo Yunyang said unceremoniously to all the supremacies. Ignorant supremacy and the rest grimaced when they heard that. They were willing to submit, but not to the extent of surrendering their lives and having someone control them. After hesitating for a moment, all of them peeked at each other before ignorant supremacy took the initiative to object. Yunyang supremacy, are you trying to say that there is no need for this since you have all submitted to me? Luo Yunyang glared at ignorant supremacy before he added, this isn't a request. I'm informing you of my decision. Submit and live, defy me and die. Ignorant supremacy eventually swallowed his grievance. Although he had never heard of the Kong Tuo seal before, he knew for sure that once it entered his body, it would be impossible for him to run. I am willing to accept this. The first to speak was a purgatory supremacy who sounded very decisive and resolute. After him, a second supremacy agreed. As Luo Yunyang infused the Kong Tuo seal into those supremacies, the tense atmosphere began to loosen up. Yunyang supremacy, what about the demigod tribe? The supremacy from the purgatory sounded like he was expecting some form of compensation. After all, they had suffered quite a major loss this time. However, before he could complete his sentence, ignorant supremacy interrupted him. The divine union belongs to our master. Demigod tribe matters will of course be settled by him. The other supremacies did not dare to object. Their lives were in Luo Yunyang's hands, so there was no room for bargaining. After a quarter of an hour, ignorant supremacy and the rest left after receiving instructions from Luo Yunyang. Only after seeing them leave did Luo Yunyang breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally suppressed all the factions this time. Thanks to this foundation, he felt more confident in dealing with the Longzhen that was approaching the divine union void at an alarming speed. Chapter 762, The Mandara Array Formation. Everyone gathered in the senior statesman hall of the human tribe was smiling wide. The title of Master of the Divine Union had finally become the human tribes. Furthermore, it wasn't just the Divine Union. Even the Machine Empire and the Bug Race had submitted. Unlike trusted aides like the Flame Emperor and Luo Yunyang, the senior figures that had gathered were thinking about how many benefits they could receive after gaining control of the entire Divine Union. The demigod tribe was in control of over 300 star domains. I think that the human tribe should send a governor to each of these star domains. A suave man told Luo Yunyang excitedly. Luo Yunyang saw through the man's intention but didn't have any ideas himself. Although the human tribe had gone through a massive advancement by breaking the seal, as well as due to the resources handed down by Luo Yunyang, it would still be very tough to control all the demigod tribe's possessions. The suave man was ambitious, yet Luo Yunyang knew that, with Luo Yunyang around, the man would never succeed. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to approve of the idea of this man, who'd had a rather close relationship with Longzhen in the past. This should be decided by Yunyang supremacy. We should first handle our task before doing anything else, Luo Yunyang said in a deadpan manner, addressing the few overly ambitious senior statesmen around. The Flame Emperor and the rest of the people who followed Luo Yunyang weren't worried about where they would be heading. On the contrary, they were more concerned about the people who were eyeing the demigod tribe's territories. The supremacy wants to see Chief Senior Statesman Luo Yunyang and Senior Statesman Flame Emperor, a well-dressed lady who approached Luo Yunyang said respectfully. Luo Yunyang nodded his head in acknowledgement before heading towards the inner hall with the Flame Emperor. However, the surrounding people who had originally been talking among themselves seemed discontented. Shouldn't all the statesmen discuss this matter together? Someone lamented. No one responded, as most of them treated him like a fool. The man didn't appear happy when he saw the mocking stares of the crowd. He wanted to argue that he had said this to benefit the rest, but he eventually chose to remain quiet. This was the first time Luo Yunyang and the Flame Emperor were seeing Luo Yunyang after the Great War. Luo Yunyang, who was wearing a long robe and holding the eternal divine pestle in his hands, sat quietly on the black jade throne, looking gentle yet very imposing. Greetings, Supremacy. Although Luo Yunyang always told both of them to skip the formalities, they knew that some rules had to be upheld. Luo Yunyang had become a supremacy, so they had to show him his well-deserved respect. Otherwise, other people would gossip and say that they lacked manners. You don't have to be so courteous. Luo Yunyang raised his hands in acknowledgement. I've called you both here because I have some matters to entrust you with. Luo Yunyang gently pointed at a chart that was unfolded. The chart was massive. Lu Qubing and the Flame Emperor were shocked when it was unfolded. Is this an array formation? Lu Qubing, who had been the top senior statesman for many years, had seen plenty of things. Hence, he was able to identify this. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. This is a Mandara Eternal Array formation. I need both of you to set this formation up in 20 years. Luo Yunyang pointed at the regions covered by the formation and added, every part of the formation must be built according to my requirements. No mistakes can be made. Besides an astronomical amount of resources, many of the locations that belong to the Purgatory and the Machine Empire will be necessary to build this formation. If someone were to obstruct us, are we supposed to exercise the right to kill them? Lu Qubing saw the serious look on Luo Yunyang's face and realized instantly that the array formation had to be exceptional. Hence, he raised his concerns about completing this mission. Of course, Luo Yunyang said faintly, I'll even kill a supremacy if anyone dares to defy my orders. A supremacy was like a celestial entity to Lu Qubing. Thus, Lu Qubing had no qualms after hearing Luo Yunyang's words. After all, many supremacies had fallen at Luo Yunyang's hands during the last war. After raising a few more detailed questions about the formation, Lu Qubing decided to let Luo Yunyang know about the ambitious intention of a few senior statesmen of the human tribe. Ever since the incident with Longzhen, Luo Yunyang already roughly knew the majority of the senior statesmen. Upon listening to Lu Qubing, he instructed, you'll be in charge of the matters of the Divine Union. As for the demigod tribe territories, Dahai Saint from the demigod tribe will continue to handle them. As long as there are no discrepancies in the tributes made by the demigod tribe, you need not worry about them. If the demigod tribe is defiant, the Flame Emperor wanted to express his doubts but decided against it. He knew that this was only an assumption. The possibility of such things happening under Luo Yunyang's rule was very slim. Without a supremacy, the demigod tribe would be a toothless tiger. How would they be able to cause any trouble? Luo Yunyang chuckled. They wouldn't dare, he said very casually, sounding fully confident. Before leaving, Luo Yunyang instructed Lu Qubing again. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the rest have had nothing to do recently. I'll let them follow you. Lu Qubing had an exceptional cultivation base, but his status wasn't similar to the Bloody Blade Monarchs. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the rest had followed Luo Yunyang for eons. Almost everyone treated the Bloody Blood Monarch as Luo Yunyang's shadow. Luo Yunyang sending the Bloody Blade Monarch over was the greatest assistance Lu Qubing could receive. After returning to the front hall, Lu Qubing was about to announce Luo Yunyang's decision. However, someone interrupted him. Elder Lu, have you received the plan? Please let us know so that we can discuss it and distribute the tasks. When that person spoke, a commotion was created among the crowd. Lu Qubing wasn't pleased with the ruckus, yet he remained composed as he said, the supremacy has made his decision. The demigod tribe territories will remain under Dahai Saint's rule. Everyone's role will remain the same. Lu Qubing was firm when he announced the decision. Some senior statesmen appeared very disappointed when they heard the news. They had originally thought that they would get a share of the vast divine union. Even a galaxy would be enough to satisfy them and their families. They had never thought that Luo Yunyang would actually allow Dahai Saint to continue to control the demigod tribe. It was very difficult for them to accept this. The suave man expressed his intentions with a grim smile. Divine union matters concern the whole human tribe. We respect Yunyang's supremacy, but we cannot accept this decision or comply with it. The man's words were like a spark. Soon, many others started to voice their objections. Yes, this is absurd. We'll never accept this. Let's go talk to Yunyang's supremacy. If he doesn't change his mind, we'll kneel to our death in front of him. All sorts of objections and cries echoed through the hall. Lu Qubing looked at the mess in front of him and frowned. Although he had expected this, he still felt rather hesitant to handle this ruckus. As he felt troubled by this scene, he suddenly saw a blood-red blade light flashing past him. Standing behind him was the Bloody Blade Monarch, who had just cleaved the suave man that had been protesting. Instantly, the man dropped down and lay motionless in the huge palace hall. You, how dare you murder someone? Someone pointed at the Bloody Blade Monarch while trembling in fear. The supremacy's words are absolute. Defy his orders and you'll die. The Bloody Blade Monarch snapped. Now, scram. Their angry, unwilling looks turned into fearful expressions immediately as the people making a scene hurriedly fled the hall. Lu Qubing sighed deeply as he looked at the people that ran away. Sorry to make a scene in front of you, Sir Bloody Blade Monarch. Elder Lu, just let me handle this sort of matters in the future. You don't have to be polite to those greedy bastards. Luo Yunyang, who was sitting at the back of the inner hall, had seen everything clearly. However, he only shook his head silently. Greed often blinded people. Longzhen was going to arrive in less than 30 years. Although Luo Yunyang did not know how strong Longzhen was, he believed that he wouldn't be a match for Longzhen even now that the other supremacies had submitted to him. Thus, he had decided to use the Mandara Eternal Array formation from the Eternal Sacred Scripture to ambush Dragon Supremacy. According to what was written in the Eternal Sacred Scripture, the Mandara Eternal Array formation, in combination with the Eternal Divine Pestle, could seal a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate. Luo Yunyang did not know how powerful a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate was. However, according to his estimations, even if Longzhen had formidable support, he wouldn't have a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate acting as his bodyguard. After all, 4th-level Heavenly Venerates were rare even in the pure Sun Great Cosmos and the Great Mysterious Sky Cosmos. Even a domineering sect that possessed a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate would be hard to come by. However, setting up the Mandara Eternal Array formation wouldn't be that difficult. It was a formation that required the galaxies and nebula to act as a chessboard while the stars and planets acted as chess pieces. Although it would be impossible for the human tribe to set up the formation alone, now that the 4 factions were on their side, completing the formation would be much easier. After handing down the instructions for creating the array formation, Luo Yunyang began to train in seclusion. Although he had reached a Heavenly Venerate level of power, his own cultivation base was still too inferior. In order to activate the Mandara Eternal Array formation, one would need both power and a cultivation base. Luo Yunyang wasn't hoping to become a Heavenly Venerate right away, but he was ready to take this opportunity to advance to the universe grade. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.